When Basil Bohan woke up, the world had gone mad. The day had started like any other, with Plato waking him up at 11 o'clock by howling like a condemned man on a pyre. The black Bombay cat never made a sound unless he was hungry, in which case, he became even louder than a dog. "Enough, you'll get your breakfast." Basil grumbled, his Nintendo Switch occupying the cushion right next to his face. He always kept the device within arm's reach to play as soon as he woke up. 2 minutes. Since he had never learned to count, Plato hopped on the blanket and needed his owner's back to make him prepare the breakfast faster. "I should have gone a ferret," Basil complained as he rose from his bed, his pet immediately following after him. "I'm starting to understand why some people eat cats. There wouldn't be much to eat with Plato, though." Basil still didn't understand how his pet managed to remain slim while spending 18 hours sleeping and the rest eating. I got something in my eye," Basil realized as he noticed a red crux-shaped form at the very edge of his vision. Did he have dust in his eyes? He rubbed them to no avail and eventually gave up. "I'll go to the dock if it doesn't pass." After leaving his master bedroom behind, Basil moved to his well-stocked modern kitchen. His window gave him an impeccable view of the stream bordering his house and the marshes beyond. Basil found it relaxing to cook behind the counter while watching nature outside, although the morning mist obscured the skies today. "There, Plato, I'm buying your silence." Basil gave his cat a bowl of food and filled up a coffee cup for himself. "You're welcome," Basil replied absent-mindedly before freezing in place. He looked down at Plato, his coffee cup steaming on the kitchen counter. His cat sensed something was wrong and looked up at his owner with his big yellow eyes. "What?" Plato asked with an all-too-human voice. "What is it? Am I hallucinating?" Basil wondered. "Since when can you talk?" Since I was born." Basil realized that he had asked the wrong question. "Since when can you speak my language?" His cat squinted at him. "Wait, you didn't understand my meowing before." Basil frowned and grabbed Plato by the back of the neck. He didn't like that at all. "Assassin," the cat shrieked as his owner checked him up. "Assassin." "I don't see any microphone," Basil muttered with incomprehension as he released his pet. "It doesn't look like a hidden camera prank." "Of course not," Plato growled. "Does it matter if you can understand me? I say it was about time you learned a sophisticated language, and now that's just condescending." Basil pinched his own arm to wake himself up, but only hurt himself for his trouble. "It doesn't look like I'm dreaming," he thought. Maybe he had finally gone mad from the isolation. Basil hadn't seen a fellow human for weeks. "Weird." Plato wagged his tail. "Will you rub my belly at least?" Basil settled on scratching his cat behind the ears, which he liked very much. "I'll go to the dock sometime soon," Basil decided as he put on some clothes and enjoyed a slow breakfast on his living room sofa. The stuffed heads of boars, deers, and pikes decorated the wall above his chimney right next to an overpriced plasma screen and a picture of Vasil Levski. Most of the animal trophies belonged to the house's previous occupant, Old Man Rene, though the fish and the Levski picture were Basil's additions. They reminded him of his native Bulgaria, which he had left almost 5 years ago for France in search of better economic opportunities, which he didn't find. Two fully stocked shelves faced each other near the entrance door, each holding a different library, one of books and the other of video games. An unused wood table stood between them like an inviolable frontier. The house had originally been built for a large family, but since Basil lived alone, he rarely made use of all the available amenities. So good not to share with anyone, he thought. His previous lodging experience had involved sharing a flat with 3 students, each of them poorer than the last. Basil still kept a sour memory of working his ass off late into the night to escape the rat race while his neighbors partied until morning. His hard work had paid off in the end, but he had sworn never to live through those times again. Basil switched through the TV channels and grumbled when all of them turned out blue. Even Netflix didn't work. It didn't surprise Basil considering the area's poor internet coverage, but it still annoyed him. At least he had his PlayStation 5 to fall back on. Now if only that strange crux symbol in his eye didn't obscure his vision. Basil focused on it, trying to get whatever caused this mess out of his eye, and then the crux expanded into a translucent screen covering his field of vision. "What the?" Basil raised a hand to touch the message, only for his fingers to go through it. Was it a hologram? Another hallucination? "If this is some kind of brain ransomware, fuck you, I'm not paying anything," Basil complained. No one answered and the screen didn't vanish. "Okay, what's happening? Can anybody answer?" His past history. Basil knew he had a short fuse, but Berserker struck him as exaggerated. The screen looked like some kind of role-playing game menu. Basil had played many of them, but he had never expected one to pop up inside his own eyes. Nor did he recognize the game this selection menu came from. Why were fisherman and gardener considered monsters of all things? This was definitely a lucid hallucination of some kind, as if a talking cat hadn't been bad enough. Or had he been hooked to some kind of virtual reality in his sleep, Matrix style? Is this real? What must I do? Of course. Goddamn unremovable pop-ups, if only his mind had an ad blocker. "Which class is best?" Basil asked without receiving an answer. He was about to pick an option at random and be done with it when Plato joined him on the sofa. The cat had finished his meal and swiftly took over a cushion. Inspired by the sight, Basil chose the tamer option. I picked tamer. Basil shivered as a pleasurable jolt went down his spine. The sensation reminded him of the first time he kissed a girl, though it didn't feel quite as strong. Dismaker Labs. The name sounded vaguely familiar, though Basil couldn't put a reason on why. He promised himself to investigate the lead and find out the responsible party as soon as the internet worked again. The screen shrunk back into a crux-shaped icon at the edge of Basil's vision, though it didn't fully disappear as he had hoped. "Hey, look," said Plato. "There's a weird blue screen all over my face. It says I joined your party, whatever that means, to each their own." Since Basil didn't see Plato's screen, he assumed it only existed inside his cat's head. Did other weird stuff happen lately? Like, say, 7 hours ago. The screen said dungeons had appeared at that time, whatever that meant. "Oh yes, I forgot to tell you." Plato rubbed his belly. "The ground shook and I saw little green men in the woods. The reptilians. No, I mean little green people the size of human children. First time I saw anything like that. I tried to warn you, but I would have had better luck waking up a stone," says the cat who spends 18 hours of his time napping on my sofa. Plato gave his owner a dark look. "I'm not a cat," he said weakly. "I'm a dwarf panther." Basil raised an eyebrow with a chuckle. Though he found it amusing, nothing so far explained why he could even understand his cat at all. To his surprise, the screen reappeared again to provide an answer. "What's a Trimurti system?" Basil addressed the elephant in the room. The screen changed form again. None of this answered his question. Didn't this weird game have a tutorial of some kind? Did it even matter? Basil would either wake up from this weird hallucination soon or a trip to the hospital would give him a medical solution. After some trying, Basil returned the screen back to its icon status with a thought. This strange virtual reality interface appeared to somehow answer his thoughts. "Plato, prepare yourself," Basil said as he set his empty coffee cup aside and moved to his home's door. "We'll go to the city after I feed the chicken and the rabbits. I need to meet a doctor soon. Can you buy fish while you're at it?" His cat asked as he hopped from the sofa to follow him. "I would like some tuna. We've got enough canned fish. What more do you?" Basil stopped in the middle of his sentence. He had opened the door to his garden and taken a look as the morning mist cleared up. At the age of 25, Basil lived alone in the house of his dreams in the French countryside since old man René bequeathed it to him. The two-story building was located in the middle of a pine forest close to the Barth swamps in the lands, half an hour's ride away from the closest settlement. Basil had never liked noisy cities and preferred a quiet life of comfort away from civilization. Still, his home was located in France rather than Finland or Siberia, so why was there a goddamn aurora borealis in the skies? In the middle of the day, Basil knew global warming caused some strange weather phenomenon, but still. Oh right, I completely forgot about the lights. Compared to his confused owner, Plato sounded quite unfazed by the sight. They've been up there since last night. Basil walked into his grass garden to take a better look. The green northern lights formed a circle in the heavens above, centered around the swamps behind his house. Maybe it was some kind of electromagnetic anomaly. It would explain his hallucinations if it scrambled his brain. Basil decided to investigate after checking on his animals. His property covered a vast area bordered by a wooden fence and provided him with enough space to set up a greenhouse, a chicken coop, and a rabbit hutch. He usually fed them in the morning and let them walk around in the afternoon. Basil's rabbits and chicken both looked at him from behind iron grids, all of them hungry for food. "I suppose you don't know what's up with the skies," he asked them. His animals didn't answer, nor did they seem to understand. Basil glanced at Plato to his cat's confusion. "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" "I can only understand monsters," Basil replied, putting some emphasis on the last part. "Hey, what does that mean? Come on, you cat racist, tell me what's on your mind." Basil paid his angry cat no mind as his eyes wandered to the wooden fence. Something had made a large hole in it, close to the greenhouse. Basil was half used to boars and the occasional deer chipping away at his fence, but considering all the strange happenings since he had woken up, he assumed the worst. He slowly approached the hole and examined it. Whatever had gone through was big and left traces. Basil's gaze followed them first to the platanus tree right next to his greenhouse. He had left an axe against the trunk to chip wood for the chimney yesterday, and to his relief, the weapon was still there. However, the intruder had broken into the greenhouse by shattering one of the glass panels. Basil's fear instantly turned to rage at the sight. "Oh, what is this?" Plato sniffed the air. "It smells like bugs." The cat froze as noise came out of the greenhouse. Basil grabbed the axe. Another screen message appeared the moment he touched the weapon. Basil didn't understand half of what he saw and didn't have the time to ask questions. A monster crawled out of the greenhouse through the opening, fearsome and terrible. The creature resembled a centipede over 2 meters in length. Red, chitinous exoskeleton plates protected its back while its underbelly was a soft yellow. Purple saliva dropped from its blade-sharp mandibles. "What is that?" Plato hissed threateningly, ready to leap at the intruder on a moment's warning. Finally, a human. The centipede spoke with a deep, guttural male voice. Its green eyes glared at Basil with keen intelligence, but not to realize he had picked a fight with the wrong man. Your death will be my ascension to level 2. You broke my greenhouse. The fact he was facing the biggest bug in the world, and that it could talk back, didn't even register within Basil's mind. His blood boiled in his veins, his hands gripped tightening on his axe. And my fence. Yes, I have. The centipede snapped his mandibles and raised his antennae, trying to appear tough and threatening. And once I have murdered you and devoured you feet first, I will make this place my nest. Basil struck the bug before he could finish his sentence. A message flashed above the creature. The centipede was taken aback by the sudden display of violence, and Basil's axe hit his face with enough strength to send his head hitting the dirt. The human's jaw clenched in rage as he raised his weapon again, blinded by fury. This greenhouse cost us 2,000 euros. 2,000, Basil struck again. His axe's blade found its way into the centipede's back this time, splitting his red carapace in half at the impact point. You think money grows on trees? The centipede snapped his mandible and hissed as he tried to raise his head to strike. Basil stomped the bug's face with his shoe before he could retaliate, and the bug ate dirt. You little shit, Basil said as he kicked the bug in the underbelly multiple times, the monster letting out growls of pain each time he did. You don't respect people's private property, aim for the eyes, Basil, Plato encouraged him, and the belly too. The centipede roared in humiliation before spitting venom at his attacker's chest. Basil was lean as far as men went, but he exercised a lot and was no stranger to street brawls. His sharp reflexes let him dodge the spit by stepping to the side. The centipede's saliva melted the grass where it landed. Die. The bug lunged to bite Basil with his mandibles, the human narrowly avoiding disembowelment by taking a step back. You stupid mammal, you dare strike a member of the bug master type. Dwarf panther to the face, Plato chose this moment to join the fray, hissing ferociously as he leaped at the centipede. He landed on the creature's head, clawing and biting and raging. The bug shook like a tree trying to get the smaller animal off his face. Taking the opportunity, Basil tossed his axe aside and grabbed the centipede's antennae with both hands. Plato leaped off the bug's back right as his owner slammed their foe's head against the platanus. The tree's trunk cracked at the impact, and leaves fell into the garden. The centipede struggled to form words. The blow had left him dizzy. What? You tried to harm my cat, Basil snapped as he punched the bug in the face. He then tossed the centipede onto the grass, sat on him, and pummeled him one punch after another. The monster spat blood. You think hitting animals smaller than you makes you look tough. I yield. The centipede wagged his antennae in surrender, his arrogant eyes now full of fearful tears. I yield. Basil kept his fist raised mid-motion but didn't finish the bug off. You threat me with death after invading my home and now ask for mercy. Plato licked his lips. I say we just slit his throat and eat him for dinner. The centipede whined all the louder, his tiny legs wiggling helplessly. I'm sorry I didn't know you were the area's boss. I thought it would be easy EXP please. Don't kill me. I just wanted to become an overgod. Basil observed this cowardly wreck of a bug, trying to decide what to make of him. A question had been bugging him for a while. The fuck's an overgod? The screen appeared before his eyes once more to offer an explanation. What constitutes a player? Basil asked. And if they could all gain power by killing other people. Basil suddenly remembered Plato's words about little green men in the woods, and worrying thoughts crossed his mind. There's more of you out there, he asked the centipede. More monsters wanting to become gods, countless. Goblins, ogres, bugs. The dungeons gave us life so we could grow strong by eating humans. You're quite poor at it, Basil said with heavy sarcasm before pointing a finger at the aurora in the skies. And why are there northern lights in my country? It's the local dungeon, the bug replied fearfully. By now he had realized that Basil would let him live as long as he talked. It changes the world with magic and summons monsters to fight humans. The more Basil heard, the less he liked it. So are we killing him or what? Plato asked as he licked his fur. It's cold outside. Sometimes, Basil forgot that cats were born mass murderers, as the number of birds and mice Plato had brought home over the years could attest. The centipede shivered in fear, believing his last hour had come. Well, Plato, let me ask you a simple question. Basil rose up and stepped away from the centipede. Do you think he's a threat to us? No, Plato replied flatly. The centipede cried, his tears running down on the grass. I'm sorry. Start by repairing my fence and my greenhouse if you want to apologize, Basil replied. I'll spare you this time. It took the centipede a full minute to process Basil's words and answer them. Why, you're letting me live, for now. I only understand half of what you say, and I'll let you live until I get the full picture. Basil grabbed his axe, the edge as sharp as ever. But if you try to pull a fast one, I'll hang your head above my chimney with the deer and the boars. Why, yes, master. The centipede bowed so low in submission that he turned almost flat. I am but a child before your awesome might, Mr. Boss. Quit the servility, you're a centipede, not a cockroach, and I'm not a boss. Basil smiled smugly. But I'll gladly be your boss. The screen appeared again. All right. So what's up, dog? Plato stretched on, ready for adventure. We go to the city to buy fish, slice some throats, and become gods. Basil watched the centipede move to repair the hole in the fence by putting pieces together. Personally, I think I'm in a delusional coma of some kind, but whether this is real or not, we're just going to stay home. Stay home. Plato's enthusiasm instantly deflated. Why, haven't you heard? This is exactly what Thomas Hobbes warned us about in Leviathan, the War of All Against All. Basil shrugged. If everyone can grow strong by killing people and monsters run rampant, it's going to be dog eat dog out there. So we're going to stay at home and bunker up until the army reestablishes order. Plato blinked repeatedly. What army? The French army. Basil decided to explain to his cat how adult life worked. Plato, when I earn 100 euros, barely half of them make it to my bank account. The local government takes everything else. I didn't help fund armed forces so they could watch me do all the work and stamp paperwork. They've got to earn their keep. Despite its poor reputation abroad, France had the 7th largest army in the world. If Basil could beat a monster into submission with an axe and his fists, how hard could it be for soldiers with tanks to prevail? Soldiers will clean the countryside of invaders like Joan of Arc kicked the British out of France, or like when the great Bulgarian people shrugged off the Ottomans' yoke, Basil said with optimism. He conveniently forgot the help Russians provided in his country's independence, as it would complicate the heroic narrative. Until then, we've got enough fuel and food to last months. He was already living like a hermit. The apocalypse wouldn't change much for them. His house was equipped with solar panels and the basement with an electrical generator. Basil had stockpiled gas and oil to fuel it for months specifically due to the home's remote location. He had a garden, plenty of hunting game in the woods, and could always gather fresh water from the nearby stream. Besides, Basil couldn't abandon the house. The old man had entrusted it to him before passing on. He wouldn't let some bug have it. Plato didn't look convinced. Joan of Arc wasn't at the 100 Years' War. Yeah, Basil frowned. How do you know that? I've lived with René for years. I know all his rants by heart. Plato sat in front of his owner. It took the French 100 years to kick the British out, right? It's in the name. Basil didn't say a word. Do we have enough food and water to last that long? Plato asked innocently. Basil looked at his greenhouse and then back at his cat. Smartess. You're welcome, Basil. Basement trembled as Basil switched on the backup generator. The mechanical device hummed as it gluttonously tapped into a gas cylinder to make that sweet, sweet electricity. Here we go, Basil muttered to himself. All good. The house had suffered an hour-long outage before electricity came back, and Basil expected more. Either bug monsters had damaged the cables or electrical engineers no longer maintained the grid. Running water might last a few more weeks, but it would go out too in time. Old man René had spent most of his meager pension funds into installing a solar panel system on the roof, but he could never rely on the sun all year long. The lands were a temperate region with their share of rain, windstorms, and obscured skies. As such, the old man had brought a second home generator and stockpiled gas to fuel it. Basil could probably last for years if he rationed electricity, and the stream outside would provide clear water once purified the old-fashioned way. Guess you were half right, old man, Basil said. A disaster came, but not in the form you expected. Old man René had bet the world would end with a devastating nuclear war, and Basil because of global warming fostering the development of pandemics. None of them could have predicted an alien invasion from video game monsters. After checking the generator, Basil went on to review the food reserve. The freezer was filled to the brim with fries, fish, deer meat, and frozen vegetables. Rows after rows of canned food filled the basement's shelves, alongside pasta, rice, oil, and last but not least, the old man's extensive collection of Ricard pastis bottles. Although René loved to sit in the garden to sip a glass of Ricard in the evening, Basil had sworn off alcohol after watching his father drink himself to oblivion. He had never touched the bottles since the old man's passing. A screen popped up as Basil checked the closest bottle's brand. Basil didn't remember taking anything before bed last night, but could he have drunk a dangerous substance giving him hallucinations somehow? Or eaten a bad mushroom? Is that why I'm seeing this? Basil asked the screen. Did I drink something and don't remember it? Am I drunk? Am I high? Did I take LSD? Am I dreaming, hallucinating, delusional, dead, not even in purgatory, schizophrenic, under alien influence? In a virtual game, do I have a government chip in my head? Okay, you win, nothing else comes to mind. That name again, Basil knew he had heard it before, but where? Questions for later. Also, he said while staring at René's Ricard pastis, why does a bottle of alcohol come up with a description but nothing else? Are you calling me dumb? Basil choked on his own indignation. I've got a master's degree in fucking pharmacovigilance, which never earned him a high-paying job, but still. Yes, the screen was calling him stupid. Who said that? An internet IQ score. Basil followed the instruction, and an enormous wall of text appeared before his eyes. Basil blinked at the sheer amount of information and struggled to make sense out of it. It looked very much like an RPG game character's sheet, but it included a compendium of elements for some reason. Basil remembered seeing things like +1 INT or +1 CHA when he leveled up. He guessed they were shorthands for the stats on the screen. Did that mean Basil started with a 10 in intelligence? Was that good, bad, average? Basil suddenly felt very insecure about his IQ score. So if my intelligence stat increases, he asked for confirmation I'm getting smarter, so it didn't improve intelligence as much as knowledge. Since the screen appeared in a good enough mood to answer his questions for now, Basil fished for more details. What about the other stats? What do they do? Of course, a goddamn wall of text came up. Basil grunted as he forced himself to read everything. Come to think of it, Basil remembered that some options of the system could be changed with the setting option. He immediately checked it, and a list of propositions appeared before his eyes, none of them good. Wait, you win this game by reaching level 100 and become overgod, right? Basil asked, utterly confused. So what's the point of disabling level ups? So it was an option for masochists. What about difficulty? Is there any practical benefit to it? I'll pass. Basil couldn't imagine what kind of madman would make the apocalypse harder for themselves. Come to think of it, all of the setting changes available involved worsening the user's conditions rather than easing them up. Basil was about to ask more questions when he heard a noise coming from upstairs. What's happening? Little green men in the garden. Plato shouted back from upstairs. They want to eat the hens. Sighing in exasperation, Basil prepared to defend his property again. Thankfully, Basil had checked up on old man Rene's belongings after the centipede attack and found his hunting rifle. Basil had never seriously used a firearm, but it couldn't be too hard. Just point and fire, right. When Basil barged out of his house with the hunting rifle loaded, he found Plato and the red centipede shielding the coop and hutch from a gang of 5 monsters. The little green pigs would have been a better term to describe the creatures rampaging through his yard. No bigger than human children, the beasts had snouts, boar-like tusks, and red tufts of hair on their skulls. Though they moved on 2 legs and carried wood branches as improvised clubs, the creatures wore nothing more than tattered loincloths. Pustules grew all over their green hides. Basil fired a warning shot and instantly won everyone's attention. Okay, ground rules, Basil said as the goblins hissed at him. I've been threatened with knives in back alleys more than once, and I always fought back. You don't scare me, and I won't hesitate to use lethal force to defend my life and property. I'm reading the riot act to walking pigs, Basil thought. Please make this a delusion. I don't want to live in that kind of world. Now that that's cleared, let's talk this out like intelligent people. Although the goblins looked more like animals than humans, a part of Basil didn't feel easy starting a fight with humanoids if he could avoid it. Get the fuck off of my property. Suck my snout, human. One of the goblins threatened Basil with his wooden club. The swamp belongs to Ogremach, who, the biggest ogre there is. Another goblin pointed at the northern lights in the skies. He's a big shot, the dungeon's boss. To Basil's utter lack of surprise, another screen popped up before his eyes. That's fine, my house isn't part of the swamp. Basil pointed at his fence with the rifle. Here, this is civilization's frontier. Exactly, it's our territory, Plato added. I have my scent all over. All I'm saying, we don't have to fight, Basil explained to the goblins. We stick to our respective homes and stay good neighbors. You're right, human, we don't have to fight. One of the goblins grinned, rows of pointy fangs behind his lips. But we want to because killing humans is fun. They're making it really hard for me not to press the trigger, Basil thought. Last warning. Don't fuck with me, goblins. Don't ever try to fuck me. It made the goblins laugh. Oh, he's threatening us. The human is threatening us with his metal club. Human, we're going to burn your house, kill everyone inside, and deliver you to Ogremach. We'll eat you for dinner. And then a goblin loudmouth turned around and showed Basil his ass. We'll shit you, yeah, right through this hole. Basil shot the goblin in the back before he could finish. Basil was aiming for the ass, but somehow he managed to hit the head. The bullet went through the back of the goblin's skull and came out on the other side, the creature falling dead on the grass. How are they still surprised after I warned them thrice? Basil wondered as the goblins turned silent. He only believed in diplomacy up to a point. When a fight looks inevitable, better to strike first and seize the initiative. The little green pigs were too startled to strike back immediately, which allowed Plato to pounce on one of them with his claws out. The red centipede joined in by snapping his mandibles on a goblin's neck, beheading him in one strike. The goblins regained their composure and charged with their clubs raised. Basil's next shots were significantly less impressive than the first. In fact, he wasted 2 bullets, and when he hit a goblin's chest with the third, it wasn't enough to put him down. You dirty human. The wounded creature shouted while rushing at Basil. I'll kill you. Basil grunted as he pressed his rifle's trigger, only for the weapon to jam. He barely had time to dodge a hit meant for his knee. The goblin kept trying to strike without care for his self-preservation. Basil kicked the monster in the face with enough force to stun him. He threw the rifle aside, grabbed the goblin by the hair, and then slammed his face against his house's wall. Blood splattered all over the paint. Oh God, goblins bleed, Basil realized. He had already seen the centipede shed blood, but it hit differently with the warm fluid all over his hand. His brief shock allowed the goblin to scratch his arm with his sharp nails, making Basil wince in pain. I felt that. I'll kid you. Although the goblin had lost many teeth, he remained somewhat understandable. Since he attempted to hit Basil with his club rather than beg for mercy like the centipede, the human introduced his unwelcome guest's face to the wall once more. This time the goblin was too dead to threaten him again. Meanwhile, Plato had disemboweled another invader like a fish, and the centipede squeezed the last one to death anaconda style. I got another. The centipede shouted with pride. I got 2 of them, boss. With the rush of adrenaline dying down, Basil watched his dead goblin fall on the grass with a sick feeling in his chest. He half expected the corpse to vanish in a cloud of smoke like in video games, but nope, it stayed. Basil looked at his arm where the goblin scratched him. 3 red marks cut through his skin deeply enough to draw blood. This feels real, he thought. Fuck, this is real. It wasn't a delusion. Basil had killed a humanoid pig out for his blood in his garden. If he hadn't fought back, he would have died. Well, it wasn't any different from killing a wild boar, Basil tried to tell himself. It made it easier, but he tried not to think too much about the implications. Good job, Basil thanked the centipede. He would have to bandage his wound and clean it to avoid infection, then wash the blood off his wall later. Party? Basil asked as he read the screen, only for another to pop up. It showed his own stats, plus 2 additions. From what Basil read, he was in a team with his 2 pets and experience points were shared between them. But why was their level marked as 1+1 instead of 2? Oh wait, the monsters in my group can't be a higher level than me, Basil thought. I've got to assign mine before they can do the same. I don't see any classes on your stat sheet, Basil informed his allies. Is that normal? Classes? That's something for humans, boss. The centipede uncoiled from his last victim. We monsters, we gain new perks by evolving into stronger forms once we level up enough. Could I become a lion? Plato raised his tail with sudden interest. A smilodon, so the letters and percentage beneath their stats were their expected growths on a level up. Good to know. Basil was about to ask the centipede a very important question when another came up first. What's your name? The centipede gave Basil a funny look. I'm sorry, boss. What's your name? Basil asked. I'm tired of calling you centipede in my thoughts. The bug lowered his antennae in shame. I don't have a name. You don't have a name? Plato mocked him while licking goblin blood off his fur. I thought a human would drop one upon dying. Well, I'll give you one right now. Basil trailed off until he had a eureka moment. He snapped his fingers, proud of himself. Bugsy Alpon's venture. Powerful, sophisticated, transgressive. Bugsy looked up at Basil with his beautiful green eyes, astonished by the honor done to him. Be Bugsy, boss. It sounds a bit stoopy. Are you talking to me, Bugsy Alpon's venture? Basil interrupted his uppity minion. And no, boss. Bugsy immediately submitted to the pecking order and accepted his fate. It's a great name. Perfect, Basil said. Now, Bugsy, did you repair the fence in the greenhouse? As it turned out, he did a poor job out of it. Bugsy had closed the hole in the fence with a pile of stones and melded back the glass shards of the greenhouse with his poisonous saliva. A shoddy work all over. When Basil finished his inspection, Bugsy flattened on the ground like a living carpet. His antennae wavered in fear. Clearly, he expected his head to roll. So, boss, I give you some points for effort. In retrospect, Basil should have known that an armless centipede would make a poor manual laborer. Okay, I'll consider your debt paid. If you swear never to harm another human again, I'll let you go. Go. To Basil's surprise, Bugsy looked downright horrified. But where? Anywhere you want. Basil frowned. What, you want to stay with us? Can I? Bugsy whistled in happiness. Your nest is so warm and safe, boss, and you're so tough. Nobody's going to mess with us and live to tell the tale. Nobody dumb enough to threaten someone with a rifle, at least, Basil thought. Well, in that case, welcome to the team long term. Plato was all too happy to exploit the situation. I will allow you to live if you respect my seniority. You will hunt food for me whenever I feel too important to walk. The poor centipede didn't dare to argue. Yes, Mr. Plato, you'll protect the chicken and the rabbits when I let them out of their homes, Basil ordered Bugsy. No more intrusion on your watch. Yes, boss, Bugsy nodded furiously. No living goblin will get past the fence. What do we do with the dead ones? Plato asked while pointing at the pile of goblin corpses. Do we dump them in the river, or do we feed them to the chickens? Are goblins even edible? Basil asked, slightly curious. Plato smelled the goblins, exchanged a glance with his owner, and then looked back at the corpses. A few hours later, Basil's pets anxiously watched their owner as he took the day's dinner out of the oven. Basil put the plate on the counter and cut off a piece with a long kitchen knife. The tender goblin meat seemed to melt as the sharp steel edge sliced it. Basil had stuffed the creature with apple, onions, and mushrooms before adding a dash of pepper. The whole thing was served on a bed of homemade potatoes. Their soft golden surface cracked from the heat with an appetizing sound. Basil raised his fork like a man going to war, stabbed the slice of meat with a deft strike, and ate it. A tense silence settled in the kitchen as Basil's teeth sank into the meat, his tongue savoring the flavor. So, Plato asked while wagging his tail, They taste a bit like boar, a bit like duck too, Basil answered before taking another bite. More than that, it tasted like karma and victory. It's good, you can eat it. Basil watched on with happiness as Plato and Bugsy ate their fill of meat. That settled the matter. Goblins were the new boars. When Basil woke up with a pop-up before his eyes, he came to a sudden realization. The screens were here to stay. It was one thing to say the truth and another to accept it. A foolish part of Basil had hoped reality would return to normal once he woke up from sleep like a bad dream. The bandage on his arm, where the goblin had struck, reminded him that he wouldn't be so lucky. It's not so bad, Basil tried to tell himself. Besides the occasional attack on his property, life had gone on as before, though I missed the internet. It is time, Basil, Plato said as he kneaded his owner's chest. It is time for breakfast. Yeah, Basil grunted as he rose from his bed, his cat following after him. I got EXP. Did you guys do something while I was asleep? I hunted a bird last night. It was so big Bugsy had to help me carry the corpse. Plato licked his shoulder. I can't resist the urge. When I see a bird, I have to kill it. You never attacked the chickens, though, Basil pointed out as they moved to the kitchen. As it turned out, Bugsy and Plato had tossed their newest trophy on the counter. Because they're good birds. There are good and bad birds. Basil raised an eyebrow as he examined the dead bird monster. It looked vaguely like a crane bird, except with red feathers, fangs in its beak, and dagger-like talons. Plato had sliced its neck with his claws. Yes, of course. The good birds like chickens, they don't fly. The bad ones they do, very simple. Plato puffed his chest with pride. How do you find my catch? It's my biggest yet. It's impressive, Basil admitted. But correct me if I'm wrong, the level 1 goblins before gave 100 EXP per head in total, 33 for each of us. So why did we only get 30 each this time? Where are the missing points? Wonderful. Although Basil noted that EXP could be shared among party members even if they didn't participate in a kill. He suspected that this mechanism was meant to allow weaker members of a group to catch up to their stronger allies. You've never killed anything bigger than you before, Basil observed. His cat had never brought anything bigger than a pigeon home, but the dinner-crane was more than thrice Plato's size. Plato frowned in outrage at his owner's skepticism. Of course I did, you just didn't see me. Of course, come to think of it, Basil remembered Plato disemboweling a goblin with his bare claws of feet worthy of a tiger. Basil checked the party screen and his cat's perks. The system quickly confirmed his suspicions. Sharp claws, Plato's claws inflict ski-based damage. Plato gains advanced proficiency with unarmed attacks such as fangs and claws x2 damage, plus 10 crit. Heavy napper, while under the sleep ailment, Plato benefits from a region-positive effect, recovers 1/16 of max HP per minute. Birdbane, Plato's attacks with natural weapons gain the Birdslayer effect, making them super effective against the avian type x3 damage. Double damage with claws stacking with Birdbane. Basil guessed that the dinner-crane probably died in one hit. Are all cats so overpowered at first level? Why wouldn't we be? Plato replied with typical feline arrogance. Basil pitied the mice and rats of the world. System, he muttered as a thought crossed his mind. How is damage calculated exactly? Basil frowned and quickly moved to check his weapons. As he remembered, his old iron axe ran on strength. The rifle, however, relied on skill. Basil calculated the potential damage in his head. The old iron axe added +8 to his strength of 18 for a total of 26, while the rifle added +11 to his skill of 14 for a total of 25. Wait, does this mean that I inflict more damage with a rusty old axe than a firearm? Basil blushed as a humiliating realization came to mind, considering Plato's high skill, combined with his multiplied claw damage. Yo, Basil, why do you look so ashamed all of a sudden? His cat asked with concern. Whether I use an axe or a rifle, you hit harder than me either way. Plato's feline lips stretched into the smuggest, most condescending grin imaginable. The system made no sense. The rest of the day happened without incident. Basil put Plato's newest trophy in the freezer until he could figure out how to cook it, gathered a bounty of chicken eggs from his feathered tenants, fed his rabbits, watered his vegetables in the greenhouse, and checked on the electricity. Although the house appeared cut off from the French energy grid, the aurora in the skies had a beneficial effect on the solar panels' output. The house wouldn't run out of power anytime soon. His work done in the morning, Basil took his afternoon off. He set a long chair in the garden while his rabbits and chicken peacefully waded through the garden. Basil alternated between dozing off and exploring his menu's options what he could access anyway. The spellbook feature remained unavailable, probably because of his piss-poor magic stat. You're no wizard, Basil, he thought with annoyance. As per the name, logs recorded whatever information that Basil gathered. This included a journal of quests, basic information about enemies his party had slain, and a small map of the local area. Classes allowed Basil to assign his levels to classes he had unlocked. Gardener and fisherman tempted him the most considering their potential utility. It was the inventory feature that amazed Basil the most, however. Basil raised an eyebrow and turned his head to look at his house. Could it be no? That would be ridiculous, but what if? Basil bolted off from his chair and slammed his palm against the nearest wall. Basil roared out of sheer disappointment, startling the hens in the garden. But another brilliant idea soon crossed his mind and filled his heart with hope. His legs moved on their own and carried him all the way to the garage. His multi-purpose vehicle, an old Renault Kangoo, awaited his arrival. Its lustrous blue paint only showcased the scratches on its left door, the scars of a fever-pitched battle against a deer determined to commit suicide by car at night. Basil's hand brushed against its fearsome hood with near religious respect. "Store," Basil whispered. A pulse of energy spread from his hand to bathe the car in holy light. Renault Kangoo vanished in a flash, leaving the garage an empty church deprived of its relic. "I knew it." Basil let out a laugh of triumph. Yes, he wouldn't have to pay for parking ever again. What else could he store? Did ships count? Planes? Could he store a plane? So thought Basil as he exited his garage to find Bugsy waiting for him. "Greetings, boss. I completed my patrol." The centipede straightened up like a soldier reporting to his general. "The nest's perimeter is secure. No more goblins." "Not since we put up a signboard with skulls on top. I sense them lurking nearby with my tremor sense, but they don't dare to approach." Finally, the locals had learned to respect Basil's boundaries. "Good, let's hope our neighbors behave from now on." "So what do we do next, boss?" Bugsy asked with his antennae raised. "We fortify the nest and then go clear the dungeon." "Sure, we can set traps around the place," Basil replied, "but why would we clear the dungeon?" Bugsy looked at him in confusion. "Why not, boss? Didn't we get a quest to do it?" "Yes, but it was recommended for level 5 and we're 3 short of that." Basil shrugged. "And why would we have to fulfill it anyway? If the goblins stop attacking our home, we won't attack theirs. Good neighbors stick to themselves." "But boss, don't you want to get stronger and richer?" Bugsy argued. "I'm sure the ogre keeps a treasure stashed in the dungeon. What would we spend it for?" Basil frowned. "If you're worried about rent, you're paying it with your work." Bugsy wagged his antennae in confusion. "I don't understand, boss. Don't you want to become stronger and richer?" Basil gritted his teeth in silent anger. The words had struck a nerve. "No, I don't." Bugsy winced at his owner's harsh tone, which made Basil shrug. The centipede deserved some explanations. "Okay, Bugsy, let me tell you where I come from," he declared with patriotic fervor. "The great land of Bulgaria. Is it a dungeon?" Maybe Basil didn't know what counted for a dungeon or not nowadays. Bulgaria is a great country, but a poor one. After the communists fell, we joined Europe to become wealthier. Communists? What kind of monsters are they, boss? They sound very low level. "They're like goblins, but red," Basil joked. Bugsy took him at his word. "Like many, I thought I could get out of poverty by getting an education in a more developed country, the one we're in right now, France. Since I didn't have a family rich enough to pay my rent, I had to work in my free time and holidays to fund my studies. Like taking care of an old man in the middle of nowhere in the summer. I did it because people promised me that my degree would earn me a good salary," Basil explained. "Except that when I got out of university, I ended up in direct competition with thousands of people with the exact same qualifications for a dozen posts. Half of my competitors came from schools with a better rep than mine." "Sounds like a monster's life to me," Bugsy said. "Everybody fights everybody." "Yeah, well, the best I could find were exploitative internships to get experience or menial jobs. I wasted 5 years of my life just to go right back to square one. So you know what I did?" Bugsy thoughtfully considered the question. "You killed all your competitors to get the job. Once a monster, always a monster." "I said fuck it and went to live in the woods," Basil snorted. The moral of the story is that the lure of money is a mirage used by modern society to make wheel-running hamsters out of us. If you can live well and peacefully with little, then why bother doing more? It won't add anything, it won't make you happier. Same with that dungeon. "I think I understand." Bugsy didn't hide his disappointment, but accepted Basil's wisdom all the same. "So if we won't raid the dungeon, what do we do from now on, boss?" "We live." Basil shrugged. "Have you ever played Mario Kart?" "No, boss, you will. I also have board games, soccer balls," and Basil stopped as he smelled a foul stench. The wind blowing from the barths carried a terrible odor. "What's this?" Bugsy's antennae bristled with the soft breeze. "Smells like rotting meat, boss. I think it's coming from the stream." "I've got a bad feeling about this," Basil thought. He immediately moved to the back of his house, where a freshwater stream separated his home from the marshes beyond. The brook was a tributary of the larger Elader River, but deep enough that water would reach up to Basil's waist if he tried to cross it. Green marshy meadows and trees spanned the other side of the stream, a wild reserve full of bugs, birds, and other protected animals. How many times had Basil crossed into the wildlands to help Renee with his naturalist projects? A dozen, 100 times. Plato had already beat Basil and Bugsy to the shorebank. He must have smelled the disturbance too. "Yo, Basil, we've got a problem," the cat complained. "That ugly manling is ruining my view of the marsh." A dead body faced them on the other side of the stream, hung from a tree, a human body. Although he couldn't see clearly due to the distance from the other shore, Basil estimated the victim as a man in his 30s. The body had been stripped of everything except his underwear and hanged to a branch with barbed wire. From its pallid skin and smell, he had been killed recently. Words had been written into the corpse's chest with feces. Basil didn't recognize the language used, but that the system translated for him all the same. You're next, Hummy. Bugsy straightened up, his body tense as a pole. Boss, I think this is a warning. Worse, Bugsy. Basil's jaws tightened with cold rage. This is an insult. Who cares? I leave corpses everywhere too, no big deal. Plato stretched his legs. Let's just pull it down and go back to the sofa. Basil glanced at his cat with a dark look. Plato, fetch me a knife. A knife. His cat meowed in disappointment. Oh, come on, Basil, not again. It's like the third time. The third time for what? Bugsy asked. That he swears a vendetta against complete strangers. When Basil wouldn't relent, Plato sighed and bolted back into the house. God damn it, Basil, you always overblow things. If anything, Basil believed his response was entirely proportionate. The goblins had shown themselves brutal enough to kill and would show no mercy. They weren't mere predatory animals he could live with, but organized savages. If not stopped, they might end up killing him and his pets in their sleep. Threatening to kill him was par the course for the world they now lived in, but murdering someone else to intimidate him, it was a cause for war. Basil opened his system screen and finally decided to assign his second level. He skipped the crafters and the rogues, the spellcasters and the monsters. Something primal guided his hand to the most appropriate option. Basil assigned his level to this class. He immediately felt a near addictive shiver of pleasure course through his veins and abs growing underneath his skin. This new level had changed his body somehow. Basil could feel it in his bones. Plato returned with a small knife in his mouth, which his owner swiftly claimed for himself. Here we go again, the cat complained. I, Basil Jean-Francois Bohin. Basil shouted to the heavens in his heart, son of Dragon and Alexandra Bohin, I hereby swear a blood oath before our Lord Jesus Christ. I will not rest until I have driven off the goblin menace from the Barths of Eladar. How do we even know the goblins did it? Plato asked, but was ignored. It could be the birds. Treacherous, sneaky little birds. I swear never to let them violate the sanctity of my home. My fence shall be a great wall against which goblin hordes will break like wind before a mountain. I curse them. I curse them to the 13th generation of their blood. Basil lightly slashed his hand, just deep enough to draw blood without leaving a scar. He let drops of his red blood fall into the stream and raised his knife as if to strike the skies above, to the death. Basil's battle cry echoed across the river, and his chickens loudly joined in with wild clucking noises. That was epic. Bugsy snapped his mandibles with excitement. Can I do it too? Can I swear too? You shall all swear, Basil declared. His eyes turned to Plato, who tried to avoid his gaze the best he could. Yes, that includes you. Plato whined. Can I at least spit out a hairball instead of blood? Basil would allow it. His two companions each made their vow to the river with blood and hair, swearing to fight until evil was at long last driven off from their land. The first neighborhood war had begun. As Basil's old axe cut another goblin in half, he realized that splitting skulls was no different than chopping wood. In fact, the former had become frighteningly easy after taking a level in Berserker. Basil wielded his axe as if it were part of him. His muscles almost moved on their own, guiding his hand and imbuing it with new might. It's not just the increased stats, Basil thought as he swung his weapon at a second goblin, bisecting him from the waist down. I know Axe Fu now. My Berserker class downloaded knowledge into my brain somehow. Thankfully, Basil's clothes didn't count as armor for the purpose of the slaughter perk. He would rather avoid fighting in his underwear due to the cold temperature. Help, Plato called for help. A monster had emerged from the stream to chase after the cat. Wet alert, somebody help. Having slain the last goblin, Basil moved to answer Plato's call. A wolf-sized otter with sharp spines on its back hunted the cat, its fur drenched in water. Bugsy was biting the aquatic monster's tail with his mandibles to little effect, besides poisoning it. It was the second enemy group Basil and his pets had confronted since they forded the stream to reach the other side. The goblins had brought new monsters with them, both times first a duo of dinocranes that Plato made short work of, and then this otter creature. Basil flanked the otter. The beast saw him coming and fired spines from its back like javelins. Surprised by the unexpected attack, Basil deflected a projectile with his axe but missed another aiming for his left shoulder. The spine tore through the shirt and grazed the skin underneath before finishing its course in a nearby tree. Basil gritted his teeth in pain and rage. His axe hit the otter's head and opened a bloody wound but failed to cut through the skull. The beast snapped its jaws at Basil, nearly biting his ankle. I got this. Bugsy used the spin otter's distraction to coil around it. The stronger centipede hissed in pain upon touching his prey's spines, but managed to restrain it all the same. I got this. Basil roared as he struck the spin otter's head again. This time he hit the beast hard enough to split the skull open. The third and final blow shattered it. Once the beast was dead, Basil took a moment to gather his breath. 100 base EXP per level 1 goblin and dinocrane, 250 base EXP for the level 2 spin otter, Basil calculated in his head. He quickly figured out the underlying formula, or at least the gist of it. The experience was divided between each party members, then the share I received from the goblins and dinocranes was reduced by around 10. The penalty applied even after assigning my excess level. It made sense. A party could include individuals of different levels who shouldn't be subjected to the same penalties. Basil suspected other factors were at work in the experience calculation, but the system wouldn't give him more details. Is it dead? Plato asked as he touched the spinotter's leg. A drop of water fell on the cat's bloodied paw and startled him. Ah, it's wet. What a child, Basil said with a grin. He had to carry Plato in his arms when they forded the stream on foot. Bugsy, are you wounded? It's all right, boss, you hit me way harder. Bugsy uncoiled from the dead otter. The spines had barely scratched his thick exoskeleton. Basil couldn't say the same for his bleeding shoulder. A goblin had also managed to strike him in the chest with a club in the melee, leaving him with a nasty bruise. Basil had had the foresight to take a waste bag full of bandages on the expedition, but he couldn't rule out the risk of infection from the marsh. The human body could only take so much punishment. Quick question, Basil asked as he applied a bandage to his shoulder wound. How do health points work? Are they a general representation of my health or a hard value? What if? Basil took a long, deep breath as he made his problem with the HP concept known. If I were to use a needle to inflict 1 damage to a goblin by stabbing their arm while avoiding the vitals, would it eventually kill him? No system tutorial appeared to enlighten Basil. Screen, answer the question. It didn't. I'm tempted to capture a goblin alive to test out my hypothesis, Basil said. But that would be animal cruelty. Capture a goblin alive? Plato licked the blood off his paws. I can't guarantee anything. The greenies looked determined to commit assisted suicide. Basil sighed. Indeed, his cat was right. Their group had tried to talk it out with the monsters after Bugsy's tremor sense detected their ambush attempt, but they kept fighting to the death even when the tide turned against them. Did the dungeon's boss frighten them so much that they would rather throw their lives away than go home to face punishment? Is it genocide if it's done in self-defense? Basil wondered out loud. I'm sorry, boss, Bugsy asked. We are confronted by a hostile species smart enough to talk back, but clearly not enough to stop bothering us, Basil said. That species attacks us with suicidal zeal, even though they take terrible losses. They won't consider diplomacy no matter how much we try to establish a constructive dialogue. Ponder this question, Bugsy Alpon's venture. Basil waved his weapon at the dead monsters surrounding them. Is it genocide if we kill them all because they wouldn't stop attacking otherwise? Or is it self-defense? Bugsy considered the question for a few seconds before answering. I think we're getting ahead of ourselves, boss. I mean, we haven't killed them all yet. We're putting semantics before the slaughter, said Plato. We can always settle on how we'll call the goblins extinction after we do the deed. I don't think we can exterminate the goblins at all, Bugsy pointed out. The dungeon will create more of them so long as it remains active, and there are probably other tribes elsewhere across the world. They can absorb their losses easily enough. We just have to try hard. Basil froze as his mind registered his centipede's words. Come again. I said goblins can absorb losses easily enough. I meant the first part. Basil frowned at his insected pet. The dungeon creates monsters from nothing. Bugsy nodded in confirmation, much to Basil's chagrin. Is there any way to stop the process, he asked, or do we have to blow up the place from the ground up? This time the system agreed to provide an answer. Good to know. Can we get the dungeon's location, please? I hate you so much. After this enlightening interaction, Basil took a moment to examine the spinotter. He cut the creature's belly open with his axe and the half-digested remains of 2 minks spilled out. Reminds me of invasive species, Basil thought. He had already noticed the conspicuous absence of normal cranes and birds that usually lived in the barths. Monsters will edge out the local wildlife in no time. He shuddered to imagine the looming ecological disaster. The barths were a wildlife reserve, with many of its local species vulnerable to disturbances. Basil had no qualms about hunting animals for food, but the possibility of a non-invasive species going extinct deeply bothered him. They would be gone from the world, never to come back. He would have felt the same way at a monument's destruction. A part of Basil hoped that sabotaging the dungeon and culling the monster population would give the local wildlife a chance to survive. At least this spinotter will make a fine carpet, Basil thought as he set out to finish the task his team had crossed the stream for, pulling down the human corpse on the other side. Basil swiftly cut the barbed wire, holding the body up to the tree with his axe, and examined it. The body's fresher than I thought, but insect scavengers did a number on him. He probably died when the dungeons appeared 2 days ago. Something had shattered the ribs and damaged the heart, probably in a single blow from the impact. That was too strong for a goblin's club. Can bosses leave their dungeon? Basil asked. I don't think so, Bugsy answered when the system wouldn't. The centipede touched the ground with his antennae to monitor the area in case the goblins planned to ambush them again. What do we do with the human meat, boss? We eat it. No, we'll bury him near a tree. Basil frowned at Bugsy. Don't tell me you would eat a member of your own species. I would if it's well cooked, the centipede replied before checking his belly. I wonder how I would taste. They could always check if they crossed another centipede's path. Although the victim carried no identification papers, his face felt vaguely familiar to Basil now that he could take a closer look. On the road, he remembered. I saw him a few times while driving on the road while he was going to work at the water quality control station. Basil muttered out loud. The water what? Bugsy asked. There's an old facility meant to check the quality of the river's water nearby. Basil remembered that the French Public Services also repurposed the building to house a weather station to cut costs. The goblins must have ambushed our man while he was going to work. From the body's state, he must have died right after the dungeon appeared. Oh, I get it, Bugsy rejoiced. The dungeon and the station must be close to each other. Probably, Basil confirmed. We could check. No, Plato interrupted his owner. His tone reminded Basil of an adult scolding a child. No, you don't even know what I'm about. No to water, Plato hissed at the stream. I only like it behind a glass window or in a bowl. Basil locked eyes with his house cat. Didn't you tell me you were a dwarf panther instead of a cat? Plato puffed his chest, full of pride. Yes, what of it? Panthers can swim, Plato, even dwarf ones. When Plato pouted in embarrassment, Basil knew he had already won the debate. I can swim too, I just don't like it. Do you take a shower every day? No, but I wash when I must. Basil shrugged. Truthfully, I'm torn over this. The station is hours away from the house even with shortcuts. We'll leave our home unattended. Besides, the dungeon's boss Ogremach had enough control over the local goblins to shape them into a semi-cohesive fighting force. He must have fortified the area, making a direct assault risky without preparations. Plato nodded so abruptly that some of his fur fell off his face from the sheer speed. See. What if it's all part of the goblin's master plan to lure us away from the house? Think, Basil, will you fall for such an obvious ploy? Or you could go to the station with Bugsy while I valiantly watch over our home from atop the sofa. What do you say about that? Basil pondered his cat's proposal before suddenly realizing that Bugsy hadn't spoken a word in a while. The red centipede kept his antennae applied to the soft grass, his back as tense as a bowstring. He had detected a threat. Bugsy. Basil asked, his grip on his axe tightening. Plato understood the danger and rose on two legs. He smelled the wind in an attempt to detect smells. What do you hear? Explosions, boss, the centipede murmured back. Small ones. Basil's jaw clenched in alarm. How far? Far. Bugsy let out a sigh of relief. Moving away. Northwest. Basil kept his guard up. Plato, what do you smell? Enough goblin blood to make me puke and a bug. I'm right next to you, Bugsy said in confusion. Another bug, Plato clarified before shuddering. It reminds me of these nasty giant Asian hornets who made their nest in our attic last summer. You don't smell gunpowder. Basil fished for more information. Or fire. His cat came up short and shrugged. If Plato had smelled firearms, Basil would have expected the French army coming to liberate the region. But the smell of hornets leaned more towards the hypothesis of an unregistered monster wreaking havoc. An ugly picture quickly formed in Basil's mind as he put two and two together. System, what could I do with a dungeon's core? This doesn't bode well, Basil thought. Not well at all. Guys, change of plans. We'll set traps around the house, bar the windows, close the door, and then we'll move to inspect the station. Plato, who knew his owner well enough, immediately realized something was terribly wrong. Basil, are you suggesting that we leave the house without any defender? The water quality control station is in the northwest, Basil explained. If we assume it's close to the dungeon's location, then a powerful bug monster is probably fighting the goblins over it. Oh, good for us then. As always, Plato's allergy to work made itself known. We can satisfy our blood oath without lifting a finger. We can sit back and watch the fireworks. Except you don't attack a fortress full of monsters without expecting a reward, Basil replied. What could a monster gain from taking over a dungeon from its boss? Basil, how should I know? And that's my problem, Plato. We don't know what will happen, said Basil. It might make the situation worse somehow. That's why we're going to monitor this situation closely. The enemy of my enemy was not always a friend. Locating the dungeon had been an easy task. They only had to follow the dead. Whoever had attacked the goblins had done so with lethal efficiency. The marsh's putrid air had grown heavy, with the stench of dead bodies thrown into the mud. Black stingers pierced the hearts of bleeding goblins, while purple acid dissolved the remains of spinotters into poisonous puddles. 21, 22. Plato counted the dead as the group walked through a game trail Basil knew by heart. 23. Bugsy shuddered with his antennae against the ground. Hard to believe a single monster could do so much damage, yet it was alone. Basil had picked up a trail of abnormal footprints in the grass, light but confident, with 2 fingers per foot, and experienced too. The stingers all hit vital areas. The scene felt like the aftermath of a professional soldier rampaging through a crowd of helpless civilians. Basil wouldn't mourn goblins, but the sheer one-sided nature of their demise made him uneasy. Although he had taken both his axe and rifle on the expedition, the former in his hand and the other attached to his back by a leather strap, Basil would have traded them both for an AK-47. Even the boisterous Bugsy twitched from time to time. Boss, you should assign your level. Yeah, Basil agreed. The creature could fall upon them any minute. I'll upgrade the Tamer class. Not Berserker, Plato asked. Odd choice. Berserker will make me a better fighter, but Tamer will do the same for both of you, Basil explained. It will help the group more. After the rush of pleasure from the level up died down, Basil awaited the coming of his new perk for several seconds. Wait, I won't get a new power this time. You couldn't tell me before I assigned the level. Basil grunted in frustration. It's okay, boss, Bugsy tried to reassure him. It still allowed us to assign our own extra level. Basil opened his mouth to argue, before closing it just as swiftly. The dungeon and the water quality control station both came into sight. They were, after all, one and the same. Located at the junction between the stream and the larger Elader River, the water quality control station had been a small facility no bigger than a metal shack. The oval structure that had risen in its place was over 4 stories tall. Walls of mossy stone had replaced the station's metal doors, with Neolithic symbols of boars and bears crudely carved onto their surface. The region's auroras pulsed from above the roof in swirling waves. The dungeon's oval shape reminded Basil of a stone egg. Only part of it was visible, a good chunk of it was submerged by the Elader River, while the rest had sunk into the marsh's muddy ground. A wide crack into the stone facade with wood and bone totems on each side formed the dungeon's foreboding entrance. They even rolled out the red carpet, Basil thought as he glanced at the bloody remains of goblins littering the ground. The remains of wooden barricades laid broken in tall grass. We've arrived too late. A scavenger had beaten them to the prize and was trying to eat a dead goblin before their eyes. The moment Basil laid his gaze upon this new monster, his heart skipped a beat. The beautiful creature resembled a Venus flytrap bigger than Plato. Its mouth took the shape of multiple golden petals with spiky teeth around a cute, hungry gullet. Its green stem divided itself into 6 beautiful thorny vines wriggling in the mud. Watching the creature attempt to swallow a goblin too big for its mouth was both horrifying and adorable. Beautiful, Basil whispered. Plato sent him a tired glance but kept his mouth shut. Bugsy proved himself less wise. Oh, a new bag of exp. Let's gang up on it, boss. Basil lightly slapped his tasteless centipede on the back of the head. You uncultured fool. Boss, you slapped me, Bugsy whined. Why did you slap me? I'm a man of action, but I'm also a caring gardener. Basil snarled loud enough for the plant to abandon its dinner to look at them. Look at it, Bugsy. Don't you feel anything when you stare at its petals? His centipede looked at the killaplant in confusion. Is it about the greenhouse, boss? Yes, it is, Basil confirmed. He wouldn't let Bugsy forget that part anytime soon. This beautiful flower belongs in my greenhouse and not in a grave. Beautiful, Plato squinted at the plant with unwelcome skepticism. It doesn't look like catnip to me. Look at its bright petals, Basil argued. It'll be perfect as part of a flower bed among roses and more exotic plants. Besides cultivating vegetables, Basil took good care of his garden's appearance. He had even considered building a flowering hedge over his fence before the system arrived to ruin all his plans for the future. But now that he saw this creature, Basil realized a whole new world had opened up to him. Could there be marvelous, aesthetical vegetal monsters out there, lost creatures begging to become part of his house's scenery? Could he make a hedge out of monstrous plants? He would start exploring this new future here and now. The beautiful plant had turned to face the newcomers with its eyeless petals, a goblin corpse still stuck halfway through its mouth. The scene reminded Basil of that time he had caught a pelican trying to eat a fish too big for their gullet. Shush, Basil whispered as he slowly approached the wary plant. It took a step back in fear and accidentally let its goblin catch slip through its petals. Don't worry, I don't want to hurt you. If you start talking to trees too, I'm leaving, Plato commented on the scene with a deadpan tone. Basil ignored him. You want to eat, little plant, but you can't cut the corpse into tasty goblin legs. The killaplant watched warily without answering. To earn its trust, Basil brought down his axe on the dead goblin's legs and severed it. He then grabbed the severed piece of bloody meat and dangled it before the flower, immediately earning its interest. You want it? Basil asked. When the flower replied by opening its mouth and salivating, he tossed the severed leg at it. The plant jumped and ate the piece of meat in one bite. Boss, what are you doing? Bugsy looked utterly confused by the scene unfolding before his eyes. Are you taming that monster? Without violence, like a dog, Plato added with condescension. Who's a good plant? Basil asked as he tossed more severed limbs at the hungry flower. The pieces were small enough for the monster to eat them. Who's a good plant? You are nice. The plant squealed back with an adorable, high-pitched girly voice. I like you. Aw, she was a little girl, sweet pollen. Once she had finished eating her meal, the flower exhaled pink dust at Basil's group. It smelled so sweet. Bugsy hissed as if expecting an attack, but Basil stopped him with a wave of his hand. He felt his fatigue vanish and the wounds underneath his bandages closing on their own. Aw, she healed them. When I evolve, I will kill everyone, said the plant with her adorable voice before pointing at Basil, Plato, and Bugsy with one of her vines. Except you, and you, and you. Aw, she had an attitude problem. Basil decided now was the time to make her his offer with a big bright smile. Do you want to live in my greenhouse in the middle of the woods? Shouldn't you offer her candies first? Plato asked mockingly. Or a tour in your minivan? Plato, shut up. Basil kept smiling at the beautiful flower. I will feed you goblin meat fillets and you will grow in fertile soil. I can give you sun, warmth, and TV. We also have a fence, Bugsy thought it important to add, and the plant wriggled in place before letting out a squeal. All right, henceforth I shall name you. Basil gathered his breath and let his muse speak through his lips. Rosemarine Eglantine de la Barthe, distinguished, precious, bourgeois, I have a name. Rosemarine made her happiness known with another squeal. When I evolve, I will scare everyone. You sure will, Basil replied as he petted his new plant on the head. You sure will. The dungeon was bigger than its outside appearance suggested. The very first room alone occupied a space larger than Basil's entire house. A few primitive, flickering braziers dangled from a dizzyingly high ceiling. Their feeble light illuminated crude goblin carvings on walls of smooth gray stone. Basil felt like an explorer discovering a Paleolithic cave. There's some space-time shenanigans happening here, Basil thought. The cavern reeked of sweat, blood, and dung. Half a dozen goblin and dinnicrane corpses littered the ground. I'm so happy not to be the newbie anymore, Bugsy said as Rosemarine happily hopped after him. Can I bully her? No, Basil replied flatly, much to his centipede's chagrin. Don't lower your guard either. Why yes, boss. When I evolve, I will bully everyone, Rosemarine chirped. Except you, because you are my friends. Friends, do you mistake me for a golden retriever? Plato shrugged as he smelled the air. I let you live in my house, that's all. Your house? Basil asked with a raised eyebrow. He walked to a broken wood door at the end of the cavern protected by two primitive wooden totems topped with goblin skulls. Someone had shattered the idols. Boss, Bugsy asked. Am I no longer your favorite? Basil looked over his shoulder. What do you mean? You're treating her so well, Bugsy said while glaring at Rosemarine. The adorable plant scouted the corpses in search of a body part to eat. But she's so dim. This place is so dark and dusty. Rosemarine chirped, utterly oblivious to the centipede's disdain for her. I hate it. I don't have a favorite, Basil protested. Plato squinted at his owner. You don't. Somehow the cat made these two words sound like a veiled threat. Are you seriously doing this right now? Basil frowned at his team. In an enemy camp, Plato wagged his tail. This discussion will wait until after we've finished cleaning up the place. But we will not forget, Bugsy finished. My lord, did I just start a war? Basil thought. Bugsy, what does your tremor sense tell you? I hear a commotion slightly ahead of us. Bugsy shuddered. There's a fight happening in the next room, boss. The invader was close. Basil took a few seconds to check Rosemarine's stats and see if she could pull her weight in a fight. Basil winced. Rosemarine's perks could be useful, but her physical stats were frankly terrible. She would fall in a single blow. Are you unhappy, mister? Rosemarine asked upon noticing his sore expression. It's all right, Rosemarine will figure it out, Basil reassured his plant. If the worst comes to pass, Bugsy and I will move to the front. Plato, you sneak around to flank. Rosemarine, could you heal us if we're wounded? Rosemarine let out a squeal of approval. I will help you, Mr. Who Feeds Me. Plato tensed up, ears raised. You're not going to use the rifle, Basil. It's effective against birds, not bugs, and I hit harder with my axe. Basil took a step forward through the broken door. Let's go. The door opened into a narrow tunnel that seemed to stretch on forever. The air grew hotter as the group advanced. An unbearable smell of stewing meat assaulted Basil's nostrils. He immediately knew that the cook had messed up the dish beyond repair. Basil saw light at the end of the tunnel and heard the noise of battle. An unseen beast let out a roar full of wrath and pain before being swiftly silenced. Basil put a finger on his lips and his pets didn't make a sound. When they reached the next room, the battle was already over. Basil's group discreetly entered a primitive hall in shambles. The cave was as large as the previous one and circular in length, with a throne of bones occupying the wall opposite of the entrance. Spin-otter pelts covered the walls like tapestries and torches provided a measure of light. A cauldron full of boiling stew occupied the hall's center. A monster was busy drowning another's face in it when Basil's group arrived. Weakling, the battle's winner said with a masculine, cavernous voice. None of you are worthy. As suspected, the monster responsible for the massacre was a bug type. 2 meters tall and humanoid in shape, he had stingers as long as swords sticking out of his forearms. A thick green exoskeleton covered every inch of his body except for hornet wings, sharp mandibles, and crimson compound eyes. His forearms were drenched in blood. Basil blinked twice upon seeing the creature's level. Shit. The monster's victim was an oversized goblin even taller than Basil, with powerful hands struggling to hold a mighty bone club. Megabug held onto him by his red mane of hair and kept his head buried in the stew. 3 stinger wounds bled profusely on his chest, and the remains of a shattered tusk had fallen at the cauldron's feet. The giant goblin gasped for air when Megabug lifted his head out of the stew, his breath weak. Basil observed the defeated giant goblin from afar, and the system swiftly confirmed his suspicions. Basil noticed a few goblin survivors watching the scene from behind 2 chests located in a corner of the hall. The cowards had lost all hope after watching their leader beaten within an inch of his life. Where is the Neurotower? Megabug lifted Ogremach above the ground with one hand. The ogre attempted to lift his club to strike, but was so weak that the weapon slipped through his fingers. Answer me or I'll rip out your eyes. Okay, retreat. He's too strong for us, Basil thought, his hands sweating against his axe. We need to retreat. Level 10, Bugsy choked in surprise. That's enormo. Play-Doh silenced him with a glare, but Megabug had already heard them. So much for stealth, Basil thought as the insect monster glanced in their direction. Something in the creature's posture and body language chilled him to the bone. That subtle aura of menace, of cold-blooded brutality. This monster was no primitive savage playing war. He was a violent assassin who killed as easily as he breathed. A human. Megabug's eyes briefly glowed with a blue light as he observed Basil. A tamer too? Damn it, Bugsy, Basil complained. I'm sorry, boss, the centipede apologized, his antennae lowering in shame. I never saw someone with such a high level before. 4 against 1, Basil thought as his group took a few steps into the room while keeping a respectable distance away from their foe. Megabug had massacred his way through dozens of monsters and their leader, but Basil could barely see a scratch on his exoskeleton. 4 times screwed, that's what we are. Who are you? Megabug asked as he casually tossed Ogremach into his own cauldron. The boss sank into his own stew, his feet sticking out of it. Did you come to claim this dungeon? Basil Bohin, Basil introduced himself. He had to stall for time until he figured out a way for his team to escape with their lives. Actually, we came to kill all the goblins. I made a blood oath to kill them all after they ruined my view of the forest. If the team's surprise appearance bothered Megabug, he showed no hint of it. Interesting, I can respect that. And who are you? Basil asked. Megabug, Apocalypse Force Scout. So cool and confident, Bugsy whispered so low that Basil could barely hear him. Play-Doh scoffed. Megabug, that's your real name. Megabug glared at the cat. What of it? Where's Gigabug? Play-Doh asked with a chuckle. His tone sounded confident, but his tense posture betrayed his unease. Or Ongabug. I do not know of any Gigabug nor Ongabug, Megabug answered flatly. Apparently his kind couldn't understand sarcasm. Do they serve another horseman? Basil didn't miss the fact that he had called himself a scout, though. A scout implied an army. So you serve someone else? Basil asked. Could he throw Megabug into the cauldron's firewood while he was distracted? Would flames even wound him? This world is too weak for Lord Apollyon yet, the monster replied. My level was low enough to let me cross when you humans summoned the Trimurti system to this world. I will claim this dungeon and secure my faction an early lead in the competition. The humans summoned the system. Basil took note of this information and kept it in mind for later. Dismaker Labs wishes you a happy apocalypse. It must be connected. Basil, what do we do? Play-Doh whispered too low for Megabug to hear. Fight or flight. If we run, he'll catch up to us in seconds, Basil thought grimly. How do you intend to do that, my insectoid friend? Once I finish this, boss, Megabug snickered as he said the last word, I can claim this dungeon's resources for my masters. Its monsters will serve them as I do. As will you. Damn it, he really is someone else's grunt, Basil thought before the last sentence registered. You want me to kiss your ass? Why, would it buff me? Megabug asked without any trace of sarcasm. Your tamer class is valuable to train soldiers, so there is a place for your kind in the Apocalypse Force. Submit and serve. What's in it for me? Basil asked warily. He had no intention of working for anyone, but at its worst, it beat being killed. You'll live, Megabug replied. You'll have the chance to earn your worth. The strong will devour the weak and reach greater heights of power. The seas will turn red with blood. The stench of 1 billion corpses will choke the heavens. When the Apocalypse Force purifies this planet of unworthy life forms, you will be on the winning side. Charming, Basil thought while doing his best to hide his distaste. That settled it. He couldn't let a would-be genocidal warlord access a potentially limitless army of monsters. Humanity first. You're alone in our world. Yes, for now. Megabug's back straightened up. Enough talk, human. In. He raised his left arm, a drop of venom oozing from his stinger. Or out. Basil thought about the offer for a moment and reached a decision. You son of a bitch, I'm in, he lied. Yes, the Bug Master type unites. Bugsy lowered his head in submission. Please don't kill us. You are mistaken, human. I am no son of a beast type, Megabug answered Basil. I was born from Lord Apollyon's hive. Play-Doh looked up at Basil with an annoyed glare. Basil, are we truly allying with this dolt? The cat whispered. Can't we pick a better side? Basil locked eyes with his pet and pointed at the cauldron with his chin. Play-Doh squinted, but he understood the message. The two hadn't needed a common language to understand each other before. They had their own nonverbal method of communication. Will the others catch on, though? Basil wondered. Bugsy was too intimidated by Megabug to even consider striking him, while Rosemarine hummed to herself. She looked completely oblivious to the danger at hand. It's all or nothing. So do I have to follow an initiation ceremony or something? Basil asked. His eyes calculated the distance separating him from Megabug. If I sprint, I can hit him in seconds. He couldn't let a genocidal bug get his hands on the dungeon, and retreat would end in swift defeat. Only a surprise attack and seizing the initiative would give Basil's party a chance to prevail. Lord Apollyon will induct you into the Apocalypse Force upon arrival. Megabug retracted his stingers and glanced at the goblins hiding in a corner of the room. The critters shuddered in fear. They knew their time had come. In the meantime, you will exterminate the survivors. They are unworthy of recruitment, and I barely get experience from killing them. What about the boss? Basil asked, his gaze turning to Ogremach. The ogre was still alive, but in no shape to assist. There would be no team up against a greater threat. This only strengthened Basil's resolve to follow through with his plan. Mine, Megabug hissed. So possessive. System, Basil whispered as Megabug peeked into the cauldron. Can you level up in the middle of battle? It was a gamble, since the system had only afforded Basil's party experience after a battle had concluded so far. He hoped the current circumstances would be unique enough to represent a special case. With nothing left to lose, Basil charged as fast as his legs could carry him. Plato outpaced him with his claws out. Bugsy and Rosmarine remained behind, too confused to move. Huh, said the centipede, since he hadn't caught on. Megabug didn't expect the surprise attack. How could he? Basil's party would have to be suicidal to strike him after he so clearly established the gap in power between them. When Plato jumped at his face, the bug monster didn't react fast enough. Arg! Megabug snarled as Plato furiously scratched his left eye. The cat's claws sprayed the floor with green insect blood. Hoping his cat could buy him some time, Basil kicked the cauldron and spilled the stew all over the floor. The stunned Ogremach rolled on the ground. He groaned as Basil's shadow blanketed his face. What the? Praying he hadn't made a mistake in his beating heart, Basil brought down his axe and beheaded the ogre. Thankfully, God had taken pity on him. Basil's party did earn some experience, probably because striking down Ogremach completed a quest unrelated to Megabug. One level, Basil gritted his teeth. He sensed something appear around his neck but was too panicked to care. One level wasn't enough. He had hoped for at least two. Worse, Megabug had regained his composure. His hand swiftly grabbed Plato by the neck and lifted him above the ground with casual ease. The cat attempted to cut his foe's arm, but his claws barely scratched the exoskeleton. You dare strike me, Megabug snarled. His stingers extended from his forearms, and he raised his free hand to punch Plato. You low-level trash. Having finally realized the danger at hand, Bugsy and Rosmarine charged into the fray. Mr. Plato, the centipede roared. I'm coming, boss, tamer. Basil snarled as desperately rushed to help Plato. He would have taken a level in Berserker, but he needed a perk right now. Something good, something good, something good. Megabug stabbed Plato before Basil could reach him. The monster's stinger impaled his cat through the chest. Plato tried to say something, but he could only spit blood. Basil's heart skipped a beat at the horrifying sight, and doubly so when Megabug contemptuously tossed the wounded cat aside. Basil's vision turned red, his distraught drowned out by unyielding rage. You little shit, I'll tear you apart. Basil furiously swung his axe at Megabug's chest. The monster dodged with a backstep before retaliating by thrusting his stingers at astonishing speed. Basil quickly found himself on the back foot as he struggled to avoid the flurry of blows. You stole my kill. Megabug's voice was lower and brimmed with cold fury. You can't fathom how much I'm going to hurt you. Acid blast. Purple particles swirled around Megabug's left hand before taking the shape of an orb. As he was already engaged in close combat, Basil took it straight in the chest. The projectile melted his sweater and reached the skin underneath. Basil gritted his teeth as the acid burned his chest. Megabug quickly followed his attack with a mighty kick that sent him stumbling. Bugsy and Rosmarine both threw themselves at the enemy from two different angles. Megabug's spin kicked the centipede in midair and sent him crashing against the bone throne at the end of the hall, the structure swiftly collapsing on him. Rosmarine had more luck and managed to bite Megabug in the left arm. Her maw's tight grip cracked the exoskeleton and drew blood. Megabug grunted as he tried to get Rosmarine off him, which gave Basil the opportunity to move to the monster's left. Plato having cut out his eye, he shouldn't be able to see attacks coming from that direction. The thought made Basil feel sick in the stomach. His eyes wandered to his cat, lying dead on the cold stone in a puddle of blood. I'm sorry, Plato, Basil apologized in his mind. The adrenaline in the rage kept his attention focused on Megabug. He won't outlive you, I swear. He swung his axe from Megabug's blind spot and hit the chest. His weapon broke past the exoskeleton with a mighty cracking noise. Blood dripped from a gaping wound, and Megabug let out a buzzing noise. Hummy, kick his ass. The goblins hiding behind the chests cheered Basil. You can do it. Your cheers make me puke. Basil snarled back, especially since the goblins would rather watch from afar like cowards than intervene. His next swings missed one after another, and Megabug backflipped to safety. When Rosmarine refused to let go of him, he hit her at point-blank range with an acid orb. The poor plant squealed in pain as she fell defeated on the ground. Holy shit, he's fast, Basil thought as he tossed his axe aside and grabbed his rifle. Bugsy emerged from the ruins of the Bone Throne for round 2. Numbers are our only chance. How does this work? Bugsy muttered to himself, his antennae raised in alarm. Ah, I get it. Agility up, enough. Wind swirled around Megabug's hands as they held Bugsy's mandibles at bay. Shockwave. A mighty blast of compressed air erupted from Megabug's stingers. The surprise volley hit Bugsy in the face and flung him backward. The centipede hit the stone wall with enough force to crack, and it didn't rise up. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Basil panicked as he fired bullet after bullet. Megabug extended his wings to take flight as none of the projectiles hit their mark. He was too strong, too fast. And then the rifle jammed. Judas. Basil shouted in frustration as Megabug flew straight at him with both hands extended. Basil tossed the rifle aside and rushed at his axe to grab it again. He never reached it. Basil heard one of his ribs crack as a blast of air hit him in the chest, followed by the deeply unpleasant sensation of a foreign object going through his stomach. At first, Basil didn't feel much, no pain, no nothing. He sensed a thick, warm liquid running down his chest as Megabug slammed him against a dusty stone wall near Plato's location. Only then did the pain sink in. His breath grew heavier. Basil's eyes looked down at the stinger impaling his stomach. His mind went blank. His heartbeat grew so loud he could somehow hear it in the back of his head. I'm bleeding, Basil thought, his hands trembling. I'm bleeding. The goblins were silent. Plato was dead. Bugsy and Rosmarine couldn't help him. Soon he would die too. His team had landed some good hits in, but the battle's outcome had never been in question. Megabug pressed an arm against Basil's throat to keep him pinned against the wall and stabbed him in the stomach with the other. Basil sensed a foreign substance spread through his blood, cold and slimy. You might resist corrosion and physical, but you are weak to wind, Megabug rasped as he twisted his stinger. It took Basil all his strength not to scream from the sharp pain in his chest. You picked the wrong fight, human. What the hell are you talking about? Basil hissed through his teeth, trying to distract the insect with conversation. He refused to die in a cave at the hands of a bug. He had sworn to his dead cat that Megabug wouldn't outlive them, and Basil Bohan always followed through with his threats. Weakling, you don't even know your elemental affinities. I could rip out his other eye with my fingers, Basil thought. Anger gave him focus and numbed his pain, but without a weapon. Wait, he still had a tool available, but would the system allow it? I will give you this, human. You made me run out of SB, but this ends here. Saliva dripped from Megabug's mandibles as they opened. He intended to bite Basil's face off. Any last words, human vermin? Here goes nothing, Basil thought as he opened his inventory screen and mentally selected the only item registered. Please make it work. Yeah, Basil stuck his fingers between Megabug's mandibles. Karmihamha. Basil's hand shone as he summoned his car. The monster's head immediately exploded as the much bigger Renault Kangoo materialized inside his mouth. The car expanded in the blink of an eye, shattering Megabug's skull into a billion tiny pieces and showering Basil with blood. The monster's beheaded body crumbled under the vehicle's sheer weight. The arms snapped in half, leaving only a severed stinger embedded in Basil's stomach. Basil half expected Megabug to rise up again, but the corpse remained firmly under the Kangoo's wheels. He gritted his teeth and ignored the pain as he extracted the stinger from his stomach. Basil knew it wasn't a good idea to remove a blade from a wound, but keeping a poisoned weapon inside his flesh sounded much worse. I may be weak to wind, Basil taunted Megabug's corpse, one hand holding the stinger and the other covering his wound, but you were weak to windshields. Somehow the sight of new levels didn't reassure Basil. As he leaned against his car's hood to stand upright, he wondered if he would live to assign them. How can I even walk with a wound like this one? Basil wondered. The gaping hole in his chest bled profusely, and his broken ribs made him ache each time he breathed. He should have collapsed already. Is it the work of my vitality stat? Guys, Basil called his pets. He prayed that at least one of them had lived through this disaster. Guys. Bugsy was unconscious, but alive. Rosmarine was waking up, and played. I'm fine. Basil froze upon recognizing the voice. His eyes glanced at a corner of the hall where Plato had fallen. To Basil's surprise, he found his cat struggling to stand on his four legs, weak and drenched in his own blood, but alive. His fatal wound had somehow closed on its own. Plato, Basil didn't hide his relief and surprise. The blow should have killed his cat on the spot. You're alive? I feel weird, Basil the cat replied. A shining purple number appeared above his head, briefly going down from 9 to 8. Plato tried to take a step forward and stumbled instead. I see birds, dead birds. Plato, how dare you be alive? Basil chuckled and spit blood for his trouble. After I swore to avenge you. I'm napping, Plato groaned, his eyes closing. Come back tomorrow. Mr. Rosmarine joined Basil and sprayed him with colored dust. Sweet pollen, screen messages informed Basil that he had recovered some HP, but he could already tell by himself. His stomach wound closed before his eyes. Flesh knitted itself back together and new fresh skin grew to replace the old. Where's the body mass coming from? Basil asked in confusion. He felt good as new and it made no sense. Where are the nutrients? You can't grow intestines from nowhere. When I evolve, I will hang animals by their intestines, Rosmarine chirped. Yes, mister. Can I eat the big bug afterward? Anything you want, sweetie. Basil moved to recover his axe and patted his Kangoo Renault on the back. Megabug's blood was splattered all over the hood. I'll give you a car wash, I promise. Basil's joy lasted until he heard the surviving goblins stepping out of their hiding spot. In total, 6 of them had survived Megabug's rampage by bravely watching others kill him for them. Up for more? Basil asked, half a challenge and half a threat. He briefly wondered if they would try to exploit his exhausted state to strike. The goblins looked at Ogremach, then at Megabug's corpse, and finally back at Basil. The old boss is dead, they shouted at the same time. All hail the new boss. Predictable, Basil thought. He looked down on the treacherous goblins with contempt. Never seen so many piles of filth in one room. Before I let you in my team, I must confirm something. Basil's grip tightened on his axe. Have you killed other humans? Yes, one of the goblins answered. These critters couldn't read Basil's mood to save their lives and believed they could earn his favor with empty boasts. We killed 2. Yes, 2. Basil squinted at the monsters. I counted only 1 corpse outside my home. We ate the other, another goblin said. He pointed at the cauldron. That stew isn't made of vegetables, you know, boss. Basil forced himself to smile. He noticed Rosemary had finished patching Play-Doh up and Bugsy was starting to wake up. Good to know. Honesty is the first step toward building trust. However, I feel you may have misunderstood the situation. The monsters exchanged confused glances. How so, boss? I didn't save you to recruit you. Basil cut down the nearest goblin with a swing of his axe. Now that the bug is gone, Basil's grin turned wicked. His tongue licked some of Megabug's warm blood still sprayed on his face. I can kill you all by myself. The goblins screamed in fear, but their lives were already forfeit. Nothing better than the smell of dead goblins in the evening. 10% per level, Basil calculated as he wiped the blood off his axe. Boss, Bugsy asked as Rosemary patched up his wounds with her pollen. We take a 10% experience penalty per level of difference when we kill a monster, Basil explained. The 6 goblins were level 1 and I am level 7, so I took a 70% penalty. Play-Doh quickly caught on to the implications. Does that mean we don't get experience from killing someone 10 levels below us? Mr. Megabug said that he barely got experience from killing goblins anymore, Bugsy pointed out. That would make sense, Basil replied. The system can't allow someone to become a god by killing rats over and over again. With the goblin pest extermination complete, Basil checked his party's health. Rosemary had done a great job at healing their wounds, although Basil felt a soreness in his ribs whenever he breathed and he would have to throw his destroyed sweatshirt away. Play-Doh looked like the healthiest member of the party, and he had come back from the dead. You're okay, buddy? Basil asked. Of course I am, Play-Doh replied with pride. I died, no big deal. Quite unexpected, Basil said before checking his pet's stats. As he suspected, Play-Doh's new perk had saved him. You can die 7 more times, Basil informed Play-Doh. The 8th death will stick. Does it include old age? The cat asked, his big yellow eyes wide with excitement. Can I dream of living past 15? I can't say. Death by old age isn't mentioned. You know what, let's test it out, Play-Doh decided. I will avoid all risky endeavors until I die of old age. Basil doubted that the apocalypse would let them live peacefully for a year, let alone a decade. Boss, can we loot this place now? Bugsy asked. I hope the treasures are as good as your new necklace. The new necklace. Ah yes, the quest reward. It had slipped Basil's mind in the heat of battle, but it appeared around his neck right after he slew Ogremach. Basil grabbed the item and checked its stats. The magical artifact had a miniature, horned skull for a charm and interlocked bones for a chain. How charming. The treasures in the goblins' chests weren't very interesting either. First contained old leather boots far too small for Basil's feet, and the second a pile of metal ore that the system registered as crafting material. Do you want them, Play-Doh? Basil asked his cat. Only beasts and humanoids can wear them, and they're too small for me. Sure. To Basil's surprise, the boots perfectly adjusted to the size and shape of Play-Doh's back legs after he put them on. The cat stood up like a human and swaggered. How do I look? Cute and brave, Basil replied with a smirk. Like the Puss in Boots. Aw, there's nothing for insects and no gold either, Bugsy complained. The treasures had left him thoroughly disappointed. This dungeon's loot is junk. Mister, can I eat them? Rosemary pointed at the dead goblins with her vines. Healing everyone made me hungry. It's a waste of good food to leave them here, Bugsy said. I'm sure we could do something with Mr. Megabug's stingers and Ogremach's bones too. The pelts on the walls would make good carpets too, Play-Doh added. Basil quickly figured out a potential loophole. Stash everything in the Renault Kangoo. If the inventory considers wheels as part of the car, maybe it will do the same with stuff kept inside the trunk. Basil's theory proved correct. After stashing everything they could grab in his car, Basil registered it in his inventory without any problem. Even better, Bugsy had also discovered a tunnel hidden behind a tapestry after taking it down. Basil stored his old rifle separately in the inventory before exploring this new path. I suppose that's the advantage of listing items aside from one another, Basil thought as he tossed a piece of goblin leg to Rosemary. The carnivorous flower caught it in midair and hungrily swallowed it. I can put extra stuff in the car. but only the rifle will appear in my hands ready to serve on a moment's notice. I don't sense anyone, boss, Bugsy explained after checking the tunnel's entrance with his antennae, but I hear a rumbling noise. Plato raised his nose. I smell steel. Don't lower your guard. Basil walked into the tunnel first with his axe in hand. His pets followed after him without making a sound. Stone turned to metal as they walked. Golden circuits glowing with energy appeared on the tunnel's walls, and colorful specks of dust floated in the air before Basil's eyes. They entered a particle accelerator, a hidden bunker. Halfway through the party's journey into the dungeon's depths, the primitive stone tunnel had transformed into a chiseled hallway plated in metal. A harsh red light shone at the end. Basil tensed up, half expecting a fight in the next room. Something awaited them, all right, something spectacular. Basil's footsteps echoed into a large chamber. Faint auroras swirled in the air underneath a dome of advanced golden circuitry. A mechanical 2 meters tall monolith stood in the middle of the room like a divine obelisk. Its outer shell was black with a stylized golden D logo engraved on its surface. Pulsating cables dug into the iron floor, and a red force field protected the device from attacks. Basil immediately identified the metal tower's true nature. The dungeon's core was a server. I gotta say, I expected a shiny crystal, Plato commented. Me too, Bugsy said with a low voice. The centipede spoke with the same respectful tone one would use in a church. This is my cradle, my origin. I can feel it in my bones. The force field faded away when Basil approached the server. A system screen appeared immediately afterwards to present him with his options. You can partly rearrange the dungeon to fit your preferences. As a level 5 dungeon, the Ogre's Den is limited to 5 rooms. A dungeon will allow your party to transition into a guild. Party members can teleport back to the dungeon at any time. Any new dungeon claimed will be added to the teleportation network. You can prevent the dungeon from spawning monsters or force newborn ones to obey your party. The monsters' numbers, types, and levels depend on the dungeon. Monsters spawned before your takeover will stay independent. The more Basil read the text, the less he liked it. Basil had wondered why someone as powerful as Megabug would bother with a dungeon creating weak goblins, but now it made more sense. The teleportation network and renewable minions made it invaluable to any invading army. Basil probed for more information. What happens if I destroy the dungeon? What do you mean by incursions? Basil snorted. Stonewalled again? Who cares, boss? The dungeon is ours. Bugsy snapped his mandibles in excitement. We claim it, and the forest is ours for the taking. Fuck no, Basil had made his decision. We're burning down the place. Bugsy choked in indignation. But what about the army? We could take over the marshes in no time at all. We already conquered them, Basil pointed out. With Ogremach dead and the goblins in disarray, the first neighborhood war was as good as won. We could go farther, Bugsy argued. This place is a fortress, boss. We won't gain anything by throwing it away. We will gain peace, Bugsy. Haven't you heard what Megabug said? He was a scout, a grunt, and he nearly killed us all, and in Plato's case, successfully murdered him. His superiors won't give up on the dungeon. They will send someone else to claim it. So long as the dungeon remained active, it would be a magnet for trouble. Basil aspired to enjoy a quiet life, and he wouldn't have it so long as the dungeon remained active in the Barths. We nearly died fighting a lone level 10 soldier, Basil pointed. Do you think we could survive a raiding party full of them? Bugsy grew less confident. Maybe if we grind. I'm sorry, boss, but destroying the dungeon sounds like a waste. We nearly died trying to take it, because you are blind to the truth. Basil locked eyes with his centipede pet and delivered onto him a holy revelation. Why would we need a dungeon when we have a house? Bugsy's eyes opened as Basil delivered the holy revelation upon him. We have unused guest rooms on the upper floor big enough for you, Basil said as he invaded Bugsy's personal space. The centipede attempted to retreat, but he couldn't escape the truth. We have a sofa so warm and comfortable that you will never want to stand up again. We have so many hours of recorded TV series and movies that you could spend a lifetime without watching them all. We have a central heating system and a chimney that will keep you warm at all times of the year. Bugsy could hardly believe his ears or what could pass for ears among centipedes. Even in winter, Basil replied softly. The house is open to all those who believe in it, I understand. Bugsy repented from his lack of faith and ignorance. We don't need to take somebody else's nest when we already have the perfect one. Exactly. Basil focused on the system screen. Is destroying the dungeon going to kill us? Then I have made my choice, Basil said with a triumphant smile. Destroy. I confirm. The server shook and the dungeon trembled. Basil felt invisible energies wash over him like a tide of water. A rumbling noise coming from the circuitry followed. Bugsy's antennae wavered in alarm. Rosemarine froze in place and Plato tensed up. Only Basil remained absolutely confident in his success. Strange colorful particles erupted from the server: blue and orange, yellow and violet, green and red, and all the colors of the rainbow. They briefly blinded Basil's vision with their numbers and brightness before fading away. The ceiling shrank as the dome transformed into a smaller, cubical room before the party's astonished eyes. The circuitry vanished from the walls, replaced with small windows. Computers and technological devices that Basil didn't recognize materialized in the corners. When at long last the lights died out, the group found themselves in a research room no bigger than a metal shack. The water quality control station, Basil thought. A glance through the window showing the river outside confirmed his hypothesis. Of the dungeon, only the server remained as a husk of its former self. Its circuits had fried from the heat, smoke rose from the cables, and the D logo had melted on the iron shell. Basil doubted anyone could repair the device. Well, it's done. Plato stretched his legs. Can we go back home now? I miss the sunlight. When I evolve, I will eat the moon, Rosemarine chirped. We won the war, Bugsy rejoiced. Nobody will climb the fence again. Basil didn't join in the celebration. Instead, he gazed at the server's remains and the damaged logo on its surface. Dismaker Labs wishes you a happy apocalypse, he thought. Are they a server company? Where did I see the name? When Basil's eyes turned to the server's damaged processors, all became clear. I remember. What, Basil? Plato asked with an annoyed look. You remember what? Where I saw the name Dismaker Labs and their logo. The answer had been in front of Basil all along. How good it felt to be home. After warring in the mud and the dust for days, Basil could finally relax. After trading his damaged sweatshirt for a bathrobe and his shoes for slippers, he had evolved into the ultimate form of the Homo sapiens, the sedentary man. Like any good stay-at-home person, Basil did his research from the safety of his sofa. His laptop occupied a cushion at his side while he studied the user manual. The name, Dismaker Labs, appeared among the companies listed. I knew it, they built the next-gen chips. They had also provided a few of the laptop's applications. The geolocalization, the visual interface. Dismaker Labs even provided some components used in his TV. Chips made in India, I would have bet on Taiwan. The notice pointed to a Maltese child company of a larger consortium in charge of European logistics. It didn't surprise Basil, since Malta had become a favorite destination of tech companies in recent years. How did a multinational corporation producing chips in India come to install a monster summoning server in the middle of nowhere, France? I'm sure the police will investigate the connection, Basil thought. Are there any police left? A part of him was tempted to visit the nearest city and check how the rest of the country was faring. A day after the dungeon's destruction, the auroras borealis above the Barths were gone. The world seemed to slowly return to normal, or not. Basil opened his front door in case the house was under attack. Instead, Plato greeted him on the threshold. His fur was drenched in blood, and the feathers of his latest kills were stuck between his claws. You've been grinding? Basil asked. At this rate, Plato would single-handedly expel the bird menace from the Barths. I needed to blow off some steam. Plato hissed at his owner. Especially after your twisted betrayal. Basil raised an eyebrow. My betrayal. After all we've gone through, how could you do this to me? Plato looked adorable when he sulked, especially with his new little boots on. I who lovingly woke you up each morning with a gentler touch than any alarm, who gracefully allowed you to live each morning, who selflessly saved your hide from bugs and goblins. Either Basil had contracted Alzheimer's or Plato misremembered things. Is it about the favorite pet argument, or Bugsy's new bedroom? From the glare Plato sent him, Basil had guessed right. I was the only one allowed to sleep in the house before, the cat said, incensed. And how could you say that I'm not your favorite in public, that I am not the center of your universe? Because you're not, see, I should leave for a gentler owner and let you stew in your regrets. Fat chance of that. Plato, you're not my favorite pet, Basil replied calmly. You're my best friend. His cat remained silent for a moment, his tail stiff as an iron rod. Come again. I know you think friends are for other people, but it doesn't matter. Basil shrugged. We've lived together for over 2 years, and after Renee died you were the only person I shared my home with. You're in a league of your own. Plato sat on the threshold. From his expression, Basil's declaration had left him speechless. The cat locked eyes with his owner and tried to find his words. Wow, Plato said, probably because he didn't know how to react. Yeah. What does it say about you that your best friend is a talking cat? That I'm an introvert and a cat person, Basil replied with a deadpan tone. He always felt closer to animals than his own kind. Yeah, Bugsy will have his own bedroom, but you're the only one I'll tolerate in mine. The cat muttered something under his breath, so low that Basil couldn't hear him clearly. Plato, what are you mumbling about? I'm sorry. Plato's tail wavered in shame. All traces of arrogance vanished from his voice. It was my abandonment issues talking, all right. I hate it when you pay more attention to another animal. It makes me feel inadequate. He sounded so vulnerable, so afraid. I didn't mean to make you feel that way, Basil apologized. I won't abandon or replace you even if I take new pets in. You don't have anything to fear. I know, Plato replied with a sigh. My head understands that I can trust you, but my gut tightens on its own. Some scars healed with magical pollen and others remained with you all your life. So Renee was right, Basil asked before petting his cat behind the ears. You had a previous owner. Basil and old man Renee had found Plato off the side of the road one night after returning from a shopping trip to Bordeaux. The cat had been so skinny they could see his bones and fleas infested him. Basil and Renee had stopped the car, taken Plato in, and never looked back. It had taken weeks to get the scared cat to recover and trust them. "Do you think he's a stray cat?" Basil remembered asking Renee once. "He would have run away from us if he were," the old man had replied with his usual cynicism. "No, Basil, he's like us. An unwanted burden dumped out of sight, out of mind." Basil could never confirm his theory before, but now that his cat could talk back. "Yes, I had another owner." Plato looked away and avoided Basil's touch. "I don't want to talk about it, Basil. I understand. Everyone was entitled to a private life. I would rather forget the bad times and make place for the good ones too. How about it?" "Major Chicken rerun in the evening then?" Plato suggested. "We can invite the entire party." "Sure, but I won't let you inside the house if you don't clean yourself first." Basil pointed at the cat's bloody fur. "I just cleaned the floor. Give me a few hours to groom." Plato licked his shoulders. "Don't you dare tell the others it was my idea. I've got a reputation to uphold, sure." Since he had a few hours to kill before the evening, Basil decided to finally explore the crafting side of his personal menu. He hadn't yet managed to repair his rifle on his own and hoped that the system would help with it. Craft, create items using raw materials. Repair, repair a broken item. Refine, upgrade an item. Salvage, break an item to harvest its materials. None of the classes available specialized in firearms, but they could still prove useful, and Basil had 3 levels to assign. He immediately eliminated Merchant since he had nobody to trade with, and he could cook well enough on his own to ignore Chef. Trapmaker appealed to Basil, but he could already build traps on his own. He couldn't say the same for Medicine. Basil considered Rosemarine's healing abilities astonishing, but they might not always suffice. She couldn't heal diseases nor poisons. Alchemist should help compensate for her limits. "I suppose firearms don't count as alchemical tools," Basil joked as he summoned Renee's old rifle in his hands. He soon ate his words upon seeing the salvage option available. Ancient barrel, it's not even 40 years old. Basil decided against destroying his only firearm. Even more strangely, the repair option wasn't available with the rifle. Did the system allow Basil to salvage it because the gunpowder counted as an alchemical material? The system's strange reaction aroused Basil's curiosity. Although he considered the screen's annoyances disturbing his peaceful life more than anything, he was stuck with them for the foreseeable future. Destroying the dungeon had brought peace to the Barths, but there were so many unknown factors. Megabug's organization, the incursions, whatever that meant, Dismaker Labs, any of them could disturb Basil's peaceful life in the near future, not to mention marauders or wandering monsters. There were other problems to address too. Basil had all the water and food he would ever need, but he couldn't manufacture medicine or repair tools like his lawnmower if it failed him. Crafting could help offset his dependence on the outside world. Failing to prepare was preparing to fail. The more he understood how the system worked, the fewer headaches he would face in the future. Basil retreated to the kitchen to experiment further. He traded his rifle for a water bottle and checked the crafting options available. His menu informed him that he could salvage the container to harvest water and plastic, use it as a crafting material in combination with something else, or refine it. Basil selected the last option. The bottle in his hands shone brightly for a moment before returning to normal. Oh, that was great. With the ability to purify the stream outside, Basil could eliminate the risk of disease in his household. "It tastes better than before too," Basil thought as he sipped the water. For his next experiment, he held the bottle in one hand and a pill of paracetamol in the other. The craft option showed him a 74% chance of success. "Let's try it." Both items shone when Basil started crafting. When the lights died out, the paracetamol pill swiftly vanished. Meanwhile, the water inside the plastic bottle turned into a green liquid similar to mint syrup. Astonishing. How the hell did this mechanism work? How did the inventory teleport items around? How did the dungeons alter reality? Even if magic existed, it had to follow laws of some kind. How did Dismaker Labs server tap into a cosmic force? So many questions, so few answers. Basil repeated the experience 3 more times to gather more information and noted a 20% drop in his crafting chances when he used unrefined water. The quality of the base material influenced the odds of success. "This takes me back to the pharmacovigilance classes," Basil mused as he twice combined paracetamol and refined water into healing medicine, the ones with teachers, not screens. As probabilities forewarned Basil, his 4th crafting attempt was a bust. Both the paracetamol pill and the water bottle vanished without a trace when he failed to craft. "But where do they go?" Basil asked, incensed. "Where did the bottle go?" "Matter can't be destroyed, only transformed. Where did it go?" "Up my ass." The answer only made Basil more determined to get to the bottom of this mystery. He spent the better part of his day analyzing everything he could, starting with the remains of monsters collected from the dungeon. Basil quickly confirmed that he couldn't craft anything from the goblins nor Ogremach, but the system did react to Megabug stingers. Although the chances of success were around 30%, Basil combined one of them with a green syrup. The two items fused into a hand-sized orb filled with green liquid. A short fuse stuck out of its plastic shell. A bomb. Basil frowned in confusion. He had expected to produce an antidote. Note to self, crafting is a gamble. I can't predict what a combination's result will be until I try it. Basil noticed a trend that the higher an item's quality, the more abilities it had. Further experimentation showed that he couldn't refine items ad infinitum. Either the option was unavailable with green medicine and Megabug's last stinger. Neither could he use salvage on either. The repair option proved itself the most straightforward. After scratching a plastic bottle with a knife, Basil undid the damage with the repair option. When he outright removed a piece of the container, the option became unavailable until he held another piece of plastic in another hand. Yet the crafting result was lighter than both of its components. Why did the system obey the law of conservation of mass in some cases, but not in others? Where did superfluous mass vanish? Basil had the gut feeling that Dismaker Lab server could help him answer the mystery. He would have to return to the water control station and bring the husk back home for study. After further experimentation, Basil confirmed that his alchemist class allowed him to use the crafting subsystem on medicine, liquids, containers, salts, and cooking utilities like cauldrons. The system also counted anything related to the house's plumbing as alchemical tools for an obscure reason. Basil wondered if he could rework the pipes to pump water from the stream directly. If so, he could set up his own water station in the basement, maybe even a sweet little lab too. Challenge accepted, Basil said, but it will wait for tomorrow. It was cooking time and his pets were starving, as usual for Major Chicken reruns. Basil prepared a bucket of fried chicken seasoned with spice. He meticulously removed the bones to leave only the sweet, tender meat. Considering his pet's appetite, he prepared double the usual ration with homemade golden fries. Coke brought out of cryogenic storage in the fridge completed the set. When Basil brought dinner to the main room, he found the whole gang waiting for him. Play-Doh had taken over his favorite cushion, and the larger Bugsy occupied most of the sofa. Rosemary took root in a plant pot. "Do you want some of my dirt and water, mister?" Rosemary asked. "You need it to grow." "The sofa is the only land I need," Basil replied. Bugsy coiled to give him the space to sit. "I'm sure the others will agree too. Beds and sofas are so much more comfortable than the grass outside." Bugsy had tears in his eyes. "I'm so glad I proved myself worthy of a bedroom, boss." "Don't cry," Rosemary said, mistaking the bug's tears of joy for sadness. "You can use my room too. I have glass walls." This is very kind." Bugsy wiped his tears. "After all the pain and sweat, I'm finally moving up in the world." "Well, trying to kill me left a bad first impression," Basil replied, "but I believe in second chances. You're part of the household now. Can I decorate my room, boss, with shells and trophies, as long as you clean up after yourself?" "Less talking, more TV," Play-Doh hissed. "Gimme the chicken." "So we're going to watch events that happened in the past?" Bugsy asked, being unfamiliar with the concept of television. "Sort of," Play-Doh said before biting his chicken piece. "The series is fiction, but it's entertaining. Enough that I recorded the whole series and made TV marathons a ritual under my roof," Basil thought. He attributed the cartoon's entertainment value to the fact that its scenarists had embraced the nonsensical premise and over-the-top nonsense. "Will it increase our stats too?" Bugsy asked naively. Basil opened his mouth to say no, before realizing that the system had given him experience with weirder stuff. "Maybe," Basil replied before opening a can of Coke. "It didn't before the system arrived, but it could have changed in the meantime." Bugsy nodded with excitement. "I hope we get levels." Whether they did or not, Basil knew they would have a good time. Major Chicken was the archetypal 70s cartoon, heavily censored, horribly offensive to modern sensibilities, full of filler, and yet so utterly absurd that it looped back to funny. Its original 50-episode run hadn't been allowed to air in Bulgaria, but the reruns after the fall of communism in the 90s became surprisingly popular. Basil had grown up with the series and enjoyed watching it again, even in his adult life. "A warning," Basil said as he pressed the remote's play button. The cartoon was funded by a fast food company to sell meat dishes. You might notice a few subtle subliminal messages. "What does subliminal mean?" Bugsy asked with a puzzled expression. "That you're going to love it," Play-Doh replied. The screen turned black, a song echoing in the background. "Now shush. It's starting," Rosemary whispered. The first episode opened like almost all the others, with the sight of spaceships soaring the cosmos under the direction of a shadowy conqueror. "Once the universe knew peace," said the voiceover. "But everything changed when I, Emperor Vegan, unleashed my army across the cosmos." The picture of Earth appeared, a bastion of meat consumption standing strong against hordes of vegetable aliens. "Yet one insignificant planet resists my conquest. Only one hero and his friends dare to oppose me." The whole cast of heroes appeared: frail but brave Sergeant Chick, loyal and motherly Private Piggy, Big Beef and Little Lamb, and of course, the strong, inimitable, charismatic star of the show, Major Chicken and the Meat Brigade. The series' eponymous title appeared across the screen in shiny letters. but can they truly prevent the future that is Emperor Vegan? The party spent their evening chilling out on the sofa and enjoying good television. It didn't give them any exp, but it did bring them a moment of happiness. That was all that mattered. Of all the things Basil disliked about his university days, the terrible nights spent studying boring subjects had topped his list. Alas, history always repeated itself. Basil struggled to focus as he skimmed through pages after pages of useless information. A pile of books stood on his table like an ominous mountain, and the coffee in his cup shrank with each passing minute. He would have found the information he was looking for already if the goddamn internet still worked. Couldn't the apocalypse spare his Wi-Fi connection? When Plato walked into the main room with a triumphant look, Basil welcomed the interruption. "Yo dog, we recovered the server," Plato said. "Bugsy is moving it to the garage." "Wonderful. Maybe it would offer Basil more insight on Dismaker Labs than the books." "What are you reading?" Plato leaped on the table. "You look bored to death." "Because I am. These are tourism books and my old history geography school manuals." They were the only works mentioning Malta and India in Basil's private library. "I'm trying to find more info on the company that created the server." "Any success so far?" "Nope." Plato leaped onto his owner's lap. "If you have time to complain, then you have time to cuddle me." Plato's words brought a smile to Basil's face and he started scratching his pet's ears. The cat purred in response. It made Basil's research less boring as he skimmed through the text. He didn't find anything interesting, at least until he caught the word Trimurti on a page. History of India, the 100 Faces of the Hindus. Basil read the chapter with renewed attention. Although the Hindu faith's sects and gods are beyond count, most recognize the existence of three deities embodying the universal cycle: Brahma the creator, Vishnu the preserver, and Shiva the destroyer. The three form the supreme triple deity, the Trimurti. What were the odds? Basil didn't believe in coincidences. Other popular Hindu deities include Ganesha, the elephant-headed son of Shiva, the Tridevi goddesses called Saraswati, Lakshmi, and Parvati, the dreaded Kali. Unfortunately, school textbooks rarely went into depth about important subjects. Basil couldn't find any other mention of the Trimurti besides the occasional Hindu festival picture. The system had said that the server channeled the power of the Trimurti to alter reality. Did it mean that it harnessed the power of Hindu gods? Did they even exist? As an Orthodox Christian, Basil respected other faiths, but he couldn't bring himself to believe in the existence of multiple gods. It went against everything he had been taught in his life. Perhaps he should revise his beliefs. The Bible never mentioned the system's arrival and a goblin invasion. Plato looked up at his owner. "You found something, a potential lead, but not much. Then find a bigger book. We would have to go to Dax or Bayonne to find the nearest library." Dax was the closer city, but Bayonne was bigger. Alternatively, they could go to Mont de Marsan or Biarritz. Basil was half tempted to visit one of them. It would let him check on how the rest of civilization was faring, and he needed medical supplies to fuel his crafting. There were risks to consider. Cities made for larger targets than isolated houses lost in the woods. Monsters could have turned the nearest towns into nests unless the army or police managed to fend them off. Basil couldn't leave the house undefended either. A wandering beast would break through the fence and eat all of Basil's animals. If only they could recruit an immobile security force. Basil shelved the thought in a corner of his mind and snapped his book shut. Plato squealed as his owner rose up and held him in his arms. "Are we going on an adventure?" the cat asked, his tiny paws dangling in the void. "Yes, we're going to the garage. The one place even dustier than a dungeon's basement." Bugsy had beaten Basil to the room. The centipede exhaled after pushing the server's wreck into a corner of the garage, right between shelves full of tools and the shiny Renault Kangoo. Basil noticed a small piece of Megabug's flesh stuck in the forefront wheel. The hours he had spent washing the car hadn't been enough to clean everything. "It's heavier than it looks, boss." Bugsy coughed in utter exhaustion. "Much heavier." "You're welcome," Boss Bugsy said before collapsing on the floor. "Nothing to report." "We haven't met any monster in 2 days," Plato said with a look of disappointment. "Not even silly birds. I fear they may have fled south." "Gee, I wonder why," Basil replied with a deadpan tone as he examined the server. It proved a fool's hope. Basil knew little about computers, and the system refused to help repair the device. He couldn't even use the salvage option. Did he lack the right crafter class? Or did the server's creators put in safeties to prevent people from identifying where it came from? Basil decided to keep the server intact in the garage just in case. "Guys, why didn't you store it in your inventory instead of carrying it around?" Because we can't," Plato replied with a shrug. "We don't have a pocket treasure dimension." Basil raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You guys don't have an inventory of your own?" "No, boss." Bugsy had recovered enough to rise up again. "I don't even have your crafting option in my menu, just status, party, logs, and settings." Monsters had access to half a player's menu. The other features were probably meant to give humans an advantage over the inherently stronger monsters. If none of his party members could craft, then Basil couldn't scale up his production. He had hoped to teach Bugsy or Plato how to make medicine in case they faced an emergency. How disappointing. Since Basil had run out of paracetamol pills, he would have to harvest the few medicinal plants growing in the greenhouse. Let him check on how Rosemarine fared with her new home too. Basil walked into the garden. His chickens and rabbits wandered freely among the grassy terrain without fear of goblin invaders. Although Bugsy's presence spooked them at first, the animals had grown used to his presence. The centipede coiled into a half-circle shape when he crossed paths with the chickens. His action made Plato curious. "What are you doing? Don't you recognize the gesture?" Basil chuckled. "He's doing the C for chicken sign." "I'm honoring Major Chicken," Bugsy replied with big naive eyes. Last night's TV night had converted him to the cartoon religion. The way he threw Spinach Lord into a volcano to counter his regeneration after realizing chicken fries at a higher temperature that was so smart, so brave. "I hope the chicks will grow as strong as Major Chicken one day." Basil almost replied that Major Chicken could never exist in real life, but his thoughts came to an abrupt stop first. His mind struggled to process a detail his eyes had just noticed. "Plato," Basil asked. "Yes, Basil, why does this rabbit have a horn?" Basil pointed at one of his pets eating grass near the fence with his chin. Plato squinted at his fellow animal and noticed the tiny yellow horn growing on its forehead. It was so small Basil almost missed it. "Don't rabbits grow horns naturally?" the cat asked innocently. "Like cows." "What's a cow?" Bugsy asked. "It sounds delicious." Basil locked eyes with his cat. "Are you kidding, Plato?" "No, of course not," Plato replied with a tone that implied otherwise. "Does it matter? You aren't supposed to understand me either, and centipedes don't grow 2 meters long. Just go with the flow. Thinking too much will give you headaches." "I'll manage." Basil stared at the rabbit. "Can you understand me?" The rabbit looked up at his owner, but it didn't say a word. "Since I can't understand it, that rabbit mustn't fully count as a monster yet," Basil said. "But he's clearly transforming into one. Even after we blew up the dungeon." Plato raised his chin at the clear skies devoid of magical auroras. The area returned to normal. Bugsy suggested an interesting theory. "Maybe the rabbits had started to change before you destroyed the dungeon. Boss, you're only noticing now." "Maybe," Basil conceded his point. "The system's magic could work like ambient radiation. We destroyed the local nuclear reactor, the dungeon, but its influence has already mutated the wildlife." Plato tensed up in his owner's arm. He looked up at Basil with his big, fearful yellow eyes. "What?" Basil asked. "Do you think I could lose my tail?" Basil smiled smugly. Hey, don't joke about this," Plato hissed. "It happened to other cat breeds. I'm an earth animal too. I could be mutating as we speak. Just go with the flow," Basil echoed. "Thinking too much will give you headaches." Plato spitefully wagged his tail in his owner's face, which only made him laugh. Basil worried a bit about the implications, though. If a rabbit could grow a horn in less than a week, how would he have looked after a year of exposure to the dungeon's influence? Basil dared not to imagine the resulting abomination. For all he knew, his pet rabbits could have mutated into murderous plushies. At least none of the greenhouse's flowers had transformed since Basil had last visited it. A sweet aroma filled his nostrils upon passing through its glass gate. Shrubs, vegetables, and flowers grew in rows of pots and small fenced enclosures. Basil mostly cultivated tomatoes, peas, lettuce, and strawberries to cook with, but he had also tried his hand with medicinal herbs like ginseng and urtica. And then there was Old Man Renee's special weed. Although Basil had never consumed it himself, he could never bring himself to get rid of it. Too much nostalgia. As for Rosemarine, she had made her nest in a pot. To Basil's astonishment, a perfect copy of her minus the pot stood next to her. "Hello, Mr. Who Feeds Me." Rosemarine and her double clapped with their vines. "Welcome, welcome." Basil struggled to tell them apart, as did his pets. Plato leaped from his owner's arms to smell the 2 flowers closely. The cat then swiped the one on the left. The false Rosemarine instantly vanished in a shower of colorful sparkles. "Easy peasy," Plato said with pride. "This one smelled fresher. Was that your seed decoy perk?" Basil petted Rosemarine on the head. The flower wriggled in pleasure, but Plato brooded over the lack of acclaim. "It was beautiful. When I evolve, I will fill the world with my brood." Rosemarine chirped. She wanted to become a mommy. A brilliant idea suddenly crossed Basil's mind. He had found the perfect solution to the house's security problem, the ultimate defense that would allow him to hunt far from home without worry. "Pure genius," Basil whispered. "Oh no," Plato sighed. He knew his best friend too well. "Oh please no. We're going to build a flower hedge of plant monsters all around the house." Like every confident visionary, Basil ignored all skeptics. "They will protect the household when we leave, and we can harvest their pollen for medicine." No invader would dare to step on his lawn ever again. While Plato sighed in surrender and Rosemarine yipped in happiness, Bugsy's faith proved lacking. "Boss, are you sure this is a good idea? How are we going to find so many plants, let alone feed them? That sounds too ambitious a plan." "Are you doubting my wisdom?" Bugsy Alphonse venture. Basil's tone turned colder than ice and sharper than a kitchen knife. "And no, Boss." Bugsy immediately submitted to his owner's authority. "You're always right." "I love democracy." Basil felt proud of his open-mindedness. I love unanimity. Yay, new friends. Saliva dripped from Rosemarine's maw. New food. Must we really pick flowers in the wild? Basil. Plato didn't hide his utter lack of enthusiasm. Don't you know I'm allergic to work? I can craft a cure, Basil replied with a deadpan tone. Give me time to figure it out. Bugsy lowered his head. Boss, can I ask you something? His embarrassed tone made Basil frown. What is it, Bugsy? I have 2 extra levels, but I can't use them before you assign yours. Bugsy shrunk as if scared. I know you said that we shouldn't pursue experience for its own sake, boss, but I still want to get stronger, boss. The centipede didn't dare finish his sentence. Basil tried to coax the last words out of his mouth with a reassuring tone. Bugsy, you don't have anything to fear. I'm not going to hit you if I don't like your answer. I'm tired of losing. Greenhouse trembled from the strength of Bugsy's voice. I'm tired of losing, Bugsy confessed, his voice lower and weaker. His antennae pointed down and he avoided Basil's gaze. You beat me and then Mr. Megabug when we fought him. You and Mr. Plato didn't hesitate to charge where I froze in fear. I didn't know what to do. Hey, don't beat yourself over it, Plato comforted the centipede. Basil is a grumpy bear in human form with the temper to match, and I'm a cat. We were born. Basil's jaw clenched at the bear comment, but he didn't say a word. It was rare for Plato to have kind words for anyone. If I had acted immediately, you wouldn't have lost a life, Mr. Plato, Bugsy protested, tears forming in his eyes. The cat's words had only worsened his mood. Everyone must pull their weight in a swarm, and I didn't. Miss Rosemarine healed everybody, but I couldn't even slow Mr. Megabug down. Please don't cry, Rosemarine whispered before spraying Bugsy with healing pollen. Here, your wounds will heal. Basil, who had listened in respectful silence, finally answered. Bugsy, levels will help make you stronger, but strength isn't your problem. What you need is more self-confidence. You'll start by asserting your ideas, even to me. But boss, you said if I questioned your wisdom. It was a joke, well, sort of. Basil intended to go hunting for flowers no matter what, but he wouldn't force anyone to come along. I was teasing you, nothing more. If you think I'm doing something wrong or stupid, you shouldn't hesitate to call me out on it. I do it all the time. Plato nodded in confirmation. Of course, Basil never listens to reason, but that's on him. Basil ignored the jab. I'm confident enough to know what I want, but sometimes I listen. Next time I want you to assert yourself and stand for what you believe in. Eventually, you'll do so naturally. Bugsy wiped his tears. All right, boss, I'll try. You won't try, you will, Basil replied as he opened his status screen. And to honor your resolve, I'll grant your wish. Basil considered investing in his alchemist and tamer classes for their utility, but with the rifle broken, he had to rely on his axe to defend himself. Assigning his 2 last levels into Berserker to obtain a new combat-oriented perk sounded wiser when preparing for a monster hunt. Basil shivered as the system empowered him. He sensed his muscles turn to steel and his breathing strengthen. His enhanced stats improved his body and mind both. The rush lasted mere seconds, but it brought Basil immense pleasure. It felt like a drug. Basil briefly wondered how many would grow addicted to level-ups before the sight of Bugsy combusting brought him back to reality. Bright red flames covered the centipede in the blink of an eye. From his mandibles to his tail, a mantle of smokeless fire obscured every inch of his carapace. His antennae became 2 bright rods. Bugsy, Basil shouted in alarm, yet the centipede uttered no scream of pain nor fear. The flames consuming him didn't spread to the greenhouse's flowers nor raise the temperature. Plato hissed in surprise. He's evolving. Rosemarine alone rejoiced. He's evolving. Bugsy grew. He grew larger and larger until his head hit the greenhouse's roof and broke through it. Basil and the rest of the crew stepped back to avoid falling glass shards. Only when Bugsy reached over 3 meters in length did he finally stop growing. The flames cleared on their own to reveal a beast of legend. The new Bugsy retained the vague shape of a centipede with a crimson exoskeleton and hundreds of legs, but the resemblance with an insect stopped there. Lava flowered through the natural armor's chinks. The antennae had transformed into long blue whips, and the tail ended with blades of bone. As for the head, Bugsy still had mandibles, but his yellow mouth and slit eyes belonged to a reptile rather than a bug. Flames burned behind rows of sharp fangs. When the maw opened, Basil faced a fiery gullet that could swallow a man whole. I'm sorry, Bugsy apologized, his whiny voice now a thunderous roar. His mighty skull accidentally shattered a glass panel when it moved. I'll repair the roof, boss, I swear. Basil was too shocked for anger. Only Rosemarine welcomed the strange event with applause. Do you think he can fit inside the Kangoo now? Plato asked at Basil's side. We will have to find a trailer, and widen the doors too. The party wandered through the woods with no plant monster in sight. Once a swampy land before a French emperor came along, the land's forest counted among the largest man-made woodlands in Europe. Rows after rows of pine trees grew amidst dense foliage, alongside a few oaks, birches, and willows with moss growing on their barks. The forest was eerily quiet, with only bugs to provide noise. Basil winced as he heard a pine tree collapse behind him, the latest in a long line of victims. A few birds previously hiding in the foliage flew away in fear. Basil looked over his shoulder and backpack. As he suspected, Bugsy had accidentally snapped yet another tree in half with his tail. The centipede looked at the shattered pine tree with a guilty face. I can save them. Rosemarine hopped to the pine tree's side and blew colored dust at its wound. Sweet pollen. Hey, don't waste your special points on trees. Plato scolded Rosemarine. We might need them later. At what cost? She had botched the surgery and the pine tree would never stand up again. Vegetal euthanasia would have been kinder. Basil glanced at Plato, his axe resting on his shoulder. Do you smell any plant monsters? I don't smell any monsters, period. Plato squinted at Bugsy. It's as if something is scaring them away. Bugsy meekly stared at the ground, his reptilian eyes full of shame. I'm sorry. All the distances feel wrong. Size wasn't the only issue with Bugsy's new transformation. The centimagma had accidentally exhaled flames at the foliage outside the house a few hours before, forcing the party to dump bucket after bucket of water to douse the fire. Boss, do you think Bugsy looked at his owner with faint hope? Do you think I can still fit inside my bedroom? We'll refit the garage into a new one easily enough, Basil reassured the centimagma. He no longer needed to park his car there with the inventory system. I can't say the same for widening the house's doors so you can fit through them. I ain't an architect. I'm sorry, Bugsy apologized. We'll figure something out. Something about the falling trees bothered Basil. He had reached a strength score of 27, just shy of Bugsy's 30. If the centimagma felled trees with a mere wrong move, could Basil do the same? Basil stopped in front of a pine tree, much to Plato's confusion. What are you doing? Checking something. Basil tightened his fist and aimed. 1, 2, 3. His fist went through the tree's bark and stopped halfway through the trunk. Basil felt a little pain in his knuckles as they hit wood, but far less than he expected. Mr. Who Feeds Me, why? Rosemarine immediately treated the pine tree's wound. Sweet pollen. Basil removed his hand from the bark. It would take a gorilla to leave a hole as large as the one he just made, but Bugsy casually uprooted trees as he moved. Relative strength, Basil guessed. Not absolute strength. What do you mean, boss? Bugsy asked. Rosemarine finished healing the tree, ignoring all of Plato's concerns. That if our strength scores were equal, you would still hit harder than me due to your size. Come to think of it, health points seem to grow depending on the physical stats like strength, yet Rosemarine and Plato had a lesser ratio than Basil and Bugsy. This implied the existence of size-related hidden stat modifiers. Rosemarine managed to heal the pine tree's wound at a cost. Mr. Who Feeds Me, I've run out of SB. I warned you, Plato said. The cat's mood worsened when Basil looked into his backpack and tossed some SB recovery medicine at Rosemarine. You're encouraging her. Rosemarine, calm down with the pollen abuse, Basil said. I need antibiotics to craft SB recovery potions and they don't grow on trees. Rosemarine swallowed the bottle, plastic included, before belching. Yes, Mr. Who Feeds Me. Hey, how is it you obey him but not me? Plato complained, because when I evolve he will feed me even more. Aw, she was ambitious and cunning. This errand is a bust. Plato stretched his legs, but it was nice to go hiking in the woods again. Seems like everything returned to normal at last. I wouldn't be so sure. Basil looked up through the leaves above his head. Barely perceptible streaks of red light tainted the blue skies, the tale of distant auroras. The ogre den's influence had covered the Barths, but it wasn't the only dungeon active in the region. Basil would say another was located near Mont de Marsan from the aurora's distance. Did the plant monsters migrate to new dungeons after the ogre den's destruction? If so, Basil could say goodbye to his dream of a fanged flower hedge. Boss, I see a house, Bugsy said with sudden excitement. It's not ours. Basil's eyes wandered to blackened walls standing at the forest's edge. The trail the group had followed led to a small suburb of brick houses. Basil immediately recognized the place, having often hiked in the area. It's Angaume, a small village near the town of Dax, Basil explained. Barely 300 inhabitants. Oh, I remember the place. Plato licked his lips. The butcher always tosses me a treat whenever we visit. The baker is pretty good too. Reminiscing made Basil hungry for croissants, chocolatines, and other French pastries. Cheap too. Let's go. Plato gave his master the cutest, most adorable stare he could. Please. I want to visit a human hive, Bugsy said with enthusiasm. I've never seen one. Rosemarine joined in. Can I eat the baker? No, Rosemarine, but I can buy you pastries. Basil was about to assent to his pet's request when he suddenly noticed a worrying detail about Angaume. He frowned in alarm, his fingers tightening on his axe. Something is wrong with the place. Boss, I don't hear anything, said Bugsy. Exactly. Angaume had been a quiet place, but never a silent one. It's not my problem. Basil gazed at the houses with an impassioned look. It's the police's job to protect people, not mine. I should stay out of this and trust the government. If I could do so well on my own, everyone else must have overperformed. There's nothing to worry about. Yes, he didn't have to do anything. Shit, fuck me, Basil said as he stepped inside the village. Basil, I'm not that kind of animal, Plato quipped before following his owner. Find yourself a girlfriend of your own species. The first person they met turned out to be a woman 3 decades older than Basil, and he wouldn't take her on a date anytime soon. Basil raised his axe as he approached the figure. The middle-aged woman stood on the threshold of the first house beyond the forest with glasses on her nose and a torchlight in hand. She looked poised to inspect an overgrown hedge, but would never reach it. It was difficult to move with a body of stone. A shiver ran down Basil's spine. The statue was a living person. Boss. Bugsy's joy at discovering a human village didn't last long. What happened here? At first glance, Engame looked like a postcard ad, cozy beige houses surrounded by vast gardens of flowers and lush lawns. A beautiful pond of water bordered a road without holes and a yellow hotel restaurant. It was a favorite spot of old people to stay the night in quietness before enjoying Dax's famous thermal cures. A closer look revealed grisly details. A car overturned on the road, a hole in a house's wall, a human statue half sunk into the pond's waters, and most worrying of all, the enormous footprints dug into the walkway. Plato didn't make a sound as he walked to Basil's side. His steps were slow, his ears raised. Basil. Plato, you check the houses, Basil ordered with a tone that brooked no disobedience. I'll investigate the hotel. Rosemarine, pull any statues you find out of the water. Bugsy, use your tremor sense and warn us if anything approaches. Yes, mister, Rosemarine whispered back. She had sensed the danger afoot. Yes, boss. Bugsy applied his antennae to the ground. I'll roar if I sense anything. Basil gritted his teeth as the party split to cover more ground. He walked up to the hotel near the pond and found the glass doors shattered from the outside. Basil carefully stepped inside the entrance hall with his axe poised to strike at the first provocation. A thin layer of dust covered the peeling paint of the hotel's walls and the lights had died out. A dead television was mounted above an office counter with a pegboard holding the room's keys. A petrified man in his 40s, almost certainly the manager, stood near it with an expression of abject fear. The breakfast hall was empty, the food safe inside the fridges. Sorry. Basil pickpocketed the manager until he found his master key. It astonished him that some establishments hadn't switched to keycards yet. I don't like stealing, but this is an emergency. The elevator leading to the upper floors was as dead as the electric grid, so Basil walked up narrow stairs. Rows after rows of closed rooms awaited him. He checked them one by one. All the hotel's bedrooms looked the same. King-sized beds faced a TV mounted at the center, with a smaller area dedicated to the shower and toilets. Windows opened to a small individual terrace, granting the tenants an impeccable view of the pond outside. Most bedrooms were empty, but not all of them. One housed an elderly couple sleeping peacefully, their flesh turned to stone. A second had a man in his 30s petrified on the toilet, his eyes half closed in sleepiness. The dungeon's first appeared early in the morning. Monsters must have fallen upon these people before they even knew what hit them. If I lived in the city, I might have become one of them. Basil felt bad about leaving people turned to stone, but nothing in his arsenal could undo the petrification ailment. Each occupied room had its windows broken from the outside. They came, they petrified, they left. In spite of the tense situation, Basil struggled to keep a straight face upon finding a third room with victims. The two occupants had been petrified mid-coitus. While the man seemed to take pleasure in the act, the much younger woman was clearly faking it. Basil couldn't help but check the man's belongings. He kept a photo of his family in his wallet, but with a different woman for a wife. He didn't even bother to remove his wedding ring, Basil noted scornfully. If the man couldn't keep his vows, he shouldn't have made them in the first place. I should call his wife and inform her if I get the chance. It's only proper. Basil walked to the room's window and studied the hole in its center. The creature that broke through it couldn't be bigger than a soccer ball. Bugsy's roar echoed outside and made the walls tremble. Damn it, Basil hissed as he rushed through the door. I knew we should have stuck to the forest. Click, Basil's head snapped in the bed's direction right as a small sphere emerged from beneath the bedsheet. He didn't have time to turn around before an orange ray blinded his vision. When Basil regained his sense of sight, he found himself facing a floating orb of copper and bronze. A single orange eye of crystal gazed at him from the sphere's core, a strange gear symbol painted on the steely eyelids. For this world to live, levels must stay down. The orb's booming voice made the walls tremble and Basil wince in pain. His ears. Petrification is temporary. Submit for your safety. Shut up, Basil snarled before punching the orb. I ain't deaf, asshole. His mighty fist shattered the crystal like glass and sent the orb crashing against a wall. Basil's heart skipped a beat as the creature nearly hit one of the petrified victims, but it narrowly missed them. Levels must stay down. The orb's message grew gargled and weaker. Dune. Basil finished the monster off with a swing of his axe and rushed outside the hotel. He ran as fast as his legs could carry him, but his fears turned out to be unwarranted. He found Bugsy and Rosemarine near the pond with the remains of a shattered metal orb laying on the shore. Plato quickly rejoined them, unharmed and yet furious. Boss, this thing came out of the water. Bugsy snapped his mandible at the broken watcher and revealed his fiery fangs. I destroyed it in one blow. I killed 2 more in the houses. Plato hissed in anger. They petrified everyone, Basil, even the cats. The cats, they got the butcher and the baker too. Even the baker, the bastards. There was one in the hotel too. Worse, Basil hadn't missed the faction part when he analyzed the orb. The machines belonged to a larger group. Bugsy, why didn't you notice them? I swear, I didn't sense anything. My tremor sense only picks up vibrations in the ground and the thing didn't make any noise. I mistook one for a metal ball until I poked it, Plato defended Bugsy. It smelled of oil, so I thought it was a harmless gizmo. Basil's jaw clenched. Mines, they were mines. Dormant bombs set to activate at the first sign of movement and finish off stragglers. Basil noticed new statues along the pond's shore, one human in uniform, 3 goblins, and 2 dinocranes. Only the rotten remains of a spinotter remained unpetrified, although a powerful blow had ground its skull to fine paste. I found them in the water, Mr. Who Feeds Me, Rosemarine boasted with pride. I dragged them out myself with my vines. From the group's composition, Basil guessed that they were a raiding party from the ogre's den. The goblins had come expecting to kill helpless humans, only to find themselves facing a more dangerous creature. This is Megabug all over again. Basil's eyes examined the petrified goblins and then the symbol on the broken orb's eyelids, a gear with 6 sides and a W mark at its center. But the orbs belonged to another group than his apocalypse force. Basil didn't know whether he should take it as good or bad news. Can I eat it? Rosemarine salivated at the sight of the spinotter's carcass. I'm hungry. That's the only monster they didn't turn to stone, Plato pointed out. Spinotters are level 2. Basil quickly put 2 and 2 together. The orb failed to petrify me because I was too high level. Plato caught on. All the petrified people I've found were level 1 or 0 plus 1. They didn't have the time to take a class. The orbs can't petrify creatures with a level equal or higher than their own, Basil guessed. The level limit would explain why these weak creatures packed such a powerful ability. They killed the spinotter because it was too strong. There's no way the orbs did the deed, Basil, Plato replied as Rosemarine devoured the spinotter. They were even weaker than birds. Boss, I think I know who killed it. Bugsy pointed at the enormous footprints along the road's boardwalk with his tail. Look, Basil and his party gathered around the tracks and examined them. Shaped like a mix between a small circle and a larger crux, they were around 2 meters in diameter. The footprints' depth attested to the weight of whatever creature left them. They're pointing towards the town of Dax, Basil noted as his eyes followed the tracks. I don't think even an elephant could leave such huge footprints. Do we go after that monster, boss? Bugsy asked with a hint of excitement. That was a risky proposition, and Basil's new warp spasm perk wouldn't help much either. He would never spit on new powers, but to lose control of himself in the process sounded like a bad bargain, especially since he risked attacking his allies. I should have expected something like that from Berserker. Basil gritted his teeth. The creature went in the opposite direction to the house, so we should be safe. Everyone else, though. Boss, I don't want to sound stupid, but I don't get it. Bugsy cleared his throat. Why didn't they kill anybody besides the spinotter? Why petrify humans instead of harvesting their experience points? Maybe they stored the food for later, Rosemarine suggested with a cute belch. Her idea made a disturbing amount of sense. The orb did warn Basil that its petrification effect wouldn't last, so either the orb had lied or its kind could undo petrification at will. What happens if I were to shatter a petrified individual? Basil quizzed the system. The Watchers could have petrified victims so that their allies could kill them to grind safely. Yet when Basil remembered the orb's words, he realized there was probably more to it. Did the machines say anything? Basil asked his party. Plato shrugged. I killed them before they could. The one I destroyed said something about a barrier, Bugsy said, his tail scratching his head, I think. For the barrier to stand, levels must stay down, Rosemarine quoted. Basil's jaw clenched. What barrier? I don't know, mister. So Basil, what do we do? Do we retreat? Plato's claws came out. Or do we hunt? Basil considered his options. The sensible option would be to return to the house without poking the hornet's nest. If the creature was anything like Megabug, it had to be level 10. Basil would never forget how close to death they had come when they fought an opponent stronger than them. And yet running away meant abandoning other people to petrification. It's not my problem, Basil tried to tell himself. The police can handle it. It's their job, my taxes paid for their training and weapons. I didn't spend years contributing to the French state's coffers without expecting a return on my investment. Basil glanced at the petrified man on the shore and at his uniform. He quickly noticed the words Police Municipale written on the shoulders. Fuck me, Basil cursed. Bugsy, fetch me the petrified goblins. Some warriors drank wine before battle, but Basil preferred to chop heads. The city was quiet, too quiet. Dax was somewhat famous among French towns for its hot baths, thermal sources, and water cure industry. Most of its inhabitants worked in tourism, healthcare, or hospitality. The El Adder River and 3 bridges separated the historical city center from the satellite municipalities. Dax was never a busy town, but it always enjoyed a healthy level of activity. Today, Dax was dead. All its inhabitants had been turned to stone as far as Basil could tell. Statues filled the narrow streets. The wrecks of overturned cars blocked the central lane alongside the occasional broken watcher. Burns covered a few buildings' facades and colossal footprints disfigured the pavement. And the silence, this ominous silence. "Boss, I sense something." Bugsy applied his antennae to the ground. Heavy footsteps. "I hear them too," Plato said, his ears turning in a specific direction. "The bots haven't left the city." Basil gathered his breath, his axe heavy on his shoulder. "How far?" "6 to 7 streets away," Bugsy replied. "The monster is heavier than I am." Basil glanced at the town's highest points, the twin towers of Dax's cathedral. He would have a good view of the area from up there. "Bugsy, you're too big and easy to notice," Basil said. "You stay away in the city's outskirts unless you hear the sound of battle. Rosemarine, to the cathedral with me. Plato, you're stealthy enough for recon. The bots mustn't learn of our presence, do you understand?" His cat fled into the streets, and Bugsy didn't argue against the order. They understood the danger ahead might prove greater than their deadly encounter with Megabug. They would stick to the plan and keep their heads down. Basil walked to the cathedral, with Rosemarine following him without a word. The classical Gothic church's twin towers and massive stone facade cast a dark shadow on a silent plaza. Its open doors screeched with the wind. Basil ordered Rosemarine to keep watch over the entrance and stepped inside the building. His footsteps echoed within its main hall. Faint daylight crossed through stained glass windows portraying saints and angels. The robots had broken a few of them, much to Basil's fury. Although he didn't practice much, Basil was an Orthodox Christian at heart. The profanation of a holy place, even a Catholic one, remained a crime in his eyes. Basil steadily climbed stony stairs up to the left tower's summit. He half expected a Unity Watcher to intercept him. None did. Basil doubted that the fear of God had motivated them to leave the area. Basil reached the tower's summit without incident. Windows gave him a dizzying view of Dax, enough to see metal orbs flying in the distance, the sunlight reflecting on their bronze shells. The Watchers. Basil took a pair of binoculars from his bag and scanned the town. He immediately detected signs of battle. 3 major bridges usually separated Dax from the other shore and its smaller municipalities. One of them had crumbled into the Elader River, and the other was clogged by abandoned cars. The third he couldn't see from his position. Groups of Watchers patrolled the river shore, and a mighty creature followed in their wake. Basil held his breath at the sight of a living tank. 4 black telescopic tentacles of whirling gears lifted an ovoid core of bronze and steel. The machine's body would put an elephant to shame in terms of size and weight. Plates of metal bound by bolts shielded it from attacks, the strange symbol of the Watchers painted on its back like an ominous warning. A single crystal eye 2 meters wide lay exposed at the creature's forefront right above a ventral cannon. The 4 metal claws at the end of its tentacles crushed the pavement under their weight. The system provided Basil with a hint of the threat's power. "Nope," Basil decided after a single look at the creature's level. "Nope, nope, nope, I'm out, I'm done, I've peaked." That was 3 levels higher than Megabug, and if that wasn't enough, a small swarm of Watchers swirled above the machine. The party was outnumbered, outmatched, and outgunned. They were also a week too late to save anybody. Basil could infer what happened from the sheer number of broken windows and petrified citizens. The Watchers had fallen upon the city at night when most of the population slept. Basil suddenly realized that the attacks on his house had given him the wrong assumption. Since he had fended off assaults easily enough, he thought everyone else would. In truth, he had survived by avoiding the attention of deadlier monsters. If Megabug or the Watchers had attacked his home before his classes gave him the power to fight back, Basil would have died. It wasn't skill that carried him so far, but luck. Strange, the robots stick to one side of the river. Basil turned his binoculars to Dax's other shore. Satellite municipalities like St. Vincent de Paul occupied it. Why haven't they crossed over? The sight of a helicopter flying over the other shore answered his question. Basil immediately recognized it as a Colibri Eurocopter painted white with red stripes. The light utility vehicle didn't carry weapons, but was large enough to transport up to 4 passengers alongside the pilot. Basil couldn't see the people inside due to the distance and the sunlight reflecting windshield. The vehicle turned over the bridge, still standing, as if daring the Unity gearsman to cross it. Of course, Basil's eyes widened as he put 2 and 2 together. The military aviation school. Basil remembered that the French land army trained future helicopter pilots in Dax with light vehicles. The noise made by their flights usually drew criticism from the civilian population. If an aircraft patrolled ashore the robots refused to invade, then it could only mean one thing. The French army resisted the monsters. "I hope somebody picked up that phone," Basil murmured. "Because I called it." Basil turned his binoculars towards his allies on the ground in sudden panic. Did the Watchers detect them? He quickly confirmed that Bugsy hadn't moved from his post. Rosemarine, however, chewed a Watcher's wreckage near the cathedral's entrance. Nothing to worry about. A startled Basil looked over his shoulder, only to face Plato. The cat joined his owner with a crystal core in his mouth before letting his catch roll on the ground. We scored a few easy kills. Don't surprise me from behind again, Basil scolded his cat, especially in hostile territory. Oh, did I frighten you? Plato peeked through the window. Wait until I tell you what I saw. I've already noticed the level 13 gearsman. Which one? Basil's blood froze in his veins. You've got to be kidding me. I'm not. Plato's tone turned grim. I counted at least two, one patrolling along the river, the other guarding the arena. The arena Basil could barely catch a glimpse of the building's white walls from his current viewpoint. Dax's arena, originally built to host Spanish corridas, was rarely used for anything more than concerts nowadays. Why would a living tank be guarding the arena? Basil asked Plato. There's nothing precious there. I don't know, but the place is crawling with watchers. I couldn't approach it without risking detection. Plato sat at his owner's side. So what do you think they're doing running along the shore back and forth, enjoying the river's view? Looks like the French army controls the other side, Basil replied. If not them, at least a human group. Really? Plato's head perked up in interest. Wait, the French haven't run away or started collaborating. Nope, they're resisting. Basil smiled smugly at his cat. You owe me $10. Can I pay you in birds? Plato sighed before suddenly frowning. Wait a second, if there are humans on the other side, why haven't the bots attacked them yet? If a level 10 bug kicked our asses, a level 13 gizmo should wipe the floor with any screaming human whelp thrown its way. Your trust in my species is heartening. You're welcome, Basil. Basil remembered that the Army's helicopter school was located southeast of his current position, on the side of the city which the robots controlled. Had the French army been forced to abandon the aerodrome to the monsters and move its vehicles north? Dax was far away from any dungeon, so the robots couldn't replenish their numbers. If they had taken losses taking the aerodrome, then it made sense for them to secure existing gains rather than risk a new push. The lack of manpower also explained the absence of watchers patrolling Dax's streets. They needed all available monsters to keep the other shore under surveillance and contain the army's remnants. Basil achieved superhuman strength after taking a few levels. Professional soldiers with classes would prove a match for even the fiercest monster. Megabug was a scout who wanted his faction to get an early lead, whatever that means, Basil said. The bots probably followed the same strategy. They took over the city for their masters and now await new orders before continuing their march. Sounds quite sophisticated. You don't say. Basil studied the gearsman's patrol route to better predict it. This entire setup reeks of a planned assault. Unlike the goblins, the machines didn't behave like stupid marauders. They were an occupation force. Considering how they petrified any man or woman they could find, Basil doubted they had mankind's best interests at heart. Apollyon. Basil cleared his throat. Megabug mentioned that name as his superiors. I think he said something about this world being too weak for him, Plato confirmed before scratching his ears. This world, not the world. What difference does it make? A big one. Basil lowered his binoculars. We know Megabug wasn't created by the Ogre Den dungeon like Rosemarine, Bugsy, and the goblins. I think he and the robots might have come from another place. Plato gazed at the bright skies through the windows with big, starry eyes. Like another planet, I don't know. Basil could only make suppositions at this point. Maybe the system opened the door for invaders to slip in, or maybe bringing them to Earth was the entire point and the system followed them. If an army of monsters was willing to send troops to Dax, a small town of utter strategic insignificance, what horrors were settlements like Paris or London facing? Did dungeons manifest out of nowhere to flood their streets with monsters? What could Basil do? Treat the petrification ailment. He grabbed the core Plato brought him and studied it. The same message showed up whenever Basil attempted to use the orb's eye to craft. He couldn't even salvage the core's material. Whoever built or commanded the Unity Watchers did its best to prevent people from reverse engineering their technology. What a shitfist, Basil cursed as he stored the orb in his inventory. But I'm glad the army is holding well. The world might actually return to normal in less than a century. So what do we do? Plato asked. We join up with your kindred on the other shore. We can't do that without the bots spotting us. Please don't tell me we're going in axe blazing like last time, Plato pleaded. Do you think the gearsman can kill me 8 times in a row? Basil didn't want to find out anytime soon. This isn't going to sound very berserker-like, but no, we won't attack the robots. In fact, we won't intervene at all. Too risky. You don't want to drive the bots out of town, Plato squinted at his owner. If we attack them without coordinating with the soldiers on the other shore, we risk sparking a general battle they aren't prepared for. Casualties would mount in the chaos. At the end of the day, Basil was a civilian with little combat experience surviving in the woods. He would rather leave trained professionals to handle the urban guerrilla. He didn't exclude making contact with the army in the future, but only in a way that wouldn't draw the robots' attention. And more than anything, Basil worried how soldiers would react to his party. Bugsy and Rosemarine could get mistaken for hostile monsters and shot on sight. Basil's responsibility was to protect his own first. He wouldn't give up on finding a way to undo the petrification ailment, though. That was a task where he could meaningfully contribute. Fine by me, almighty leader. Plato rose to his feet. Let's go home. We're not done here. Basil examined the district with the binoculars. The machines took over quickly and didn't ransack the town. With the gearsmen busy patrolling the river shore, we could pillage everything in the city's outskirts without them noticing. Basil hated stealing, but nobody would miss the supplies, and pharmacy medicine might unlock a cure for petrification. The library's books could shed light on Dismaker Labs, and the police station contained an armory. Oh, we're shopping. Plato licked his lips. Could we find fresh fish? It's been a week with no electricity, Basil pointed out as they climbed down the cathedral's stairs. You'll find no fresh food. Plato sighed in disappointment. I hate apocalypses. I can pray for it to end soon. Basil stared at the church's dusty altar with nostalgia. The memories of his mother bringing him to Easter celebrations flooded his mind. Leaving Bulgaria had left him uprooted and deprived him of a sense of community. God, if it's not too much to ask, we need help downstairs. Basil made a hand sign to represent the Orthodox cross. A bolt of divine lightning would be nice, though I can settle for a sword of heavenly fire or a bazooka of justice. Anything really. God answered the prayer with silence. Basil almost left disappointed when he noticed books on the church's altar, two finely crafted grimoires, one red and the other black. Have they always been there? Basil asked Plato in confusion. I dunno, I didn't pay attention. His cat swiped his nose with his paw. So much dust. Basil examined the books, and the system immediately provided him with information. Spells. Wait, I could do magic with prayers. Basil read the missal's instructions on how to hold the mass, and a new screen appeared. Basil checked the book's pages with rapturous attention. They included dozens of spells, if not more. Each liturgy, each church ritual carried power of some kind, from healing the sick to empowering the faithful. Much ink has been spilled on how to optimize proper SB consumption. What did that mean, and why were all church prayers linked to spells? Had they been spells from the start and didn't work because there were no special points or magic to fuel them? This raised an important question. Did the system give prayers tangible powers, or was their power suppressed before the system came along? In the first case, it spoke volumes about the system's ability to reshape reality. And in the second case, it implied the normal world Basil had lived in since birth was in an abnormal state. I guess these books will have to do, Basil said. I would rather have fiery swords, but God works in mysterious ways. By giving you two old books, Plato sneezed from the dust. You should have converted to Buddhism. Basil forgave his cat's blasphemy and registered the books in his inventory for later use. It could be a coincidence, but if prayers carried real magical power with the system's arrival, then one of them could perhaps heal petrification. Is everything okay, mister? Rosemary asked upon entering the cathedral's hall. Have you eaten well? The only food I need right now is the bread and blood of Christ, Basil half-joked. I will be the axe of heaven. God wills it. What is Christ, a monster? Rosemary pondered with childish innocence. Can I eat them? When do we take back the Holy Land? Plato asked with a deadpan tone. Basil's glare only amused him further. Too soon. Mock me all you want, Plato, but a force greater than any strength point possesses me now. Basil pumped a fist with determination. His words boomed across the cathedral's hall like a sermon. Faith, faith in humanity, faith in our power to defeat the invaders. You say we should take back the Holy Land. I say we retake all the land, starting with this one. Unity Watcher suddenly entered the church through the broken window, interrupting Basil's passionate speech. When he heard the explosions, Bugsy knew his moment had come. As ordered, the centimagma had retreated to the human hive's outskirts so as not to foil the infiltration mission. He spent minutes mentally preparing himself for the epic fight that he knew would come. His tail flailed the pavement in trepidation. The times when Bugsy would clumsily break trees and set grass on fire ended here and now. He would no longer lower his head in shame at his ineptitude. Today, he would prove his newfound strength and mighty combat prowess to the boss. I'm proud of you, Bugsy, the boss would say while patting him on the head, right on the sweet spot behind the antennae. I thus promote you to my new right-hand cat. But I cannot betray Mr. Plato, Bugsy would reply because he was modest. He is like a brother to me. You deserve to become the top pet, Bugsy, Plato would reassure him. You've worked so hard for it, all would fear the name of Bugsy Alpont's venture. I need a war cry, Bugsy thought as his tremor sense detected the party rush to his position and the rumbling steps of a colossal beast. You shall not pass too simple, I have 100 feet to kick your ass with. I am fire, I am death. Yes, yes, that's badass, that's me, that's fearsome. Bugsy moved in the middle of a lane full of abandoned cars. As the boss, Plato, and Rosemary emerged from around a street corner, the centimagma raised his head with pride. I am fire. Bugsy exhaled flames through his fangs. I am. Retreat, the boss shouted. His breath was short, his expression one of utter panic. Tactical retreat. Mister. Rosemary struggled to catch up to the boss because of her short vine legs. Wait for me, huh? Bugsy asked in confusion, his momentum broken. Run, you idiot. Plato snarled as he bolted past the centipede. Run. A tide of metal poured out of the city after the party. Bugsy had expected to fight a few watchers, a dozen at most. Instead, a full swarm of flying orbs flew above the lane. They fired petrify rays in all directions, the lasers failing to affect Bugsy due to the level difference. "We come in peace," the swarm buzzed. "Petrification is temporary. Submit for your own good. I can take them." Bugsy tried to muster his courage. "Witness me, boss, witness." And then the bigger machine stepped into view, a colossus of steel carried by 4 legs each longer than Bugsy himself. The ground trembled when it walked, and its cannon's gears screeched upon pointing at the centimagma. When Bugsy read the giant machine's level, the great flame of his bravery petered out. Agility up. Never before did Bugsy activate his perk so quickly. Agility up. The system empowered his 100 legs with new speed. The boss and Rosemarine leaped on Bugsy's back as the centimagma turned around and ran away. Only Plato managed to run faster than him on his own legs. "The unity is non-negotiable," the giant robot broadcasted while running after the party. Fiery light built up in its cannon. "This planet will be PACIFID. De-level this asshole." The boss materialized the venom bomb in his hand and threw it at the robots. Projectile exploded into a toxic purple cloud that spread through the lane. It failed to damage the robots, but reduced their visibility. A red ray fired through the smoke and melted the pavement to Bugsy's left. The blast missed him, but only barely so. "Faster, faster," Plato shouted as the giant robot rushed out of the toxic cloud. "I've got this," Bugsy promised. He ran as fast as his legs could carry him. "I've got this." Bugsy Alponce Venture believed he would become his party's frontliner. But in truth, he had been the getaway driver all along. 6 hours. It took the party 6 hours to escape with their lives. Bugsy spent all his SB casting agility up over and over again as Basil guided him through the land's forest. The gearsmen stopped hunting the party before the Watchers, but eventually all of them gave up. Only when Basil was convinced that nobody would follow them to the house did he and his pets return home safely. "I am Fire." Bugsy collapsed in exhaustion on the house's lawn, under the faint light of the sunset. "I am Death." "You've done well, Bugsy," Basil thanked the centimagma before stepping down from his back. "I'll cook anything you want tonight." "Mister, I don't want to go to human cities anymore," Rosemarine whined. "They're scary. I need a sofa," Plato declared. The cat didn't look as winded as Bugsy, but he clearly wanted nothing more than to sleep. "My kingdom for a cushion." Basil helped Bugsy drink a potion to satisfy his thirst. He had believed the Unity lacked forces to properly defend Dax, but when a single Watcher sounded the alarm, dozens answered the call. The machines could mobilize quickly. Now that they knew of the party's existence, returning to the city to scavenge for supplies would grow even riskier. And worst of all, Basil didn't find any monster to build a flower hedge. "We need a better defensive perimeter." Basil would set traps in the forest in case the Watchers sent hunting parties. "We'll keep our heads down and stick to the wilderness from now on." It was for the better. Monsters prioritized cities and Basil didn't need urban infrastructures. Modern medicine and technology mattered, but he could probably replace both with crafted substitutes given time. He had work ahead of himself. Bugsy's new transformation meant that the centimagma would consume more food than before. Basil kept sizable reserves in his basement, but he would rather avoid tapping into them unless strictly necessary. "I need to enlarge the garden," Basil thought upon entering the house. Plato fulfilled his oath and bolted to the sofa. Bugsy tried to squeeze himself through the entrance, but his new size prevented him from succeeding, and widened the doors too. "You can sleep in the garage for now," Basil told Bugsy. "We'll go chip wood and pull down the entrance's wall tomorrow." "I don't know much about woodworking, but it can't be that hard." "I'm so sorry, boss," Bugsy apologized. "I didn't want to become a burden." "You never were one and never will be," Basil reassured him. "You saved us all back then. Without your enhanced agility, the bots would have caught up to us. When the Watchers failed to petrify the group because of their higher levels, they had started throwing themselves at them like kamikaze drones. Failure to escape would have spelled the party's death." The errand might have been a bust, but they at least gathered information, and the cathedral's holy grimoires could perhaps procure a solution to the petrification ailment. And if normal books transformed into spellcasting manuals with the system's arrival, perhaps a few in Basil's library had gained magical properties too. There was much work to do, but Basil was too tired to start it now. He would cook for everyone and then go to bed right afterward. His party had earned a moment to rest. Basil barely enjoyed a few hours of sleep before Plato woke him up. "Basil, Basil." The cat needed his owners back. "Come on, wake up." "What?" Basil groaned, his head half buried in a cushion. The sun hadn't yet risen and the world was dark beyond his windows. "I put leftovers on the kitchen counter." "I know I ate them already." The cat hadn't woken up his owner to satisfy his craving for food. Rosemarine found a clam in the garden. A clam. Basil locked eyes with his cat, his vision blurring from the sleeplessness. The mollusk. Yes, the mollusk in the garden. Basil slumped back into the pillow. He didn't have time for this nonsense. "Just kill it." "I tried, but it has cannons pointed at the house." Basil listened to his cat's sentence, his sleepy mind failing to process the words properly. When it did, he bolted out of bed, summoned his axe from the inventory, and prepared to clobber his way back to slumber. Nobody woke Basil Bohan before noon and lived to tell the tale. Where is the victim? Basil asked upon stepping outside the house with Plato. A sleepy Bugsy and Rosemarine surrounded a giant shell that washed up on the stream's shore. Indeed, it looked like a clam on a closer look, albeit bigger than a cow, light blue, and with a set of steel barrels sticking out of the carapace. The system immediately identified it as a monster, a girl, fine by Basil. He was a true feminist, the kind that would hit a female monster as hard as a male one. "Mister, I can't eat the food inside," Rosemarine complained. "When I evolve, I will break the shell with my teeth and gorge myself on sweet blood. Do I cook it with my breath, boss?" Bugsy asked. The shell's barrels immediately pointed at the centimagma, startling him. "Hey, could be a spy from the city," Plato muttered, "or dangerous." Since the monster hadn't opened fire immediately, Basil gave her the benefit of the doubt. "You've got 5 seconds to explain what you're doing here or get the fuck off my property," he warned the clam. "Starting right now." A silence stretched on for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Psst, a squeaky, girly voice came out of the shell. Basil lowered his gaze as it opened slightly. 2 red eyes peered through them. "Wanna trade?" the creature asked. "Wanna make some sweet money?" Basil stared back without a word. His mouth went dry from the lack of sleep and the surreal nature of the conversation. "When I saw your shiny house, I knew you were a potential customer with taste." She tried to sweet-talk him into lowering his guard. "The kind of person who won't settle for anything but the best." "It's even worse than I thought," Basil told himself. "Much worse. I've got quality stuff to trade in this new brand shell of mine. Weapons, shiny's the real deal." The creature winked at Basil. "My fares are so low you'll have to sit down." Basil didn't answer. The tense silence stretched on. Shellgirl winked repeatedly as if it would break the deadlock. "Bugsy," Basil broke the silence. "Yes, boss, throw this thing back into the stream. She's the worst kind of monster." Basil glared at the giant clam. "A door-to-door saleswoman. I can't believe this vermin managed to slip in." Basil. Plato hissed at the clam mimic. "I swear I was on the lookout for these pests." Hey, come on," Shellgirl protested. "I swear I'm not that kind of gal." "You're sure, boss?" Bugsy asked, ignoring the clam. "Throw her down the stream," Basil insisted. "Salesmen are an invasive species. You feed a single one and then they start breeding all over the neighborhood." Rosemarine slumped in the grass. "Can't we eat her for experience first, mister?" "Salesmen don't give exp, they give calls." Basil remained unmoved. "Throw her down the stream." Bugsy pushed the sales monster back with his tail towards the river, much to her chagrin. "Stop," she protested with a shrill voice. "I'll make it worth your time, I swear." "They all say that," Basil replied before turning his back on the scene. "Now, if you excuse me, I'll go back to sleep." And boom, the noise of a gun firing stopped Basil where he stood. When he hastily turned around, Bugsy and the others had backed away from Shellgirl. One of her barrels pointed at the skies and steamed mist. A warning shot. Everybody calms down. The clam's eyes vanished inside her shell and she started muttering to herself. "Where did it go wrong?" Flatter the customer. "I did it tempt them with elusive promises about your product to foster interest. Dunno. Introduce yourself to the customer to build trust." "I skipped that part." Basil resisted the urge to pinch his nose in annoyance. "Are you reading a business book inside your shell?" Her brief silence, followed by an embarrassed answer, confirmed his theory. "No, I'm not okay. I'm trying to figure it out all right. I'm a what do humans call it?" Basil picked up the sound of flipping pages. His pet sent him confused gazes, unsure how to react to this nonsense. I'm a startup," said the clam monster. "Okay, let's start over." The clamshell widened further to reveal the creature inside, the slim figure of a female humanoid made not of flesh but translucent green slime. She had arms and breasts but tendrils growing from the shell below the waist. Hair made of goo flowed down her head above 2 crimson eyes and a wicked, impish face. "I'm Shellgirl. I'm the owner of a small import-export business with high potential for growth." Her lines sounded straight out of an MBA seminar. "You want to invest in the future." She stressed out the last word as if it had magical properties. "Do you sell tickets to Mars?" Basil snorted, utterly unimpressed. The slime girl squinted at him. "Where is this Mars? Is there money to make there?" "Not that I know of." "Then no, I'm not going to Mars." She put a hand on her breasts and grinned. "My only journey is the journey to the grind. I let the current carry me to new opportunities." "I don't get it." Plato didn't hide his skepticism. "You want to make money, not levels. I have the urge to level up too, but it doesn't compare to the joy of filling my shell with wealth. When I add a new treasure inside me, I feel." Shellgirl gave the party a perverted grin and exhaled. "I feel satisfied." Basil suddenly remembered that she was a clam mimic. If his experience with role-playing games applied here, mimics were monsters acting as living treasure chests. A clam with its pearl made for a fitting aquatic version. "You know, I tried to kill humans and monsters for their money," Shellgirl admitted, "but fighting is so risky. I figured I should work smarter, not harder." "Get it? By becoming a saleswoman and annoying people in the middle of the night?" Basil asked. "I've waged wars for less." "Well, she snapped her clamshell shut and muttered to herself again. "Okay, Make jokes to diffuse tension, impress them with your past deals as proof of concept. Shellgirl was so busy studying that she missed Plato whispering at his owner. Basil, you give the word and I will silence the pest on the spot. The cat mimicked a gutting motion with his claw. Rosmarine salivated hungrily, and Bugsy snapped his mandibles in annoyance. Basil only had to give the order and they would tear the shell mimic to pieces. At 4 against 1 with higher levels on average, the fight should end quickly. Basil almost gave the go-ahead when a brighter idea crossed his mind. You said you traveled across the river. Yes, I did. The slime girl came out of her shell again in record speed, smelling the opportunity. I traveled far and wide, collected treasures from the world over. I'm looking for information. Basil cut through her crappy self-promotion attempt. If you have it, then we could make a deal. While she was annoying and a pest, Shellgirl was one of the few monsters Basil met that didn't try to attack him on sight. If she wanted to trade with humans rather than kill them, then she must have heard interesting rumors. Basil couldn't rule out the possibility that she was a spy infiltrating human society either. If she failed to earn his trust, she wouldn't live to reveal the house's location to anyone. Information. The exuberant mimic suddenly became far more reserved. Depends, I can't discuss where my merchandise comes from or how much money I make. It makes people violently jealous. I doubt that, Basil thought. If she had to threaten him into buying her stuff and spill common sales bullcrap, she had to be dirt poor. I'm looking for intel on 2 groups calling themselves the Unity and the Apocalypse Force. Oh, those guys, Shellgirl stroked her chin and goo slipped from her cheeks. Yeah, I might know a thing or two. Not much about the Unity since they attack on sight, but the Apocalypse Force. Basil exchanged a glance with his pets. Rosmarine whined upon realizing that she wouldn't eat the clam anytime soon, and the others looked more skeptical than anything. Start talking, Basil all but ordered. Well, where should I start? Back to the beginning of my illustrious career. Shellgirl cleared her throat, mostly for dramatic effect. I was born in the Water Sanctuary Dungeon in Lourdes, a pretty nice place full of undead and aquatic monsters. Lourdes, Plato glanced at Basil. Didn't we visit that place with Renee? We did, Basil confirmed. Lourdes was a pilgrim hotspot whose waters had supposedly miraculous properties. They didn't cure Renee's cancer as he had hoped, but he enjoyed his stay in the city all the same. It welcomes millions of pilgrims each year. Yeah, when I checked the humans' shops, I just knew I had to open my own business, Shellgirl said. Unfortunately, I was born one day after the dungeon appeared, so I couldn't find a good mentor. A zombie's belly is never full if you catch my drift. Basil suppressed a wince. They slaughtered the city's population, mostly. Some priests managed to fight back, but then the bugs showed up. The bugs, Bugsy's mandibles snapped in dread. The Apocalypse Force. Shellgirl shuddered as if remembering a bad memory. 3 of them level 10 each. They went into the dungeon like big hornets in the beehive, killed the old boss, and took over the place. The story sounded a bit too familiar to Basil's liking. What happened afterward? They split us into 2 halves and ordered that we wipe out the other, Shellgirl admitted without any cheerfulness. They had no time for weaklings. Levels must go up, they said, so the horsemen can cross the barrier and crush the Unity's forces. Low levels must be eradicated. The mention of a barrier again, and it appeared the Apocalypse Force and the Unity pursued completely opposite goals. It made sense for them to fight. The horsemen, Plato asked in confusion. Horse riders. A chill went down Basil's spine. The word sparked a memory of his childhood, back when he listened to a fiery sermon. And power was given unto them over the 4th part of the earth. The priest had declared to kill with sword and with hunger and with death and with the beasts of the earth. The horsemen of the apocalypse, Basil dared to ask, his voice breaking. Dunno, I bilayed out after the first elimination round, Shellgirl replied. Way it went, I figured I would end up on the wrong side of the culling sooner or later. It didn't dispel Basil's doubts. Megabug mentioned a certain Apollyon, and now the name sounded so familiar. Basil must have heard it in a sermon before too. It could be a coincidence, but somehow he couldn't bring himself to believe it. Okay, this may be slightly above the French army's pay grade, Basil thought, but things won't degenerate so much, right? Right. Basil dealt with his anxiety about mankind's future the healthy way by repressing and trying to forget about it. And that's how I decided to retrain professionally. Shellgirl continued her tale. I wandered around Lourdes when I received a revelation. I could become a merchant and fill my shell with wealth without tempting death. You found a business book in the city's ruins. Basil guessed, trying to focus on smaller details rather than the scarier big picture. It's okay, you don't have to hide it. I have a few in my library. Shellgirl tried not to look too interested, but she lacked the poker face needed for it. I see, she said evasively. I also heard rumors of a third faction on the block too. Metal Olympus or something. My best customer advice, don't get involved with big business when you're small. Wise words to live by, Basil replied. Have you traded with other monsters? Plenty. A witch in the woods, hobgoblins and orc clans, spellcasters. Some tried to rob me too, but I shot them right between the eyes. But no humans, alive. Nope, you're actually my first living human customer. I'm super excited to make this sale. Shellgirl clapped her hands. So what do I get for answering your questions? I'm looking for potions to resell to a witch, but I could settle for the business books you mentioned. For another client, of course. You misheard, Basil smirked. I said that if you had the info I'm looking for, then we can make a deal. You got her, Chief. Bugsy complimented him. That's just a devious move. To Basil's surprise, Shellgirl nodded to herself as if taking mental notes. I like it. I learned something tonight. Seriously, Plato complained. Can't we just kill her and steal her stuff? I made a promise, Basil replied with a tone that brooked no disobedience. Just try to kill me, kitty cat. Shellgirl pointed at her cannons with her thumb. These babies aren't just for show. Basil showcased his old iron axe. Mine is bigger, is it? Shellgirl answered with a coy grin. What if I told you I could make it longer? Basil raised a single eyebrow. The mimic merchant answered the challenge by joining her hands. An item appeared between her fingers in a familiar flash of light, the same that flared whenever Basil opened his inventory. An enormous axe materialized in Shellgirl's hands, as long as a spear and topped with a spike. A cutting half-crescent blade protruded from one side and a cruel hook from the other. The staff was made of strong, polished wood, the rest of stainless steel. It was love at first sight. Even though Basil had been married to his old iron axe for years, the divorce happened in the blink of an eye. He dropped it on the ground without a look to seize the newer, prettier weapon. Shellgirl relinquished the halberd and let Basil examine it. His hands traveled down the shaft with desire. Bugsy didn't hide his jealousy for Shellgirl's ability. Hey, how is it that you have an inventory? Unique mimic perk, she gloated. Basil mentally noted that specific monsters could access player-exclusive features with the right perks, but he could scarcely focus on anything but the beauty in his hands. His fingers trailed along the sharp curve of the blade. He needed to own it, to possess it, to make it his. Mister, are you all right? Rosemarine asked with concern. Mister. Basil's ears could hear her words, but he didn't listen to them. His doubts about the merchant's motives vanished like the night before dawn. Someone with enough taste to carry such an exquisite ware couldn't possibly be a bad person. Plato wagged his tail. I think we've lost him. Oh my God, Basil thought as he struggled to suppress his ardent desire. It's handcrafted. Mr. Plato, what's happening? Bugsy asked. He sounded somewhat worried. I've never seen the boss like this. It's a Bulgarian thing, Plato replied. You can't understand. That was one way to put it. One of my ancestors, Basil whispered softly, was a Swiss mercenary who fought in the armies of Bulgarian Tsar Ivan Shishman against the Ottoman Empire. He brought his halberd with him, and after the Turks finally conquered Bulgaria, he settled down with a local priest's niece. The weapon has been passed down my family for centuries since, at least until Basil's father sold the halberd for booze. His son never forgave him for the blunder. He knew the weapon in his hand wasn't his family's heirloom, but it was probably the closest thing he would ever get to a replacement. The shaft is firm. Basil waved the halberd. It felt so light between his fingers. It's got a long reach, too. It can pierce through even the moistest shells. I traded it with an undead knight for a sword. He couldn't last 15 seconds before polishing it. Shellgirl's grin widened further and further. Know what? If you take this beautiful baby, I'll give you a performance enhancer as a freebie. Mister, is she talking about weapons? Rosemarine asked innocently. Could I have one too? Yes, of course, Basil replied before deciding he couldn't resist the halberd's lure. You win, Shellgirl. How much do you want? Now we're talking. Shellgirl rubbed her hands. What do you offer, big guy? Can I pay you in liquid assets? I still have euros stashed away. You mean human currency? Shellgirl wagged her finger at him. Sorry, baby, currency fluctuates too much nowadays. Although I can accept shiny gold and silver. I have tools, extra gasoline. Basil counted what he didn't need. Spinotter furs. Ogre bones too, Plato said. Ogremach's corpse is rotting in the fridge. Somehow Basil kept forgetting about that. If you're looking for potions, I have a few homemade ones too. Mostly healing elixirs. Homemade. Shellgirl's expression turned from cautious to excited. You're a crafter. Yes, but I can't sell too much of my stock, Basil haggled. I have a limited supply of raw material, and I still need to complete my lab. It didn't deter Shellgirl. If anything, it only made her more curious. A frog-like tongue of slime stuck out of her mouth and licked her lips. Show me everything, she whispered. Upon seeing the naked greed in the mimic's eyes, Basil couldn't shake the feeling that he had made a terrible mistake. Basil gave Shellgirl a tour of his basement. The longer she examined his wares, the more her excitement grew. She inhaled and exhaled in shorter intervals. Her shell trembled in anticipation. Her slimy fingers softly touched potion bottles as if they contained liquid gold. You've got a big house with a lot of precious stuff. Shellgirl rubbed her hands, her eyes burning with greed. I'm digging it. If she asks me to marry her for the house, I'm throwing her out, Basil thought. He had to put the conversation back on track. I can't sell too many potions. I have a limited supply of raw material, and I still need to complete my lab. A lab? You want to? Shellgirl's grin became downright frightening. Scale up your production. This is getting disturbing, Basil complained. Tell me what items you want for the halberd and go. Wait. Shellgirl corrected her expression until she looked normal again, or at least less frightful. I have a proposal. Hey, how about we start it? After struggling to find the right word, the mimic retreated back into her shell. Basil waited patiently as he heard her flip the pages of an invisible book. Ah, here it is. The clam snapped open to reveal Shellgirl's bright smile. A holistic international joint venture, a business deal. The proposal didn't surprise Basil in the slightest. He expected her to try to sucker him on the profit part, though. You make the products, I sell them, and we split the profits. Shellgirl grinned wickedly. I would say 80% for me, 20 for you is a fair price, I knew it. As a new merchant, Shellgirl was utterly predictable. How about the other way around? Basil asked mirthfully. Hey, I'm taking all the risks there. I'm the one venturing into the world, chatting up customers, grinding it out. But I'm the one covering the production expenses, Basil pointed out. And profit doesn't interest me. I'm looking for tools to improve my team's day-to-day life, not to accumulate money for its own sake. Shellgirl looked at Basil as if he had grown a second head. You don't want to get rich. Never did, and I want it even less now that the world ended, Basil replied with disdain. He already considered the lure of money an illusion getting in the way of happiness before the apocalypse and didn't change his mind afterward. What's the point of being rich nowadays if you can't trade money for anything? You didn't even accept my currency. Wealth isn't about utility, Shellgirl argued. It's about bragging rights. Exactly. I don't need a mountain of cash to feel happy and confident. His point flew over Shellgirl's head. That's perfect for me. She joined her hands, her fingers intertwined. Then I have a counter offer. You said you were looking for specific items. I can stash up to 6 items in my shell for now, which isn't enough space to accumulate a hoard. Basil crossed his arms. Go on. I'll stock the bounty of our joint venture in your basement warehouse. The company will lease you the items you need or find interesting, while I keep the money and profits. I can even look for specific stuff to obtain. How does that sound? Basil had mixed feelings about the proposal. On one hand, he needed medical supplies to find a cure to the petrification ailment, and Shellgirl's trade trips would help him scout for information. On the other hand, regular contact with the outside world increased the risk of enemies discovering the house. Shellgirl didn't strike him as particularly stealthy either. Basil checked his perks and confirmed the existence of a potential solution. I find the proposal agreeable under one condition. Basil raised his index finger. You must join my party. Shellgirl tensed up. Why? My tamer perks will kill you if my HP hits 0. That way you won't be tempted to pull a fast one and lead monsters to my house's location. Shellgirl's smile faltered. I don't see how that's a win for me. If you want this business relationship to be exclusive, you've got to make it worth my time. My tamer class will grant you stat boosts on level ups and a unique perk as long as you remain in my party. Basil tempted her. You get to keep both even if we split and go our separate ways. Consider them stock options. Shellgirl considered the proposal for a moment. Then she retreated into her shell to read her business manual. Stock options, I see, so instead of a joint venture, we would merge our corporations and split the party's shares. Yes, Basil tried to translate the arrangement in economic terms. The party will cover your food and sleep expenses in the house, give you medical assistance, and a few other associate benefits. If I leave, will I keep the money I made during our association? Yes. Then it's a deal. Shellgirl emerged from her hideout and extended a hand at Basil. Happy merger. Basil squeezed the merchant's hand and slime squished between his fingers. He prayed that he wouldn't regret this arrangement. Oh ho, that's great. Shellgirl's greedy grin grew wider. Except the battle part. Can I trust you to take care of it? No pretty freeloaders here, Basil replied harshly. If the house is attacked, you help defend it. Basil was willing to trade away the remains of defeated monsters like Ogremach, Spinotter furs, and extra potions. He made a list of items he was looking for in exchange: tools to build an alchemy lab in his basement, modern medicine, to craft potions, a cure for the petrification ailment, and spellbooks to study. True to her word, Shellgirl surrendered the halberd and presented him with other collected items: a cute pink ribbon, a large pearl the size of a fist, a vial of anabolic steroids, a business book, and one very precious chest. Basil gasped when he recognized the last item. Lined with gold and cone-shaped, the chest was topped by a small cross. A picture of the Virgin Mary visiting a woman appeared on the front. You like this shiny? Shellgirl patted the cross at the chest's top. I took it with me when I left my home dungeon. It's the reliquary of Saint Bernadette, Lourdes patron. Basil and Renee had seen it when they last visited Lourdes. He attempted to analyze it, but the system denied him. Fuck you, Basil yelled at the screen, not for free. Shellgirl rubbed her fingers, and you must bring your own equipment. Arg, forget it. Basil set the reliquary aside. He simply couldn't trade something so precious. Lourdes was well known among Catholics for the supposedly miraculous properties of its waters. Many pilgrims visited its spring and prayed for a cure. Considering how the system now attributed magical properties to prayers, and Saint Bernadette was the one who identified the miraculous waters, the reliquary might become incredibly useful in the near future. After setting Saint Bernadette's remains aside, Basil glanced at the other items, particularly the ribbon. Rosemarine would look pretty with it. As for the rest, Shellgirl held the pearl and book close to her chest. These ones aren't for lease. Mine, mine, mine. Basil gave the book a cursory glance anyway. How unsurprising. You can borrow better business books from my library, Basil said. Oh, Shellgirl looked at him with a curious expression. You sought to invest in yourself too, sort of. I planned to open an online pharmacy business at one point, but it didn't pan out. I've read failure is the best teacher, Shellgirl replied with a grin. You need to adopt a wealthy mindset if you want to improve. Basil shuddered. He had to take the self-help booklets out of the library before she could read them. The party split the next day after Basil enjoyed a few hours of sleep. Shellgirl leaped into the river with new items to sell, promising to return by the evening. Basil sent Bugsy into the forest to chop trees for the new door. He only had to pick them up where they fell. And Plato went to hunt birds in the forest like the feline serial killer he was, which left Basil alone with Rosemarine to expand the garden. With the greenhouse full and too many new mouths to feed, they needed to prepare a new plot of land next to the house for sowing. Here you go, my dear. Basil finished putting the pink ribbon around Rosemarine's neck. Is it too tight? How do I look, Mr. Who Feeds Me? Rosemarine asked, her ribbon jiggling when she turned her head. Acidic saliva dripped down her sharp teeth and onto the grass. Oh, she looked adorable. You're perfect, my dear, Basil said before handing her a small bag of seeds. Now I need you to sow these tiny babies after Daddy Bohan labors the ground with his hoe. Each seed category must stay in its allocated plot. Can I spray them with my pollen to make them healthier, mister? Rosemarine asked with enthusiasm. Can I feed them the blood and guts of our enemies too? Oh, she was such a caring green hand. Baby steps, Rosemarine. Basil unfolded his newest crafting discovery, a brown bag full of red fertilizer, obtained by combining a normal brand with Shellgirl's anabolic steroids. According to the system, this power nutrient would buff up the stats of all plants exposed to it. Basil hoped that it would hasten the growth of the seeds enough for an early harvest. I missed gardening. Basil plowed the field with his hoe under the faint morning light. Rosemarine dutifully planted the seeds in his wake, spraying the ground with fertilizer and pollen alike. A simple, uncomplicated life. The system had ruined Basil's daily routine and forced him to deal with crisis after crisis. Megabug, the Unity Shellgirl, each time he thought he could find a degree of normalcy in a world gone mad, a new problem arose to ruin his hopes. Well, no more. Basil had planned the perfect post-apocalyptic routine. He would wake up at 11 o'clock, do house chores before his meal, study holy books in the afternoon, dine with his pets, and finally go to sleep after a TV or video game run. Eventually, he would find a cure for petrification. The French army would repel the Unity, and Basil could go back to paying his taxes without worrying about the future. A simple plan for a quiet life. Mister, Rosemarine's voice grew worried. Mister, I shouldn't tempt fate like that, Basil told himself. He glanced at the plowed rows of the garden. The earth trembled as dog-sized creatures emerged from underground to embrace the sunlight. It never goes well. Basil didn't know whether he should blame Rosemarine's pollen or the power nutrient. Perhaps it was the combination of both on top of the dungeon's leftover radiation. Whatever the case, the results were nothing short of spectacular. A dog-sized pumpkin was the first to rise out of the earth. It let out a fearsome cry with its maw and unleashed a burst of flames with its burning eyes. Fanged tomatoes emerged from the garden after it, followed by onions with spider legs, tiny humanoid beans, and strawberries with frightening eyes all over their skin. Rosemarine's seeds bloomed by the dozens into tiny newborn monsters. The cacophony of their screams made Basil wince, yet the sight filled him with perverse satisfaction. His experiment had succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. Can I adopt them, mister? Rosemarine asked, hectic with joy. We will raise a plant army and eat the world. I've made something better than a monster flower hedge. Basil smirked in triumph. A self-defending kitchen guardian. A fanged tomato leaped at his face with a hungry roar. Basil swung his hoe on instinct and sent the creature flying into the house's fence. A pumpkin monster followed by trying to bite his ankle and received a kick to the teeth for its trouble. Basil's joy at raising a vegetable army proved short-lived. The monsters snapped their fangs at him and some even salivated with hunger. No eating the mister, Rosemarine roared, her cute little voice turning from concern to angry. Bad seeds, I am your creator. Basil shouted to his wayward vegetables. You must obey me, submit, and I shall water you each morning. The system translated his words to the rabble and some of them listened. A few of the vegetables broke ranks to join Rosemarine, the plants forming a defensive barrier around Basil. Alas, most of the newborn monsters refused to bow and leaped at the loyalists with murderous intent. Is this a revolt? Basil ground his teeth. I prefer meat first and foremost. He swung his hoe and baptized it in pumpkin blood, but I know vegan recipes. After he wandered deeper and deeper into the woods with nothing to show for it, Plato realized that he had done it. He had slain all the forest's bird monsters. Wow, I didn't think the day would come. Plato sat in the shadow of a tree in disappointment. I feel empty inside. The forest was still teeming with critters like rats, mice, and squirrels, but killing them felt different. Amusing but not as pleasurable as watching the light go out of a bird's eyes. Nothing could beat a close-up murder in intimacy, especially when the target didn't see the fatal pounce coming. How am I supposed to contribute now? Plato muttered to himself. These exercises were training for hunts and battles, to bring meat to the kitchen table, and to make his party stronger by shoring up experience. Plato understood that as a pampered cat, he was mostly a burden for Basil. His owner tapped into his food reserves for his sake, treated him when he was sick, and removed parasites from his fur when he came back with ticks. Rosemarine healed wounds with her pollen, and Bugsy contributed like a work animal, but the only things Plato was good at were hunting and reconnaissance. With no monster left in the forest, what purpose did he serve? Plato knew Basil would never consider him a burden in his mind, but his cat pride wouldn't let him act like a human neat. I could always scout the city's outskirts and snatch boxes of medicine. Plato picked up the distant sound of trees falling down to earth. Bugsy sure can't approach the place undetected. Plato's amusement morphed into concern. They were far from the house. Why would Bugsy travel so deep into the forest to chop wood? He could pick trees by stepping over the fence. The rumbling noise grew closer. Realizing the danger, Plato hid in the tall grasses. His eyesight was terrible, but his ears picked words spoken aloud and his nose smelled steel in the wind. "Are you kidding me?" Plato whispered, half in fear and half in disbelief. An enormous shadow walked between the trees, causing some to fall with each step. "Damn it. Target undetected." The gearsman's voice boomed across the forest. A group of watchers flew between the trees to patrol the area around their larger brethren. Moving on to a new search zone. After making sure the robots wouldn't see him, Plato rushed in the house's direction as fast as his tiny legs could carry him. The battle for the garden ended with a decisive loyalist victory. The rebels nearly overwhelmed Basil and his allies through sheer numbers until Bugsy returned from his woodcutting excursion. The centimagma decimated the left tomato wing with his fiery breath, allowing Basil to collapse the pumpkin cavalry's right flank. They cut the rebels down to the last sprout. When Basil lowered his hoe at last, a harvest of fresh and crispy vegetables lay at his feet. Only 5 plant loyalists kept their heads, one individual for each breed sowed today, from the ghosty pumpkin to the demon tomato. The experience penalty was starting to show. Basil had slain the equivalent of a goblin army with no new level to show for it. Well, that was unexpected. Basil checked his half-full bag of fertilizer. They had enough of it left to seed a second plot of land, but he wondered if it would be worth the risk. It must have been a ploy of the vegan empire boss. Bugsy glared at the vegetable loyalists with suspicion. The Major Chicken Marathon Night influenced him a bit too much. They're infiltrators sent to turn us into herbivores. The plant monsters cowered in fear of the much larger centimagma. Rosemarine protectively moved between them and Bugsy. "They are good seeds," she declared with motherly pride. "I won't let you hurt them." Aw, she looked so brave, snapping her fangs at a much larger monster. "She's correct, Bugsy." Basil patted the centimagma on the back. "They fought to preserve our meat dictatorship over the menu. As promised, I shall water them every day and spare them from the kitchen knife." The 5 plant monsters let out screeches of happiness, but none as loud as Rosemarine. "If you say so, boss," Bugsy said without complaining. "So do they join the party too?" "I never closed the door to new minions," Basil replied. However, he failed to add the newly born plant monsters to his party. 6 members. With Shellgirl now included in the active party, that left only 1 spot. He could add and expel the vegetables from his party in short succession to grant them the extra tamer perk, but they would miss out on the improved stat growths. "Mister," Rosemarine asked in confusion. "Is something wrong?" "Change of plans," Basil replied. "The system won't allow me to recruit everyone into my party, so they will form one of their own under your supervision, Rosemarine. They'll be your interns and you will teach them our way of life." "Yes, mister." Rosemarine took the smaller vegetable monsters in her vines like a mother hen. "I will raise them to eat the meat of our enemies." "Hey, why does she get interns?" Bugsy complained with clear jealousy. "Mr. Plato and I are the seniors." Speaking of Plato, the cat rushed out of the woods and towards the garden. Basil knew his pet's body language enough to realize something terrible happened. "Basil, we've got a problem." Plato froze upon noticing the new vegetable monsters. "Am I hallucinating, or does that tomato have fangs? When we all evolve, we will eat the goblins to extinction." Rosemarine boasted, the plant monsters making noises of approval. Basil suddenly realized that they lacked the intelligence to actually speak, at least until they gained a few more levels. "Boss, will meat dishes attack us too?" Bugsy asked with a worried tone. "They shouldn't," Basil replied, although he suddenly experienced a moment of doubt. With the system, anything could happen. He brushed off the subject before he could tempt fate any further. "Plato, what's happening?" "The robots." Plato sat on the garden's grass, a serious expression on his face. "They're patrolling the forest." A tense silence fell upon the garden, and Basil realized that he would never find peace. "How many?" he asked. "How far?" "A gearsman and 5 watchers." Plato gathered his breath. They're checking every spot of land, but the bog's terrain slows down their progress. I'd say we have a few hours. You're sure they're after us? Who else, Basil? Plato replied ruefully. Had Basil misread the situation? He thought the Unity lacked the numbers to patrol areas beyond Dax's riverbank and that his party could safely stick to the wilderness. Or did the robots mistake Basil's group for enemy reinforcements? In this scenario, it made sense for them to secure the forest and prevent a pincer attack. Basil cursed his rotten luck for letting himself be seen in Dax. He shouldn't have overreached. What do we do, boss? Bugsy asked, his antennae applied to the ground. I don't sense them yet, so we have time to flee. We can't run this time, Basil replied. We must destroy them before they can find the house. Hello, Plato put a paw on his chest, right where Megabug once stabbed him. Last time we fought someone with a level higher than ours, I lost a life. I would rather keep the other 8. I would rather avoid unnecessary fights too, but the situation is fundamentally different, Basil pointed out. We didn't expect Megabug, so numbers and initiative were our only advantage. Today we have time to prepare. We know the terrain and the robots don't expect an ambush. Would it be enough to make up for the level disparity? What other options did Basil have available? He could make Molotov cocktails from his gasoline reserves or craft bombs from the leftover gunpowder Renee stockpiled for his rifle, but how could he deliver the payload without blowing himself up? A brilliant, terrific idea suddenly crossed Basil's mind. He glanced at Rosemarine, the adorable plant fretting at her owner's attention. Mister, why are you looking at me like you want to eat me? Could you show me your cute little decoy perk again? Rosemarine nodded and duplicated herself, a perfect copy of herself appearing at her left. The double wore its own version of the pink ribbon, which turned to pollen dust the moment Basil attempted to take it off. Rosemarine's decoy could duplicate the equipment she wore before activating her ability, but the fakes disappeared when no longer in contact with her body. Basil took it in stride. Okay, I have a plan. Basil started giving orders to the party. Plato, Bugsy, you keep us informed on the robot's movement. Hopefully, Shelgirl will return in a few hours to reinforce us. Rosemarine, you drill the vegetables for battle. I'm going to craft you something in the meantime. A necklace, mister, she asked. Better. Basil grinned wickedly. A shiny belt. Shelgirl returned early in the afternoon, which suited Basil just fine. He was just finishing his batch of Molotov cocktails and Rosemarine's new fashion piece. The old man's stock of gunpowder had proved barely enough to craft a single explosive belt. Tiny bottles filled with flammable substances jiggled on a leather bandolier. A single fuse could set them all alight. Basil doubted it would suffice to destroy the gearsman in one attempt, but the neat thing was he could repeat the performance. Hey, buddy. Shellgirl hopped into the basement by slamming her shell shut and open in quick succession. It was a primitive mode of locomotion, but it worked. So the bug outside told me we're going to fight off intruders. Something like that, Basil replied. We'll repel the Unity. The robots. Shellgirl's expression deflated. I wouldn't mind driving them off since they kill competition and customers alike, but remember what I told you about not messing with the big businesses. Can't we skip this one? Not unless you want us to go our separate ways. Nobody will take this home away from me so long as I draw breath. The old man entrusted the place to Basil, and it was his home. You can run away if you want, but don't expect a warm welcome afterward. You drive a hard bargain. Shellgirl grunted. A deal is a deal, so I'll help defend our market share as promised. Can I stay at the back, though? As a brilliant mastermind, I do way better in a command position. I never checked my limit, Shellgirl admitted. She put a finger on her slimy lips, her expression thoughtful. 300 meters, maybe. Farther than expected, less than Basil would have liked. All right, let's go then. We don't have time to waste. Don't you want to see what I bought first? Shellgirl waved her hand, and a pile of items materialized in a flash of light. My witch contact was super impressed by your potions and traded me tools to complete your lab. Basil gave the bounty a cursory glance. Indeed, Shellgirl brought useful stuff. White pestle and mortar, a ceramic crucible, a copper alembic safety goggles, and even a sand bath device to heat up liquids. Combined with his cauldron and ovens, Basil held all the tools to build a functional, if primitive, alchemy lab. Quest experience didn't suffer from the usual level penalty. Interesting. Good job, Basil complimented Shellgirl. He put on the safety goggles after the system confirmed that it would make him immune to the blind ailment, whatever that meant. Good. Shellgirl sounded downright insulted. I did an excellent job. All that stuff should have cost us twice as much as what I negotiated. I'll take your word for it, Basil said as he stuffed his travel bag with the explosive belt and Molotov cocktails. Who is the witch you traded for these tools with? Sorry, partner, my clients expect a certain degree of confidentiality. Nobody wants to be hunted for their exp. Shellgirl winked at Basil. In her case, though, I'm sure we could arrange a meeting. She looked very interested in what you could craft for her. Developing a trade network with monsters would wait until after they destroyed the gearsman. Basil and Shellgirl left the basement for the garden outside. Whereas Bugsy surveyed the area with his tremor sense, Rosemarine was busy teaching the new vegetable guard the basics of human language. Murder, Rosemarine said. Repeat after me. Murder, murder. The vegetables repeated, all of them carrying improvised weapons such as wooden sticks with pointy ends. The pumpkin sounded the most articulate of the group in stark contrast with the quiet bean ninja. Murder. They looked like such a cute death squad. Basil's dream of a plant-based house security appeared to be more and more credible. Boss, I'm starting to pick up tremors, Bugsy warned. They're closing in. As if on cue, Plato returned from his scouting. They've reached the bog in the southwest, he warned, the clearing with the putrid pools. Then they were less than half an hour away from the house. We'll ambush them there. The terrain will favor us. Basil summoned his new halberd from the inventory. The new recruits will stay here to guard the house in our absence. We don't take them with us, mister, Rosemarine asked. The vegetables let out grunts of disappointment. I welcome more cannon fodder, Plato argued. Too risky. At their level, a single watcher could petrify them all. Basil pointed his halberd at the vegetable guard. You will stay here and protect the house in our absence. House, the pumpkin leader of the team repeated. It reminded Basil of a child learning to speak. House garden, Basil frowned at the message. Wait, you can name your party. Yes, you can, Shellgirl yelled at him. And I can't believe you left our company unnamed, buddy. How am I supposed to convince people to believe in our brand when we don't have any? Good products should speak for themselves, should they not? Plato asked mirthfully. Now let's go, dogs. I can hear them coming. He didn't need to say it twice. Basil stepped into the marshlands beyond the house first, followed by the rest of his party. The vegetables waved their vines and leaves at the party as they ventured into the wild. Unfortunately, one member of the team dragged behind. Basil looked over his shoulder in annoyance at Shellgirl. The rest of the party walked at a steady pace, even the clumsy Bugsy, but the merchant struggled to hop a few meters forward. It works better in the water. Shellgirl protested, utterly shamed. Basil sighed. Bugsy, please carry our artillery piece around. Okay, boss. The centimagma coiled his tail around Shellgirl and lifted her above the ground. Only the slime's crimson eyes peered through the gap in the shell. Like this? Good, Plato commented. If we must run away again, you can throw her in the enemy's face to buy us time. Just try, kitty cat. Shellgirl pointed a barrel in the cat's direction. I don't have to hop fast, just faster than you. I'm glad they're already getting along, Basil thought with amusement. Plato guided the team through the woods surrounding the house. Faint twilight colored the leaves and tall grass with an orange tint. The odious smell of putrid mire grew thicker and insects made their nest on the remains of broken trees. Hopefully they will coordinate well in the heat of battle. Only the song of insects and the faint noise of snakes slithering in the grass broke the wood's quietness. The party moved stealthily. Bugsy had grown comfortable enough with his new body to walk without shattering trees. Unnerved by the silence, Shellgirl muttered words. Shellgirl Incorporated Sea Commerce Enterprises, still trying to find a party name, Plato whispered. If the cat felt comfortable talking, then the watchers were still somewhat far away. How about Shellgirl marked a short pause as if suddenly inspired. Shell, already taken, Basil replied with a shudder, and it's not a good brand at all. Banda Basil, Plato suggested with an amused tone. Taken too with an E at the end. Basil suddenly wondered if copyrights and trademarks still mattered in a post-apocalyptic world. He would avoid treading on the big business shoes just in case they returned to power. The axes of heaven, mister, Rosemarine suggested. She remembered Basil had used that term. Too violent, Shellgirl vetoed the proposal. Customers will take us for weapon merchants instead of a future worldwide consortium. How about Plato's perfection? Plato said. The Plato connection. Let's be honest with ourselves, I'm the team's mascot, the band's face. Cats aren't market juggernaut material, Shellgirl replied. Tell that to Garfield. Basil glanced at the only member of the team who hadn't offered a suggestion yet. Bugsy, any ideas? Bugsy cleared his throat, his eyes blinking in short succession. Clearly, he was afraid of a negative reaction. The Bohens, Basil immediately loved the suggestion. It was new, innovative, and powerful. It sounds like a sitcom show. As usual, Plato answered this genius proposal with skepticism. Why Bugsy? Well, we're living in the boss house for free. That makes us the Bohens, no. Bugsy's eyes widened with hope. Like a family. Good boy. Basil patted Bugsy on the back of the head, which the centimagma liked very much. His antennae wriggled in pleasure. I didn't know you kissed asses for a living, Shellgirl said without a hint of sarcasm. Does it pay well? If Mr. Who Feeds Me likes it, then I like it too, Rosemarine chirped. I will eat anyone who makes Mr. unhappy. Shellgirl swiftly voted for the proposal. I love the family-friendly company branding. Looks like you're outvoted, Plato. Basil glanced down at his cat. Do you feel the pull of democracy? The cat sighed in despair. We are going to die before we can regret the name anyway. Bugsy tensed up. Boss. Basil didn't need a warning. His eyes noticed crushed branches along the trail and his ears picked up the sound of splashing waters. Group crawled in the tall grass, Bugsy included, to the border of the woodland path. The trees stopped where the heart of the bog began. A thick tangle of reeds formed the frontier between the forest and a sodden marshland clearing. muddy ground surrounding a large pool of water and the gearsman examining it. The machine that forced Basil's party to flee Dax stood on the mud shore, one of its tentacles wading through putrid waters. It found the remains of a spinotter's skeleton and pulled it out of the pool. 5 watchers scanned the bones. They lost interest in seconds and floated around the gearsman as it continued its examination. The sunlight briefly broke through the clouds above the bog and reflected on the mighty robot's shielding. It dwarfed Bugsy in size, and Shellgirl's barrels looked like toys compared to its cannon. "Wow," said the latter with a fearful voice. "Level 13, not so brave now, huh?" Plato whispered. He watched the robot pull corpses from the pool in confusion. "Do they think we have an underwater base? I could build one," Shellgirl said, "to stash our gold." "Shush, they will hear us." Basil opened his bag and brought out the explosive belt. Bugsy put Shellgirl aside in the grass where she can take a shot unseen. Plato looked at the explosive belt with concern. "Basil, when I said I had 8 lives left." "It's not for you." Basil attached the suicide bandolier around Rosemarine's neck, and Bugsy quietly dropped Shellgirl in the grass. "Rosemarine, use your seed decoy." "Yes, mister." The plant duplicated, suicide belt included. "How do I look, mister?" "Like the cutest suicide bomber ever." Basil handed Rosemarine his lighter. "Bugsy, at my signal you'll throw the duplicate at the gearsman. Shellgirl will provide cover fire and the rest of us will act as frontliners. Rosemarine, you will set your clone's fuse alight before Bugsy throws it, and create a new one as soon as." Basil's mouth went dry. The gearsman pulled a metal piece out of the pool, the paint nearly intact in spite of the acidic waters. A helicopter's tail rotor. Crash site confirmed. The gearsman tossed the vehicle part back into the pool, its steel tentacles tensed in alarm. "Searching for survivors. They weren't looking for us," Basil realized. The watchers immediately dispersed in all corners of the clearing, all of them on high alert. One flew straight towards the party's location. "Damn it," Basil hissed. "Bugsy, throw the double now." The watcher noticed the movement in the tall grass and unleashed a strident sound. The screeching made Basil wince and immediately caused the gearsman to turn its cannon in the group's direction. With the element of surprise wasted, Basil jumped out of the grass and roared into the fray. The watchers bombarded Basil with petrification raised the moment he showed himself. His higher level protected him from them. Basil cut the closest watcher down with his halberd, his swing swifter than the wind. A single blow destroyed the robot. The 4 others flew in his direction, followed by the gearsman on the ground. The colossal machine nearly tripped on the muddy ground. Unlike Basil, who knew the bog's trails by heart, the machine couldn't tell solid ground apart from treacherous soil. Plato leaped out of his hiding spot to assist his owner, right as Bugsy tossed Rosemarine's double at the gearsman. The powerful centimagma launched the much smaller plant as if she were a living arrow. "I'm flying, mister." The clone shouted mid-flight, her belts fused brightly alight. "I'm fly." The decoy smashed into the gearsman at full velocity and triggered the explosives. A mighty, fiery detonation shook the bog. The dark waters of the nearby pool rippled, the grass sagged from the blast, and a cloud of dust swallowed the gearsman. Basil almost tripped from the shockwave, but his system-empowered body allowed him to keep his balance. High-level threat detected. The 4 remaining watchers turned red. Their metal shells heated up. Self-destruct protocol activated. Copycats. Basil readied himself to dodge the incoming robots when he noticed a light shining from inside the cloud raised by Rosemarine's explosion. An electrical ray pierced through the smoke. Basil barely managed to throw himself to the ground. The beam missed him and finished its course in the woodlands behind him, close to Bugsy's hiding spot. The centimagma flung another Rosemarine suicide projectile in response. "Basil, above you," Plato shouted a warning. "Run." Basil raised his head to find the surviving watchers converging on him. 2 flung themselves at him, only for ice spheres to hit them at high velocity. Both robots exploded in the air long before they could reach Basil. He glanced at the source of the suppressive fire. Shellgirl. The clam mimic's back barrels peeked out of the reeds and fired projectiles at the remaining watchers, flooding the sky with smoke. She launched pearls of thick ice so quickly that they left a trail of shining dust in their wake. They looked a bit like falling stars, albeit no bigger than a fist. This was going well, surprisingly well. The party blitzkrieged the gearsman's escort and reduced the giant robot to a sitting duck. "Keep at it." Basil's voice struggled to carry over the noise of explosions. "Keep at it." Another Rosemarine clone was flung at the gearsman's position, much to Plato's astonishment. How long can she keep killing herself? As long as she has SB left. Basil grinned in dark triumph. "That's right. I, Basil Bohan, have invented renewable suicide bombers." "The younger the better, huh?" Plato mused, only for a lightning bolt to detonate the Rosemarine decoy before she crossed half the bog. The bot wised up to the tactic. Indeed, the gearsman shot down another Rosemarine decoy bomb right as it stepped out of the dust. The repeated bombardments had melted off the left side of its ovoid shielding, revealing complex gears and electrical devices underneath it. Fire spread through the machine's circuitry, and the crystal eye above the ventral cannon glittered malevolently. Matter barrier. A force field of bright orange light covered the gearsman's body from its tentacles to the core. The unity is non-negotiable. Plato, target its legs. Basil ordered his cat. His own hand searched in his bag for a Molotov cocktail. I'll reduce its visibility. Here I go dying again. Plato ran across the bog, claws out. Shellgirl assisted him by bombarding the gearsman from her hiding spot. The robot didn't bother dodging. The ice pearls shattered against its force field and inflicted only minor damage. Holes opened all over the gearsman's outer shield and fired out a dozen small missiles. The projectiles rained down on the woodlands. Bugsy and Shellgirl retaliated with their fiery breath and ice pearls, but they only blew up half of the projectiles. The remaining missiles crashed on their hiding spots and set the horizon alight with lightning bursts. Plato reached the gearsman and scratched a telescopic leg. The cat's claws somehow managed to cut through the barrier, leaving a scar on the metal underneath. Basil had no idea how overgrown nails could cut through steel as if they were made of diamond, but they did anyway. Plato's overwhelming skill stat allowed him to inflict damage all the same. The system made no sense. Robot retaliated by pointing its ventral cannon at Plato. The cat ran away to avoid a deadly beam of lightning, the ray pursuing him relentlessly. I spoke too soon, Basil thought grimly as he tossed a Molotov cocktail at the gearsman. He prayed his allies had survived the missile bombardment. The real fight starts now. Basil didn't have a lighter nor needed one. The flames on the gearsman set the cocktail alight on impact. The gasoline burst out of shattered glass to cover the gearsman's crystal. With its visibility diminished, the machine missed Plato. The lightning beam only vaporized grass and reeds. Basil exploited the machine's blindness to flank it. His halberd smashed through the force field and the steel. Both felt like flesh bending to his halberd's blade. He cut a large gash across the gearsman's body and adjusted his position for a second strike. This world too will be PACIFIED. The gearsman grabbed mud with a metal claw and used it to smother the flames covering its eye. The crystal orb glared at Basil and pointed the cannon at his face. A swing of his halberd sliced the weapon in half a mere moment before it could open fire. Basil didn't have time to enjoy his success, for the gearsman swung a telescopic tentacle and hit him in the chest. The blow cracked ribs and sent Basil flying head first into the bog. The safety goggles Shellgirl gave him prevented mud from infecting his eyes, but some of it traveled up his nose. Basil saw stars, specks of light at the edge of his vision. He coughed out dust and grass. His ears picked up confusing noises which his mind struggled to assemble into words. The damp woods prevented the battle's fires from spreading, but smoke tainted the skies and made his mouth dry. Basil used his elbow to lift himself up, struggling against the sharp pain in his chest. The gearsman's shadow loomed threateningly over his head. Plato leaped on the machine and furiously sliced the machine's eye. His attempts to save his owner were for naught. The force field weakened his claws so much that he barely scratched the crystal underneath. The gearsman stomped on Basil with its metal claw before he could get back to his feet. Considering the sheer size and weight of the gearsman, Basil was pretty sure the blow should have split him in two and spilled his gut all over the ground. His high vitality meant that he lived to suffer through the attack. When Basil coughed again, it was blood that came out of his lungs rather than air. He couldn't breathe, couldn't move. His hands held onto his halberd, but the sharp pressure on his chest prevented him from moving his arms. Basil didn't feel his legs either, he could only feel the pain. He saw Bugsy and Rosemarine rush out of the smoke at the periphery of his vision right as the gearsman lifted him above ground. Next thing Basil knew, he was underwater. A putrid, rancid liquid filled his mouth and nose. The cold infiltrated his clothes, dulling the pain a little. The more Basil struggled, the tighter the metal claw's grip grew. His head hit the surface of a buried helicopter's broken windshield. The gearsman was drowning him in the bog pool. It would squeeze the last bit of air out of his lungs and leave his corpse buried under the bog. Basil failed to swing his halberd. He wasn't even sure if he still held it. His body was cold, he couldn't think, couldn't see. His heart pounded in his chest and a terrible headache seized his brain. System alarm messages flooded his vision with critical health, critical health, critical health. Basil's survival instinct took over and made him blurt two simple words without considering the consequences. Warp spasm. Bubbles came out of his mouth, but the system listened. His vision went red, literally. His eyes burned with crimson light reflecting in his safety goggles. The pain in his back and limbs vanished, replaced with a new sensation. Rage. Pure, unyielding berserker rage. Basil's blood boiled in his vein and steam came out of his lungs. His muscles burned with newfound strength and fury. He forced the metal claw holding him back with a burst of strength and swam back to the pool's surface. The heavy halberd in his hand felt lighter than a feather. Basil leaped out of the pond with murder on his mind. Even though he drank water by the gallon, it didn't quench his thirst for blood. He rose up and roared to face the monsters on the surface. Goblins. There were goblins everywhere. Goblin flower, centigoblin, giant robot goblin, and the worst of all, the goblin furry. All of them were disrespecting him with their very existence. True, the goblin robot had metal skin and a broken cannon for a snout. It didn't matter. Basil knew it was a goblin in disguise who would kill his rabbits, rape his chicken, murder his pets, and set his precious house on fire. The goblin furry scratched at the robogoblin's eye, which brawled with the centigoblin in the mud. Both were heavily wounded. The goblin flower blew dirty dust all over Basil's clothes, enraging him. How dare she dirty his pants? Go back to Monsanto, Basil snarled. He swung his axe at the goblin flower. He missed, his halberd blowing a crater in the ground. I'll make you run, little goblin. The plant promptly fled. Basil would have promptly weeded it out if the goblin robot hadn't said something that pissed him even more. You are so poor that even your mother is ashamed of you. It angered him all the more because it was true. Basil screamed and charged. The furry goblin wisely leaped out of his way. As for the centigoblin, Basil backhanded him with enough strength to send him reeling backward. His halberd sliced one of the goblin robot's mechanical limbs and shattered the force field protecting the body. You didn't have what it takes to succeed. The robogoblin taunted Basil with its booming metallic voice. So you hide your shame in the WOODS. Shut up, Cyclops. There were no tactics to Basil's swings, no thoughts given to his attacks. The skills ingrained in his head by the system guided his hand. Automated technique and wild savagery combined into a deadly dance of steel. He hacked at the robogoblin's body, dismembering it limb by limb. The machine managed to tackle him in response, but Basil didn't feel any pain at the blow. Rage was one hell of an anesthetic. The blood dripping from Basil's mouth fueled him. Deep DOWN, you are afraid of the OUTSID. Nuff, Basil shattered the robogoblin's single eye into 1,000 pieces with a mighty swing. I'm not afraid of anything. The machine stopped moving, but Basil kept going. He sliced and smashed and kicked and roared. Gears flew and bolts broke. Only when Basil ran out of breath did his rampage finally end. He stood victorious, drenched in oily blood atop a pile of scraps. Basil gathered his breath. The adrenaline rush receded alongside his inhuman strength. He felt so tired that he had to lean against his halberd to stand upright. The pain in his chest returned, albeit weaker than before. Basil Plato walked into sight. He kept a respectable distance between his owner and himself. Are you okay? I'm half dead, Basil replied. He coughed out a mix of mud and blood, and I don't know what the other half is. Looks like you calmed down. Plato looked over his shoulder. It's okay, guys, he's back to his stupid self again. Don't call me stupid. Basil took a healing potion out of his bag, nearly spilled the content in exhaustion, and swallowed the drink whole. It made his chest hurt less. Are the others okay? No, Plato replied bluntly. Basil's eyes scanned the area. He found a stunned Bugsy laying on the ground next to the gearsman with one of his mandibles broken. Rosemarine applied pollen to repair it and shuddered upon meeting Basil's gaze. Mister, you're very scary. Oh my God, Basil covered his mouth in shame. He suddenly realized what he did under the influence of his berserk rage. Rosemarine, Bugsy, I'm so sorry. It's okay, mister, Rosemarine kindly reassured him. I killed myself 5 times today all on my own. Boss, I don't want to say it, Bugsy muttered once his mandible held back in place, but you have serious anger management issues. Basil wanted to protest, but wisely kept his mouth shut. He should forswear warp spasm except for the dire circumstances. The perk filled him with incredible strength at the cost of making him a danger to everyone else. At least they won without casualties. Basil examined the gearsman's remains. The crystal eye was smashed to pieces, but multiple alien gears and devices survived the fight. A few oddities stood out from the wreckage, a pile of colorful blue dust, shining stones covered in rune symbols, and yellow crystals. Shellgirl's moneymaker perk must have caused them to appear. We won and nobody died, Plato said. He didn't sound like he believed it himself. Wait, do decoys have souls? I hope they do, Rosemarine said with enthusiasm. I swear this incident won't happen again, Basil promised his pets. I'm truly sorry, Bugsy. The centimagma shrugged. It's fine, boss. You scared me a lot more the first time we met. Basil didn't know how he should take that remark. I can't believe we missed a helicopter crash so close to home, said Plato. The cat examined the rotors unearthed by the gearsman. How did I fail to hear it? It must have happened last night when we received Shellgirl's visit, and the bog's vegetation dampened the sound, Basil replied. The Unity probably damaged the rotor, and it couldn't land safely in the city. What did it mean about the state of Dax? Did the army retreat from it? Basil learned his lesson and wouldn't approach the town unless forced to, but it made him wonder. The Unity might escalate its attacks after losing a gearsman in the field. Speaking of Shellgirl, where is she? Bugsy asked. She stopped firing pearls at the gearsman after you backhanded me, boss. How strange indeed. Basil would have expected Shellgirl to claim her share of the loot at the first opportunity. He surveyed the area that the gearsman bombarded and realized the fires had died out. Could another robot have ambushed her? Basil asked. Nah, I smell her, Plato replied with a frown. Blood too. Slightly worried, Basil walked towards Shellgirl's hiding spot with his other pets in tow. They could salvage the gearsman's remains later. The party didn't have to search for long. They found their missing teammate amidst the ashes of reeds and lopsided trees. Shellgirl's hands scratched out at a mass of rotting herbs and dirt. Hey, partner, Shellgirl smirked upon sensing the group's approach. Victory is ours. Yeah, sorry to have bylaid on you. I extinguished the forest fire when you started trouncing the robot. Couldn't allow flames to destroy our HQ, you dig. Shellgirl's grin grew sheepish with embarrassment at Basil's glare. But don't fret, because look at what I've found. She tapped at the pile of rotting grass. It moved slightly in response. Basil immediately moved to unearth the creature hiding underneath, a humanoid with tangled mid-long light brown hair sticking out of a riot gear helmet. The rest of the armored uniform belonged to the French police, as did the gun in her hand. It was a woman, an unconscious, dying woman. 2 iron pieces of shrapnel stuck out of her bleeding left flank. Her skin was so pale Basil could have mistaken her for a corpse were it not for the slight, nearly imperceptible breathing sound coming out of her lips. Plato's eyes widened in surprise. A survivor, a future corpse to loot, Shellgirl replied while rubbing her hands. Not on my watch. Basil snapped, his icy tone making the mimic freeze in place. He checked the woman's pulse, though he was no doctor. He couldn't let a fellow human die without acting. I can barely hear her heart, boss, Bugsy warned. She's still breathing, Basil whispered, his voice trembling from the sheer astonishment. He couldn't believe it. She should have bled to death already. Her vitality must be through the roof. Rosemarine, heal her. Yes, mister. Rosemarine immediately showered the woman with healing pollen, but her wounds were so large it did nothing more than stabilize her. They needed to surgically remove the blades, or the treatment would only delay the inevitable. Bugsy, help me carry her to the house, Basil ordered. We'll need to tap into the potion reserve as soon as we can. There was no time to waste. The woman would live. Carrying her to the house, removing the shrapnel and force-feeding her half his reserves of healing potions saved her life. Basil had to remove her armor and most of her clothes to patch up her wounds, which felt dirty when done to an unconscious woman. He hoped she wouldn't hold it against him when she woke up, if she ever woke up. The woman's wounds had healed, yet she remained unconscious. Perhaps the blood loss caused her to enter a coma. Basil was no doctor and couldn't tell. It astonished him that this woman even survived. Based on the timeline of events, she had crawled out of the helicopter and bled out in the grass for almost a day. Blood loss normally killed a human in minutes. Basil let the policewoman rest in a spare guest bedroom in the attic. Old man René took to stockpiling furniture and clothes he no longer needed in it before his demise, mostly mementos of better times when his family cared about him. Basil opened the one window to let the dust outside and glanced at the garden below. The moon shone brightly in the night sky. Rosemarine soothed the vegetable recruits to sleep in their allocated plot of land. Bugsy dragged pieces of the destroyed gearsman from the bog into the garage, which Shellgirl then sorted. Plato himself followed his owner inside the bedroom and sat on the bed. He didn't say a word as Basil examined the sleeping woman's belongings. Her phone was locked and her walkie-talkie was filled with mud, but Basil found a badge and electronic ID card in her riot gear's pockets. Basil identified his guest as Neria Elisalda, a general brigadier of the Dax Municipal Police. He didn't know what her rank meant, although it sounded like a ground officer. She was 26, only a few years older than him. Come to think of it, why didn't the system tell him her name and level? It did so with monsters. Shut up. I didn't say a thing, Plato replied, confused. Don't think about it, Basil grunted as he examined the police ID card. The woman had black eyes and looked quite friendly in the picture. Pretty too, in a common sort of way. Elisalda, that's a Basque name. Unfortunately, Basil had nothing else to hang on to. No way to contact her unit. He didn't know how to repair the walkie-talkie nor how to unlock the phone. She used a code rather than facial biometric security. Should he leave an encrypted message at the crash site in case the army investigated it? What if the Unity found it first? Basil, Plato suddenly asked out of the blue. Do you think of your mother sometimes? I do not, Basil lied. The memory of his clash with the gearsman came to mind like poison spreading in his veins. Why the question? I don't know, seeing this woman's sleep reminds me of her, Plato admitted. I remember suckling my mom and her tongue when she licked my fur. Nothing else. I was taken too soon. I'm sorry to hear that. I wonder if she's alive. Plato looked up at his owner. Is yours? I don't know. Basil's mother was holding a shop in Bulgaria on the other side of Europe. He stopped interacting much with her besides wiring her what spare money he could scrounge up. Her son knew that she considered him a disappointment after he failed to find a high-earning job. Basil would always remember what she told him when he voiced the idea of starting his own company if he couldn't find employment. You should ask the French state for unemployment benefits. They pay people for nothing in Western Europe. I've seen it on the news. Basil would rather take the most demeaning menial jobs available rather than living on state benefits, which his mother didn't understand. It was her sheer lack of confidence in his ability to prevail that truly shattered him. Their relationship never fully recovered from the following argument. In spite of their estrangement, Basil hoped his mother would live through the apocalypse. He couldn't exactly journey across all of Europe to check on her by himself. Thinking of his mom put Basil in a foul mood and made him want a breath of fresh air. He set Officer Eliselda's belongings aside and climbed down the stairs to the first floor. Plato followed after him. Any idea how to wake her up? The cat asked. Maybe you should pray to her bedside with your magic book. I can't cast spells, Basil replied. Ain't a priest. You're missing the obvious solution. If you can't or won't do it yourself, find someone that will do it for you. Plato proudly nodded to himself. That's my life's motto. How unsurprising, Basil deadpanned. Tell me, do you have a priest on standby I could call upon? Depends, where do they reproduce? I could always try to find a priest's nest. Basil genuinely couldn't tell if his cat was joking or not. The remark inspired a weird idea in him. We could always domesticate an angel. An angel, Plato shrugged. Now that's silly. Less silly than giant robots and centipedes. If Christian prayers now worked as spells, then Basil had to assume angels and demons existed too, for better or worse. Granted, I don't know where to find an angel either. Lourdes might have one or two, but Basil wouldn't visit a new city anytime soon. The one next door already gave him too many headaches. Perhaps St. Bernadette's reliquary could help with the coma case. A system screen popped up, much to Basil's surprise. Seriously, Basil meant it as a joke. At least it confirmed that the reliquary possessed magical powers of its own. I suppose a set of detailed instructions would be too much to ask. One day, Basil would find the company's board of directors and make them eat their words. He and Plato strolled out into the garden outside. Rosemary had successfully lulled the vegetables to sleep and Bugsy piled up what remained of the gearsman next to the garage's wall. Shellgirl examined a handgun salvaged from the helicopter. Hey partner, Shellgirl waved the weapon at Basil. That bog pool is a real treasure's trove. Did you find any other survivor? Basil asked. He didn't expect a positive answer, but it didn't hurt to check. Shellgirl shook her head. I found 2 corpses in the helicopter, partner. They didn't make it. I buried them under a tree, boss, Bugsy said, like the hanged man on the other shore. But I looted them first to make sure we didn't bury any treasure. Shellgirl studied a damaged walkie-talkie with childlike curiosity. Can't sell the broken stuff, though. My customers expect the best. Basil examined the gearsman's remains. The telescopic limbs were damaged beyond repair, and the armor plates were reduced to metal scraps. Gears and bolts remained mostly intact alongside alien technology he didn't comprehend. The system wouldn't give him the names of the gathered treasures. I know. Basil skipped the screen with a grunt of rage. Of course you do, you're a fellow entrepreneur, Shellgirl replied. You understand business. Basil grabbed a shiny stone covered in runic symbols. A faint jolt of electricity coursed through his fingers. The primitive carving appeared completely out of place compared to the gearsman's advanced technology. Come to think of it, didn't one of my available classes mention runes? Basil checked his status. My only spellcaster class, Runesmith. Interesting. Basil wondered if it could unlock the stone's secrets, but it would wait for later. We'll use the broken armor as raw material to widen the doors and build a second garage, he informed his team. We'll run out of space in the house otherwise. How do we do that? Plato asked with a frown. We can weld the shielding plates into walls and doors. It would be all the simpler since Basil's halberd could cut through them. Bugsy's fire breath should provide the adequate temperature to melt the metal. Bugsy's mandibles snapped with excitement. I've got your back, boss. What about the rest of the loot, partner? Shellgirl raised a handgun. Clients will line up for these babies. I'll sort out the stuff we'll keep from what we can part with tomorrow morning. Basil didn't feel confident about selling guns to monsters at all. I'm too tired to do it right now. Berserk rage exhausted the mind. Basil ended up cooking Ogremach's last remains for dinner. He filleted the ogre's meat and served it with grilled vegetables. Ogremach tasted more bitter than his goblins, but everyone finished their meals all the same. Basil started to worry about the sheer number of omnivores in his retinue. Although they looked content to eat nutrients from the soil so far, the vegetable recruits developed a taste for ogre flesh. Shellgirl preferred the mayonnaise salad over grilled ogre, but Bugsy alone consumed as much meat as the rest of the party combined. Basil estimated that the centimagma required at least a third of his enormous body mass per day. Bugsy's metamorphosis also implied that Basil's monsters might evolve into bigger creatures at any point, straining their food reserves all the more. Unless the party raised more livestock, the winter would be a tough one indeed. Study the gearsman's remains. Basil rested on his bed, the windows closed. His Nintendo Switch rested on a pillow with a full battery. Work on enlarging the house, complete the lab, heal petrified victims and the patient upstairs, summon an angel, train the vegetables and store more meat for winter. Although Basil desired nothing more than a quiet, peaceful life, his to-do list kept growing exponentially. The Unity might lengthen it if the robots kept barging at his doorstep. All he desired was to be left alone in his little corner of the world. Was that too much to ask? The gearsman's words haunted his mind. You didn't have what it takes to succeed, so you hide your shame in the woods. Basil clenched his jaw. He wasn't ashamed of anything. There was a sickness at the heart of human civilization, and he quarantined himself from the plague, nothing more. He felt happy with his current station. His self-reassurance didn't help him find sleep. Basil tried to keep his mind busy with a new Switch game and didn't get past the tutorial. Today's events had left him too exhausted to enjoy it. How frustrating. He felt too tired to play but too alert to rest. His bedroom's door opened and a black cat slipped in. "What's up, dog?" Plato leaped on his owner's bed. "I hear you turning around in your bed from the next room over. It's maddening. Can't find sleep." Plato sat on his owner's belly. "Is it about the gearsman?" "Partly." Basil sighed. "The future seems more and more complicated. Only because you think too much about it. Take my advice, go with the flow and wing it as problems come along the cat's way." Basil snorted. "Should I sleep 18 hours a day too, if it makes you happier?" Plato shrugged. "Life's too short to do things you don't enjoy, Basil. Worrying is one of them. Hard not to when we live right next to a killer robot hive and you've got to feed an ever-expanding family of monsters." That fight with the gearsman could have ended with all of us dead. Don't remind me how fragile life is. I already lost one. Plato put a paw over the other. "The battle was tough, yes, and we won it anyway. We'll defend our territory if another gizmo comes up, but we shouldn't live in fear all the time. That's what makes rabbits die before they hit 10. Basil looked up at the ceiling. He imagined General Brigadier Elisalda sleeping in the room above, far more peacefully than he did over the last week. "Plato, yes, do you think the world is ever going to return to normal?" "What's normal?" "Picking flowers in the morning and watching TV in the evening." The cat shrugged. "A few years ago, a normal day involved wandering the roads picking up trash to live. Then Renee and you took me away to this house. I was scared at first, but then I grew used to my new life. It became my new normal." Your point is that we're going to get used to Basil's struggle to find the right word. Everything. You can get used to anything and everything. Plato licked his fur. "You know how we killed or scared away all the goblins and bird monsters. They learned not to mess with us. Eventually the gizmos will get the message too and leave us alone. Then we can go picking flowers in the morning and watching TV in the evening." Basil considered his cat's words. Even if he didn't share such easygoing optimism, he had adapted to unforeseen circumstances too. From leaving Bulgaria to his post-student crisis in the coronavirus, Basil always discovered a new form of stability after a short struggle. The apocalypse was a far bigger stress test, but eventually he would find the right balance. It didn't matter how much shit the universe threw at Basil, he would always shove it back in its cosmic ass. "As for the rest, can't your classes help deal with it?" Plato asked. "You gained 2 new levels. Better make use of them rather than let the power gather dust." Basil conceded the point and opened his status screen. Yes, assigning the levels could help deal with his ever-growing list of headaches. He checked the available classes, and one stood out as all the more useful in the current circumstances. The problem with classes was that Basil didn't know ahead of time what perks they would give him, and his experience with Tamer showed that perks grew in power with more levels. Specialization gave more power in a narrow area of expertise. Generalization meant more options available. Taking 2 levels in Tamer would make him better at training monsters in general, and thus increase their odds of fending off attacks. Perhaps it would even help with the Angel Quest. Taking 1 level in Runesmith and 1 in Gardener would give him insight into the Unity's technology and let him grow more food for the winter. Neither option was guaranteed to yield results. "Arg, too many options." Basil let out a roar of frustration. "I hate choice paralysis. Then I'll decide for you." Plato locked eyes with his owner with his big, beautiful yellow eyes. Look at me, look at me." Basil held his breath. His cat only behaved like this when he wanted something inane. "Basil." Plato gathered his breath, his tail wagging behind him. "I want to become a Smilodon." "A Smilodon or a lion. I can settle for either." Plato lightly headbutted his owner. "Please. Put all your levels in Tamer." Bugsy grew into a bug dragon, so imagine what I could become. "Bugsy is a bug elemental type," Basil corrected his cat. "PFF, I'm sure he'll grow wings before level 30. I'm sure a new Tamer perk would give me a mane or a set of saber teeth." Plato kneaded his owner's belly. Come on, come on, come on. It'll help us win fights." "Fine, fine." Basil rolled his eyes and assigned his levels. "You're worse than a child." He figured that Gardener would help him with the vegetables and Runesmith with the Unity's tech, but Tamer would benefit everyone. And Plato had a point. The group needed greater strength in case more gearsmen came knocking. Plato started shining almost immediately. A purple glow set his fur alight like a cloak of stars. So blinding was the radiance that Basil covered his eyes with a hand. "I can feel the power." Plato laughed with overbearing pride. Worship me, worship me." When light receded, Basil lowered his hand and gazed upon his cat's new form, which looked like the old one. Plato hadn't grown an inch. He didn't transform into a lion nor grew a pair of giant fangs. The only change Basil noticed was a small, crescent-shaped patch of silver fur below his cat's throat. Plato blinked multiple times in short succession. He looked at his tail, at his chest, even at his ass. He checked every part of his anatomy. "Where are they?" he asked with a confused voice. "Where's the mane, the big fangs? Where's the material?" Basil studied his pet and noticed a small change in his front paws. He grabbed the cat's paws and quickly confirmed that the gap between them had grown slightly larger. They looked more flexible, like a mix between a normal cat's paws and a human hand. Plato didn't hide his disappointment. I gained hands. Good, I have hands too, Basil replied with a deadpan tone. You can hold many things with them, many things, that's not funny. A sulking Plato whipped his tail in his owner's direction. His expression soured with bitterness. That's not funny at all. Basil grabbed his cat and lifted him above him, Lion King style. That's okay, he reassured Plato. You will always be my adorable little Simba. Please don't make me call you Rafiki. Plato's mood improved a little. This system is horrendously designed. It's better than you think, Basil replied with a grin. Now that you have thumbs and can carry tools, you can help me with the house. I'll teach you how to use screws and hammers tomorrow. But that's work for the plebeians. Slaver, slaver, Plato shrieked with indignation. I opened my heart to you and you collared it. Next we'll find you a cute musketeer hat and a fencing sword. Basil teased his cat before putting him down on his belly. Like Antonio Banderas in the Shrek movies, stop mocking me. Plato glanced at the goblin boots. I feel weird running on all four with these on my paws already. Can you fathom how difficult it is to walk on two legs? Basil suspected the metamorphosis helped with it. Try again. Plato squinted at his best friend and rose on his hind legs. To his own apparent confusion, the cat walked gracefully along the bed, perhaps even more than he did on all four. Wow, so strange. Plato glanced around the bedroom as if he experienced it through new eyes. I can look down on smaller animals. Show them how much I disdain them. That's the best part of being human, Basil quipped. Height superiority. You know what? Plato curled on Basil's chest. I will purr in disappointment until you fall asleep. That will teach you to mess with me. After such a harrowing day, Basil couldn't help but laugh at his cat's antics. Sleep well, Plato. Less talking, more snoring. Basil closed his eyes, his cat's warmth and soothing purrs lulling him to slumber. His worries faded from his mind and his body relaxed. The accumulated stress left his flesh. After such a harrowing day, Basil Bohan slept sweetly. Do-it-yourself work was among Basil's small pleasures in life. He found few greater joys than repairing old things or creating new ones with his own hands, step by step. Crafting made building faster and easier, but in many ways effort was its own reward. Here you go, boss. Bugsy unleashed his fire breath and welded two metal plates together. The bronze and steel fused along a burning line as Basil held them in place with heat-resistant gloves. Done. Basil took a step back to admire the result of their work. A simple, elegant metal shack built entirely from the gearsman's remains right next to the old garage. They had also replaced the house's old entrance doors with enlarged side-by-side versions so Bugsy could fit through them. It involved pulling down part of the walls, but it worked well in the end. It would have taken Basil days to build something like this before the system arrived. Not only could he rely on additional hands including Plato's, to the cat's dismay, but his enhanced strength and endurance let him work at peak performance for hours on end. Of course, he was no carpenter, so his work was shoddy, but it was acceptable. Now all that's left is transferring the stuff from the old garage to the new one, Basil said. We'll turn the extra space into a true bedroom. Don't worry, boss, I'll do it myself, Bugsy replied joyfully. Out of everyone in his party, the Centimagma shared Basil's enthusiasm for old-school manual labor the most. I can use the gearsman's leftovers to make a fence around the new garden plots and enlarge the rabbit's hutch too. More space would make them happier. You're sure you don't need a hand? Basil asked, slightly worried. The Centimagma had grown more comfortable with his increased size, but nobody would call him skillful. Don't worry, boss, I've got this, Bugsy replied with fire in his eyes. I will raise great spikes of wood and bind them with earth. I shall build an impenetrable wall that no robot can ever hope to breach. Basil nearly pointed out that the watchers could simply fly over the fence, but he couldn't bring himself to shatter Bugsy's enthusiasm. He would rather bolster the Centimagma's low self-worth through positive reinforcement. All right, Basil patted Bugsy on the head. I trust you with the task. It's nice to have helpers for a change, Basil thought as he surveyed the garden. The chickens and rabbits frolicked outside the house under Plato's supervision. The shepherd cat was currently engaged in an intense staring contest with the biggest chicken for dominance. Both animals locked eyes, unblinking, unmoving. Each was of the same height as the other and refused to budge. Plato rose on his hind legs. He towered over the chicken and looked down on it. After a moment of desperate resistance, the bird lowered its head in submission. Better, Plato declared as he looked down upon his defeated foe with smug satisfaction. Once a bird, always a bird. Mr. Plato, you should stop bullying the chickens, Bugsy protested. They lay eggs on time. I can't help it. Plato groomed himself. Since the birds left the forest, I feel restless. Something is missing in my life. I can give you more work to fill the void if you want, Basil replied with a smirk. Then how would you feel about switching from birds to fish? Plato wagged his tail in anticipation. I'm listening. Shelgirl informed me that more aquatic monsters are making their home in the Elader River and its tributaries lately, alongside amphibians. She said it wouldn't disturb her trade trips, but it was a trend Basil paid close attention to. Fishing would help offset our lack of livestock. Plato shuddered. I'm all for killing fish, as long as we do it away from water. Dirty, evil water. Sure, we'll challenge the fish to an honorable battle on land, Basil said with heavy sarcasm. In retrospect, perhaps he should have taken a level in fisherman and another in gardener, or we could hunt in the Pyrenees Mountains in the south, Plato suggested with more enthusiasm. I've never killed an eagle before, I'll pass. The Pyrenees were a 2-hour drive to the south through a countryside full of potentially hostile monsters. Mr. Who feeds me, Mr. Look. Basil looked over his shoulder and jumped in shock. Rosemary pointed 6 police handguns at him, one in each of her vines. I have weapons like you. The man-eating plant waved her firearms around. Thankfully, the safeties were still on. When I evolve, I will have 100 guns. Basil didn't know whether to feel amazed or frightened. A little bit of both, probably. I think we're onto something, Rosemary, but please lower your weapons. After they salvaged everything they could take from the helicopter, Basil put his veto on selling the guns they found inside. Goblins had been dangerous enough with club's firearms would make any low-level monster a terrible foe. Shellgirl and Basil had argued for nearly an hour before she gave in. However, leaving the guns where Rosemary could find them might not have been the wisest course of action. Basil glanced at the new crop plot and let out a sigh of relief. The vegetables preferred to spend their day growing in the fertile soil and enjoying the sun rather than wandering around the house with weapons. Only the bee ninja among them had the appendages needed to use a gun at all. I'll train you to use guns, Rosemary, in a safe and controlled environment, Basil said. You too, Plato, if you're up for it. I'll pass, the cat replied with a snort. According to my menu, I can only use my new wind-slash technique with a sword. Besides, guns are noisy and smell terrible. Isn't there a firearm adapted for mandibles? Bugsy asked with a hint of jealousy. A lightning head cannon like the Gearsman. Hey, don't complain. Plato glared at the centimagma and raised his paws at him. You transformed into a giant engine of destruction at level 7, while I grew thumbs. I didn't mean to demean you, Mr. Plato, I swear. You can already breathe fire and set the world ablaze. Rosemary pointed out as she relinquished her weapons to Basil, who swiftly stored them in his inventory. Death by burning alive is the sweetest of them all. Bugsy's antennae grew agitated. Clearly, he had no idea how to answer that remark, I suppose. Seeing that everyone had finished their chores for the day, Basil took a minute to check his new monster lair perk. As written in its descriptions, he found a new option in his status screen. It surprised Basil to find the water station among his possible choices. Did the system consider that he had conquered the area after defeating Ogremach? Whatever the case, there was only one possible choice. Basil clicked on the stealthy option the second he saw it. He would purchase anything that could hide his home from prying eyes. Wait, I have to purchase each step individually, Basil asked with a frown. To raise stealthy to tier II, I must spend 9 lair points in total. No reduction for prior investment. That's robbery. Is the system messing with us again? Plato asked with an annoyed face. How about we hunt down the customer supporter rather than eagles? You speak sense, my friend. Basil quickly checked other defensive features available. Toxic atmosphere and confusing architecture inflicted ailments on intruders, and the rest damaged them with different elements. All of them followed the same pattern of price escalation. Even if Basil reached level 100, he wouldn't have enough LP to fully upgrade the lair. Swallowing his frustration, Basil purchased the first tier of the stealthy feature. A veil of magic fell upon his surroundings. The house's roof took on a grassy color, and a layer of moss grew over the walls. Leaves covered the chicken coop, the rabbit hutch, and the metal garage. The greenhouse and the surface of the house's glass panels shifted the least, their surface tinted to resemble water. I preferred the old paint job, Bugsy said. Me too, Basil replied. The camouflage blended in better with the surrounding woods and marsh, true, but anyone studying the area for more than a passing glance would notice oddities. He trailed his hand along the house's wall and felt moss brushing against his fingers. Of course, the system couldn't make a hideout entirely undetectable, for it encouraged conflict. The other upgrades for stealthy were circumstantially useful, enough that Basil considered other options. He checked the other options available with a grunt of disappointment. Basil reread the text multiple times. He was pleasantly surprised, and the other positive features proved quite enticing. Loot Boost improved the drop rate of monsters dying near the house. Crafter Workshop did the same with crafting chances, while HP and SB Recovery accelerated the natural rate at which party members regained both. Only attractive didn't appeal to Basil, since it would subtly lure rare monsters to his house, an anathema for a peaceful man like him. Very interesting. Basil turned to his party members. It seems that besides improving the security, my new perk can potentially make our life easier. Can we grow more food? Plato asked. No, unfortunately. That was a feature Basil would have killed for, but we could gain more experience and loot if we kill creatures in the vicinity. Did somebody say loot? Shellgirl hopped out of the stream near the house like a flying fish. She rushed as quickly as she could to Basil's position with surprising speed for a giant clam. I'm all ears. How did when? Basil's mind struggled to compute her sudden appearance. Was she like a genie, summoned to this earthly realm with the right word of power? You're back early. Basil was surprised by her surprise appearance. I didn't expect you until sundown. I suspect her hearing is even better than mine, Plato said with amusement. Well, did you worry about me? Shellgirl grinned. I couldn't wait to tell you the good news, but now I can. What did you say about loot? Why did Basil have the feeling he had unleashed a terrible force upon the world? To put it bluntly, I can improve the house so that it gives us bonuses within 1 hectare of itself, he explained. I, however, do not have the resources to access all of them. I need more levels. Basil described the various features to his team. Shellgirl obviously only had eyes for the potential riches they could bring. The others' opinions were more diverse. Boss, if I may. Bugsy cleared his throat. Wouldn't it be smarter to take the X bonus first? That way you can gain levels quicker and then improve the house afterward. We only benefit from the bonus experience within 1 hectare around the house, Basil pointed out. We would need to bring monsters to our home alive for the slaughter. Yes, and Plato shrugged. Didn't you want to raise livestock or fish at the stream? We would get meat and experience both ways. We could use the fertilizer to grow more vegetables too, Bugsy protested with enthusiasm. The centimagma was always eager to gain more levels. What if we took attractive? No, Basil said, but... No, Bugsy, Basil repeated more harshly. No way in hell, I won't budge on this. Surprisingly, Rosemary protested against the plan too. No killing plant babies. They are the seeds that will bloom when the world ends. But Mr. Plato, you were all right with killing fish a minute ago. Bugsy protested. What's the difference? I was fine with killing things that can't fight back, Plato clarified, putting emphasis on his last words. I aspire to live a quiet and peaceful existence, Basil declared. Levels make life easier, Bugsy, that is a fact, but they are not an end in themselves. Exactly, experience is not the best thing in the world, money is. Shellgirl rubbed her hands. Don't you see? Who needs to kill monsters when we can produce more goods from the safety of our HQ? With Crafter Workshop, we'll improve productivity and flood the market. She never lets an opportunity go. Basil privately agreed the Crafter Workshop would prove the wisest investment. It wasn't as flashy as the others, but it trumped them in practicality. Anyway, Shellgirl, Basil said, changing the subject. What good news did you want to share? Well, remember my witch contact? She asked. I was chatting her up for a nice good deal when she invited me for a tea brew. I accepted, of course, friendly saleswoman that I am. Can't forget the personal element and proximity. Basil interrupted her. Less self-gratification, more hard facts. It's important context, not self-gratification. Anyway, I told her all about our little trouble with the tin can and how we harvested good loot from it after bombing it to oblivion. You did what? Basil gritted his teeth. You told our battle tactics to a potential foe. She's not a potential enemy, she's a customer. Shellgirl protested. And how are we supposed to show we mean business if we don't brag about our successes? If she shares that information with someone else, it will come back to bite us in the ass. Basil pinched his nose in annoyance. The damage was already done. Go on. Well, anyway, she was super duper interested in your explosives and the rune thingy we harvested from the gearsman. She wanted to meet you before, but now she insists I bring you along for my next trip. No, Basil replied flatly. I predicted you would say that. Shellgirl chuckled. So my witch contact asked me how I could entice you to come, and I told her about your troubles with the comatose woman upstairs, the petrified people in the town, your angel summoning project. Did you tell her where we live too? Plato asked with a sarcastic tone. Or about the panic room. Did you tell her about our secret panic room? We have a panic room, Bugsy asked, suddenly curious. Yes, we do, Basil confirmed. The old man always feared the police wouldn't arrive in time in case of a home robbery. I'll show it to you one day. Of course I didn't tell her where we lived, Shellgirl protested. Hey, I promised I wouldn't. My bad, I should have specified a greater list of forbidden information. Basil struggled to keep his anger in check. That was exactly why he was worried about trading with the outside world. What were you thinking? Partner, you're drawing the wrong conclusions. Shellgirl put her hands behind her jelly hair, trying to look relaxed. I wouldn't share intel if I didn't trust my customer. She's clean, almost a friend. Even if this witch is clean, she might reveal sensitive information to people who don't have our best interests at heart, Basil pointed out. If 2 people know of a secret, 10 more will learn it in time. Yeah, I get that, Shellgirl replied with a serious expression, but if you never take a leap of faith, then who's ever going to trust you? Basil clenched his jaw but didn't answer. She had struck a nerve. Someone has to take the first step, partner, Shellgirl said. You trusted me to help you out, and I did. I brought you the tools you needed for your lab, juicy info too. I trust my contact, and I gave her the benefit of the doubt. You should try too. Her response surprised Basil in more ways than one. There was wisdom in them, something he didn't expect from Shellgirl. The clam mimic based her identity on business manuals and hearsay, but her words came from her heart rather than a self-help booklet. Even when created from dungeons, monsters possess free will. Basil already guessed as much from Bugsy's self-doubts and Rosemary's strange maternal behavior towards the vegetables. They can mature and develop beliefs of their own. Did that mean peaceful coexistence between monsters and humans might become possible one day? Basil crossed his arms in skepticism. They still had a long, long way to go. I suppose this witch told you she could solve everything if only I would visit her. Yes, and she gave me a token of her goodwill to prove it. Shellgirl snapped her fingers and a purple potion appeared in her slimy hand. The glass container was crude, no longer than 10 centimeters. A little ribbon with the words, "From V with love," and a tiny heart symbol written on it was attached to the plug. Here, Basil carefully took the potion in his hand. It weighed almost nothing, like bottled feathers. V, Plato asked. Vasilisa, that's her name, Shellgirl explained. Pretty neat, huh? She said it will help your damsel in distress wake up from her slumber, sleeping beauty style. Vasilisa, that was a Slavic name. It had been over a year since Basil heard one. Somehow hearing it made him nostalgic for his homeland. What did it cost you? He asked Shellgirl. Nothing, she gave it away free of charge. Said it was a gift from one crafter to another. Basil was always wary of the kindness of strangers. It sounded to him like the witch wanted something from him. Probably the gearsman's Remainson was trying to sweet-talk him into surrendering them. But well, if she could indeed help with his other problems, that would be a win-win proposition. That's not all. When she made her proposal, it inspired a brilliant idea. Shellgirl raised her hands as if expanding an imaginary banner. A networking event. I invented this brand new concept. We bring monsters interested in trading together in a safe zone where we can exchange business tips and rumors of new opportunities. Like the orc tribe, how does that sound? Like a terrible idea. The more people aware of Basil's existence, the more trouble down the line. The more naive Rosemarine salivated in anticipation. More food, I don't do social events, Basil replied with a bear-like grunt. Oh, come on. Shellgirl pumped a fist. Everybody wants to meet the ogre lord of the marshes. The ogre lord, Ogremach, Bugsy squinted in confusion. But we ate him yesterday night. Ergo, that's why Big B's the new ogre in town. Shellgirl licked her lips with her slimy tongue. Killing enemies is the natural way of life. Cooking them afterward with salt and pepper, that forces respect. Basil opened his mouth to protest, closed it as he mulled it over, and realized that it made sense in a strange way. He did look like an ogre, eating monsters with his pets in his corner of the marsh. I don't do networking, Basil declared, standing his ground. But if this dream brew works, then I'll be happy to meet with your witch contact. He would still bring his halberd, just in case. With the Athenor up and running, Basil's basement reminded him of a drug lab. The cylindrical alchemical furnace roared at the center of the room. Basil crafted it from the gearsman's remaining bronze and a leftover cauldron. Tiny flames burst out of its base where coal crackled and burst with heat. A closed door held a boiling potion at the device's top. The liquid's color slowly changed from dark green to that of emerald as smoke exited through a pipe. A shame the dream brew's quality was already at sea. Basil would have preferred to have improved its quality before administering it to his patient upstairs. Mister, I am done, said Rosemarine, his new lab assistant. The carnivorous plant proudly showed Basil a bottle full of her harvested pollen mixed with water. I am done. Basil wanted to cultivate a new fertilizer that wouldn't transform plants into voracious monsters. He intended to experiment with Rosemarine's pollen and the old fertilizer separately until he figured out a harmless recipe. So am I, Basil replied as he took the green medicines container out of the alchemical furnace with heat-resistant gloves. The process took hours to complete, but the results spoke for themselves. This confirmed Basil's theory that each quality rank added a new effect to the item. He wondered how high it could get. Basil stored the new potion in his inventory and put the pollen elixir in the furnace for refining. Although the refining process took longer than when he crafted directly with the system, the Athenor method also removed the error margin. The Crafter Workshop Lair feature he purchased only granted a mere 5% bonus to his chances, not enough to make a big difference. Basil could afford to wait without the risk of losing supplies. It's time. Basil ascended up the basement stairs with Rosemarine following him closely. He hadn't been willing to administer the dream brew to Officer Eliselda without additional healing methods at hand. For all he knew, she might react badly to it. The tamer made his way to the policewoman's room and found her soundly asleep. Were it not for the slight rising of her ribcage, Neria Eliselda might have looked stiff as a corpse. Basil summoned the dream brew from his inventory and uncorked the bottle. Can I eat her if she doesn't wake up? Rosemarine asked. I forbid you to even try, Basil replied, much to his adorable plant's disappointment. She was a child, innocent but needing to learn manners. No eating humans, friends, or strangers, but I can eat everybody else, sure, if I don't forbid it. Basil pressed the bottle against Officer Eliselda's lips, pinched her nose, and force-fed her the potion. It would have been easier with a medical tube. He should raid an abandoned hospital someday. Prepare to use your pollen on her if she doesn't react well. Rosemarine didn't need to. The moment Basil emptied the bottle down her throat, Officer Eliselda started to move in her sleep. Basil set aside the bottle on a shelf and waited. His honored guest groaned in her bed, her fingers fidgeting. Her eyelids slowly opened to reveal tired black eyes. Officer, Eliselda grunted as she slowly regained consciousness. Basil waited patiently for her to finish peacefully waking up. But then she noticed Rosemarine. She screamed in surprise. Hey, it's all right. Basil tried to reassure Officer Eliselda. The policewoman in the throes of panic ignored him. Her hands moved to her waist to grab a gun that wasn't there. Calm down, you're all right, monster. Officer Eliselda fell off the bed, quickly rose to her feet and adopted some kind of fighting stance. Basil recognized it from Krav Maga YouTube videos. Back off, it's okay. Basil raised his hands to show he carried no weapons. The officer's eyes moved from Rosemarine to him, but her posture didn't relax. If anything, she seemed even tenser than before upon realizing she was outnumbered. You're in a safe place. The officer's jaw tightened as she glared at Rosemarine. Safe. Basil suddenly realized that this woman's only interactions with monsters involved fighting gearsmen and watchers for survival. She had never encountered non-aggressive creatures, let alone friendly ones. Rosemarine glanced up at Basil in confusion. Mister, do I use my pollen? Is she wounded in the head? Shush, Rosemarine. Basil locked eyes with Neria Eliselda. She's nice. I'm a tamer. Domesticating monsters is what I do. Officer Eliselda's fists tightened, ready to strike at the first sign of danger. Who are you? She asked. Where am I? You're in my house in the Barths close to Dax. I'm Basil Jean-Francois Bohin. To Basil's surprise, Officer Eliselda seemed to recognize his name. Basil Bohin, from the Renee Lamont inheritance case. Basil's jaw clenched in silent anger. Yes, that's me. Mister, Rosemarine noticed his frustration. Are you okay, mister? You look furious. Yes, an old battle's memory came to me. A legal one. I defeated some bad people. How did they taste? His plant asked naively. Bitter. Keeping her guard up, Officer Eliselda glanced around the room and noticed her belongings on a chair. Her eyes briefly wandered to her chest and the shirt and boxers on herself. Basil had changed her clothes in her sleep to extract the shrapnel and clean the blood off them. Please don't make assumptions. Basil cursed in his head when Officer Eliselda stared at him with an offended look. Oh God, she did. Did you do anything to me while I was unconscious? The policewoman asked, her eyes full of terrible suspicion. Yeah, I saved your freaking life. Basil replied with heavy sarcasm. What, just because he lived alone in the woods made him a potential sexual predator? What kind of logic was that? And I sprayed you with my seed. Rosemarine chirped in, not helping her owner's case. Neria glanced at the plant with a mortified face. Rosemarine grinned in response. Her fangs drooled with saliva and made the policewoman even more uncomfortable. Not even remotely what it sounds like, Basil said with a sigh. I extracted metal fragments stuck in your flesh, and she used healing pollen to heal your wounds. I am deep inside you now, Rosemarine whispered. I hear your heart pounding in your chest. Neria Eliselda didn't dare to ask for details. Where's the rest of my unit? Your helicopter crashed in the marsh. Basil looked for a way to sugarcoat the truth, but he could see in her eyes that she would know. You were the only survivor. Officer Eliselda winced as if he had slapped her in the face. Her eyes widened in shock and examined Basil's face, searching for any hint of a lie. He could see her thought process written all over her face. Denial, doubt, and finally, the crushing weight of acceptance. Officer Eliselda's shoulders crumpled like a sandcastle falling down and the fight left her. Her empty eyes glanced down at the ground. Her crestfallen expression made Basil's stomach turn. Even Rosemarine appeared a little touched. It's okay, miss, we put them in the ground so flowers may bloom from their remains. I'm sorry, Basil replied with sincerity and immediately cursed himself for how banal he sounded. This woman probably lost friends and teammates in that crash. We found you after dealing with a gearsman and buried the dead in the marsh. Officer Eliselda found the strength to look up at him again. How long? She asked. How long did they lay out in the open? If I say nearly 2 days, it will be burned in her memory for the rest of her life. It couldn't have been more than a couple of hours. Officer Eliselda bit her lower lip. I see, she answered with a heavy, heavy voice. I see. Honestly, I'm surprised you survived at all considering how much blood you lost. Basil immediately regretted his words. That woman needed comfort, not curiosity. He wasn't good at dealing with emotional shit. My guard duty perk protects me from ailment damage. Officer Eliselda put a hand on her waist, bandages the place where shrapnel hit her. She stared at them with sorrow. That includes bleeding out. The hell? The system considered bleeding out an ailment. Basil struggled to grasp the concept's implications. One could bleed out and yet not die because a magical force said so. I'm sorry, perhaps we can delay this conversation for later, Basil said. It's a lot to take in. You should rest first. I can bring you something to eat or drink if you want. I've got tea, coffee, chocolate. You're welcome, officer. Basil pointed at her riot gear. You can find your phone and belongings there, although I stored your gun somewhere else. Your walkie-talkie didn't survive the crash. After a moment of hesitation, Officer Eliselda responded with a short nod. Realizing that Rosemarine's presence still unsettled his guest, Basil patted his plant on the back of the head. Rosemarine, can you go downstairs and water the vegetables? I'll take it from here. Yes, mister. Rosemarine crawled out of the bedroom. Officer Elisalda's suspicious gaze followed the plant until she vanished beyond the door. Basil left the bedroom for a few minutes and came back with 2 cups of coffee. When he returned, he found Officer Elisalda staring at the window, phone in hand. She could see Bugsy working on enlarging the chicken coop from her vantage point. "Is that a giant centipede in the backyard?" Officer Elisalda asked. Her eyes betrayed her apprehension, her fear, her distaste. Basil thanked his foresight for taking her gun away. She might have opened fire on Rosemary on sight out of paranoia. "Yes," Basil handed her a coffee cup. "He's domesticated. You can tame these things. My sister can talk to dogs," but Officer Elisalda took the coffee without looking away from the window. "I never imagined bugs. Neither did I a few weeks ago, but here we are. It felt so weird to have a conversion with a fellow human after so long." Basil hadn't had one since the postman last visited his house over a month ago. "You're in a safe place." She didn't believe him, not entirely, but Basil could tell that she wanted to. "How long was I out?" 2 days now," Basil replied. 2 days. Officer Elisalda sounded halfway reassured. "Then there's still time." "Time for what?" The policewoman marked a short pause as if afraid to reveal important information. She examined Basil in silence a moment before answering. "To evacuate." "Ah, of course." It made sense. She probably needed to return to the army as soon as possible. "Is there a way to contact your superiors?" "I already did." Officer Elisalda raised her smartphone. "I sent a distress signal." Basil gritted his teeth. He didn't like the idea of an army raid near his home. It could alert the watchers to his house's position. "Your phone still works, mine does. Our radio officer can listen in on calls from afar with her head. I still don't understand how." She scoffed. "Magic." "Don't tell me I made a car burst inside a bug's head." Basil sipped his coffee and enjoyed the warm bitterness washing over his tongue. "I would like to arrange your pickup away from my house. I don't want gizmos following soldiers here." "I understand. We didn't even know there were survivors hiding out in the marshes." She sat on the bed, her eyes set on her coffee. "We thought everyone in the countryside had been killed or turned to stone." Something in the policewoman's voice told Basil that she had lost people in the initial attack. He wanted to offer his condolences, but she was probably tired of hearing them. "You don't sound French," Officer Elisalda noted, changing the subject. She had sharp ears. Basil thought he had improved his accent. "I'm Bulgarian." "Bulgarian," she smiled sheepishly. The policewoman had a friendly face, the kind that inspired trustworthiness. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. You must have been confused to see me nod. I've lived in France long enough to pick up your ways." Nodding in Bulgaria meant refusal rather than agreement, but Basil had adapted to the strange customs of the Westerners. "And you sound like a Basque." "I come from Biarritz. I thought it would be a quiet transfer to a troubleless town." She chuckled joylessly. "Then the world went to shit. Next thing I knew, I shot a robot breaking through my windows, got a screen stuck in my eyes, and I was drafted into the army." "You tell me," Basil shrugged. "Seems like you're holding out great. I saw your helicopters patrolling the other side of the river." "We weren't holding out." She took another sip of her coffee. "We're leaving." That helicopter raid was a parting shot. A parting shot. Basil put 2 and 2 together. "When you meant evacuating Dax." "Yes, orders from above. What's left of it?" Officer Elisalda's smile faded. "Nobody wants to die for a town of statues, especially one without any strategic significance." Basil couldn't blame them, though the news worried him. He wondered how the Unity's machines would react without a frontline to keep them occupied. "Is it that bad?" Basil asked. "I kept my head down for weeks, so I've no idea what the situation is elsewhere." Once again, he saw the hesitation on his guest's face. She had many things to say but didn't trust him enough to tell him everything. Basil couldn't blame. He was, after all, a stranger living with monsters. His kindness could hide darker motivations. "I don't know much," Officer Elisalda confessed with a sigh. "We've lost contact with Paris and the countryside is crawling with invaders. Troops in the southwest were ordered to evacuate to Bordeaux with civilians. Monsters overran most cities in the region, but not this one." Basil would have hoped the French army fared better than that. The absence of news from Paris was extremely worrying. The French state was heavily centralized around its capital. "I see." Officer Elisalda set her empty cup aside on the bedside table. "You could come with us." "Where?" Basil asked with a frown. "To Bordeaux." She glanced at the window with a frown. "It will be safer." "Safer than here with the monsters." Officer Elisalda looked at Basil with a worried expression that screamed, "You are making a terrible mistake." But she didn't try to talk him out of it. She had sensed the determination in his voice. Anyway, Basil changed the subject. "Any idea what's happening?" "I've been looking for info about the Trimurti's significance and Dismaker labs, but came up short. Is the army investigating them?" "We are," but she looked embarrassed all of a sudden. "I'm not authorized to share?" Basil asked. She nodded slowly. "I understand. But if you're looking for information, I've got a wrecked dungeon summoning server stored in my garage." Officer Elisalda's face paled. Her fingers fidgeted with nervousness. "What?" Basil asked. She unlocked her phone and showed him a picture. He immediately recognized Dax's arena. The angle implied the shot had been taken from above, almost certainly with the helicopter. 2 gearsmen worked to raise a tower of steel on the sandy battlefield, surrounded by collapsed stands. The machine was an incomplete cylinder of gears and circuitry, yet Basil immediately recognized the device for what it was. That was what our parting shot was meant to destroy, Officer Elisalda explained. We didn't understand why they were building it, but from what you said now I do. A server. The robots were building a server inside Dax's arena. It was a different model than the one Basil found in the water control station, bulkier, using both ancient gears and new technology. But its existence could only mean one thing. The Unity intended to raise a new dungeon on Basil's doorstep. Shit, Basil said. 31, Plato replied. With his supply bag weighing on his back, Basil and his cat followed Shellgirl along a meandering trail. The clam mimic hopped in the shadow of gnarled trees. Basil didn't recognize their species, but they certainly shouldn't be growing in the barths. The vegetation in the area was foreign to the region, from the trees to the strange purple grass under his feet. Damn, Basil whispered. Bloody hell. 32, 33, Plato replied. What are you doing? Shellgirl asked with a curious look. I'm counting how many times Basil has cursed since morning. Plato chuckled. We're 36 swearing words short of the all-time record. We're fucked, Basil said, so utterly fucked. 34, 35. You can do it, buddy. I believe in your swearing spirit. It's fine. Shellgirl waved a reassuring hand at Basil. I told you, she's clean. The forest witch didn't worry Basil. The dungeon under construction in Dax did. Officer Elisalda swore to him that her team successfully bombed it from above, but the robots would try to rebuild it again. They would have the means to fully focus their resources on the task once the army retreated to Bordeaux. Basil cursed his short-sightedness. He should have seen it coming. If an Earth company successfully built a dungeon summoning server, then an army of magical machines could do the same. He had to expel the Unity's forces from the region before they completed their infernal machine and flooded the countryside with robots. Could he convince the army to make a last-ditch attempt at wiping them out? Officer Elisalda had arranged her pickup for tomorrow, and Basil left her at home with the rest of his party to recover until then. Why won't they leave me alone? Basil asked out loud. All I want is to live in peace and harmony, yet whenever we solve a problem, another pops up. It's maddening, take it from me, Basil. Plato mimicked a beheading motion. No birds, no problems. Same with the gizmos. I say we pick them off one after another until they leave. It could work actually. The Unity's forces in Dax were stretched so thinly that they couldn't properly patrol their own conquered city. The Gearsman ambush nearly cost the party their lives, but their victory deprived the robots of a heavy hitter. If the group avoided direct combat and continuously thinned down their enemies' numbers, they could force them out of the region. The Second Neighborhood War appeared inevitable. Perhaps it's time to introduce everyone to an ancient Bulgarian tradition then. Basil smiled cruelly. Guerrilla warfare. Could I sit this one out? Shellgirl asked with little enthusiasm. Or at least stay at the rear. I'll be all for funding a war, but participating is another matter. That's the neat thing about guerrilla attacks. If done well, you're gone before the enemy can strike back. Basil stopped at the end of the trail in the witch's house. Is this the place? A field of purple flowers bloomed within a ring of leafless trees. A two-story Isba hut dominated the grove, its walls built from logs, its roof from dirt and straw. The light of candles pierced through its windows. A fence of wooden spikes topped with shrunken goblin heads and burning skulls surrounded the building. Basil found the decoration aesthetically pleasing, inspiring even. I see someone shares our neighborhood problems, Plato commented. Why do I have the feeling you'll get along with her, Basil? Because he will. Shellgirl hopped to the hut's door and knocked on it. Vassie, my dear, it's me. Coming, a muffled voice answered from within the house. Her accent sounded vaguely Belarusian. Welcome. The door opened and the witch walked out. Years of pop culture indoctrination had taught Basil that witches were either ugly as sin or dazzling beauties, and his neighbor clearly fell into the second category. She looked around his age, with a lovely heart-shaped face and crimson eyes. Her skin was an inhuman pale shade of olive green. She wore a short, sleeveless black dress, an elegant red scarf, a rounded wizard's hat atop mid-long raven hair, and a pair of heels. Demon, did she hide horns under her hat? Basil was immediately on his guard and looked for any sign of weaponry. The woman didn't carry any wand to cast spells with. Her nails weren't claws ready to tear his throat out. When she smiled kindly at the group, white teeth showed under her lips rather than fangs. In short, she appeared oddly harmless for a fiend. Shellgirl, how good to see you again. The witch exchanged a high five with the clam mimic. Have you combed your slime hair? I love it. I did. Shellgirl grinned with pride. I'm glad you noticed. I didn't, Plato said. Neither did Basil. Who is that handsome human with you? The witch put a finger on her lips as she examined Basil from head to toes. The ogre of the Barths. Basil, he replied with a blank face. He would go on a rampage if that nickname caught on with the local monsters. Basil Jean-Francois Bohin. The two studied each other for a few seconds. Basil was ready to summon his halberd at the first sign of treachery. The witch's dream brew potion worked as advertised, but he couldn't rule out the fact she lured him into a trap of some kind. Her name also sounded familiar to him, although he couldn't put his finger on why. You're quite the good-looking fellow," the witch said with a fox-like smile. "A fine connoisseur of potions and a warrior. It's a winning combination." Basil looked flatly at her. He knew her type and refused to play her game. The witch sighed in disappointment upon realizing her flirty facade and insincere flattery wouldn't work with him. "You didn't even blush. I must be getting rusty. Your assets are useless against me, woman." Basil liked girls, but not enough to fawn over them. "No pretty smiles will buy you favors from me. You've been single for too long, Basil," Plato said with a sad, sad voice. "I fear your dating life is beyond saving now." "I do like a man with his head on his shoulders," the witch mused playfully, taking the rejection in stride. "Sorry, old habits. I used to trick would-be paladins into running errands for me with a wink and a smile. One jumped off a cliff trying to look for a dragon egg, if you can believe that." "Natural selection at its finest," Plato commented. Basil kept a poker face and did his best not to show surprise. The witch mentioned the anecdote like something that happened often enough to become a habit. This implied a long history, yet the dungeons only appeared weeks ago. "She's different from other monsters somehow." Basil could tell from her behavior. Wiser, more mature. Anyway, the name's Vasilisa Yaga, or Vasi for short. The witch knelt and petted Plato behind the ears. "What's yours, O mighty king of cats? His Majesty Plato the First." Plato glanced up at his owner. "Can we keep her? She understands my greatness." "Nobody owns me, your majesty." The witch stood up and invited the group inside. "Come along, let's have a drink inside." "Her liquor is amazing, you'll see," Shellgirl declared before crawling into the house. After a short moment of hesitation, Basil followed alongside Plato. The witch closed the door behind them. The group entered a comfortable room with a wooden table in its middle. A colossal white bear's pelt carpeted the floor, and the stuffed head of a reptilian creature overlooked a chimney. Bundles of dried herbs, potions, and grimoires occupied rows of shelves along the walls. Their neat organization contrasted with the empty bottles on the ground, the dust on the windows, and the stench of alcohol in the air. An unused broomstick waited in a corner. "Are you a student?" Basil asked. "I study magic, yes." Vasi squinted at him. "How did you know?" He pointed a finger at the empty bottles. Vasi chuckled as she invited the group to sit. "Don't mind them, I'll clean tomorrow." In student slang, tomorrow meant never. Basil had learned this subtle difference to his dismay when he last shared an apartment. Vasi proved a good host and served drinks to her guests, a bowl of milk for Plato and bottles of orange beverages for everyone else. Basil recognized them as krupnik, a sweet Slavic liqueur. Shellgirl thirstily grabbed her drink, but he didn't touch his own. Vasi smiled at his reaction. "Are you afraid of being poisoned? In my homeland, we believe in hospitality. I don't drink alcohol," Basil replied. "Too many bad memories associated with it. Don't you know the proverb? Never trust a man who doesn't drink." Vasi grabbed a bottle off a shelf while sipping her own krupnik. "I have beet juice mixed with carrots if you prefer." "Careful, Basil, the vegan revolution has begun." Plato mocked his owner. He licked the bowl and then his lips. "Tasty. Is this goat milk? You have a good sense of taste," Vasi complimented him. "Shellgirl traded it to me a few days ago." "I got it from the orcs," gloated the mimic. "I exchanged a beer bottle for 6 bottles full of milk." Basil felt slightly guilty since the alcohol in question came from Renee's old cave. He had decided to trade most of his liquors away considering how little use it would find otherwise. "Speaking of drinks, did my dream brew work?" Vasi asked Basil. "You can't fathom how many dreams I had to catch to craft it." "It worked fine," which was the reason why Basil accepted this meeting at all. "How do you catch a dream with the right spell?" His question seemed to amuse the witch. "Your ignorance doesn't surprise me. You strike me more as the fighter class type with more brains than most." Basil would storm off if she ever asked for his intelligence score. "I didn't know monsters could take spellcaster levels." "We can't, but we may still learn spells with the right perks." Vasi uncorked her bottle. "To what do we toast?" "To a good quarter," Shellgirl yelled as she raised her bottle. Vasi chuckled at that and answered with prosit. Basil glanced at Plato with amusement. You have hands now." The cat groaned but joined the toast nonetheless. After analyzing his juice with the system, Basil sipped his juice. The drink tasted quite good, much to his surprise. He waited pointlessly for a poison to take effect and relaxed upon realizing that there was no danger. "The Frog Prince potion is on the shelf to your left," Vasi said with a wink. "I keep it for special occasions." "I gotta say I'm pleasantly surprised," Basil replied with a chuckle. "When I saw your house I expected the worst. Yet you seem to be quite the friendly fellow." "CC." Shellgirl gluttonously sipped from her drink. "Told you she was clean. I like guests, but not the uninvited kind," Vasi explained. "The skulls and shrunken heads outside keep the fools from disturbing me when I study. I'm not from this place, so I had to establish clear boundaries. Perhaps that's what we were missing, Basil," Plato said. "The corpses of our dead enemies impaled on the fence. That will send a message. When they start rotting, they'll spread diseases," Basil replied before focusing on his host. "By not from this place, you mean the marsh. From which dungeon did you come?" "The better question would be," Vasi smiled coyly. "Which world?" Basil's hand tightened on his drink and Plato raised his head from his bowl in shock. Only Shellgirl didn't appear surprised. Astonishing, isn't it? She asked her allies. I had the same reaction when I heard it for the first time. I came from a place called the Winter Kingdoms, a land of magic, dragons, and fairies, Vassie explained. We have our own system there, slightly different from this world's. I suppose that's why I could cross over. Megabug had used the same wording. Basil studied the witch's face for any hint of lying but didn't find any. Another world, he asked. How did I get into this one? Vassie shrugged. I don't fully understand it myself. Sometimes humans from other worlds reincarnate in ours, but they had to die first. I remember seeing a screen offering me to participate in an incursion into another world. And you just accepted? Basil asked in shock. Yes, I did, and next thing I know I had been teleported to this marsh. The casual way she answered Basil's question left him feeling incredulous. I felt stuck in a routine. Wake up in the morning, have a drink, decide against going outside because it snows too much. I wanted to shake things up a bit, to study new magical traditions. It wasn't like I had anyone to tie me down in my old place either. Do you see what I mean? I do a bit. Basil abandoned civilization to live in the woods. Abandoning Earth sounded like too big of a jump, though. I left my homeland to study too. Good, traveling builds character. We should exchange stories someday. Maybe another time, Basil replied, though he would take her up on it. He found the witch's friendliness disarming. Her odd behavior made more sense now. After encountering Megabug in the Unity, Basil had considered the possibility that some monsters came from other worlds. Vassie only confirmed his hypothesis. It made sense she didn't possess the urge to kill humans on sight if she had been born naturally rather than spawned from a dungeon. However, her confession raised disturbing possibilities about these incursions. The Ogre's Den dungeon warned that its destruction wouldn't prevent the phenomenon, and that more information would be shared in the next event. It meant more monsters would invade Earth in the near future, and that some would be like Megabug, deadly. We came for business. Shellgirl summoned an item stored in her inventory on the table, the lightning runestone harvested from the gearsman. What do you think of this? That's the pretty stone we harvested from the big machine I told you about. Vassie's eyes flashed with greedy curiosity. Her nails fell upon the stone like an eagle's talons on prey and seized it. Hey, Shellgirl complained, but the witch didn't listen. Careful, it's precious. Vassie's behavior changed from that of a friendly student to a scientist muttering observations to herself. It resembles a lightning power stone, but not quite synthetic. Shades of fire and ice too very interesting. Power stone, Basil asked, hope rising in his heart. Were they finally making progress on the petrification problem? A mineral formed from the fossilized remains of very powerful magical creatures, mostly ancient fairies and dragons. Doesn't surprise me to find one powering a big machine. Vassie nodded at Shellgirl. It would fetch a good price in my world. I knew it, the mimic rejoiced. Partner, are there dragon graves around to exploit? If Komodo dragons count, then we have one on the other side of the world, Basil quipped. Ever heard of the Unity, Vassie, the Apocalypse Force, Metal Olympus? Vassie pressed a finger on her lips, her eyes thoughtful. Doesn't ring much of a bell. They must come from elsewhere, other worlds. Plato asked, how many are there? Vassie shrugged her shoulders. Basil opened his bag and spilled out its content on the table, the remains of a watcher. These creatures turn people to stone on sight, he explained as the witch examined the scraps. I tried to reverse engineer their method, but a safety feature blocked me. Crafting encryption. Vassie nodded to herself. I can't break it either. Their creator must have a very high level, so you can craft monsters. Basil probed for information. He already suspected it, but wanted confirmation from an outside source. Crafters can make golems, homunculi, robots, wicker men, or at least they could do it in my world. Vassie pushed the watcher's remains with an apologetic expression. Sorry, I can't make use of them. You can't cure petrification. I didn't say that. Vassie toyed with her alcohol bottle. I know a recipe that can cure petrification. The issue is manufacturing it. How many potions would you need? Considering Dax's population, Basil winced. At least 10,000. The witch laughed in his face. Basil sighed, having expected as much. Yo dog, don't make that face. Plato patted his owner on the shoulder with his paw. I know, we give the recipe to the army and they can deal with it. We could, Basil agreed without enthusiasm. Officer Elisalda made it clear saving Dax's population wasn't a priority as far as the army's strategy was concerned. They had bigger fish to fry. Or you could kill two birds with one stone, Vassie said. Shellgirl told me you were looking to summon an angel. We are, Basil frowned. You can cast prayers. Of course not, she replied with a short laugh. I'm a witch, a demon, and an unbeliever. I don't pray to anyone, but I can run a ritual. They're spells that demand very specific circumstances to cast, but form the strongest school of magic. I happen to learn a thing or two about summonings. Do we need to sacrifice a virgin? Basil asked with a snort, because if so, you're a few years late to use me. Nothing so quaint, but good to know, the witch mused. How about this? I keep the power stone for my personal research, and in exchange, I help you summon an angel. They're annoying, but nobody can contest their healing powers. Sounds good, deal, Basil replied immediately. After a short silence, Plato squinted at Shellgirl suspiciously. Why aren't you protesting? About the shiny, I call it sound investing. Shellgirl put her hands behind her hair. Think about it. If we figure out a cure for petrification, families will pay us an exorbitant price to heal their stoned kin, more than we could ever hope to gain from the stone alone. She never lost an occasion to milk an opportunity for all it was worth. Oh, how good it is to collaborate with intelligent people, Vassie said. I'd be down to trade potions and spellbooks too. I can make my own items, but I lack the material needed to say experiment. You can come visit my lab anytime, Basil proposed. We'll trade recipes. With pleasure. His offer confused Shellgirl. Didn't you want to keep our HQ hidden, partner? She showed us her home, Basil shrugged. If she causes us trouble, we know where she lives now. Mutually assured home destruction, Vassie noted with some amusement. Basil felt like she didn't truly believe that he would follow through with his threat. For the ritual, I will need a sacred place to cast the spell and a powerful object related to angels. Do you have anything like this in your repertoire, handsome? Would this relic work as a focus? Basil summoned the reliquary of Saint Bernadette from his inventory. Oho, an artifact. Vassie immediately grabbed the reliquary with the same delicateness she showed with the runestone. Wonderful. With it, I can summon a big shot. Should be fun. As for the place, I know an old church up the stream, Basil suggested. He had fond memories of the place. It's been long abandoned, but it was consecrated in everything. Good idea. Plato's head perked up with interest. It's been a while since we visited his tombstone. Far too long in Basil's opinion. The constant attacks on his household had distracted him from his monthly visitations. He already knew which flowers to bring. Shellgirl winced. The church up the stream, you mean that crumbling wooden shack with the engraved stones in its backyard? Yes, Basil frowned. He didn't like her tone. Shellgirl, why the sorry face? Remember what I said about aquatic monsters showing up more often? She asked. Well, some mermaid necromancer from Lourdes took refuge in it. I tried to trade with her, but she cast spells at me and... Basil sent Shellgirl a furious glare, and she didn't dare finish her sentence. Plato tensed up, his body utterly still. Necromancer? Basil asked, his voice icy. You mean someone who raises the dead as zombies, skeletons, mummies, undead, etc., Vassie clarified. A good necromancer can do many things. Basil felt his blood boil within his veins and his head hurt from silent rage. His beet carrot juice bottle shattered from his grip. Shards cut into his flesh, and Vassie gave him a frown of disapproval. He didn't care. He was too furious to feel pain or shame. Plato, Shellgirl, pack your things. Basil rose from the table. His jaw tightened so much that he thought that his teeth might break from the pressure. We're cleaning the church ourselves. What, right now? Shellgirl asked in shock. Right now, Plato's claws came out. If a fish dared desecrate his corpse. She won't live to regret it, Basil promised. Hey, calm down, what's happening? Vassie rose from her seat. Is a friend of yours buried at that church? Yes, the old man himself. The sun was setting on the horizon when the group reached the church. The ancient wood building remained elegant in its simplicity. Although locals called it a church, it was closer to an abandoned wayward shrine. Ivy grew on its walls and windows. The Catholic cross atop its roof oversaw a dozen tombstones and a stream ford. In spite of its dilapidated appearance, the place breathed peace and quiet. The air was fresh, and only the sound of running water broke the silence. No wonder the old man had been so fond of the place. He used to rest in the shrine's shadow after a walk in the woods before his death, reading a book under the fading sunlight. Woe to whoever would dare to despoil this sanctuary. Basil's halberd would separate their head from their body. I'm surprised you came along, Basil told Vassie. It's not your fight. If I have to summon your angel in this place, it makes sense to help clear it out first. The witch followed the party, but didn't walk. Instead, she rode her broomstick as it floated 1.5 meters above the ground. It's saddening to see a place like this in ruins. I don't remember it any other way, Plato commented. The cat followed after Basil on foot. As for Shellgirl, she hid in the stream. She could move more swiftly in the water than on land. It's part of its charm. The shrine was abandoned decades ago as locals moved away from the countryside to cities, Basil said. A friend of mine met his wife at this place almost 60 years ago. Is that why he's buried here? Vassie asked. Basil answered with a sharp nod and froze in place as Plato raised a paw. I'm smelling corpses, the cat warned, and fish. Basil clenched his jaw. If the mermaid had dared to raise Renee's corpse, he might activate warp spasm out of sheer anger. You two stay behind, he ordered. I'll act as bait. I would rather follow you, Vassie said. She climbed down from her broomstick and carried it with one hand. I work better with a brave warrior covering me in melee, as you wish. Basil glanced at Plato, who sneakily hid in the tall grass near the wayward shrine. A shame you're a higher level than me. I could have added you to my party and given you a new ability. Hold your horses, handsome. No man can tame me, the witch replied with a chuckle. But I wouldn't mind sharing spellbooks if you own any. I have prayer grimoires, but you can't cast them. That doesn't make them valueless, for all spells are precious. I try to keep an open mind. They walked toward the tombstones without encountering any enemy. It's a waste you didn't take levels in a spellcaster class. You have pretty strong and rare affinities. How do you know that? Basil asked with a frown. She winked at him. I have enough intelligence points to see your stats. It took all of Basil's willpower to keep a straight face. If that cursed system dared to mock him. I hate you, screamed Basil rasped. I hate you so much. Vassie smiled in response, but her amusement quickly turned to worry as they reached the tombstones. To Basil's relief, they didn't look damaged in any way. Moss and ivy had grown over the stone because he hadn't taken care of them in a while, but the graves remained undisturbed, Renee's included. However, someone had done a little decorating. A crudely carved wooden idol stood in the middle of the graveyard. It represented a hand with the thumb missing and a fanged mouth inside the palm. A reptilian, slitted eye glared from within the maw. Basil wasn't afraid of symbols, but something about the totem left him vaguely unsettled. The eye seemed to watch him with malevolence, and according to the system, someone did. The 4 horsemen. Basil tensed up upon realizing who was behind this mess. That's creepy, Vassie said. Basil responded by vertically splitting the idol in half with his halberd. The weapon sliced a line through the hand symbol and caused both halves to fall on the sides. Smoke came out of the device before it turned to dust in the blink of an eye. Show yourself, Basil declared loudly. Come out now. If you say so, a lovely voice answered. 2 shambling corpses emerged from the waters and stepped onto the shore. They had been men once, but water had bloated their bodies and turned their rotting skin pallid. A nauseating, unbearable stench followed them. A layer of barnacles covered their chests. One of the zombies was slim and wielded a rapier. The other was big and strong, with rusting iron gauntlets for weapons. Basil immediately moved in front of Vassie to shield her from the undead. The witch didn't seem concerned. Flames flickered in her hand, ready to ignite her foes. Shielding your girlfriend, how romantic. A new creature hopped out of the waters after the undead and stayed along the river shore. That's it, you're now my new boyfriend. As Shelgirl warned, the necromancer turned out to be a mermaid. The upper half of her body belonged to a naked woman of great beauty, with long red hair, startling green eyes, and a shell necklace. The lower half belonged to a giant trout. She lay on the shore, arms on the ground, tail in the water. I knew it, they belonged to Megabug's faction, Basil thought. However, the undead and mermaid felt nowhere as threatening as the insect drone himself. They lacked his palpable aura of menace and lethality. Careful, Vassie whispered to Basil. Her kind can charm men into obedience. I assume you're from Lourdes, Basil asked the mermaid, trying to stall until Plato and Shelgirl were in position to flank their enemies. The former was crawling in the grass, while the latter hid in the waters nearby. You're well informed. I was indeed born in the water sanctuary dungeon. The mermaid gave Basil a sensual smile. The 2 undead moved to Basil's left and right, waiting for a signal to attack. The new boss sent me here to raise the dead and kick the Unity out of the region, but the old geezers in the ground won't answer my call. They've been goners for too long, I suppose. It works better when I drown them myself first. Basil promised to drown her himself like an unwanted puppy. She's just a pawn of a greater evil, he thought. A newborn monster sent to test the waters as cannon fodder. She's what Shelgirl would have become if she'd stayed in Lourdes. His eyes wandered from one undead to another, trying to figure out which of them would be the weak link. The fencer appeared to be a safer bet than his bulkier counterpart, but striking him would expose Vassie to retaliation. Better deal with the bigger threat first. Now you owe me an apology, Desas said. You've committed sacrilege by destroying the hand of the Male King. Who? Basil asked. He'd better get as much information as possible. The Male King. It is he who will become the new overgod after his horsemen pave the way for his arrival. He shall rule the earth, and only his chosen will survive. A malevolent light flashed in the mermaid's eyes. There's a place for good warriors like you in his army. You should join as I did, trust me. Everybody else will die. Don't, the Draugr fencer gargled words. Hell unending. Kill us, the bulky undead rasped. Already did that, the mermaid replied with a smirk. Basil felt a strong urge to wipe it off her face. I hope you'll last longer than them. It takes a lot to satisfy me. And here I thought I treated my paladin suitors harshly, Vassie said with a disgusted expression. You know what they say, sister. Love them, leave them, kill them. The mermaid shrugged. Does it matter? I give them untold pleasure, so they owe me eternal grateful. Basil struck without warning. His halberd split the bulky undead's skull with enough force to send him stumbling backward. No sooner did he make a move than the fencer Draugr flanked him. His sword lunged at Basil's neck with deadly intent. Vassie spoke a word of power and snapped her fingers. A burst of fiery embers erupted from a fingernail and burned the fencer's face. The undead let out a snarl of pain and barely missed Basil's carotid artery. Calm down, my boy, the mermaid said, undisturbed, before clearing out her throat. How about a song to soothe your furious heart? She started humming to herself. Basil had bigger fish to fry. He slashed the bulkier undead in the chest once and dodged a retaliatory punch. The Draugr's fist hit the ground with enough force to send dirt flying in all directions. Plato leaped out of the grass by surprise and struck at the bulky undead's spine. His claws cut through flesh and bone alike, as if the monster's back was made of butter. The fencer Draugr switched targets from Basil to Vassy, but an ice pearl hit him on the side of the face before he could reach the witch. Shellgirl's barrels peered out of the stream's waters and began bombarding the undead with projectiles. The mermaid's song grew higher-pitched. Her voice drowned out the noise of battle until Basil could only hear her. The song affected his brain in a way few of them ever did. Basil abandoned the fight with the undead to approach the mermaid. It was stronger than him. Something pushed him to her. She smiled and extended her hands at Basil as if to take him in her loving arms. Basil punched the mermaid in the face. "Stop singing off note." Basil snarled with anger. "It's unbearable." The blow sent the mermaid headfirst into the ground. One of her teeth flew into the river with a plop sound. She looked up at Basil with astonished eyes and river mud all over her cheeks. "Why you hit me, you little she." Basil slapped her hard enough to break her nose. "I am a feminist," Basil boasted proudly. The half-fish put a hand on her mouth, blood dripping between her fingers. "I will defend gender equality to my last breath." "By hitting a woman?" the mermaid asked incredulously. Her smug expression had turned into one of shameful anger. Basil remained unshaken by her accusation. Chivalry is the truest expression of sexism. It demeans women by implying they need a man to protect them, when in fact everyone had the fundamental right to a punch in the face. "I'm not sure I agree," Vassy said as she blasted the Draugr fencer's face with volley after volley of embers. The undead simply couldn't get close enough to strike her with his rapier. The witch thoroughly trounced him, his eyes burning in his skull. His bulkier ally struggled to hit Plato at all. His powerful fists shook the ground with each blow, but none of them managed to strike the agile cat. Shellgirl supported her allies by blasting one undead or the other with ice pearls whenever they threatened to break the deadlock. Finally realizing her situation had grown precarious, the mermaid tried to escape into the water. Basil grabbed her hair first. He lifted her out of the stream and threw her at the shrine like a piece of ham. "I only hit you because I respect you as a half-woman," Basil informed the mermaid as she hit a wooden wall with enough strength to crack it. "Because I know you can take it like a man." The mermaid tried to sing again, but it only made Basil wince in pain. By God, she sounded like a tortured cat, as if her desecration of the dead wasn't enough. He attempted to silence her with a halberd strike to the face, but she managed to roll to the side. His blade carved wood and nothing else. "What is that song supposed to do?" Basil asked the mermaid, raising his halberd for a new attempt on her life. "Anger me, to make you fall in love with me." She replied in shock and humiliation. Blood ran down her broken nose. "I don't get it. It worked on all my other boyfriends." "Really? Damn, this world is full of sexual deviants." Basil looked at her fishtail with disgust. "You're half trout. Fucking you would be an act of bestiality." It must have been why the charm ailment failed to affect Basil. He simply couldn't find it in himself to become a fish furry. "Sleep." The mermaid pointed a finger at Basil, a surge of magical light erupting from her finger. "Sleep at once." So much coffee ran through Basil's veins that he might as well have bled caffeine. "Help," the mermaid shouted. Whereas Vassy had long turned her fencer into a burning crisp, her bulkier servant powered through Shellgirl's suppressive fire to flank Basil. Plato clawed at the undead's heel, making him stumble, and his owner welcomed the Draugr with a swing of his halberd. The strike bisected the monster and felled him on the spot. Deprived of backup, the mermaid slammed her hands and pointed them at Basil's group. A stream of water erupted from her palms. Plato and Vassy took cover behind the tombstones, but Basil wasn't so fast. Pressurized liquid damaged his clothes and forced him to cover his face with his arm. His opening came when Shellgirl fired an ice pearl at the side of the mermaid's skull. The attack interrupted her water spell, allowing Basil to recover. He glanced at the battlefield and noticed to his fury that Renee's tombstone was drenched in water. Wait, the mermaid panicked upon seeing Basil's furious face. She raised her hands in surrender. We can talk this out. I can make it worth your while, I swear." Basil grabbed his foe by the neck with one hand, dragged her to the stream screaming, and then drowned her face in the water. The mermaid's tail strummed the shore and her hands tried to get Basil off her. "Die, fishwoman," he shouted. "Die, Basil," Plato said. "What? You're waterboarding a mermaid?" Basil froze for a moment and watched bubbles rising to the surface. The mermaid kept struggling against his grip, her nails scratching ineffectively at his arms. "Aren't they like whales?" he asked naively. "As in they can stay underwater for long periods of time but eventually have to go to the surface to breathe?" "No," Vassy replied. She sounded somewhat exasperated. Basil sighed, tossed the mermaid on the shore, and gave her the Marie Antoinette treatment. His halberd cut her pretty neck cleanly and sent her head rolling. "You're not the gentleman I took you for," Vassy commented with an amused look. "No," Basil confirmed, his bloody halberd resting on his shoulder. "I'm just a man." It sounded far better in his mind than in his mouth. "Well, that was easy," Shellgirl commented. She hopped on land with a pleased grin. "I expected more from a level 13 foe. We're getting better at fighting," Basil replied. They also had a balanced group including a frontliner, a long-range sniper, a sneaky cat rogue, and magical artillery. In contrast, the mermaid overspecialized in ailments and could only count on 2 meat shields. She would have done far more damage if her song had worked on him. Some of the experience is missing, though. I landed the killing blow on the undead fencer, so his experience points went to me rather than your party, Vassie explained. She searched the mermaid's corpse without any emotion, at least until she grabbed her seashell necklace. Do you mind if I keep it? Not at all, Basil replied. She had contributed to the battle, so she was entitled to part of the loot. You're sweet, Vassie replied with a charming smile. I'll return the favor. I called dibs on the corpses and the weapons, Shellgirl declared. Plato grabbed the fencer's rapier with a curious look. The sword matched the cat's entire body in length, but he wielded it with grace. Nice, he commented with a few thrusts. I'll stick them with the pointy end. Basil glanced at the mermaid. Do you think it would be cannibalism if I cooked her? She is a monster, but she looks half human. I would say that it only counts if you eat the upper half, Plato replied. He licked his lips with anticipation. The lower half smells like tasty fish. Basil decided it was an acceptable compromise, though he wouldn't partake in the feast himself. His monsters deserved a treat. Sorry, old man. Basil cleaned the water off Renee's tombstone. Fortunately, the mermaid's spell barely sprayed it without inflicting damage. The epitaph in the depths of winter, I finally learned that within me there lay an invincible summer, remained intact. At least you can rest in peace. I'll clean your stone and bring you flowers later, I swear. I'm sure he's okay with waiting. Plato sat at Basil's side. He always took his time with everything. Fathers, Shellgirl scratched her head. All right, humans have those. I still find the concept weird. He wasn't my father, but he was a mentor to me, Basil replied with a smile. He had fond memories of the old man, a dear friend too. He still remembered the day they met. Basil was still a university student then, looking for a summer job to pay his rent. Eventually, he'd noticed an offer for a personal caretaker on his university's website. The salary was good, so Basil didn't mind spending months in the wilderness. I don't need help all that much, actually, Renee had confessed soon after they met. I'm old, but not so much that I can't walk. Why did you call me then? Basil had asked. Renee had answered with the saddest thing Basil ever heard. Because I feel lonely, young man. Because my family forgot me. Because I haven't had a visit in years and it kills me more than age ever did. The old man had been so devoid of human contact that he was willing to pay someone to spend time with him. After hearing that, Basil returned to visit him whenever he had holidays to spare, free of charges. I hope he feels less alone on the other side than this one, Basil said. If there was another side. Anyway, let's bury the dead and be done with it. How much time do you need for your ritual, Vassie? Well, the witch cleared her throat. I guess we'll have time to watch the sunset. Basil wouldn't mind. It took until nightfall for Vassie to complete her preparations. In stark contrast with the ease at which she blasted an undead's face into oblivion, the witch took her time to draw a complex circle on the church's grounds. She traced symbols on the dirt with her broomstick's shaft as Basil watched, humming a song to herself. Meanwhile, Plato trained with his new sword near the river, and Shellgirl sorted through the various trophies gathered from the team's latest victims. 2 gold teeth, a pair of rusted iron gauntlets, and best of all, Shellgirl showcased a bloated blue organ wriggling in her hand. An undying liver. You found an undying liver. Vassie looked over her shoulder and grinned when she noticed the nauseous treasure. That's marvelous. Can I take it? What use could you have for an undead's liver? Basil asked with slight disgust. Imagining his organs living on after his demise soured his stomach. The witch's eyes flared with horror as if he had blasphemed in her presence. Are you kidding? You can use undying livers to craft highly efficient detox potions. It wipes away drunkenness and hangovers in an instant. We would make a killing selling this to the orc tribe down the stream. Shellgirl snapped her fingers, an idea crossing her mind. We could make a package with beer and wine. Whatever, Basil replied, leaving the 2 ladies to decide what to do about the organ. Shellgirl swiftly negotiated the liver against a percentage of the detox potion Vassie would create with it. Basil had a more important matter to deal with, assigning his new levels. He could finally invest in gardener, runesmith, or fisherman. He would take a level in gardener as it was a priority to help increase the food supply, but he hesitated between his 2 other options. On one hand, fisherman would help him deal with the aquatic monsters moving into the river. He doubted the mermaid would be the only threat to come from Lord. On the other hand, runesmith might give him an edge against the Unity's gearsmen. It would also be his first spellcasting class. Vassie. Basil turned to the witch, who was about to complete a hexagram design within her circle. Can I ask you a question? Sure, she replied. You said I should consider becoming a spellcaster because I had strong and rare affinities. Can you elaborate on your reasoning? I stand by what I said. It's rare to have someone with strong affinities in the full wood, metal, and corrosion triad, let alone fire and water. Usually, a strong affinity in one of these elements is balanced by a weakness in their counterparts. Few humans also possess a strong ailment affinity. Vassie finished tracing the circle in the grass. I suppose it's counterbalanced by your weaknesses in key elements like soul, wind, lightning, and light. This closes nearly a fourth of the magical repertoire to you. Basil frowned. What do you mean? You can't learn special techniques or spells from an element in which you have a weak affinity. To give you an example, the ritual I'm about to cast depends on soul and mythic elemental affinities. I'm strong with soul and neutral with mythic, so I can learn and cast the spell. If I had a weak affinity in either, I would have failed to even learn it. But you don't need a strong affinity in both elements, Basil noted. No, although a strong affinity in mythic would have made it easier for me to learn the spell and empowered it further. Vassi smiled at him. Did you listen to my advice and consider a spellcasting class change? Somewhat, Basil replied. I've considered investing a level in Runesmith. Good, I own a spellbook about runes. I could lend it to you as payback for letting me use your lab. Vassi set St. Bernadette's reliquary in the hexagram's center. Runes aren't as flashy as other schools of magic, but they're practical and can be used for many things. Reinforcing your equipment, fueling magical items, traps. She had him at practical. Basil assigned his 2 new levels. Monsters grown from these seeds will be naturally friendly to you and can be immediately added to your party. Partner, why are you looking like you want to kill someone? Shellgirl asked him. Because I am a stupid, stupid man, Basil replied angrily. If he had taken gardener early, he wouldn't have had to purge most of his vegetables. At least the Jarden's secret perk would make harvesting food much easier. To Basil's surprise, a new screen appeared before his eyes. Hybrid class, Basil asked. What's that? Basil wondered how many people would fit these requirements. What struck him the most, however, was the possibility of unlocking new classes other than the ones available from the start. Basil, check this out. Plato called out to his owner and raised his rapier. Wind slash. Basil watched with amazement as air swirled around the tip of Plato's sword. The cat swung his weapon and unleashed a sharp blade of wind across the stream. It cut neatly through the water's surface, carved a line on the other shore's dirt, and sliced a tree in half. Nice, Shellgirl clapped, as did Vassi. Now you can help me chop wood, Basil quipped. His cat hissed at him in response. Something is missing, though, Vassi said with a chuckle. She took her witch hat out, moved closer to Plato, and put it on his head. It was a bit too large for the cat at first, but quickly shrunk to adjust to his size. Basil had to admit it looked good on his pet. Here you go, you look dashing, you're wrong. Plato checked his reflection in the stream and brandished his sword at the moon. He had become a true Puss in Boots. I look perfect, you're sure about the hat? Basil asked Vassi. Keep it, I have plenty more at home. She winked at him, though I wouldn't mind a few potions in compensation. You'll have them, Basil replied with gratefulness. He didn't know how much of the witch's generosity was natural or a calculated move to earn favors, but it wouldn't go to waste. Are we ready to begin? Yes, although I must warn you that the ritual does not give me any control over what I'm about to summon. Vassi joined her hands. I would keep your halberd ready if I were you, in case I call someone in a cranky mood. Basil summoned his weapon to his hand and turned to his other allies. Shellgirl Plato, you heard the lady. Our foes shall suffer the agony of 1,000 deaths by my sword. Plato declared with the tone of a dramatic actor. Give me a glove to duel with. Woe to the first dog to cross my path. With such a talented star, Basil thought they should start a theater troupe. Vassi's hands burned with sparks of magic. She touched the circle's edge with her soft fingers, the energy within them traveling through the symbol and the hexagram within it. The design shone brightly under the faint light of the night sky's moon. The otherworldly energies coursing through the symbols burst into a purple geyser of particles, and the reliquary of St. Bernadette vanished in their light. Here it comes, Vassi whispered. A humanoid shape formed at the center of the particle geyser. Shellgirl pointed her cannons at the figure, and Basil prepared to strike at the first sign of hostility. He had been taught all his life that angels were a force of good, but the world went mad a long time ago. The otherworldly lights died to reveal a strange creature. It was a humanoid no taller than Basil himself, with elegant feathered white wings growing out of its shoulders. The rest of the body didn't look like any angel from the scriptures. It wore a yellow coat with a cowl, green boots, latex gloves, and a black rounded hat. A white plague doctor's mask hid the angel's face, and a bandolier full of potions was strapped on its chest. The outfit didn't leave a single spot of skin exposed to the outside world. Basil expected more holy light from an angel. This one appeared humble, almost mundane. It didn't even possess a halo. Basil couldn't identify the name, and he didn't know what to make of the junior part. Hello, the angel waved a friendly hand at Basil. His voice was nasal, masculine. My name is Zachariel, but please call me Zach. Did you summon me for a consultation? Do you fear for your spiritual health? Basil didn't know how to respond to that. He hadn't prayed for a long time, and the presence of an angel right in front of him begged many, many theological questions. I don't think so. Did you take a baptism booster? The angel asked before he could finish. A baptism booster. I've been baptized at birth, if that's what you meant. Good, good, the angel nodded. But you should take a second baptism shot to be sure. You seem in good spiritual health for now, but even the most faithful can propagate coronatheism to their sicker brethren. You mean the coronavirus? Basil asked with a frown. No, the coronatheism, the angel replied. It's a rampant affliction that ravages the victim's spiritual health. We haven't found a vaccine yet, and the faithful haven't yet developed collective immunity. Basil stared at the angel in utter confusion. The Gospels hadn't prepared him for whatever this was. Shellgirl scratched her head. He's a bit strange, no? He's half-bird. Plato snorted and pointed at the angel's wings. That's never a good sign. Their words brought Zachariel's full attention upon them. He examined them one after the other, lights shining through the glass eyes of his mask. I see your cat suffered from agnostic cancer, but it is safely in remission, the angel informed Basil. I advise a steady diet of holy water in the morning, noon, and evening. Your mimic is late for a baptism shot, but we can arrange that right now. Wait, did you say cancer? Plato's eyes widened in horror. I have cancer. In remission, the angel replied. For the witch, I'm less optimistic. She has accumulated a lot of negative karma cholesterol. Here we go, Vassi said with a sigh. If you try to sell me a karma insurance package, I'm leaving. That's not my department, Zachariel replied calmly. What I can do is to register you to our new convent shock therapy. The karma recovery rate reached 70% last year. I don't understand, Basil said. None of this made sense. Do you serve the Lord? Is this God's plan? The apocalypse, the four horsemen, the apocalypse. The angel appeared truly puzzled by Basil's questions. What do you mean? I thought the event had been cancelled decades ago. The angel's response plunged Basil into an abyss of existential dread. Things he had taken for gospel brought nothing but confusion from a heavenly messenger. This didn't bode well. Wait, were we Christians? Basil gulped. Were we wrong? Were the Muslims correct? The Jews? Zachariel observed Basil without a word for a long minute before finally answering. I'm sorry, but what are you talking about? What's a Muslim? It's my fault, Basil. Vassi apologized. I messed up. I don't understand, Basil said. He understood nothing. How so? He is an angel from heaven, all right. Vassi smiled sheepishly. But not your world's heaven. Basil blinked a few times as he processed the witch's words. His eyes turned to his allies, who shrugged their shoulders, and then to the angel. On which planet? Basil asked. Do you think we are? Outramond. Zachariel answered, immediately realizing he had guessed wrong. No, this is Earth, Basil replied, his teeth grinding together in frustration. Earth, which one? The angel asked innocently. At this moment, Basil realized that the universe hated him. Can we get another try? He pleaded with Vassi. Not without something like the reliquary, I'm afraid, the witch replied. The artifact had vanished alongside the summoning circle. My spell consumes the focus. They used the consecrated remains of a Catholic saint on a church's grounds. And they still messed up the summoning. The fact you're from another world doesn't absolve you from respecting the right spiritual health procedures, Zachariel declared with the boundless enthusiasm of a medical intern. You must pray 3 times a day, quarantine the unbelievers, and avoid sexual relationships unprotected by the bonds of marriage. It's the best way to protect yourself from coronatheism. Can we talk about my cancer, please? Plato asked. He sounded very worried. If I lose a life again, will it go away? Vassi chuckled lightly, as did Shellgirl. Basil couldn't bring himself to share their amusement. Between the reliquary falling on his lap and the angel's summoning quest, he'd thought God had some kind of mysterious plan to help him. He should have known better. The existence of more than one heaven also bothered him on a theological level. Okay, maybe it's not so bad. Basil tried to remain optimistic as Zachariel reassured Plato about his spiritual. He's an angel of healing. He's got to be able to help somehow. Basil did wonder about the strange negative value right next to the angel's level. 13 plus 7, Basil counted. His real level is 20. Oh, I hadn't noticed. Zachariel looked at his hands. How odd. This is the first time I've heard of anything like this. Well, Basil was glad he wasn't the only one asking himself questions. System, what does incursion level limit mean, of course? Basil had the nagging suspicion it had something to do with the Unity's warning about levels needing to stay down. Anyway, Zachariel, Vassi summoned you at my behest, Basil explained after regaining his composure. We need help to cure people petrified by monsters. Can you help? Of course, the angel replied, much to Basil's relief. My blessed hands can heal any ailment of the body, petrification included. Where are the victims? Okay, maybe this summoning wasn't a bust after all. The day had been profitable level-wise, and if Zachariel was correct and could cure the petrified victims of the Unity, then it made retaking the city and scraping the bots possible. All Basil had to do was convince the army to help. Somehow, he didn't feel good about his odds. The D824 departmental road was silent in the night. How is it that I'm more disturbed by the idea of meeting fellow humans than monsters? Basil glanced at Elisalda. The police officer had put on her riot gear and recovered a handgun which she kept ready to fire at all times. She looked tense as Zachariel gave her a medical checkup, as if expecting the angel to transform into a demon at the first sign of trouble. Unless I'm the exception that proves the rule. You are in relatively good spiritual health, officer, Zachariel delivered his analysis. But don't forget to pray 3 times a day to stay in good shape. I'll keep it in mind, Officer Elisalda replied politely. Basil could tell that she accepted the angel's request for a checkup out of curiosity, but didn't put much weight in his judgment. You are unlike how I imagined an angel to be. I understand, Zachariel replied. My division gets that all the time since the boys in marketing messed up the last healthcare campaign. I told them Black Plague imagery scares patients away, but they cling to the nostalgia market. Officer Eliselda listened to the angel's words in silence and bit her lower lip. Basil hadn't dared yet to explain that Zachariel came from a world other than Earth. She would break if confronted with too much information at once, and hearing the feathered doctor talk was a lot to take in already. Zachariel was a one-man test of faith. Nothing yet, boss, Bugsy said, his antennae against the road. Are we too early? I don't know. Basil turned to Officer Eliselda. Are we? My party should arrive soon, she inhaled sharply. Unless something unforeseen happened. Unless the unity happened, Basil corrected her. He had brought his halberd, Plato his sword, and Rosemarine a handgun for each of her vines, but he hoped they wouldn't have to use them. The road would make a deadly location for an ambush, and Zachariel didn't look like much of a fighter. It's all right, miss. We'll deal with it, Bugsy tried to reassure Officer Eliselda. We've reached level 12 now, one short of the gearsmen. They don't scare us anymore. Officer Eliselda cleared her throat. That's good. Levels don't mean everything, Bugsy, Basil warned. They had slain far too many monsters above their weight class to rest on their laurels. It does feel good to close the gap in power, though. I'm a few levels away from metamorphosis, Rosemarine whispered. I can feel it, and when I evolve. The plant giggled to herself, which made Officer Eliselda take a step away from her. Basil found it adorable. Come to think of it, he should assign his newest level so his allies had a better chance of transforming into stronger forms. Basil didn't hesitate about his choice for long. The Technomancer class looked tailor-cut to help fight the Unity, and more crafting options would make his team more self-sufficient. An unused effect spot, didn't his halberd have one? So Basil could strengthen his weapon once he learned to cast runes. Vassie had given him a spellbook about them, but he didn't have the time to check it out yet. The witch had declined to help further. Vassie was fine trading magical tips and items, but waging war on a machine army went beyond the call of good neighborhood relationships. Basil checked Officer Eliselda one more time. To his surprise, a system screen appeared over her head. Officer Eliselda raised an eyebrow at his insistent stare. Why are you looking at me like that? Because now I'm smart enough to, Basil replied with great satisfaction. Nerd alert, Plato replied mockingly. Officer Eliselda smiled in embarrassment, probably because she didn't know how to answer. Also, Astain Ahispa, Basil asked. It's Basque, right? It means shepherd sisters, she explained. I didn't come up with the name. My sister did. You formed a party with your family. If you can't rely on your family, then whom can you trust? Officer Eliselda asked. Basil made a face at her answer, which she immediately noticed. Did I say something wrong? Yes, a lot of bullshit, Basil replied. Her words had left a bitter taste in his mouth. Shared blood is just that, blood. Her lips twisted at his venomous words. Is this about the Lamont case? Partly. Basil's family wasn't a model of dependability either. His children didn't see him for 10 years. 10 years, not a visit, not even a single call. Basil spat on the ground. They didn't even visit his grave when he died. No, they went straight to the notary and to the judge a fortnight later. They sued me for showing basic human decency. I see. Officer Eliselda cleared her throat. There are always rotten apples. That was one way to put it. Renee's children had accused Basil of having exploited an old man's vulnerability to steal his house and inheritance. The bitter fight that followed had soured his opinion of the justice system. Although Basil won his case, the monetary inheritance Renee left him went down the lawyer drain. If he had lived to see it, I don't think Renee would have been disappointed, Basil said. Plato listened to the conversation on the side, utterly silent. Just sad, Basil snorted. If you're making a point about mankind's inherent goodness. My point is that there are rotten apples and good apples, and that you shouldn't throw out the full fruit basket to get rid of the former. She cleared her throat, if it makes sense. She looked about as good at conversation as Basil himself, which was to say, not much. Thankfully, Bugsy spared them from further embarrassment. Boss, I hear a large object approaching us. Me too, Plato said, his sword raised. A big, heavy car. Headlights flashed at the end of the road. Basil held his breath as he began to distinguish a large shape through the darkness. Officer Eliselda took a few steps forward and stood in the middle of the road, waving her hand and indicating at the vehicle to park itself next to the Renault Kangoo. Basil identified the incoming car as a VAB, a wheeled amphibious troop transporter. The vehicle made surprisingly little noise, even though it dwarfed his Renault Kangoo in size. Its thick shielding showed steely scars along its left flank. An armored gunner manned a mounted machine gun on the VAB's top. The front windows were marred with traces of bullet impacts. Although the vehicle parked itself peacefully, the gunner cautiously pointed his weapon at Bugsy. The centipede raised his head as high as possible in an attempt to look intimidating. Basil, I smell a dog and other humans inside the vehicle, Plato whispered. 2, maybe 3. Basil remained on his guard and ready to strike. The gunner hid his face behind a goggled helmet and a black face mask, his expression unseen. That man didn't look like a sister to Basil, but he was too classy to make a joke about it. Officer Eliselda saluted the gunner. Major Grange, officer. The gunner surveyed the party before settling his gaze on Basil himself. And Mr. Bohan, is it? Lower your weapon, Basil replied. Don't get twitchy. Step away from the vehicle, the major replied, his voice flat and authoritative. Now. Bugsy snapped his mandibles and Rosemarine raised her guns, but Basil stopped them with a glance. The party stepped away from Officer Eliselda and closer to the trees. At no point did the gunner stop pointing his weapon at them. The tense standoff stretched on for a minute. The major broke the silence by muttering something to his VATS driver which Basil couldn't hear. A hatch opened at the back of the military vehicle, and a teenager no older than 16 in riot gear stepped out alongside a Doberman. An eye patch covered her left eye. Basil immediately noticed a family resemblance with Officer Eliselda's same nose and hair, similar cheeks. She carried a whip instead of a firearm. The young teen's grim expression disappeared upon seeing Officer Eliselda. Sis, she dropped her whip and immediately moved to embrace her sibling. Thank God you're okay. I'm here, Maya. Officer Eliselda clearly struggled to hold back tears. But Thomas and the others, I'm so sorry. The female Doberman sniffed the air left and right before turning her head in the major's direction. I don't smell anyone else, Chief, but you're still going to point your weapon at us, Basil guessed. The vehicle's driver didn't come out either. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Don't push your luck. The major turned his mounted weapon in Rosemarine's direction. One of these things ate one of our men not 2 weeks ago. Did he taste good? Rosemarine asked innocently. The major's hands nearly pressed his weapon's trigger, but he held back at the last second. And worst of all, he glanced at Plato. You have a trained cat with you. The grim, almost fearful way he said it surprised Basil, as did the rest of his crew's reactions. Cats are dangerous, the hound mistress whispered, her Doberman glaring at Plato. They kill without mercy. I was scared a bit at first too when I saw, Officer Eliselda admitted, but this one is well trained and obedient. Do you have something against cats? Plato asked in outrage. That's racism. I don't understand either, Basil said. What's the problem? You don't know? Officer Eliselda frowned. Cats have an inherently advanced proficiency with claws. They inflict a lot of damage at early levels. Yes, we're born winners, Plato replied. What about it? What about it? The major nearly choked. Since the system arrived, fucking stray cats aren't afraid of humans anymore. They fight us for territory, raid our food supplies, and attack those who resist. A group of them wiped out a full squad by slitting their throats in the night. They kill so many birds that they soar in levels quickly, Meyer Eliselda added. I saw one reaching level 15. Basil wanted to say that he was surprised, but after all the dead flyers Plato brought home, he had half expected that scenario. Speaking of Plato, his kindred's dark deeds pleased him greatly, almost as much as they scared Bugsy. Basil, the feline revolution has started, the cat said proudly. It's not too late to submit. I'll make sure you're well treated as my slave. Don't force me to give you the river puppy treatment, Basil joked with a cruel smile on his face. With 8 lives left, you can drown more than once. Oh yes, we live near a river and cats are weak to water. Bugsy realized with relief. We're safe. Anyway, fair, keep your gun ready, Basil told the major. But press the trigger and we'll respond with deadly force. The major snorted. You'll try. Sir, I swear these people are on our side, Officer Eliselda said upon gently pushing her sister away. I owe them my life. One of them can cure petrification. That remains to be seen, the major replied with skepticism. We have a petrified teammate in the back. If they cure her, then we'll talk. We also have a server in ours. Basil pointed at his Kangoo with his halberd. You can take it if you answer some questions. About the Dismaker Labs shitshow. The major snorted. Fat chance with that, because you won't tell us, Plato asked, because we don't understand much ourselves. Whole world turned into some freaky video game. How can you explain that? It makes no fucking sense. Major, Officer Eliselda straightened up. I request permission to share information with Mr. Bohan. I promised him as much. Her superior shrugged. For all it's worth. Does the name Anton Maxwell mean something to you? Officer Eliselda asked Basil. Vaguely, he replied. He remembered seeing the name floating among his newsfeed before the system arrived. He was the CEO of Dismaker Labs before the system came along. Some half-Indian tech entrepreneur with a big bank account and an even bigger ego, a pioneer in cryptocurrency, the metaverse, etc. So a hype man, Basil said. His words made the major chuckle a little, although the Eliselda sisters remained stone-faced. Is he behind the dungeons? We think so, Officer Eliselda confirmed. Dismaker Labs is a multinational corporation specialized in hardware and software, especially microprocessors and next-gen chips. According to our investigation, they started cooperating with UNESCO on a cultural project 2 years ago. The Trimurti Initiative, Maya Eliselda whispered. That's the name, Basil clenched his teeth. Continue. Dismaker Labs partnered with UNESCO to create, I quote, cultural metaverse. The very name made Officer Eliselda shiver. Basil guessed he wasn't the only one skeptical about the technology in question. They would set up new generation devices in all current and candidate World Heritage sites, historical landmarks, and nature reserves. Nature reserves, Basil immediately caught on, like the Barths. Yes, like the Barths, Officer Elisalda confirmed. When you told me where you found the server, I immediately made the connection. We've heard reports of similar devices to your server in Bordeaux, Biarritz, and other towns, said Major Grange. All of them were found in dungeons that spontaneously formed over a historical monument or museum. According to our investigation into Dismaker Labs, the devices would digitally reconstruct landmarks at the apex of their glory, Officer Elisalda explained. Put on a VR headset at home, and you could bet on gladiator fights in a reconstructed Roman Colosseum, visit the Taj Mahal, or hunt digital mammoths in Siberia. At least that's how Dismaker Labs presented their project. Well, I can't fault them for false advertising, Basil replied with a deadpan look. If anything, they overachieved. That's one way to put it. Officer Elisalda smiled bitterly, but it doesn't look like the company's employees knew what would happen. Those who we managed to interrogate were as lost as we were. They didn't even understand how the servers work. We smelled no lies from them, the female Doberman rasped. What happened to Anton Maxwell? Basil asked. Where is he? Do you think we would be here if we knew? Major Grange asked. Man turned into a ghost. He's probably hiding in a hole on the other side of the world. The French army and police are actively searching for information on Anton Maxwell's whereabouts, Officer Elisalda said. Studying your server could help us with a lead. Basil doubted it would yield much information. The sheer degree of secrecy around Dismaker Labs' leader and operations implied that the system's arrival had been long premeditated. It must have taken years to spread the servers across the globe and to earn the trust of an institution like UNESCO. No world-ending mastermind worth their salt would leave a lead for investigators to find. And although the company's lower employees were probably innocent, Basil suspected that the higher-ups had been on the plan. A single man couldn't hide a secret so large from everyone else. He must have had accomplices. What bothered Basil wasn't how Dismaker Labs pulled off the apocalypse, but why? What did they hope to gain from destroying the world? Unless the apocalypse was a mere stepping stone to reach a greater prize. The jackass wants to become the overgod, Basil guessed. It's all clear to me. That's our running theory for now, Officer Elisalda replied, but we can't confirm it yet. It's big work and we're small people dealing with shit on the ground, Major Grange said. Killing all the monsters we find. You aren't even good at it, Bugsy muttered under his breath. We scrapped the gearsman ourselves. If the Major heard the remark, he didn't show it. Neria, Maya, bring the other dog out of the hold. We'll put their cure to the test. The Elisalda sisters moved to the back of the military vehicle. When they returned, they carefully carried a petrified Basque shepherd dog and set it on the road. Plato looked back and forth between the stone animal and its handlers. Seriously, he asked. This is your teammate. Maya Elisalda grit her teeth. Stupid cat, let's be honest here. Plato stared at the Doberman with a smug face. Do you have an advanced proficiency with claws? The dog's ears lowered in shame. Medium with bites, and that's why cat lovers will inherit the earth. Plato put his paws behind his head. Dog thralls denied our inherent superiority. They gave canines the lion's share of love instead of gaining our favor with treats and hugs. Now you will pay the price for your arrogance. But we buff masters with our barks. The Doberman defended her species. We help each other. That is so cute. Plato stopped demeaning dogs. Basil chided his pet. I'm not demeaning anyone, I'm stating facts, Plato declared with pride. All I'm saying, Basil, is that once we felines have cleansed the earth of birds and taken back our rightful place as masters of the universe, you'll be on the winning side. Basil couldn't argue with that. Zachariel, I'm not sure how to tell him the truth, sir, the angel whispered back while staring at Major Grange. It's terminal. That wasn't the answer Basil wished to hear. You can't cure petrification. No, I cannot cure coronatheism. He caught a militant variant. Zachariel let out a sigh of despair. At this stage, I fear the disease is incurable. Basil rolled his eyes. Yes, Zachariel, France is one of the countries with the most atheists in it. Big deal. You can coexist with coronatheism. The angel looked at him as if he had grown a second head. You can? Yes, I can, Basil replied with a shrug. If they respect my faith, I respect their complete absence of it. I'm free to live my life as I see fit, and so are they. I see Zachariel scratched his mask with his hand. You are aiming to develop herd immunity among the population by exposing them to the virus. The losses will be terrible, but it could work. Sure, let's go with that, Basil lied through his teeth. Would you follow them to Bordeaux if your magic works? Of course, if it can help cure the sick. I have a large quota to fulfill, Zachariel coughed. I mean, it is my holy duty as an angel. Basil was seriously starting to wonder what kind of heaven this weirdo came from. He had the feeling the truth would induce a tremendous crisis of faith. The angel proved as good as his word, though. Zachariel touched the petrified Basque shepherd's head, his fingers glowing with green light. His magic turned stone to flesh and fur in an instant. Stress, get down, the Basque shepherd leaped in alarm, starting Zachariel. Hut Deanne. Maya Lisselda hugged the confused dog. You're back, mistress. Where are the robots? The Basque shepherd looked around and immediately barked at Bugsy upon noticing him. Danger, danger. Hey, calm down. The centimagma snapped his mandibles at her. Don't bark at me. Officer Eliselda observed Zachariel with a pleased smile. Major, it worked. It doesn't change anything, her superior replied gruffly. Even if we succeeded in destroying the machines and freeing the civilians from Stone, what then? The countryside is overrun by monsters, food is scarce, and the whole region is in shambles. We would have to evacuate Dax's panicked population to Bordeaux, which will stretch our resources thin. We can't leave the population at the machine's mercy either, Officer Eliselda argued. Not when we have a cure. I don't like it either, but the orders from the top were clear. We are to abandon the region and retreat to Bordeaux. The major remained uncompromising. This is bigger than either of us, officer. Basil sneered in contempt. Of course, he wouldn't get a return on investment with his taxes. Why should he have expected anything else? I should have known the French army was better at retreating than fighting back, he muttered. A tense silence set on the road until Major Grange slowly turned his machine gun in Basil's direction. Dare to repeat that out loud, smartass. Where is your resistance spirit? Where's Joan of Arc? Basil admonished him, refusing to cower. The Gearsmen aren't even German. France won more battles and wars than any other country except the British. Major Grange raised his head to better look down on Basil. Aren't you a Bulgarian citizen? Your fucking country only exists because the Russians took pity on you. What? Basil saw red. His jaw clenched so hard he thought his teeth might shatter. What did you say? Please, everyone calm down. Officer Eliselda tried to defuse the situation. Don't. Russian military help was a small detail of Bulgarian independence. Basil snarled. We could have kicked the Ottomans out of our homeland alone, by burying them under your dead and incompetence. The major replied with a mocking tone. You haven't won a war since the Byzantine. At least we didn't need a Corsican immigrant to win ours. How dare Basil's response left the major burning with rage. We're throwing a pointless battle to win the war. That's the very essence of strategy. That's the very essence of surrender, yes, Basil taunted him. Don't force me to come down and kick your ass. Come if you dare. I'm the one paying your minimum wage. Basil tossed his halberd aside and pulled up his sleeves. You're not shitting on me, you're shitting on Bulgaria. Fine, the major rose from the VAB's top, leaving his machine gun aside. I'll colonize your face with my fist. Yes, Rosemarine chirped. Blood, kick his ass, boss. Bugsy encouraged Basil. I believe in you, do your best. Zachariel gave them thumbs up. I can cure anything short of death and dismemberment. Plato looked up at Officer Eliselda, his face one of utter indifference. So, is yours always like this? The policewoman let out a long, deep sigh as Basil prepared to defend his country's honor. The fight ended in a tie. Was this spat really necessary? Officer Eliselda asked Basil and the major with a frown of disapproval. That was stupid and barbaric. Backing down would have shamed my ancestors, Basil replied with patriotic pride. He walked away from the fistfight with sore pains in his chest, a broken rib, and a black eye. Nothing Rosemarine's pollen couldn't heal. My honor required it. Your honor or your idiocy. Officer Eliselda took out a pack of cigarettes and lit one. Madness. It was madness. It's okay, boss, you won the battle. Bugsy reassured Basil, having encouraged him with Rosemarine all the way Plato had spent the fight licking his own ass instead. He's twice your age and you still beat him into the ground. Rosemarine nodded in approval. You will eat him next time, mister. He won't, Maya Eliselda replied. The Houndmaster and her dogs had acted as the major's cheerleading squad during the duel. The chief went easy on him, so did the boss. Bugsy defended Basil's honor. He didn't even use the Kamehameha secret technique. Officer Eliselda raised an eyebrow at the Centimagma's boast, but didn't comment. What are you Eastern Europeans made of stone? The major asked as Zachariel healed his broken nose with a mere touch of his finger. The French soldier looked vaguely Iberian without his helmet. Basil pegged him as 35 years old or so, with short black hair and dark eyes. You hit hard for an immigrant. You didn't do too bad either, for a frog-eater, Basil replied. The major was better in hand-to-hand combat techniques due to his training, but Basil surpassed him in speed and strength. Both accepted the tie with gracefulness. Nothing better to build mutual respect than a nighttime brawl. The major let out a long, heavy sigh. It's the Yankees' fault, you know. What? Basil asked. The meme. The cheese-eating surrender monkeys meme. The Yankees used it because we wouldn't follow them in Iraq, and that shit took root. Centuries of victories and sacrifices forgotten with one half-assed propaganda campaign. The major grunted. I know the Second World War wasn't our finest hour, but we won the first, damn it. I'm sure we'll win the tiebreaker. I would prefer that we win this war first, Basil replied. Me too. Maya Eliselda petted her two dogs behind the ears. We're leaving people behind. Basil glanced at her eye patch. It didn't take a genius to guess what happened, did a watchman. Shrapnel, she replied with a wince. The event still seemed fresh in her mind. From a gearsman. Officer Eliselda gave her sister a crestfallen look and Basil turned to Zachariel. Can you heal her eye? He asked the angel. I can cure blindness of an eye but not regenerate one, Zachariel replied with a saddened voice. I can file a demand to the miracle department, but I must warn you that they barely approve 3 or so per century. I see, Maya Eliselda replied. She didn't look surprised, only disappointed. Her Doberman and Basque Shepherd licked her hands in an attempt to cheer her up. Let me try. Rosemarine showered Maya Eliselda with pollen. It only made her sneeze. One day I will grow a flower in your eye. Keep faith, Zachariel told Maya with optimism. More healing options will come up as I regain my lost levels and earn new ones. A fellow human with the correct class might also help you regenerate your eye. Officer Eliselda raised an eyebrow. Classes can do that, of course. The most powerful prayer spells can split the sea in two, regrow arms, and even bring back the deceased. Basil's head perked up in interest as the angel continued his explanation. If this world system is similar to mine, then it can do almost anything under the right circumstances. Zachariel's last comments earned him confused glances, Basil's included. Raise the dead. He had seen the system's magic create a dungeon out of nowhere and raise corpses as monsters. But to raise the dead resurrection style, could a powerful priest say the right prayer at Rene's tombstone and return him to life? Their prayers had become spells after all. Stop dreaming, Basil scolded himself. You would have to be very high level to achieve a miracle of that magnitude or fulfill some godly quest. Still, if the system could indeed raise the dead, what other wonders and terrors could it unleash on Earth? Maybe we'll find a healer in Bordeaux, young mistress, said the Doberman. Yes, someone who can make you a new eye. I don't want to retreat from this place. The major sounded so frustrated that Basil took him at his word, not before the job's done. But the general won't take no for an answer. I already had to beg to organize Neria's pickup. A VAB can hold up to 10 soldiers, yet we came with half as many, dogs included. That's not the troops you send on key missions. The higher-ups didn't believe in a cure for the Watcher's stone curse, Maya Eliselda said. Everyone else left. Everyone left, Basil put the 2 and 2 together. The rest of the army evacuated to Bordeaux already. Yes, the major confirmed. Were the last troops in Dax? Basil clenched his fists. There went his hopes of convincing the army to clear the region for his peace of mind. What about the petrified citizens? We put the statues we could carry in trucks and brought them with us to Bordeaux, the major replied with a heavy heart. The rest we left behind. Do your superiors know the robots are building a dungeon? Basil asked. If you don't take them out now, they'll fortify the city and you'll never take it back. Our parting shot delayed the server's construction, but won't stop it, Officer Eliselda added. We're leaving thousands behind at the machine's mercy. I know, officer, the major replied sadly. But what can we do? Desert the army to stand our ground. If we unpetrify civilians, it will make evacuation difficult and our supply situation even worse. We don't have to unpetrify them, Officer Eliselda argued. Not immediately, at least. We can continue transporting petrified victims to Bordeaux and heal them there. And who will keep the machines busy while we organize these convoys, officer? You heard General Leblanc. Everyone must regroup in Bordeaux. I'll fight, Basil said, catching everyone's attention. He would rather have stayed under the radar, but with the Unity building a dungeon on his doorstep, that was no longer an option. He would never have peace so long as the robots remained active in his backyard. I was already considering guerrilla actions against them. Hit and run, partisan warfare. The major chuckled. You would fight for France. Basil glanced at his monsters. I'll fight to protect my home and friends. No more. I'm with you, boss, Bugsy said. We beat a Gearsman, we can do it again. I told you, Basil. Plato shrugged. This is our territory. The gizmos will get the memo one death at a time. The major listened in silence before asking Officer Eliselda for a cigarette. You know the army ordered a general mobilization, he asked. Every able-bodied French citizen can get drafted into the army. I'm not French, Basil replied gruffly, and I'm not leaving my house. I've got a better proposal in mind. The major lit his cigarette. You are now an official auxiliary of the French armed forces, Mr. Bohin. Your mission, if you accept it, will be to protect your home, disrupt enemy actions behind the front lines, and bleed the machines for every inch of ground. Basil snorted, so keep doing what I've been doing. Yes, but with the army's blessing. The major glanced at Maya Eliselda. Give him a radio. You're sure, Chief? The Houndmaster asked with a frown of skepticism. We don't have many of them. If this Bulgarian immigrant wants to prove his manhood, then we'll let him. A few minutes later, Basil became the proud owner of a military radio. The device resembled a cube of steel with a keypad, a wired phone, and a small screen. Little French flag was painted on the side. That way you'll receive intel from us, maybe even weapon shipment drops if we can arrange it, the major explained. Don't lose it. That piece of tech costs more than you earn in a year. Welcome to the Maquis, Basil, Officer Eliselda said with a small smile. You better earn it, the major replied before shrugging his shoulders. We'll leave after I finish my cigarette and see if we can arrange statue pickups later. Your angel is coming with us, if Zach wants to. The angel raised a thumbs up. I am always up for missionary work, sir. Although the meeting didn't go as well as Basil wanted, he felt a little bit of satisfaction at having made a difference. Zachariel would heal people who needed it. Basil prepared to say goodbye to the Major's unit and drive his pets home when Plato leaped to his feet without warning. The cat looked up at the skies, his tail tense as a bowstring. "What?" his owner asked. "Do you feel that?" Plato's whiskers wavered. "In the air." "We do," the dog's present replied, their ears raised. "Everywhere." Bugsy raised his antennae. "Boss, I sense vibrations." "I sense them too, mister," Rosemary said, her roots digging into the soil. "Everywhere." By the time Basil grabbed his halberd in alarm, Officer Elisalda and her teammates had brought out handguns, but no gearsman came crawling out of the woodworks to attack them. Instead, Basil picked up the tension in the air, a vague feeling of a faint electrical current coursing over his skin. An invisible force blew over his face like a soft, feeble wind before continuing its course across the forest. Birds, bats, and bugs flew out of the tree's branches by the road to flee, never a good sign. And then the night sky caught fire. The stars appeared to go supernova all at once. They flared with a bright red glow, tainting the heavens with a bloody, crimson hue. Golden lines spread to connect them like a great spider's web or a computer's circuitry. The first node spread from Dax in all directions, bringing the entire night sky into the network. Plato's eyes widened in alarm. "It's coming from the city." Elisalda, the Major, snarled, the dogs echoing his anger with panicked howls and barks. "Didn't you destroy the server?" "We did," Officer Elisalda insisted. "We bombarded the arena. They shouldn't have been able to complete it so quickly." "It's not the server," Basil replied grimly. The Barth's dungeon produced green auroras, not a circuit between the stars. An ominous screen message appeared before his eyes and confirmed his worst fears. Basil said the only thing appropriate in these circumstances. "Aw shit, the hell." The Major dropped his cigarette, his fingers trembling. Level 25, one of the VAB's front doors opened. The driver, a mousy woman with short black hair and glasses, stepped out of the vehicle. "Major, I received an urgent communication from HQ. It's happening in Bordeaux too." Basil hastily opened his logs option. It showed a map of the region, Dax included. A black, swirling whirlpool symbol covered the city's arena. Corrosion, metal, fire, water, and lightning elements are empowered. Soul, wood, and wind elements are weakened. Improved processes, buffs, and positive effects last longer. Level 20. It was even worse than Basil expected. That's too much. The behavior of the Apocalypse Force and Unity made sense now. The former purged the low-leveled ones to raise the worldwide average level as fast as possible to trigger incursions, and the latter petrified everyone its watchers could find to artificially keep the number down. Shit, the Major clenched his fists. "Shit, the rift is located in Dax's arena," Officer Elisalda said with a heavy face. "Did they know it would appear there?" "Probably," Basil replied. "It can't be a coincidence that they tried to build a dungeon in the same location." Boss Bugsy cleared his throat. "Didn't the server in the station say that you would have to stay inside to defend it?" "Yes, you need a boss to protect a dungeon." Basil frowned at the centimagma. "What are you getting at?" "Well, maybe I'm wrong, but the robots built a dungeon without any strong creature to defend it. I mean, gearsmen are tough, but we managed to defeat one anyway." Officer Elisalda caught on first. "You think a boss is going to cross the rift?" It made a worrying amount of sense to Basil. He had suspected the gearsmen were awaiting reinforcements before kicking the army out of the city. These additional forces would arrive tonight, albeit without a dungeon homebase. But what could Basil do? His party had punched above its weight class before, but interfering with the rift would mean fighting high-level creatures in hostile territory. It would be a suicide mission with nothing to gain. Everyone were returning home, Basil told his teammates. "We'll weather the storm and wait for it to calm down." "You can't." Maya Elisalda bit her lower lip. "You can't, and why not?" "The statues." Officer Elisalda's face lost all colors. "You gain extra experience within the rift's perimeter," she whispered. "The robots will have free target practice." A shiver traveled down Basil's spine. The Unity petrified low-level humans to keep the barrier strong enough to prevent incursions. Now that they had failed, their petrified victims were of little use. "We can't be sure," Basil said. The Unity could keep its victims in storage to prevent the level limit from rising even further. "Can you guarantee it?" Officer Elisalda asked. Basil's jaw clenched. No, he couldn't guarantee it. Not unless he moved to Dax to personally make sure that the Unity wouldn't open fire on its prisoners. "From what I read, the incursion connects to a cluster," Officer Elisalda added. "If by that the system means a star cluster, then more than Unity machines might cross over. We don't know what kind of creatures will come through the rift and how violent they might be." Her sister nodded grimly and glanced at her superior. "Chief, what do we do?" "Fuck me," the older soldier replied as he climbed up on the VAB and moved behind his machine gun. "Can't just stand by. Everyone buckle up, we're checking for ourselves." "Are we going too, mister?" Rosemary asked Basil. Play-Doh, Bugsy, and Zachariel looked at him expectantly. None of them showed much enthusiasm, but Basil could tell that they would follow him into the city if he asked. He felt no emotional attachment to the people of Dax. His closest interaction with one had been bringing Play-Doh to the veterinarian. He owed the locals nothing, but Basil couldn't close his eyes and hide as alien monsters threatened to slaughter them. not when he could make a difference. It would be an act of untold cowardice. Yes, although it killed Basil a little to say so. We'll pick up Shellgirl and join in. Let's hope you can hit the bastards as hard as my pretty face, the major declared before putting his helmet on. We'll strike from two fronts to try to save as many civilians as we can and coordinate through the radio. Officer Elisalda, her sister, and the hounds climbed into the VAB's hold. A minute later, they were driving away towards the city. Are you certain, Basil? Plato asked his owner. Nobody will know. Nobody will care. I will, Basil replied with a sigh. And even if they ran, the robots would come for them eventually all the same. Let's go. They would either kick the Unity out of the region for good or die trying. The countdown to destruction had fallen under 15 minutes, but the party came prepared. Basil drove his Renault Kangoo across Dax's streets. A trailer carried Bugsy at the back, alongside enough weapons to blow up a city block. The number of chemical weapons Basil could make from household products with the system's help frightened him. He managed to craft thermite with rust, aluminum, and leftover magnesium napalm bombs from refined gasoline and polystyrene, white phosphorus from his rabbits and chickens' manure, and even a chlorine bomb from bleach. Basil had stockpiled these devices since the Gearsman's attack to defend his home, but he would rather avoid using them at all. His lack of training in explosives made using them a dangerous proposition. Why did we bring the fertilizer too? Plato asked, sitting in the passenger seat right next to him. Shellgirl, Rosemarine, and Zachariel squeezed in the back of the car. You want to fight tanks with plants. In 2020, two massive explosions shook Beirut in Lebanon, Basil explained. Both were caused by fertilizer. Nearly 3,000 tons of the stuff caused damage akin to an earthquake. I'm hoping my product's quality will make up for the lack of quantity. Zachariel crossed his arms in disapproval. Sir, I'm all for smiting infidels, but you cannot enter heaven by blowing yourself up. I should have known we were closet terrorists. Plato glanced at Rosemarine, who candidly waved a vine back at him. The suicide clones were a dead giveaway. It's only terrorism if we don't have the government's backing, Plato, Basil replied with a smile. Otherwise, it's property damage. An adventurer's best friends were the bombs he built along the way. According to the system, thermite bypasses fire resistance and inflicts super-effective damage against artificial creatures, Basil thought. The military radio awaited on his dashboard, silent, unmoving. It should prove useful against the Gearsmen. As for the portal, maybe we can blow it up with luck. Basil had yet to find a problem he couldn't solve with the right application of force. He glanced through his windshield at the reddened night sky. The moon had vanished from sight. The golden circuit binding the stars together had taken complex shapes that reminded Basil of a glyph. A bright spiral of cosmic light occupied the center of the celestial phenomenon high above Dax's arena. Its shape was that of a vibrant galaxy of many glowing colors, the same Basil witnessed in the ogre den. Beautiful, Rosemarine whispered. I take back what I said, Basil thought grimly. The rift assumed that the spiral was the portal floated far above the clouds. You would need an astronaut to fly that high. No watcher stopped the Renault Kangoo's progress. Instead, the Unity drones gathered around the arena in a swarm of steel. Their numbers had decreased since Basil's last visit in the city, but they still numbered in the hundreds. Basil, Officer Elisalda called through the radio. Basil, do you hear me? Roger that, officer, Basil replied. It amused him a little to use military jargon for once. We're approaching the stadium. We have the rift in sight. Do not engage, I repeat, do not engage until we say so. Stay at a safe distance and watch until we can ascertain the situation. We're crossing the northern bridge soon. All right, we'll wait for your signal. Basil parked his car next to Dax's stadium. Built to cater to all sports, the complex covered 7 hectares and included a swimming pool, a soccer stadium, archery stands, rooms for martial arts and fencing, and so many other accommodations. Unattended vegetal growth had started to break through the pavement and the building's foundations. In time, moss and weeds would cover everything. The parking lot was empty for the most part, although the statues of petrified citizens remained frozen in time along the road. The sight reassured Basil a little. He had half expected the watchers to gather prisoners in the arena for a mass exp farming. So far, so good. No Gearsman nearby, partner, Shellgirl said as she hopped out of the car, quickly followed by the rest of the party. Bugsy clawed out of the trailer and stretched his back. This place is safe and sound. It's the calm before the storm, Basil replied. The spiral sent crimson lightning coursing through the skies. Although dawn wouldn't rise before many hours, the group could see as well as in sunlight. We'll equip accordingly. Bugsy, boss, the Centimagma searched through the trailer's piles of explosives. What do you need? Chlorine bombs, firebombs. Basil reviewed his stocks. His white phosphorus was kept in a hermetical sphere of glass and the chlorine in an iron shell. His napalm bombs had taken a shape similar to grenades, and the thermite was stored in a metal container with a fuse to ignite it. Rosemarine will strap the white phosphorus to you so you can duplicate it, Basil decided, quickly assigning the weapons to everyone. Shellgirl, load your cannons with the napalm bombs. Zachar. Sir, I am not a sword of heaven, Zachariel protested. I skipped the witch-burning training, then you'll take the chlorine bomb and drop it from above. Basil doubted it would help against unbreathing gearsmen and watchers, but as Officer Eliselda pointed out, creatures more dangerous than robots could cross the rift once it opened. Bugsy, since you're immune to fire, you'll take the thermite. You got it, boss. What about the fertilizer? Plato asked. You'll carry it on your back. Basil surveyed the parking lot, his eyes set on a Mercedes-Benz in a corner. A second later, he shattered the window with a fist, ignored the alarm as he opened the door, and grabbed the cables under the driving wheel. We'll stuff the trunk and backseat with the fertilizer and leftover explosives, Basil decided. He hot-wired the car and switched off the alarm with disappointing ease. So much for German products. If push comes to shove, we'll ram the car against a gearsman. Basil swore to raid the closest supermarket if he survived the incursion. He wondered if he could craft a nuke from household products. Where did you learn to hotwire a car? Plato asked with a suspicious frown. I'm Bulgarian, Basil replied evasively. I know these things, of course, of course. The cat's deadpan delivery put British comedians to shame. Shouldn't we stuff the Renault Kangoo and keep the Mercedes? It looks more luxurious. Never. The thought hadn't even occurred to Basil. More than a Renault Kangoo. It's my car, mine. It took a few minutes to equip everyone and prepare the Mercedes, at which point the countdown fell under 10. With very little time left to kill and no orders to advance, Basil decided to get a crash course on magic. He took the spellbook Vassi lent him out of his inventory, a heavy grimoire as dense as a church manuscript. I would rather have studied magic calmly at home, but better now than never, Basil thought as he skipped through the pages. You're never too prepared for a raid. The grimoire included many spells, most of them too high level for him to cast. He stopped at the description of a flame-like symbol in the beginner's chapter. The spell had two more variants, Ice Rune, which inflicted frost damage, and Lightning Rune, to shock troublemakers. Basil immediately noticed a pretty big gap between the three runes available. His odds of learning the Ice variant were 43%. As for the Lightning Rune, the number was a flat 0. Vassi warned him of how much affinities influenced his options, and Basil took these percentage gaps as confirmation of her words. His weak affinity in the lightning element made it impossible for him to learn electricity-themed spells. A strong affinity in fire compared to his neutral one with frost doubled his odds of learning a spell. Basil tried his luck and was rewarded with instant success. Of course, the designers would lock the best abilities behind spellcasting classes. As if RPG games didn't show enough favoritism for wizards already. Holding the spellbook in one hand and summoning his halberd in the other, Basil immediately tested his technomancer refinement option. A flame symbol appeared on his blade, and its edge steamed with a searing hot white glow. The shaft felt warm to the touch. Oh look, a fire stick, Plato mocked his owner. You're a few centuries late for the Stone Age, Basil. It's never too late for arson, Basil replied as he checked his weapon's stats. So Technomancer's refining option didn't improve quality or base stats, but it could add more effects to a weapon. Good, good. Basil tried to register a second spell and succeeded in spite of the taller odds. Basil cast it on his halberd, but snowflakes fizzled out at the end of his halberd's blade and vanished just as quickly. What a tease. Basil glanced at Plato's fencing sword. What would you prefer, fire or ice? Since we're surrounded with dangerous explosives, I'll go with ice. In response, Basil touched the tip of Plato's blade with a finger. He immediately noticed his chances of refining the sword with the ice rune were inferior to those of empowering his halberd with the fire variant. He took the bet and ice burst on the fencing sword's tip in response. Neat, Plato said. Snowflakes trailed after his blade when he swung it. Just to be clear, partner, we won't have to get any closer, right? Shellgirl asked with an uneasy face. The rift pulsated with brighter bursts of light. I would love a city all for ourselves, but I've got a bad feeling about this light. I've never seen anything like this, Zachariel added. So much magic pours through the skies it must be a true god's work. A god? Basil frowned. So there's more than one out there. The angel nodded. In my home we count 14 of them. But this miracle doesn't look like their handiwork. It's too orderly. Basil checked his countdown and witnessed it fall below 5. The very air seemed to become tainted with a shade of red. Officer Eliselda. Basil stored his spellbook in his inventory and called his allies through his Kangoo's radio. Officer, we passed the bridge and took cover, the policewoman replied. No gearsmen in sight. Seems like they retreated to the arena. What about the petrified civilians? They weren't moved. Try to put away all you can. Interferences transformed the officer's words into a gargle. Safety now. Officer, Basil tried to adjust the frequency, but it didn't improve the sound quality. Officer, officer, little manling. The voice that came out of the radio was clear, deep, and utterly inhuman. It was the bellowing gargle of an alligator trying to mimic human speech, the threat of a muffled chainsaw revving. Basil's allies gathered around the car in alarm, startled by the noise. Who are you? Basil answered carefully, eyes turned to the distant rift. The creature hijacking the airwaves probably called him from the other side. I recognize your voice. Yes, yes, you are the one who destroyed one of my gearsmen. Apparently, the Unity's machines came equipped with recording devices. What's your name, Manling? Basil Bohan, Basil replied without fear. He wouldn't cower before an anonymous voice. Yes, yes, your name matches the records in the logs. You're the one who destroyed the Ogre Den dungeon. You and your minions. Minions, Zachariel asked. He seemed to find the word alarming for some reason. How do you know that? Bugsy asked, trying and failing to hide the fearfulness in his voice. The world's logs. The voice on the other side let out a hiss. The dungeon was ours, Manling. I was meant to claim it after securing this city. Not only did you dash my hopes once, but you then helped other apes destroy its replacement. When I grace this world with my presence, I shall find no seat worthy of my rank. This crime against me shall not go unpunished. So sorry, Basil replied with heavy sarcasm. And who are you, O overmighty radio show host? Steamslime, Rook-ranked commander of the Unity. The voice brimmed with pride and arrogance. You should run while you still can, ape. I am coming down, yes, I'm coming down from the stars to teach you your place. As far as threats go, I've heard better, Plato commented. Bring it, Basil replied with a snort. You'll leave this world the same way your gearsman did, scrapped. We'll eat you, Rosemarine promised, proudly carrying an explosive belt strapped with white phosphorus. Your death is on your head, the voice replied angrily. If you had submitted to us and let us stabilize the barrier, the transition would have been painless. We would have honored your species with our guidance, our wisdom, and protection. In return, you would have paid your tribute in wealth and minions in quiet gratitude. Now we shall take our due by force, and we will teach you obedience with fire and fury. As Basil suspected, the Unity petrified people for its own purposes. He had considered the vague possibility that its leaders sought to protect people through extreme methods, but they were no defenders of mankind. They were conquerors trying to oust the competition. Why? Basil asked as the countdown went down to 3. That was the question that bothered him for so long. Why? What's the point of all of this? Why? You dare ask why, foolish ape? The voice chuckled. Because we are scaled perfection. We do not die, we rule. We are born as the apex of creation. It is our destiny to unite the stars. This world will join Grandmaster Weed's horde of planets like so many others before it. We will not allow you or the Male King to become an overgod. This divine right belongs to our glorious race alone. Oh good grief, this whole speech reeked of old-fashioned colonialism and casual racism, as if there wasn't enough of it on Earth. Scaled perfection, horde of planets, Zachariel's hands trembled. Could it be? You think you'll teach me my place? Basil snorted, utterly unimpressed. Here's my answer, asshole. Come down and I'll teach you respect, with an axe to the face. My breath carries rot and decay. My gullet is an abyss from which none escapes. Steamslime let out a growl. I bring you death, ape. The voice fell silent and static filled the radio waves. Was that wise? Plato whined to Basil. You challenged an angry alien to a fight to the death. Didn't you say we should teach the machines to respect our territory? Basil replied with a shrug of his shoulders. After we destroy their leader, the lesson will finally stick. I can't make money in a world where a foreign government takes all our gains, Shellgirl said. I'll defend free enterprise, you'll see. Sir, we must run, Zachariel interrupted her. The angel's panicked reaction contrasted starkly with everyone else's bravery. Or fly away. There's no more time, Basil replied angrily. The countdown is almost over. We need to try. I think I know what creature Steamslime is, and if I'm correct, the angel joined his hands in prayer. O dice random number God, our rolling savior, please prove me wrong. God smiles on us, Basil thought as the countdown approached its final stage. For the gates of hell will open now. The countdown reached 0 and the incursion began with a scream. The rift let out an eerie droning noise that shook the ground and the skies. Basil and his allies winced in pain. Plato outright covered his ears with his paws. The screech lasted a few seconds and a flash of red light followed in its wake. The golden circuit of stars glowed brighter. Energy coursed through it and poured down from the rift in the shape of a beam. The laser fell upon Dax's arena with a cataclysmic impact, bringing down its walls and vaporizing the closest watchers. The swarm of machines danced around the ray like a whirlpool of steel. Basil watched on with amazement as the beam stabilized into a strange pillar of otherworldly purple particles. Basil, Officer Elisalda called through the radio. Basil, can you hear me? Somebody hijacked the airwaves, Basil replied. They're coming through the portal soon. Monsters emerged from the pillar by the dozens. A strange lot filled the city's skies, puffy clouds with a single blue eye, strange beings made of a steel core and wings of lightning, noxious, acidic fumes in the shape of humanoids, and even a bird of prey the size of Basil's kangaroo, its blue feathers sparkling with electricity. None of them belonged to the Unity, but the Watchers didn't open fire on them either. The invaders spread in all directions without rhyme or reason. Shellgirl pointed her cannons at the skies, ready to open fire on the monsters. She didn't need to. The creatures coming out of the portal flew past Basil's party without a glance. They ignored the city's petrified citizens and their defenders alike. They're flying past us. Officer Elisalda's tone grew deeper, less confident. It looks like they're running away, Basil finished for her. The tide of monsters dried up, leaving the path open for the largest of them. A reptilian head emerged from the pillar, the light reflecting on glistening green scales and slimy flesh underneath. Its maw was large enough to swallow a bull whole, its golden eyes oozing with pus. Two powerful, clawed hands dragged a colossal body of slime out of the portal. The organic part stopped at the waist, for the monster's torso stuck out of a colossal cauldron of steel thrumming with burning pipes and steamy chimneys. The creature vaguely reminded Basil of Shellgirl, a slime monster with half its body encased in a thick shell. But where Shellgirl was no larger than Basil himself, this jelly dinosaur and its technologically advanced shell reached more than 10 meters in height. The ground shook as the monster's clawed hands dragged its steaming apparatus along the ground. Basil instantly recognized this entity for what it was, a mythical monster enhanced to fit modern times, a paragon of power and greed, the scaled terror of legend, a dragon, I knew it. Zachariel fell to his knees in terror. We are doomed, doomed. The dragon turned in Basil's direction. Although more than 2 kilometers separated the two sides, the beast seemed to notice the party without difficulty. Steam Slime roared to the heavens and crawled forward with his slimy arms, dragging his metal shell behind him, squashing cars and streetlights. The Watcher's swarm followed after him like bees shielding their queen. He's coming straight for us. Basil raised his halberd. Guys, do you have my back? Always, Plato replied with a sigh. Always, Basil. You want to fight that? Zachariel asked, dumbfounded. We stand with the boss. Although Bugsy looked shaken by the dragon's size, the Centimagma remained brave in the face of adversity. I know we can do it. His example inspired the others to stand their ground. Even Zachariel rose to his feet with apprehension. The battle was on. Basil had hunted many animals in his life, but never a dragon. The dragon was slow but unstoppable. Steam Slime lacked wings or hind legs, and so he had to drag his enormous shell across the city. But what he lacked in speed, he more than made up for in strength. The slime dragon bulldozed his way through houses, tossed cars aside, and crushed the pavement underfoot. He was making a beeline for the city's stadium, and woe to anyone crossing his path. Basil considered fleeing to another battlefield, but chose to stand his ground. The stadium's wide, open space would favor his party against a giant target, and the nearby municipal swimming pool could make for a good fallback site if the fight turned against them. Basil Bohan wouldn't cower before a giant snail. Partner, Shellgirl asked, her cannons pointed at the oncoming juggernaut. What's your plan? First we deal with his escort, Basil said. The swarm of Unity Watchers surrounded their master like a noxious cloud. Shellgirl bombarded them from afar. Bugsy Rosemarine used the same technique we used with the Gearsmen. Play-Doh, wind slash 'em. Zachariel, you coordinate with Officer Elisaldo on the radio and help refuel the team. Yes, boss, Bugsy nodded with determination. He looked eager to make up for his previous lackluster displays against the Gearsmen. I won't let you down again, I swear. What about you, sir? The angel asked. He sounded relieved not to be sent to the front line. Basil glanced at the stadium. A mound of dirt and grass stood proudly on its northern side, its shadow looming over the sports complex's barriers. His eyes then turned to the Mercedes-Benz stuffed to the brim with fertilizer. I'm gonna add yet another car crime to my list, Basil replied. The sound of cannon fire echoed all around him as he switched on the Mercedes. Bugsy helped Shellgirl climb on the Renault Kangoo's roof to take up a better artillery position, and the merchant immediately unloaded her napalm projectiles. Bombs exploded on the Unity drones in a deluge of flames and smoke. Massive explosions sent shockwaves spreading through the air, blasting apart Unity Watchers by the dozens. Fire clouds swallowed the horizon. Rosemarine duplicated herself and Bugsy hastily threw her clone at Steam Slime. A Unity Watcher flew in the projectile's way and self-detonated. The duplicate's payload ignited in a shower of searing hot flames. The white phosphorus seeped into the Watcher's metal shell and set their crystal eyes alight. Basil froze in awe at the burning display. Flames covered the world under a crimson sky. The horizon bled fire. There was something fascinating in the sheer destructive power of modern weapons, a primal urge to revel in the utter annihilation of one's enemy. Plato's blades of sharp winds looked so feeble and forgettable in comparison. If Officer Elisaldo's group wasn't aware of the party's position, they only had to follow the flames. And yet, the bombardment barely slowed Steam Slime down. The monstrous dragon emerged from the smoke nearly unscathed. The exhaust ports of his steel shell poured torrents of pressured water in all directions. They weren't enough to save the Watchers from the napalm and the white phosphorus, but they coated the dragon's body in a layer of water. The liquid exhausted the flames, touching his slimy body. Can this beast truly be level 20? Basil wondered. I would have given it twice more. The system enlightened him. Basil guessed he should have expected something like that from a dragon. He took solace in the idea that once his team defeated Steam Slime and expelled the Unity from the region, they would finally find peace. Basil positioned the Mercedes at the base of the mound, oriented it in Steam Slime's direction, and smashed the accelerator. The engine roared. The wheels climbed heaps of dirt and grass. When the car reached the top of the mound, Basil jumped away from the driver's seat. The Mercedes-Benz flew into the air at full speed right as Steam Slime reached the sports complex. The dragon raised his head at the improvised projectile. A light shone within his thorax, bright and lethal. Steam Slime opened his mouth and death poured out of his throat. The dragon spat a stream of sick, greenish ooze. Its surface ignited into a stream of yellow fumes. The smog swallowed the flying Mercedes before it could reach its target. The bodywork rusted, the windshield melted, and the fertilizer rotted years in the space of seconds. The car had been vaporized before it could get anywhere close, let alone explode. Shit, 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 Basil muttered as he ran down the mound for his life. Whatever grass the dragon's breath touched withered and died. Basil avoided a direct hit by outrunning the poison. The mound collapsed behind him with a terrible racket. Basil, look up, Plato shouted a warning. The watchers that survived the bombardment flung themselves at the stadium by the dozen. Self-destruct protocol activated. The watchers' surfaces heated up until they turned red. This world will know peace. Basil barely had the time to cover his face with his arms to protect himself. Plato slew the closest watchers with his wind-slash technique. Shellgirl hit a few with ice pearls, and Bugsy breathed fire at them. It destroyed most of the robots before they could hit the ground but didn't prevent the bombardment. Watchers rained down from the sky like a meteor shower. One of them exploded close to Basil, throwing him onto his back. When he rose back up, the stadium looked closer to the moon's surface than a football field. Guys, he called out to his allies. A dense cloud of dust obscured his vision. Guys, Bugsy answered his call, although he couldn't see the centimagma. Run for cover, boss. I'm coming to the rescue. Basil heard the sound of trampled barriers, the rumbling noise of a colossal beast's steps, and a dragon's roar. Steam pushed the dust away, and a titanic monster followed in its wake. Only then did Basil realize just how big Steam Slime was. It was one thing to observe a 10-meter-tall behemoth from afar, and another to see it up close. The beast's black claws were almost as long as Basil himself. Steam Slime's reptilian head and torso overshadowed him the same way a castle's tower would. His metal shell was a roaring factory, a bursting mass of steams, gears, chimneys, and exhaust ports. The monster embodied primeval savagery and industrial brutality packaged in a single force of destruction. Basil didn't fear anything, but when he looked up to meet Steam Slime's golden eyes, he blinked. The dragon's jaws snapped at Basil to devour him whole, the same way a chicken would try to eat a worm. Basil rolled to the ground to dodge. He tried to strike the monster with his halberd the moment he recovered, but instead ran to avoid being crushed under Steam Slime's palm. Run, run, little manling. Steam Slime let out a roar that shook the very earth. Run and hide. Basil gritted his teeth and ran across the football field with the rampaging dragon hot on his tail. He caught sight of Bugsy and Plato on his left, both casting buffs on themselves. A bug and a cat, Steam Slime glared down on the two with contempt. Bugsy and Plato looked no bigger than mice compared to the mighty dragon. What can you do? Needle me to death. I know you're strong, Bugsy said without a hint of fear, embers coming out of his mandibles. Plato sneakily leaped on Steam Slime's shell without a word. But I refuse to be weak. I won't cower again. The centimagma fearlessly breathed fire at the much larger dragon, and Basil couldn't be prouder of his friend. When Bugsy burned Steam Slime on the flank and the dragon roared in response, Basil remembered Vassie's words, that a strong affinity in an element usually resulted in a weak one in its opposite. Steam Slime wielded the power of steam and water, but feared fire in return. The dragon needed to shower himself with liquid to extinguish the flames he feared. Bugsy's breath burned a patch of slimy skin until it turned the color of coal. A lightning ray to the back stopped the centimagma in his tracks. Bugsy rolled on the burning grass, stunned. Basil looked over at the source of the attack, two gearsmen rushing towards the football field from the parking lot. Shellgirl exchanged volleys of projectiles with them, assisted by Rosemarine. A pincer attack, Basil cursed under his breath. The gearsmen had sneaked upon the party from behind while they were focused on fighting their master. Steam Slime raised a claw to squash Bugsy. Zachariel interfered by throwing his chlorine bomb at the dragon's face. The device exploded in a burst of gas that briefly distracted the beast. Bugsy exploited the brief distraction to crawl away, and Steam Slime's palm hit dirt. The chlorine did nothing more than briefly inconvenience the dragon. One of his steam pipes pointed at Bugsy and blasted him with a stream of pressurized water. The centimagma was propelled backward into a crater left by the watchers. Steam Slime then turned his furious gaze at Zachariel, the Renault Kangoo and Shellgirl. Oh, the angel muttered, wings extended. Steam Slime backhanded the group with a wide swing. Zachariel dodged by flying away, but Basil's Kangoo wasn't so lucky. Steam Slime's fist rammed it with a truck's strength. Half the vehicle shattered and the other tumbled to the side. Shellgirl, too distracted by the gearsman to see the hit coming, went flying with it. Basil's eyes widened in rage. My car, poison on me, Steam Slime hissed in outrage. The chlorine gas dissipated with the wind. I am poison, I am the smog, I am. A heap of shit slipping out of an oversized toilet. Basil snarled back. He swung his halberd at the dragon's left arm. The blade ignited from the movement and cut through the slimy flesh like a knife through butter. Steam slime hissed, yellowish ooze seeping from his wound. He turned his eyes in Basil's direction, his iris glowing. Lightning bolt. An arc of electricity surged from the dragon's gaze and hit Basil in the chest. It burned through his clothes and incinerated the ogre pendant he gained from Ogremach. The lightning coursed through his flesh and nerves. His heart skipped a beat. Basil gritted his teeth through the pain. He had gone through far worse over the last month. A scar of burned skin formed on his chest, yet Basil Bohan did not back down. Play-Doh, who had finished climbing Steam Slime's shell, rushed across his back and neck. The cat leaped on his head and stabbed his right eye with his fencing sword. Steam Slime's shriek was music to Basil's ears, and he hacked at the dragon's side with a smile. However, the gearsmen were free to act without anyone to provide suppression fire. The first of them leaped over the Kangu's Rex and an unconscious shellgirl. Rosmarine stopped the second by standing in its path. "Here I go dying again," said Rosemarine's clone as it showered the gearsman with white phosphorus. The substance burned through the machine's metal shielding, but didn't destroy it. The original Rosemarine raised all of her guns and opened fire. She matched each lightning ray with bullets. The other gearsman opened fire on Basil with a lightning beam, forcing him to abandon his assault on Steam Slime. As the dragon attempted to swipe Play-Doh off his back, Basil zigzagged along the field to avoid the gearsman's attacks. He charged to close the gap, but the machine wisely kept its distance. The robot could think tactically. It knew Basil lacked an effective long-range weapon and thus stuck to ranged attacks. Where was Zachariel, the major and his group? Where were his reinforcements? Basil's eyes turned at his cat in panic. Play-Doh had fallen off Steam Slime's back and crashed on the ground, his fur green, his sword slipping between his fingers. The poor cat vomited and writhed in agony. His legs and paws were covered in putrid goo. Steam Slime's skin was toxic. Play-Doh, Basil rushed at his pet's help. Play-Doh, dragons adapt to all, Steam Slime boasted and raised a hand. The poison waters of Electin coursed through my veins. He squashed Play-Doh underfoot and left a bloody smear on the ground. Basil's vision turned red with rage. The strength of his rage carried his halberd forward. His blade hit the dragon's chest and left a gaping gash in its wake. Wounds and burns covered Steam Slime's body, yet he remained the very picture of arrogant strength. Lightning bolt. Steam Slime's last eye blasted Basil with electricity. Somehow this bolt hit even harder than the last. A tree-shaped scar spread over Basil's torso as the electricity burned its way through his flesh. His vision went white for a few seconds and the smell of cooked flesh reached his nose. His shirt turned to ashes and his knees collapsed under him. Basil barely managed to stand against his halberd's shaft, his fingers trembling. The lightning had numbed all sensations in his limbs, all except for pain. Basil struggled to breathe as the dragon's shadow loomed over him. When I hatched, the Grandmaster took me away from my nest and told me. Steam Slime opened his mouth wide, his chest bright with light. "This is the order of things, the rule of nature." Warp Basil whispered through his teeth. He refused to die here. Spa. A rifle's shot echoed and Steam Slime's right eye burst into a shower of golden blood. The dragon's breath died with a screech in his mouth, his hands covering his face. Basil didn't finish his sentence, astonished by this turn of events. The gearsman attempted to finish off Basil by crushing his head under its metal feet. A VAB rammed it at full speed, first to the tune of a machine gun. The military vehicle tore through the gearsman in half, and the major atop its roof finished off the machine with a hail of bullets. Basil heard dogs howl in the distance and felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned his head to see Zachariel land behind him. Maya Elisalda jumped off the angel's back, whip in hand. A green glow banished away the pain from Basil's bones and newfound strength coursed through his veins. "My eyes," Steam Slime snarled. "I can't see anything." More bullets hit his throat. Basil glanced at their source, a humanoid figure standing atop a distant building's ruins. Officer Elisalda was sniping Steam Slime from afar with a rifle almost as long as Basil's halberd. "You asked for it, sir," Zachariel said. He carried the military radio in his free hand. "I coordinated with our allies. It was about time." "A snail?" the major asked as his VAB turned around. He opened fire on Steam Slime with his machine gun. "I'll eat it for dinner. How much more damage can he shrug off?" Basil wondered. Steam Slime had taken napalm bombs, white phosphorus, a hail of bullets, and the stings of weapons without flinching. Scars marked his body from his blinded eyes to his torso, yet the dragon continued to fight. What will it take to kill him? A nuke. Basil surveyed the area to check on his allies. Maya's Doberman howled from a safe distance as her Basque shepherd dragged Shellgirl off the Renault Kangu's wreck. Play-Doh had revived from his lethal wound to Basil's relief, although it cost him another of his lives. And Bugsy had crawled out of the hole Steam Slime sent him into, still carrying the thermite with 4 of his many legs. The water stream had exhausted the flames coursing through his veins, and yet his eyes remained full of resolve. "Bugsy, retreat," Basil shouted. "Retreat. I refuse, boss." Bugsy stood up with pride. Not until we've slain this creep and cooked him. With roasted chicken, soda, and potatoes. I got one too, mister. Rosemarine stood triumphant atop the burning husk of the last gearsman. Fumes rose from her handgun's barrels. I got one all by myself. They grew up too soon. When Zachariel executed his order, Basil turned to Maya Elisalda. What can you do? I can buff you, Maya Elisalda proposed. Then what are you waiting for? Maya Elisalda struck his face with her whip in response. Arg, Basil winced in outrage. You stupid bee. Attack, the Houndmaster spoke to Basil as if he were one of her dogs. Attack. Basil gritted his teeth, suppressed the urge to murder his own ally, and instead unloaded his rage on Steam Slime. Fuck this shit system. Basil snarled as he hacked into the dragon's chest. Fuck Dismaker Labs, fuck dragons, fuck you all. Don't complain, Basil. Play-Doh leaped back to his feet and helped his owner with wind slashes. I lost a life to a snail, a snail. Bugsy joined in with Flames and Rosemarine with suicide clones. Bullets and flames and sharp winds rained on Steam Slime from above while Basil hacked at him from below. The dragon covered his face with his arms in a desperate attempt to protect himself. His situation was only about to worsen. Zachariel healed Shellgirl, Maya Elisalda buffed Rosemarine, and her hounds did the same with Bugsy. Enough, Steam Slime roared. His shell's gears ground louder and louder. You will die, you will all die. Pressurized streams of water erupted from the dragon's pipes and chimneys. One hit Rosemarine and pushed her away. The others forced the group to disperse and retreat, Basil included. This gave Steam Slime enough time to gather his breath. Take this. The Major unloaded his machine gun at the dragon's throat. Steam Slime leaked yellow blood from a dozen areas. For France, Steam Slime unleashed a torrent of poison from his maw straight at the VAB. Perhaps the dragon had a tremor sense of his own, or he simply figured out the vehicle's location from the noise. Whatever the case, he hit the VAB head-on. The military vehicle proved no better at resisting Steam Slime's breath than Basil's Mercedes. The shielding melted alongside its driver. The Major's body armor and flesh were stripped from his bones. Soon those turned to dust as well, and nothing remained of the soldier nor his vehicle. Chief, Maya Elisalda's voice broke in utter despair. Chief, get down. Zachariel shoved her head first onto the ground, narrowly avoiding Steam Slime's breath. The dragon fired in all directions, blinded by rage and his lack of eyesight. Basil dropped to the ground to avoid being vaporized too. Steam Slime roared and spat and thrashed around with mindless anger. In spite of the chaos and her superior's death, Officer Elisalda kept sniping the dragon from afar. Once he ran out of breath, Steam Slime retreated inside his shell. His slimy torso and head vanished safely inside the metal device. The exhaust ports and chimneys started to unload noxious green fumes rather than steam. The dragon was trying to gas the stadium and everyone nearby. Partner, Shellgirl shouted over the melee. Zachariel's treatment must have worked. He's using shelter. What about it? Basil coughed through the noxious fumes. I have the perk too. It activates when I'm below half health. Then Steam Slime was on his last leg. He wasn't trying to kill the group, but to force them to retreat while he licked his wounds. Golden lightning coursed through the star circuits in the crimson skies. The incursion wasn't over yet, and Steam Slime might very well escape back home. Basil couldn't let him live to fight another day. He glanced at the dragon's shell, then at Bugsy and his thermite canister. An idea crossed his mind. Bugsy, the exhaust ports. Basil started climbing Steam Slime's shell. Throw the thermite into the exhaust ports. Yes, boss, the centipede fearlessly charged into the toxic fumes. Agility up. Basil, get away, Play-Doh shouted. The gas. I'll manage. Basil held his breath as he continued his ascent of the steel slope. Everyone else retreat. He couldn't run when a Frenchman stood his ground. That would be beyond shameful. Neither could Basil dishonor the soldier's memory by coming home defeated. He powered through the fumes even as they burned his skin and made his nose itch. Basil positioned himself right above the hole in which Steam Slime retreated, halberd raised. His allies retreated from the toxic cloud with the exception of Bugsy. The centimagma climbed the shell's exhaust port and tossed the thermite into it. The device melted into the steel and ignited the noxious fumes. Flames came out of the shells, chimneys and Steam Slime's screech echoed out from the pipes. The dragon was cooking inside his own fortress. Basil waited for him to emerge from his hole with his weapon raised. The moment came swiftly. Steam Slime's head snapped out of the shell in a desperate attempt to avoid burning alive. A guillotine would have been more appropriate, Basil thought as he brought his halberd down. But it'll do. St. George, he shouted, witness me. Basil's blade sliced Steam Slime's neck to the sound of a super-effective hit, and the dragon fell. Steam Slime's severed head fell to the sound of thunder. Purple lightning coursed through the star circuit in the heavens as a dragon died on Earth. Steam Slime's hands collapsed under his body's weight. His shell's gears ground to an abrupt halt. The burning, noxious fumes pouring out of its pipes evaporated with the blowing wind. You think you apes have won. Even with his neck severed, Steam Slime's head still managed to speak on its own. Basil climbed down from the shell to better look down on his target, his halberd feeling light in his hands. There are thousands of dragon lords, and I am the least of them. Some are level 30, level 60, level 80. Our numbers will darken your skies, and our breaths will boil your seas. Steam Slime's head coughed golden blood. We know your names, there is no escape, we will hunt you to the end of the univ. Basil split Steam Slime's head in two and silenced him for good. Shut up, handbag. The moment he smashed the dragon's skull, a glowing light erupted between the skull's halves. A steampunk device larger than a car materialized before Basil, a tangle of golden pipes and gears surrounding a large mirror. Colorful cubic gems engraved with runes appeared at his feet too. From their shape, they could fit into a port on the machine's left side. The device was larger than a car, but to a dragon. It looked no bigger than a Nintendo Switch. Basil checked the gems. He counted 19 of them, each recording a game. With the console, it made one item per level for a full inventory. Steam Slime gathered a horde of video games. I gotta say, I like it more than a pile of gold, Basil thought. Bugsy climbed down from the metal shell he had sabotaged, and their allies rejoined them once the noxious fumes had cleared, although I can't help but feel bitter. 2 humans died and the party only had video games to show for it. Even a gamer like Basil considered it a terrible trade-off. At least this device might provide some insight into the enemy's culture. Did we win? Bugsy asked. Although the dragon's corpse rested at their feet, the centimagma sounded like he couldn't believe in their victory. Is he dead and not coming back? The rest of the group arrived, with Zachariel applying his healing palm to Basil and Bugsy. The acid burns left by Steam Slime's toxic gas vanished, although Basil had lost another shirt and Ogremach's pendant. At this rate, he would fight his battles naked. Can we eat him? Rosemarine licked her lips at the sight of Steam Slime's remains. He smells like jelly. Shellgirl, always the opportunist, immediately examined the loot they could harvest from the corpse. Dragon slime blood, dragon slime claws, dragon slime fangs, dragon slime bones. Magitech shell, a smile formed on her lips. We'll make a killing selling them off. Payback time, Plato said. 7 lives are a lucky number, but I would rather have 8 of them. Basil's amusement at seeing his monster's antics lasted until he noticed Maya Elisalda. The Houndmaster and her dog stood before the dust of Major Grange's VAB, heads heavy in mourning. Chief Maya bit her lower lip with the military radio in one hand and her whip in the other. Her eyebrows creased into a crestfallen expression. And Anne, too. She was driving. They're gone, I see, her sister answered through the radio. She sounded tired, so very tired. She had likely seen too many of her comrades fall. Is there anything to bury? Dust, Maya Elisalda replied, nothing else. No answer came out of the radio. The dogs howled with no one to answer them. I'm sorry, Basil apologized to Maya, trying to console her. They died as heroes. When she glared at him with her single eye, he immediately regretted his words. So what? Maya snapped at him. Why couldn't they live as heroes? Why couldn't they come back to life like your stupid, vapid cat? Plato hissed at her. Hey, you think coming back is easy. When I revive, I feel the pain all over again. I'm sure they've earned their place in heaven, Zachariel reassured Maya. They had good karma. Good deeds matter more than poor spiritual health. Basil himself kept his mouth shut. He knew nothing he might say would assuage his allies' sadness. Basil had only met the Major once, but the Elisalda sisters had fought with his squad for days, perhaps even longer. If Steam Slime had slain Bugsy and Maya offered comfort, her words would have sounded like empty platitudes too. Basil, Officer Elisalda called through the radio. He noticed that she said Basil and not Mr. Bohan for once. The portal is still open. Basil's relief turned to worry. Indeed, the star circuit above their heads remained as active as ever. The Rift of Light continued to let weak monsters enter Earth. The group hadn't received experience either, which meant the event would continue. I'm seeing humanoids coming out of the rift. Alongside Cloud Monster's officer, Elisalda marked a short pause and the sound of a bullet firing echoed through the radio. One of them attacked the statues. Why isn't the rift closing? Maya Elisalda asked in shock. We beat the boss. Basil checked the incursion's countdown and cursed. Everyone to the portal. They had 4 hours left to kill. When the incursion counter hit 0 at long last, the portal finally started to close. Basil watched the rift weaken, surrounded by watcher scraps and improvised barricades. He, Bugsy, Plato, and the hounds formed the first line of defense while the rest of the team buffed, healed, and provided suppressive fire at the back. None of the creatures that came out of the portal proved anywhere near as dangerous as Steam Slime. Most were watchers and low-level clouds with eyes. Neither were a match for Basil's party, and he doubted they would receive any experience from them. But they arrived in waves without giving the team any respite and targeted Dax's petrified citizens on sight. Without Rosemarine and Zachariel to continuously heal them, the party would have collapsed from exhaustion midway through the incursion by the end of it. The team's healers had run out of both SB and medical items to replenish them. Incursions weren't a sprint, but a marathon. 2 Gearsmen who escaped the rift in its last hour gave the team quite the fright, but a combination of Officer Elisalda's long-distance anti-material rifle, Shellgirl's artillery, and Rosemarine's bombardment proved sufficient to deal with them. No other dangerous creature crossed the rift afterward. Basil considered two possibilities, either that Steam Slime's defeat convinced the Unity to cut its losses and stop sending powerful soldiers to take a town of limited strategic importance, or that they had troops to spare, but none of them were weak enough to cross the level barrier. The former option was flattering, the latter terrifying. Although Basil's team slew all the monsters threatening petrified civilians, some creatures managed to slip through the cracks. The group was so busy fighting the hostile invaders that they couldn't afford to track down those more interested in running away. There was no sign of the humanoid figure's officer Elisalda noticed earlier. They had fled before the party could even approach the rift. Basil had the feeling that these runaways would cause him many headaches in the months to come. The golden circuit in the skies above disappeared. The stars' radiance dimmed, and the links between them disintegrated. The crimson aura above Basil's head receded and was replaced by the night sky's darkness. The rift's awe-inspiring radiance dimmed over time. Basil suddenly wondered if the rift worked both ways. Not that he was mad enough to cross it, but he was tempted to leave a parting gift to the Unity. "Rosemarine," he said, "send an exploding clone through." "Yes, mister." The plant duplicated herself, and her clone leaped into the rift's light. The doppelganger instantly vanished from Basil's sight. He couldn't tell if it disintegrated upon touching the portal or made it to the other side. When the rest of the star circuit disappeared, the rift of light collapsed into nothingness. Only the ruins of Dax's arena remained, silent and unmoving. They had won, albeit at a great cost. The city center was a smoking landscape of destroyed buildings and fiery ruins. The party's explosives had caused almost as much damage as the rampaging gearsmen. As for the petrified citizens, Steam Slime had trampled many of them in his rush to the stadium. Other statues broke when the dragon collapsed buildings on their heads, and the monsters that came out of the rift also destroyed a few. Basil estimated that the death toll reached the high hundreds, but thousands more had been spared an early grave. It could have gone better, but most civilians survived the chaos, and Basil's team cleaned the city of Unity troops. The region was finally at peace. 7 levels. Basil nearly choked upon seeing the number. That was more than he had ever earned in one attempt. Incursions were incredibly profitable experience-wise. It made sense for the system to incentivize players to participate in dangerous battles. "One more," Rosemarine whispered in anticipation. "Just one more and then haha." She laughed to her heart's content, which Basil found adorable. Oh, she would enjoy a growth spurt soon. Still, he hoped her metamorphosis would be more manageable than Bugsy's own. "Well, it is done," Officer Elisalda said through the military radio. "The battlefield is clear. You can come down from your nest, officer," Basil replied. "Neria, after all we went through today, Basil, I think we can get past formalities." All right. Although he remained slightly wary of lawmen, Basil was quite fond of the officer. She was friendly and reliable. "Are you up for a drink? I think we all deserve it." "We have drinks, partner," Shellgirl asked. "No, but we have our pick of empty supermarkets to raid from." With the Unity expelled from the city, Basil and his allies could finally loot its pharmacies, shops, and businesses for food and parts. "That will be a pleasure after we bury my unit," Neria replied with a heavy heart. "I don't want to leave their remains exposed to scavengers." "Some of the monsters escaped and might still lurk in the area." "What about the humanoids you saw?" Basil asked. "What can you tell us about them?" "I couldn't see them clearly," Neria admitted. "I can't even tell if they were humans or not. A few of them wore hoods and carried bows." Bows. Basil wouldn't have expected archers to come out of the same place as a steampunk snail dragon. He wondered what the world beyond the rift looked like. "I know the land like the back of my hand," Basil said. "We'll find them wherever they hide." The funeral of Major Mateo, Lionel Grange, and Caporal Ann Nobbin, the VAB's driver, was a quiet and discreet affair. The survivors set up a memorial made from Steam Slime's broken skull and granite stone. The Elisalda sisters gave the dead a brief eulogy, and Zachariel prayed for their souls. Basil knew the major died an atheist, but he hoped that his spirit had found a nice resting place. Afterward, the team split the spoils. Since nobody else could store Steam Slime's shell in their inventory, it counted as a house. According to the system, Basil kept it alongside his game console. The Elisalda sisters would keep the dragon's other remains, much to Shellgirl's dismay. Basil knew she would come around after they looted the city's supplies. "We should hold a funeral for my car too," Basil said as he helped Maya lift a petrified man into a large military truck. She was a good girl and deserved better. His joke amused Maya enough to make her crack a smile. "We held one for our combat helicopters too. Shame we couldn't piece it back together. HQ has crafters capable of repairing military vehicles," Neria replied as she closed the truck's trailer. The group had filled it to the brim with more than 200 petrified humans, and the Ogre Den's server rested at the front. The major had been wise enough to drop it off at a safe place before venturing back into the fray. "Maybe I can convince them to pay the city a visit." "All clear, sir," Zachariel told Basil. He and Bugsy had stuffed a second truck with statues. What about the others? Even if the city's population had shrunk compared to what it was pre-apocalypse, it would take multiple trips to evacuate all the statues. There's a vast underground parking lot near the bridge, Basil said. We'll transport the statues underground and booby-trap the access ways. Neria nodded sharply. I will present Zachariel to my superiors and convince them to transfer Dax's population to Bordeaux. With a fleet of trucks, we can wrap this up in a single trip, and if they deny your request, then I'll organize the transfer behind their backs. Neria observed Basil in silence for a few seconds before making him a proposal. You're sure you don't want to come with us to Bordeaux? It will be safer than monster-infested wilderness, and we need people with your talents. Plato nodded in appreciation. We didn't suffer so much to establish a territory to abandon it. We'll be all right, Miss Elisalda Bugsy said. We'll keep the place in order, I promise. It was her sister trailed off and left her sentence hanging. Nice, terrible. Basil could tell the loss of 2 friends affected her greatly. You are good people. You are great people. Her Basque shepherd barked, echoed by the Doberman. No matter how dark a situation, dogs always manage to make friends. I hope we meet again one day. I don't, Plato replied gruffly. Nobody cared. Sir, it was a pleasure, Zachariel said before shaking Basil's hand. I can't wait to introduce spiritual reforms to this world. Heaven knows humans need a karma shock therapy. Why did Basil have the feeling a new Vatican would pop up in Bordeaux? Come to think of it, did the Vatican still exist? He wondered what kind of dungeon would spring from the San Pietro Basilica. Good luck, Zach. Basil shook the angel's hand. He would miss the healer, but the army needed Zachariel more than a lone human living in the woods. Careful about anti-vaxxers, though. I don't think your coronatheism theory will sit well with them. Don't worry, sir. I've been trained to bring the flame of knowledge to the masses, one stake at a time. Maya climbed on one truck with her dogs. Zachariel and Neria took the other. As she put on her seatbelt and prepared to leave the city, the police officer glanced one last time at the ruins of Dax's arena in the distance. Her expression was one of doubt and uneasiness. Basil guessed what frightened her. You're worried about a future incursion. If that snail spoke the truth, that he was the least of our enemies, what will come out of a portal next time? Neria sighed. We barely made it through today's attack. I fear tomorrow's may be too much for us. Basil would be lying if he said he didn't share her fears. He had survived so far through skill and luck, but so had the Major until a stray shot ended his life. Death called without warning, and the world would only grow more dangerous as time went on. But so would humans grow stronger and more adaptable. Our species survived the Ice Age, global warming, the Black Plague, and 2 world wars, Basil said with a shrug. We'll survive this apocalypse too. Neria Elisalda answered his resolute determination with a sad smile. I received more information from HQ, she admitted, about Paris. Oh, from her crinkled face, Basil shouldn't expect good news. What happened to the capital? Accordingly to early reports, multiple dungeons appeared in the city. The Louvre turned into a true pyramid, the Eiffel Tower into a fortress, the Seine dried up, and sand filled the Champs-Élysées. Neria's jaw clenched. We think the government was decapitated in the initial strike. The army established control over a few cities, but they're too far apart to link. At this point, General Leblanc is considering an alliance with a group called Metal Olympus to make up for our troops' losses. Basil could read between the lines. You don't think we can win the war? What war? It's not France versus Germany. It's us humans against robots, monsters. Bugs. Neria glanced at Bugsy. No offense. None taken, he replied cheerfully. The army can reassert local control in the cities we occupy and establish safe zones, but retaking the country looks more and more unlikely, Neria said. You've survived so far by hiding on your own, Basil, but it won't last forever. The monsters will grow more numerous, more dangerous, and from what we've seen today, more organized. It won't matter if they can't find my home, Basil replied. The argument sounded weak even to him. I found you, partner, Shelgirl pointed out. Your house isn't that hard to find. Anybody who follows the stream will see it. We can coexist with monsters. Basil waved a hand at his team. We're the living proof of it. Can you coexist with the Unity? Neria shook her head. What I mean to say, Basil, is that your methods let you weather the storm so far, but when it grows too strong, it will blow you away. Joining us in Bordeaux would be safer. Numbers and community are strengths, not weaknesses. There was some truth to her words, but neither numbers nor soldiers had protected Paris. The monsters target large communities as a priority, Basil pointed out. By your own logic, monsters will escalate beyond our ability to fight back at all. It's damned if I do, damned if I don't. I don't have a long-term solution, Neria admitted, at least until we've found out more about Dismaker Labs, what they want, and what this system even is. It's our only hope for things to return to normal, if that's even possible anymore. Basil suddenly realized that she was as lost as he was. She had seen her way of life collapsing before her eyes and now braved a dangerous new world. I'll study the game console, he tried to reassure her. Maybe it holds answers about the system. I hope so. Neria gave him a final nod. We'll keep in touch. Take care, Basil. Good luck. And on these words, Neria Elisalda drove away towards the rising dawn. Her sister followed with her own truck, both vehicles leaving the city without turning back. Basil's party waved their hands, legs, and vines at them as they vanished beyond the horizon. So did his hopes of the army returning peace to the land. But Basil couldn't show doubt. Not now, not before his friends. They were exhausted after a long battle and deserved a moment of relief. No need to burden them with his doubts. My friends, we've won the second neighborhood war, Basil declared with pride. We can finally go back to what truly matters, eating, gardening, and doing nothing all day. And making money, Shellgirl chirped in. Don't forget the money part. Good riddance. Plato stretched his back. The humans were okay, but let's not make it a habit to team up with whiny dogs. I thought they were nice, Bugsy replied. Very friendly too. Why do you hate dogs so much? Basil asked Plato. It confused him slightly. Most of your kind coexists peacefully with them. Dogs are insidious. Plato hissed, his eyes hateful. He clearly had grievances he needed to get off his chest. They bombard you with love. At first you think they're cute, entertaining maybe, but they are bottomless pits of insecurity. They demand constant affection, and before you know it, your owner spends all their time with a whiny Maltese dog and dumps you in a forest to fend for yourself. The sheer bitterness in his cat's voice told his owner that this rant came from the heart. Basil felt his stomach turn with sadness. That is what happened to you, isn't it? Plato glanced at the skies, which was an answer in itself. Anyway, we've got work to do. A bird escaped from the portal, remember. You let one live, and next thing you know, the dodos come back from extinction to play banjo in your backyard. What are dodos? Rosemarie asked. They sound tasty. I'll pass, Shellgirl said with a sigh. I'm exhausted. Me too, Basil added. They had fought all night long and deserved a rest. The hunt will wait for another day. We could celebrate with a Major Chicken Marathon, Bugsy proposed. Shellgirl hasn't watched any episodes yet. Nice idea. Basil glanced at his pets, his friends, and his new family. Everyone in favor, say aye, all of them answered. Then let's go find a new Renault, Basil replied with a grunt. We're not walking back home. As the party went on the hunt for a new car, Basil gave the rising dawn a long, hard look. The sun had risen in Earth's skies since time immemorial. It had shone on the dinosaurs, the mammoths, men, and now monsters. All the species that failed to adapt to new circumstances vanished. Basil Bowen aspired to a quiet, peaceful life, but as he watched the rising sun, he wondered how long he could make it last. Alchemy I passive, you can craft alchemy items without need of a recipe and create your own through experimentations. The list of items you can craft includes potions, alchemy tools, mutagens, poisons, and bombs. Monster Charmer II passive. You can recruit monsters into your party. The monster's level must be equal or below yours to join, and they cannot outlevel you afterward. Monsters in your party gain a 20 boost to stat growth on level up, but will also die if your HP hits. Recruited monsters cannot leave your party unless you allow them to. You automatically form a party with an original partner selected by the Trimurti system. You can unlock the hidden potential of a recruited monster, granting them an additional perk they cannot access in the wild. Monsters will keep these additional abilities even if you kick them out of your party. Slaughter I passive. You gain advanced proficiency with axes, maces, spears, and unarmed attacks x2 damage, plus 10% crit chances. However, you lose all the benefits of the Berserker class if you wield a shield, armor, or accessory, reducing the damage that you take. Monster skins and damage resistance provided by spells or perks do not violate this rule. Monster Lair I passive. You can select a hideout or dungeon under your control as your personal lair. Lairs offer benefits based on your level. You can select and improve your lair by clicking on status in your menu. Runic I passive. You can now learn and cast runic spells up to tier I if you gain the ability to cast runic spells from other classes or perks. The tiers stack together. Active perks. Warp Spasm I active. You can apply the Berserk ailment to yourself at will for 5 minutes. While Berserk, you relentlessly attack the closest target in melee with no regard for your safety, friend or foe, and cannot use spells. In return, your damage is greatly enhanced and you feel no pain. Jarden's Secret I active. You can determine an area equal to 1 hectare per gardener level as your Jarden secret. Seeds planted in the area will have their growth period divided by your gardener level multiplied by 2 plant monsters grown from these seeds, will be naturally friendly to you, and can be immediately added to your party. You can change your garden's location once per week, but if you do, the previous area loses all of its gardener-related benefits. Spell, Fire Rune, Runic, 10 SB, Fire. Empowers one of your weapons with the power of flames, inflicting an additional 20 fire damage for 5 minutes. Multiple applications of Fire Rune do not stack, and the weapon loses its properties if you no longer wield it. Spell, Ice Rune, Runic, 10 SB, Frost. Empowers one of your weapons with the power of flames, inflicting an additional 20 frost damage for 5 minutes. Multiple applications of Ice Rune do not stack, and the weapon loses its properties if you no longer wield it. Personal perks, Sharp Claws. Your claws inflict ski-based damage. You gain advanced proficiency with unarmed attacks, fangs and claws x2 damage plus 10 crit. Heavy Napper. While under a sleep effect, you recover HP as if you benefited from the region-positive ailment. Birdbane. Your attacks with natural weapons inflict Birdslayer damage. 9 lives when you would die. You instead benefit from an auto-revive effect, bringing you back to life at critical health. This also purges you of your ailments. You can be revived 8 times before the perk becomes inactive. 7-9. Swordsmanship I, medium proficiency with swords, x 15 damage. Active perks: luck up, 10 SB, buffs luck for 5 minutes. Wind slash, 60 SB, wind, sword technique, unleashing a blade of wind. Personal perks: poison fangs, you treat fangs and jaw-enhancing weapons as if you had medium proficiency with them, x 15 damage. Additionally, your saliva may inflict the poison ailment on contact. Carapace, the damage you take from super effective hits is reduced from x3 to x2. Tremor sense, increases accuracy by 30%. Though you can suffer from the blind ailment, you ignore the ailment's negative effects. Agility up. Fire breath, 40 SB, fire, unleashes a fiery breath. Personal perks: paralyzing bite, you treat fangs and jaw-enhancing weapons as if you had medium proficiency with them, x 15 damage. Additionally, your bite attacks may inflict the paralysis ailment on contact. Sweet pollen, 10 SB, regenerates a little HP to the target mag plus 1d20. This is a life effect. Bugcatcher, natural attacks have the bug slayer effect. Seed decoy, 60 SB, life wood. You create a copy of yourself with 1 max HP and 60 max SB in reserve. The decoy lasts for 1 hour before dying, but otherwise possesses all your perks. A decoy cannot create another decoy. Passive perk: Moneymaker, increases chances of drops if a monster is killed within 20 meters. Shelter, buffs vitality but debuffs agility at half health. Shell inventory, can stock up to 1 item per level inside the shell. Active perks: Water Jet, 10 SB. Buffs agility but only in water. Ice Pearl, 10 SB. Throws a pearl made of ice at a target with cannon, inflicts frost damage, base power 30. As far as Karim Williams remembered, he always dreamed of becoming a guard. Some children wanted to become astronauts or scientists or prime ministers, but not Karim. Not terribly bright even from a young age, he knew he would never amount to much. He still remembered what his father told him in his childhood, when Karim showed him his terrible school grades. Mediocrity is a quality all of its own, Karim. Mules are mediocre, but they work hard and make the world go round. Great men stand on the backs of mediocre masses. I know that someday you'll lift up someone destined to do great things. Karim always knew who he wanted to carry on his back. God saves the Queen of England. So he worked very hard to serve his country. He enlisted in the British Army, passed his exams by the skin of his teeth, and asked to join the Grenadier Guards of the Household Division. Until one day, after countless drills and push-ups, the officers gave him his uniform of the Queen's Guard. Him, the dirt-poor grandson of a Pakistani immigrant. The royal family would never know Karim's name, and neither would the public. He would forever remain one of the faceless guards keeping up the gates of Buckingham Palace. Fending off would be assassins and Chinese tourists alike. But Karim was happy. His life had purpose. Nights were cold in London. Karim's uniform warmed him up somewhat, as did his black fur hat, although it was a tad too heavy for him and always threatened to fall over his eyes. His rifle felt heavy in his hands, but not as much as the weight of duty. Mist came out of his mouth when he breathed. Karim's first shift ever took place in the early morning. Big Ben would strike 4 o'clock soon. The sky was pitch black, but London never slept. There were always drunkards beyond the fences of Buckingham Palace, shouting and rambling in the shadow of the Victoria Memorial. The night was quiet all the same. Karim had been granted the ultimate honor of guarding the gates of Buckingham Palace on his first shift, to act as the royal family's first line of defense against their sworn enemies, the tourists, the paparazzi, and the stalkers. His only company on his lone vigil was a fellow guard. The 2 guards stood alone before the palace's main entrance, separated from the city by steel fences. Karim knew the higher-ups put his shift at this hour to test his resolve. He struggled against the urge to close his eyes and fall asleep from the monotony. Even the customary 15 paces march every 10 minutes became terribly monotonous after a while, but Karim resisted the temptation. His first shift was all the more important for who he shared it with. Bill McMalone, the legend, the Rock of Buckingham. Karim dared to peek at his teammate. Bill was an older man in his 60s, with a tough Irish face, beardless jawline, icy blue eyes, and a bodybuilder's abs. He looked like the bear whose fur his black hat had been made from. Some said that Bill was too old for service and should retire, but the higher-ups kept renewing his contract year after year. Maybe out of gratitude, maybe out of respect. For if half the stories Karim had heard about Bill McMalone were true, then he was more than a man. No human could be as still and silent as him. Karim hadn't seen Bill blink once in the last hour and a half they spent together. He wondered if the man even breathed. Bill McMalone only moved from his spot for the customary walking routine and then returned to his post without a word. Karim hadn't dared to speak to the man for the length of his shift. Too intimidating. But as his 2 hours of service would soon reach their end, he mustered the courage to break the ice. Is it true what they say? In the regiment, Karim cleared his throat. You spent 6 shifts back to back to cover for sick colleagues. If Bill McMalone had heard, he didn't show it. Karim gulped as the tense silence stretched on. Did he mess up somehow? No, Bill finally replied with a deep voice. I lasted 12 shifts. Karim's eyes widened in shock. 24 hours, without eating, without drinking, without sleeping. Bill McMalone marked a short pause as if particularly proud of the last part. Without peeing, impossible. No man could hold that long, yet the unshakable certainty in the man's voice convinced Karim of his honesty. How did you do it, sir? It's Bill grunted. Authority, Karim asked naively. Authority, Bill replied. It's authority beyond composure, authority over yourself and the world. And how do you obtain? Karim coughed. Authority, give it time. Bill's tone reminded Karim of his father handing out wisdom to his young son. You do not learn authority. Authority comes to you when you need it most. Karim listened to the lesson in silence. He would have time to meditate on it in his bed. Their replacements should arrive sometime soon. Big Ben struck 4 o'clock, signaling the end of Karim's shift and the end of the world. First came the frost. A strange chill spread through the air like a wave, cold and biting. A pulse of invisible energy followed. Karim felt the wave going through his body without understanding its nature. He briefly wondered if the wind had suddenly changed course until the skies changed colors. Bright blue aurora borealis spread from the distant Big Ben, so bright Karim squinted at the sudden change in luminosity. The northern lights expanded to cover all of London in the blink of an eye. As for Big Ben itself, the tower grew taller and taller. Karim watched on, mesmerized, as the monument's infamous clock pierced the clouds. Giant gears and pipes materialized on Big Ben's surface until it took on a strange, steampunk appearance. What the hell? Karim muttered, unable to believe what his eyes showed him. Had sleeplessness dulled his senses? Was he dreaming? What's happening? Big Ben wasn't the only monument to transform. The Tower of London, which normally could hardly be seen from the guard's position, shot up to the skies. Its walls took on a sinister black tone, and a ring of fire surrounded the castle's top. The tower didn't grow as tall as Big Ben, but it now more than rivaled the Eiffel Tower in size. A flock of winged, shadowy forms flew away from the building and under the aurora's light. When Karim thought they had reached the height of strangeness, a message appeared before his eyes as if he were reading from a computer screen. Over what? Karim made a quick prayer to Allah, just in case. A rush of pleasure traveled down Karim's spine, though it did little to alleviate his nervousness. A white fog started to fall upon the city at an alarming rate, clouding London's buildings and skyscrapers in a dense layer of mist. What's happening? Karim asked his teammate. Did you see that message too? What does it mean? What's happening? Bill glanced at Big Ben with indifferent eyes. Karim repeated. Bill grunted back. He didn't look concerned in the slightest. Karim waited a few seconds before his nervousness got the better of him. He activated the earpiece hidden beneath his hat and attempted to contact the rest of his regiment. Chief, gate to officers, what's happening? Only a static noise answered his questions. What do we do? Karim asked his senior partner. Do we check up on the royal family? We wait for the next shift to arrive. Bill shrugged his shoulders. I assume they will be a bit late. Somehow, Karim had the feeling that this would prove to be an understatement. Screams came out of the mist, and to Karim's horror, they didn't sound human at all. Although he couldn't see much past the fog, he glimpsed flashes of light in the distance followed by the sound of explosions. What if somebody needs help? Karim asked weakly. He had a terrible feeling about whatever was happening. Was it a holographic show of some kind? Why hadn't he been informed? Until new guards come, you'll stand your ground. Bill stared at the incoming fog with the utter indifference of an unimpressed veteran. The job of the Queen's Guard is like making love to a woman, young man. Karim looked at his fellow guard with confused eyes. He had nothing but respect for McMalone, but that comparison was almost scandalous. I don't follow, sir. You struggle against the urge to unload your essence, Bill explained. But to maximize your partner's pleasure, you must wait for the right moment. Even if you feel like the pipe will burst out, that the pressure is too much, you have to hold on to it until you are in the perfect position. Like how you must wait for your next shift before climax. Karim listened in silence, but the metaphor was too much for him. Sir, I'm sorry, but that makes no sense. You don't want to pleasure your wife, Karim. Bill snarled at his teammate without moving an inch. Karim tensed up like an iron pole. You think she's too good for you. You think you can blow your load when she isn't ready or cheat on her. Is that what you think? I don't have a wife, sir. Not with that attitude. How can you hope to hold a woman if you can't hold your position? You will respect the Queen's Guard the same way you would respect your future wife. You don't cheat on the Duchess of Windsor, Karim. You don't cheat on Kate and William. Karim trembled in place, overwhelmed by his fellow guard's vehemence. He stared into the distance, ignoring the screams, ignoring the noise of explosions, ignoring the small plus symbol at the edge of his vision. It had to be all right. Bill was much older than Karim, an experienced watchman with decades of service to the crown. He knew better. If he felt all of this was nothing to be worried about, then Karam's worries were misplaced. He breathed in and out, telling himself everything was fine. Yes, yes, the skies were falling apart, but it didn't matter. Everything would turn out well. Nothing to worry about. Are you married, sir? Karam asked. No. Bill McMalone's face remained an unblinking mask. I'm divorced. Karam wondered why, but wisely did not push the subject further. Nobody came to relieve them for the next hour. Karam vaguely heard shouts and movement behind the palace's doors, but nobody came to give him and Bill directions. The fog made it nigh impossible to see beyond the palace's fence, except for the Victoria Memorial. The golden winged statue atop the monument shone brightly under the faint light of the aurora. The mist swirled under it like a raging sea unable to topple a lighthouse. I need to pee, Karam thought. His bladder was a dam holding back a flood. Worse, his hat was starting to slide onto his forehead, making it harder for him to see. So much. Think of Bojo, Karam. It was the voice of Bill McMalone, but it echoed in Karam's head rather than in Buckingham's courtyard. The younger guard glanced at his elder, who hadn't moved from his post. You gained this esprit de corps too? Karam thought. By Bojo, you mean. Boris Johnson, the older guard, repeated through telepathy. Think of Bojo, Karam. Think of the Prime Minister. It will help you hold back the tide. Karam would rather think of Meghan Markle right now, but his fear of Bill eavesdropping on his fantasies cowed him. He imagined the face of Boris Johnson looking down on him, much like his father scolding him for speaking out of turn. Karam's bladder stopped distracting him immediately. They're coming, Bill said out of the blue. What? Karam asked. Who? The plebeians are at the gates, the older guard replied evasively. Karam didn't have to ponder long. The fenced steel gates collapsed in a terrible bang and a shadowy shape emerged from the mist. Karam screamed. A festering horror lumbered out of the mist. Thrice the size of the average man, the creature was made of body parts crudely stitched together in a humanoid shape. Skin spots of different colors, from green to gray, formed a nightmarish patchwork that made Karam's stomach turn. Bolts struck out of the creature's head, sparks of lightning bursting from them, and the eyes' two white lights glowed from within black, empty sockets. A notification appeared above the creature's head. Karam prayed that it was only a very convincing costume. But as the creature came closer in unnerving silence, its hands so large they could probably seize a horse, he realized that the thing was all too inhuman. Back off. Karam raised his rifle at the lumbering brute. Back off. The creature rushed at him, its steps making the ground shake beneath his feet. Karam opened fire as training demanded, only for his bullets to bounce off the monster's skin. It closed the gap between the metal fence and the guards in an instant. Karam prepared to join his maker, but the lethal blow never came. Instead, the Frankenstein creature froze 1 meter away from the guards. Its body was tense, its eyes were wide open, but they ignored Karam entirely. Bill McMalone had engaged in a staring contest with the monster. The older guard did not move an inch. He hadn't even lowered his rifle to threaten the monster. No, he simply gazed at the monster with his cold, soulless blue eyes. Somehow that was enough to stop it dead in its tracks. The scene reminded Karam of two gorillas threatening one another. Neither made a move to attack the other, yet the pressure grew between them. Karam held his breath, anticipating the deadly fight he knew would come. He was mistaken. After a tense standoff, the stitched monster took a few steps back away from the guards. It moved closer to the fence, its grim expression one of wariness. At no point did it break eye contact with Bill McMalone, and the guard did not move an inch. The creature turned around without warning and fled in the mist. Bill watched it vanish with a look of utter contempt. Wimp was all he said. It took Karam a full 5 minutes of breathing in and out to recover his composure. What was that? He asked, his lungs cold within his chest. What happened? Authorita, Bill replied calmly. That was Authorita at work, Karam. No, I mean Karam pointed his rifle at the destroyed metal fence. That thing, what was that? Probably a Welsh tourist, I think. Bill let out a shrug. They're the worst. Tourists don't grow that big. His partner's utter nonchalance both shocked and infuriated Karam. Why aren't you more concerned? Bill McMalone turned his eyes and met his junior's gaze. After 2 years in the Queen's Guard, Karam, he said, very calmly, nothing on the job will surprise you anymore. He looked back at the gates and Karam knew the matter was closed. Karam calmly returned to his post, rifle pointed at the skies. Somehow his partner's sheer serenity in the face of strangeness calmed him. Did it happen before? He asked Bill. Not since they tried to raise Lady Di from the dead, the older guard replied with a shrug. Now that was a shit show. Karam stared at his colleague in uncomfortable silence, searching for any hint that that was a joke. He didn't find any. London Bridge is falling down, a sinister voice echoed out of the mist. Falling down, London Bridge is falling down. Karam glanced at the metal fence, half expecting the monstrous creature to return for a new round. Instead, a new dark figure stepped out of the fog. My fair lady built it up with iron bars. Iron bars. A gaunt man in a dark trench coat walked into view, his fingers playing with knives. His face was hidden behind a gas mask and his hair under a black hat. Built it up with iron bars. Only when the figure came closer did Karim realize that the mysterious man wasn't playing with knives. His fingers were knives. "My fair lady, iron bars will bend and break." The dark man stared at Bill McMalone with empty glass eyes. Since the older guard wouldn't even look at the intruder, he instead turned his gaze at Karim. "Bend and break, bend and break." Was that Jack the Ripper? Karim did his best not to show fear and unease, but his body betrayed him. His fingers clenched around his rifle, which the monster noticed. The creature sharpened his knives against each other. "Bend and break," he sang to himself, ready to disembowel Karim, like corpses. "Use it, Karim," McMalone's voice echoed in his colleague's skull. He sounded calm but firm. "Use what?" Karim thought back. "Your authorita. Use your authorita." "Look at him. Look straight at him." Karim held his breath and faced the knife monster. Their gazes locked in a silent contest of will. Slitted reptilian eyes behind the gas mask's glass lenses staring back at Karim. He knew that if he ever faltered, that if he even blinked, the monster would strike him dead. It was pure agony to keep his eyes open. They felt as dry as a desert. So Karim raised his eyebrows to break the deadlock. The monster was taken aback. It lifted his chin a little bit, trying to keep up, but it couldn't match Karim's speed. To the stratosphere, Karim's eyebrows reached as high as the human body and his fur hat would allow it. He felt the blood flow into his pupils, the pressure growing, the sweat falling down his forehead. Something snapped in the Ripper's heart like a bowstring. The monster flinched. He looked between Karim and Bill. His posture was that of a scared animal, and he fled without a word into the night. When the creature was gone, Karim gasped for air and blinked to hydrate his eyes. Bill McMalone simply gave him a sharp nod of approval. Big Ben struck 6 and the Buckingham Palace's doors opened at long last. 2 members of the Queen's Guard came out in uniform, fresh and confident. "Hi guys," the oldest of them said. "Sorry for the delay, we had a few corpses to bury in the garden." "How was your shift?" "Eventful," Bill replied with a sigh. "Class X disaster scenario." "I know, right?" The youngest of the new guards, Karim, thought his name was Mickey or something. Looked at the skies. "We still don't understand what caused the phenomenon." "Well, we trained for emergencies like this one." Bill frowned at his colleagues. "Which of you dumbasses let Jack the Ripper out of his cell again?" "We didn't," Mickey protested. "He's in the basement." Bill McMalone did a thing Karim had yet to see him do: blink. The old guard looked at the shadow of Big Ben and the auroras in the skies. "Wait, this has nothing to do with the celebrity sacrifices. No, they're right on schedule and Queen Elizabeth is still immortal." Karim opened his mouth, words dying on the tip of his tongue, and then closed it. Instead, he listened in silence. "This mess," Bill McMalone pointed at the aurora, "has nothing to do with us." "Nope," Mickey replied. He looked calm but concerned. "And from what we can tell, it's worldwide. It's chaos out there. Apparently life is a video game now. There's monsters running around, riots in the streets. We even lost contact with Agent Markle, so the plan to take back the USA for England is dead in the waters." "It's worse than the night when Prince Charles came out as a vampire," Bill said with an angry frown. "Is he still in his coffin at least?" "Yes, although the Duchess of Cornwall is starting to suspect the body double." The new guards glanced at Karim with a conspiratorial look. "Wait, is he in the know?" "It's okay, he's ready for the initiation. I'll vouch for him." Bill locked eyes with his colleague. Karim straightened up. "What you see and hear as a Queen's Guard stays in the Guard," Bill said. "Do you understand?" By now, Karim had stopped asking himself questions and just went with the flow. "Yes, sir. There are things about the royal family, dark stuff, borderline satanic, that the public is never allowed to know. Part of your job as a member of the household division will be to keep it that way. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "Good." Bill McMalone patted Karim on the shoulder. "Happy first day on the job." It was early October. The night was cold and Basil slept soundly in his warm, comfortable bed. No nightmare could trouble his mind and no one would dare to wake him up. Coo-hoo, or so he thought. The scream echoed through his window with the vocal strength only a rooster could muster. The earplugs in Basil's ears failed to hold back the song. His fists clenched under the pillows. Coo-hoo-oh. Basil's eyes snapped open in annoyance and silent fury. He grit his teeth and tried to go back to sleep. If he ignored the scream, perhaps it would go away. "Coho, is he going to shut the hell up?" Basil shouted and slammed the bedroom wall with enough strength to shake up the whole house. "Shut you, P." But the rooster on his roof wouldn't deprive the world of his singing talent and dared to defy his owner's wishes for silence. "Coho." The scream started off as strong as the others but came to an abrupt halt. The rooster's voice became a muffled sound, barely audible. "Coo-coo-hoo." After a few seconds of pleasurable silence, Basil heard someone knock on his window. Plato's tired voice came through. "It's okay, Basil," he said. "Problem solved." By the time Basil woke up and went to make some breakfast, the event had slipped through his mind. To his astonishment, he found Vassie the witch preparing herself a cup of coffee in the kitchen in a black dressing gown. Plato curled on a pillow near the counter, snoring lightly next to a cloth bag. "Hello, handsome," Vassie greeted Basil, kindly ignoring his disheveled morning look. From her happy face and well-groomed hair, the witch had slept a lot better than he did. Want a cup, Vassie? Basil blinked. Why are you here? You don't remember. She put a hand on her waist. Last time we met, you offered to let me use your alchemy lab. I didn't mean the kitchen. Basil pointed at the ground. The lab is downstairs. I know, silly, Shellgirl told me. But I don't like coming uninvited, so Vassie spilled her bag's contents on the kitchen's counter. A horde of croissants, cakes, and chocolate sweets flooded out of it. I baked pastries. So well bribed, Basil immediately forgave Vassie for the impromptu home intrusion. He poured himself a coffee cup and they toasted to good cuisine. They're good, Basil said while chomping a croissant. Hazelnut. It goes well with the butter. It did. Basil registered the tip for later use. Did you craft them? Vassie chuckled, her mouth half full of chocolate cakes. No, of course not. My perk lets me craft potions, talismans, and witch stuff, not pastries. That makes me think you would benefit from my Lairs crafter workshop if you joined my party. With the experience gained from the incursion, Basil could recruit the witch. I can add you now that I've earned more levels. Plus, you would gain a new perk. You are very kind, Basil, but I refuse. Vassie petted Plato behind the ears, which the sleepy cat liked very much. It's a question of principle. I'm no monster to add to your stable. Suit yourself, Basil replied. I only propose it to help you. I know, she winked at him. That's why I haven't poisoned the pastries yet. Basil smiled and turned to look at the world beyond his kitchen's windows. The sunlight slowly pierced through a faint cloud of mist. Bugsy mowed the lawn near the shore by cutting grass with his mandibles. The centimagma waved his antennae at Basil upon sensing his presence. It had been 3 days since the incursion ended, and the team spent them scavenging for supplies. The Unity's defeat turned Dax into a ghost town full of supplies. Unfortunately, although Basil's team found their fill of hardware, computer parts, medicine, and other amenities, food was scarce. Either dishes had started rotting due to lack of preservation or wandering monsters looted supermarkets first. As for firearms, the French's tight regulations on them made armories few and far between, and when the team had finally located one, they found it already ransacked. Basil had stockpiled reserves to last for over a year, but there was no such thing as too much stored food. This year's winter would be a tough one. He could feel the creeping cold in the air. Basil had refined his backup generator with his fire rune to improve the output by 20%, but he would rather diversify his energy production. I need to drag Steam Slime's shell back to the house, he thought. The colossal device could produce steam in large quantities and provide heating. Studying it would also provide insight into the Unity's alien technology, but it's too heavy for a small group like our own. Basil would figure something out. Eventually. Do you have any seeds? He asked Vassie while finishing his croissant. So good. I'm going to try one last harvest before the snow comes. I have seeds for many herbs, but few vegetables, the witch replied. If I were you, I would cultivate pumpkins and turnips. Samhain will soon be upon us. Samhain, you mean Halloween? Basil shrugged. I already have pumpkins in storage for it, and I'm not counting the talking one. You misunderstood. Vassie shook her head. In my world, Samhain is the time of the year when dark magic is at its strongest. Cruel fairies play tricks on the unwary, undead rise from their graves, and demons come out to dance with wicked souls, and pumpkins and turnips grow at an accelerated rate, Basil guessed. Vassie smiled wickedly. You catch on quickly. There's no magic of Halloween on Earth, Basil replied with skepticism, unless you count the power of marketing and children's sweet tooth. Correction, there was no magic on your planet. Vassie elegantly bit into her croissant. I can feel it in the air. I would prepare for that night if I were you. Not everyone lives through it. How very reassuring. Yet Basil didn't have any reason to doubt Vassie's warnings. The witch had been trustworthy so far, and a magical Halloween would fit right at home in a post-system world. There are other advantages to Samhain, especially if you're a spellcaster, Vassie said. Powerful rituals that only work during special times like the convergence of planets or the rise of comets can be accomplished on that day. You have one in mind, perhaps. Vassie grinned ear to ear. I'm debating between calling the moon to Earth and sacrificing babies to a powerful demon. Basil shrugged. So long as you don't do it in my backyard. You're no fun, she laughed. I'm kidding, of course. Truthfully, I'm researching a ritual that would improve my spellcasting tier access. It's why I haven't visited before. Lots of prep work. Well, if you need assistance, just tell me. I still owe you a favor for the spellbook you lent me. Basil had the acute feeling he would eat his own words in the near future, but until then, he would check if he had pumpkin and turnip seeds left to plant. With Gardener, they should grow quicker. Basil lacked a turkey to cook for Halloween, but surely a local bird monster would make for a nice replacement. Speaking of birds, Plato, the cat grunted. He sounded half asleep. What, Basil, what did you do with Jeremy? Vassie raised an eyebrow. Who? The rooster, Basil explained. He knew all his animals' names by heart. Oh, him, Plato shrugged. He went away. Basil squinted at his cat. He went away. He fled into the woods, never to be seen again. Plato lied through his teeth. I tried to catch up to him, but he ran too fast on his tiny chicken legs. Basil didn't believe the story, so his cat looked up at him with a cute, adorable kitten stare. His owner immediately froze in horror. Plato used that stare when he wanted something or when he had fucked up. Plato. Basil cleared his throat. Plato, what did you do? Realizing he wouldn't get away with it, his cat looked down in shame. He's in the freezer, Plato whispered. Basil blinked a few times as he processed his cat's words before rising from his seat and checking the freezer. The remains of a murdered rooster stared back at him between a mermaid's severed tail and congealed fries. From his blue face and the marks around his neck, Plato had strangled the bird to death. Even Vassie looked vaguely disturbed at the sight. You killed our last rooster, Basil asked in shock. It was an accident, I swear. Plato's shame seemed real enough. I just wanted him to stop cawing, Basil. 3 nights he wouldn't shut up. 3 nights I couldn't sleep. I put my paws on his throat, but he wouldn't stop. And my hands, it's been less than a month, I didn't know. Plato raised his hands at Basil. I didn't know thumbs were so powerful, he said with tears in his eyes. Basil sighed in frustration. His hand found its way to his forehead. Plato, Jeremy was our last rooster. We only have hens left and no way to replenish their numbers. I know. Plato's shoulders crumpled. The cat had already realized his terrible blunder. No more chicks. I'm afraid so, Basil replied. This mistake called for drastic measures. Until we find new roosters to breed with the hens, we'll have to slow down on the fried chicken nights. In fact, we'll probably have to skip them for the winter. It's a tragedy. Plato covered his face in despair. These thumbs have killed. My poor prince of cats. Vassie tried to reassure the cat by scratching him on the back. It's not too bad. It is, Basil replied grumpily. I don't know where we can find a new chicken. I don't think they'll survive monsters in the wild, and all the nearby farms have been devastated. You don't necessarily need a male chicken, Vassie pointed out. Any male avian monster type should do. Find a nice thunderbird or cockatrice to settle in your coop and you're set. I don't think genetics work that way, Basil replied with a deadpan tone. In my world they do, and sometimes type is no barrier to reproduction. There's a man, the Whore King of Murmurin, who could breed with anyone and anything. He was the stuff of legends. Vassie set her empty cup aside. What do you have to lose by looking for a replacement bird? What bird? Plato asked with tears in his eyes. I killed them all. No birds dare to approach the forest anymore. They did not, Vassie agreed with a warm smile, but that was before the incursion. Shelgo reported new monsters running around in the region. Some of them had feathers. Basil considered his options and quickly realized he didn't have any better solution to the rooster problem. Besides, taming monsters for livestock would reduce his party's dependency on chickens and rabbits. After reassuring the devastated Plato that they would figure something out, Basil finished his breakfast and moved to the basement. He found Shelgo reviewing the items she intended to sell, mostly soap and toilet paper. Orcs loved those products for a reason that Basil couldn't fathom. Yo, partner. Shelgo waved a hand at Basil. Finally ready to meet my fellow merchants. Sure. Shelgirl had pestered Basil for a long time about meeting other friendly monsters living in the Barths to trade supplies. Since dealing with Vassie had proved fruitful, he was ready to test the waters with his neighbors on neutral ground. They couldn't be worse than goblins. When is the open market planned? Tomorrow evening at the confluence of streams. I can't wait to introduce you to my customers. They'll be so shocked to speak with a native human for the first time. Shelgirl put her hands behind her head. Anyway, what can I do for you today? Looks like you've got a brilliant idea. Come on, share. Vassie told me you reported new monsters in the area, besides the Nimbus creatures. The cloud monsters had entered the region with the incursion and showed up whenever it rained. They didn't look aggressive so far, but Basil wouldn't take any chances if one wandered near the house. Yeah, lots of new faces are moving in the marshes lately. Thunderbirds, cockatrices, basilisks, giant toads. They didn't all come out from our portal, Basil noted. Nah, the birds come from the north. I think they're stopping by the region as they migrate south. Others, though, they're predators looking for new territory. Most are above level 10-2. Basil crossed his arms. They must have come through other portals. Incursions were worldwide events. Basil's party repelled the creatures that stepped through the rift in Dax, but how many portals remained open in the south of France without anyone to hold back the tide? The incursion displaced hundreds, if not thousands of monsters, who now looked for territory or an ecological niche to fill. Also, remember the humanoids who slipped through the cracks last incursion? Shelgirl asked. I've heard rumors saying that they were elves. Elves, Basil frowned. With pointy ears. Yeah, that's how my orc contacts called them. The pointy ears. You know them? Yes and no. Every fantasy game I have makes use of them, but they can't agree on common threads besides the ears. Basil didn't particularly play as elves. He found dwarves funnier to play and more interesting. What else did you learn? Not much, but you can ask my customers tomorrow. I'm sure Orcdad'll give you the juicy details. Shelgirl laughed. An elf archer shot him in the ass. Orcdad, that's your customer's name. When Shelgirl nodded with an amused look, Basil realized originality was among the apocalypse's many victims. Yeah, I'll interrogate him. These elves also crossed the portal around the same time as Steam Slime, meaning they might be related to the Unity. Basil couldn't overlook the risk they posed to his own little community. Since we're going to meet with people, don't you think it's time to assign your levels, partner? Shelgirl asked. Can't assign mine until you do, and I desperately need more charisma points to land interesting deals. I've found an incredible opportunity for foreign development that we can't pass up. Good point, Basil conceded. He hadn't yet assigned the 7 new levels he had earned from the incursion because he wanted to make an inventory of his party's needs first. The new priorities were recruiting more livestock, growing their food stocks for winter, and investigating the steampunk technology that Steam Slime left behind. Tamer would help with recruiting livestock fishermen, and Gardener would make gathering food easier, and Technomancer might prove useful with Unity technology. To make sure he would get a new perk each time, Basil assigned 2 levels to Tamer, 2 levels to Gardener, 2 levels to Technomancer, and the last one to the new fisherman class. He immediately felt a surge of energy coursing his nerves. It was as if a bolt of lightning had hit him straight in the spine before spreading to all of his limbs. His vision went white and the world became silent. There was no pain, no numbness, no suffering, only the overwhelming rush of power and indescribable pleasure. 7 levels at once was a unique experience. Basil had never taken hard drugs, but he suspected that he had just gone through a high. He gasped for air when the feeling of absolute power receded and nearly collapsed to his feet. Basil breathed in and out, his lungs stronger than before. He looked at his shirt and noticed that his biceps had expanded in size, nearly to the point of ripping his sleeves apart. Wow, Shellgirl clapped. Her voice was clearer than before, the intonations on her words more varied. You're jacked. My hearing improved, Basil realized. He also noted subtle shades of green coloration on Shellgirl's face that he had never noticed before. My sight, too, must be the new increase in skill. He couldn't deny it anymore. The system changed humans the same way it had transformed Plato into a Puss in Boots. Stat increases modified Basil's body. He usually leveled up too gradually for the changes to become obvious. Basil would never say no to more muscles, yet he couldn't help but wonder what he might look like 30 levels from now and how it would change him mentally. Neat. Og, I haven't evolved yet, Shellgirl complained. Does your new Tamer perk tell you when I'll transform? No, Basil replied, but it'll give you multiple choices. Oh ho, really? Shellgirl rubbed her hands. I wonder what they'll be, the path of the wealthy or the path of the strong. I wouldn't mind better defenses against thieves and monster bandits. Basil's perk wouldn't show him the choices available. He probably needed to wait until his monsters reached the threshold. Overall, he was pleased with his new abilities. Greenhand, I would help him harvest edible plants, and fuel technology could power house amenities without stressing the generator or solar panels. As for fishing, my halberd counts as both a spear and axe, Basil noted. System, does it mean I get 2 proficiency modifiers from fishing and slaughterer? What about super effective damage? If I use my fire-infused halberd against a fish weak to fire and to Aquaslayer, would they take 9 times the damage? More and more questions came to Basil's head. Come to think of it, he had been so busy surviving day-to-day attacks that he could never study the system's basics in depth. What about accuracy? Does my halberd's accuracy stat mean I have roughly 3 chances out of 4 of hitting a target no matter what I do? That can't be right. And why are you telling me this now? You were never so straightforward in the past. Basil angrily punched the screen, his fist going harmlessly through it. You should give up, you know, Shellgirl said. One day you might hit one of us by accident. I have a better idea. Basil tightened his fist. I'll delay my gratification. I'll hold my hand back, and the day I find a Dismaker Labs employee, I'll strike them once for every time I've shown restraint. Shellgirl rolled her eyes. Anyway, with our combined charisma points, we can finally redeem that voucher and make the sale of the century. Basil raised an eyebrow. Voucher? Funny you should ask. Shellgirl snapped her fingers and a tiny scroll appeared in her hand. I got it from a wandering merchant a while back. He's returning to the marshes in time for the open market meetup. I'm sure we can negotiate a good deal. She unfurled the paper before Basil's eyes. The document was an ad for a magical item shop. It would have looked respectable and professional if not for the sinister logo, an Ouroboros symbol floating over a grinning skull and alchemical flasks. Ty's Boiling Cauldron, Basil read out loud. 10 off from the best magical item shop in the multiverse. Open to the living and the dead. The last part is oddly specific. Sounds like a respectable company if you ask me. Basil doubted it, but it wasn't like he could shop magical scrolls at Carrefour either. But it wasn't the dead part that stood out the most. One word on the voucher made Basil incredibly curious. Multiverse, he whispered. The flute song echoed across the river like a slow lullaby. The group heard the campsite long before they actually saw it. First, Bugsy noticed notes playing in the air as they walked up the stream, and Basil's newly enhanced senses soon picked them up afterwards. The cold wind carried the song through the autumn leaves under the evening sun. The music was relaxing, almost soothing. Reminds me of that time I tried yoga, Basil said as he walked along the river, a bag on his back and his halberd in hand. Shellgirl swam beneath the surface by snapping open her carapace back and forth. How did it end? Vassie asked, following him with Bugsy. Basil had left the rest of the team at the house to protect it from attacks. In great frustration, I expected as much. What's yoga, boss? Bugsy asked. A waste of time. Basil couldn't sit still for more than 5 minutes without going mad. What's that smell? There was a foul stench in the air, similar to a pig's pen. Even the sweet scent of autumn flowers carried by the wind couldn't cover it up. Oh, that's the orcs, Shellgirl said before jumping out of the water and onto the shore. We're close, partner. As she predicted, the group reached a small camp at the spot where the marsh's streams merged with the greater river of Elatter. A tarp of clothes stretched across many large trees and cast a large shadow over a clearing. Piles of stones were set up around the site and a warm campfire. Basil readied his halberd to strike. Shellgirl had vouched for her fellow monster's peacefulness, but it didn't cost anything to stay on his guard. A musician was sitting on a fallen tree and playing a flute song to a small audience of monsters, and to Basil's surprise, he looked very much human. The man was of Indian descent and quite handsome, with light brown skin and curled raven hair falling on his shoulders. He wore exotic Indian golden pants and some kind of shirt, leaving most of his chest exposed. More importantly, he went barefoot and looked no older than 20. Basil immediately recognized the man for what he was. Oh God, Basil shuddered in fear, a hippie. If the musician greeted Basil with namaste, the jokes would flow. Whoever the man was, he had gathered a strange audience. The monsters closest to him were a white feathered bird the size of a horse that combined the body of a hawk with a lion's crimson mane and a magnificent, three-headed golden cobra. The rest were a trio of gray-skinned humanoids who Basil assumed were orcs, a walking skeleton in tattered clothes and goblins. Basil immediately saw red when he noticed 2 of them in the small crowd. The first was normal-sized, with pallid white skin and pitch-black eyes. A blue scrub covered his mouth and a hooded robe the rest of its tiny body. He kept scalpels and a bonesaw attached to a belt, and a bag full of ice within arm's reach. The other goblin was almost as tall as Basil himself, with boar tusks and hooves for feet. War paint covered his brownish skin. Wild goblins could undergo metamorphosis. If so, Basil was glad to have slaughtered every member of Ogremach's band. One of them might have come back for vengeance later as a far more powerful entity. Wait, could these 2 be survivors from the water station dungeon? The 2 evolved goblins tensed up upon sensing his suspicious gaze on their back and froze like rabbits finding themselves cornered by a fox. The autopsy gremlin, Cafemol, raised a trembling hand at Basil's face. That's him, Benoit, he shouted at his terrified teammate. The ogre of the Barths, goblin eater. Basil's jaw clenched. Shellgirl, didn't you correct them about my species? Correct them about what? She replied in confusion. You tried to feed me goblins the night we met. And they tasted good too, boss, Bugsy said with enthusiasm. His response only terrified the 2 walking dishes further. What, Basil ate goblins a few dozen times and that was all people remembered about him. Couldn't they tell tales of his epic dragon-slaying deed instead? The musician sensed the tension in the air and ended his song. He lowered his silver flute and opened his deep black eyes at Basil. They felt both full of wisdom and innocence all at once, as if the man was older than his outside appearance would suggest. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you coming. The musician offered Basil's group a sharp nod. His attitude contrasted with the snake and bird close to him, who observed the newcomers with wariness. It has been many moons since I last saw a fellow human. Namaste, friends, he dared, Basil thought. Sorry, namaste home tonight. Namaste, boss, Bugsy asked. It means hello in the ancient New Age yoga society, Basil joked. If you want to sound spiritual, Bugsy, say namaste. The musician laughed heartily, a sound so pure Basil almost felt ashamed for his terrible answer. Well played, the stranger said with a polite bow. My name is Kalki. A pleasure to meet a fellow tamer. A tamer, well, that explained his comfort with monsters. It felt so odd to Basil to meet another one like him. Goblin Eater. One of the orcs, a teenage girl from her facial features, whistled at Basil. He's almost as brawny as you are, Ma. The system summoned orcs both matched and differed from the fantasy stereotypes of their species. They were muscular humanoids taller than a human with wolfish ears, pelts for clothes, and ashen gray skin. Their broad shoulders, brawny hips, pale red eyes, and protruding canines made them look like barbarian savages. The group of 3 present at the gathering was almost certainly a family unit. The adults were both 2 heads taller than Basil. The male was bald and wielded a stone tower shield nearly 2 meters in length. The female orc's long white hair flowed out of a horned metal helmet, and she wielded a hammer. Both were covered in scars, although the woman was the most muscular of the 2 by far. The girl that whistled at Basil was clearly the couple's daughter and nearly as tall as he was. She looked around 16, an oversized hat threatening to fall off her long white hair. Her weapon was a rusty iron mace, and unlike the rest of her family, she favored tattered black jeans, a shirt, and leather boots over pelts. If not for her appearance, Basil could have mistaken her for a human delinquent. As for their smell, the stench coming from the orcs was almost unbearable. Vassie took steps back to stay away from the orcs in disgust, and even Basil, who wasn't the cleanest person in the world, thought a garbage fill smelled nicer than these three. No wonder they were so fond of soap. Basil wondered if they hid an orc grandpa and orc grandma in their genealogical tree. From their party's name, they took the laziest approach possible for names. Orcdiddy would have sounded far better, too. A pity they didn't join my party, Basil thought. I would have given inspired names. Like Raphael Andreas Corpus or Danielle Francine von Levingsee. Names with history and power. Another human, Vassie whispered to Shellgirl, her gaze set on Kalki. I didn't know you brought one to this gathering. I've no idea who this is. The merchant pouted with crossed arms. I wanted to show off my human partner for bragging rights, but that stranger stole my thunder. My apologies, Kalki replied with a sheepish smile. I walked upon your camp by chance. I didn't mean to intrude. No harm done, Vassie reassured him with a bright, flirty smile. Your song was lovely, by the way. It was crap, said the youngest orc, Orsine, before spitting on the grass. War drums rule. Orsine, her mother slapped her on the back of head with enough force to knock her daughter face first on the ground. Learn respect or I'll teach it to you. Ma, the young orc protested. Not in public. Her mother's face might as well have been made of stone. You shame a stranger in public, you get shamed in public. It's all right, Kalki said, clearly embarrassed by the strong reaction. Everyone is entitled to their own musical tastes. Personally, I prefer Japanese rock, Basil said. My daughter's right, though. Good drums would make it better, the male orc dead added with a grunt. You should teach your bird to sing, too. Birds can't sing, Orsine mumbled under her breath as she rose up. Can't agree more, Basil replied, half praying that his next rooster would know better than to scream in the morning. He noticed that the goblins still looked at him with terrified eyes. What? Why you're going to eat us? Asked the smallest of the two, Cafimel. That depends. Basil licked his lips. Do you self-identify as edible? The evolved goblins looked back at him with mortified eyes. Relax, I'm kidding. Basil waved a hand at them. I'm not going to eat you on sight just because you're goblins. That would be racist. The Doot let out sighs of relief. But just to be sure, I've sworn a blood oath to drive goblins out of the Barths after Ogremach's band hung a man right in front of my garden. Basil squinted suspiciously at the evolved goblins, watching sweat falling down their forehead. You were not part of that group, right? I hate loose ends. No, we didn't come from that dungeon, Benoit protested. We spawned from another beyond the southern mountains, and we aren't goblins anymore anyway, Cafimel pointed out with 2 thumbs up. So we count outside your oath, right? Good point. Basil made a mental note to add monsters' evolutionary transformations to his next blood oath to close future loopholes. Don't attack us, be good neighbors, and I won't have you over for dinner. You leave me alone, I leave you alone. His grudge against goblins started and ended with Ogremach's group. If the rest of their kind proved accommodating and friendly, they wouldn't fear anything from Basil. Since Shellgirl vouched for these two, he would give them the benefit of the doubt. If you've got a spare liver like last time, I can trade it for a gargoyle's heart or a wyvern's lung. Realizing he wouldn't end up as Basil's dinner, Cafimel opened his bag of ice to reveal the 2 organs. The lung was purple and thorny, the heart gray and stony, and it somehow kept beating on its own. I'll implant them for free. You can have more than 1 heart, Bugsy asked with interest. Awesome. Do you have wings too? Can you give me wings to fly with? That would be amazing. Know what? I don't have the goods tonight, but I'll perform the surgery next time for your pancreas and one of your kidneys. I wouldn't try, Bugsy, Vassie said mirthfully. I've heard rumors that the last person he implanted an organ in died from it. Of course not, he died from disease. The gremlin protested. And I have a witness who can prove it. I saw it all. His hobgoblin colleague raised a hand. The heart transplant customer died from a blood infection. It was completely unrelated. Basil glanced at the gremlin's scalpel and bone saw. Brown spots marked the improperly cleaned blades. Unrelated his ass. Zaccario would have had an apoplexy at the sight of their shoddy work. Bugsy, we don't accept comfort surgery under my roof, Basil warned his centimagma. Also, your blood is made of lava and would probably burn the wings anyway. All Bugsy lowered his antennae in disappointment. But they would look so good on me. As Shellgirl argued with the back alley doctors over organs and Vassie haggled over the price of potions with the orcs, Basil relaxed somewhat. The paranoid hermit in him had half expected an ambush of some kind, but it appeared all the monsters present were the traitors they advertised themselves as. He might actually get along with his neighbors. It was the other human among them that intrigued Basil the most. Kalki's level remained hidden from his sight, alongside those of the hawk and serpent that followed him around. Basil assumed that the 3 of them formed a party. Where do you come from? Basil asked Kalki. First time I've seen an Indian outside of Paris. Indian, Kalki scratched his cheek with a thoughtful look. The word sounds familiar to me. You don't know what an Indian is. His fellow human's confusion left Basil somewhat concerned for his health. Unless you suffer from amnesia. Amnesiac, Bugsy asked. Like the amnesia ailment. Is it one now? Basil wondered if the system considered cancer and Alzheimer's ailments too. Yes, it means a loss of memory, usually due to trauma or substance abuse. I remember precious little of my former life, Kalki confirmed Basil's worry. My name, the shadow of my home and family, my songs. How did it happen? Basil asked. A shame. He would have loved to question him about Hindu deities and potentially elucidate the Trimurti system's mysteries. I do not remember. Kalki smiled sheepishly. I woke up in the southern mountains with my companion's eggs, the vague feeling that I was in the wrong place at the wrong time and a terrible headache. Basil examined Kalki closely. Amnesia usually resulted from assault, though a spell or system-related effect might also cause memory loss. Maybe he took LSD or drugs. Kalki reminded Basil of new age self-help hacks he had the misfortune of encountering in his university days. Or could the three of them have come from another world? Vasi confirmed humans exist on her own, so that man could have teleported to Earth through an incursion and lost his memory along the way. It would explain his foreign clothes. Basil understood too little about incursions to confirm this theory. He promised to dig further into it. Garud and Shesha have been my trusted companions since I woke up, Kalki said, his eyes full of concern. But my girlfriend Padma is missing. I'm looking for her. I'm sorry to hear that, Basil replied, and he meant it from the bottom of his heart. The faces of the Eliselda sisters after the death of Major Grange still weighed on his mind. Basil himself often wondered how his estranged mother fared in his native Bulgaria. Maybe I can help find her. What does she look like? Kalki blushed slightly. I don't know, Basil frowned. You don't know. I remember that I have forgotten her, and I know I will recognize her when I meet her. If that makes sense. It doesn't, Basil replied bluntly. The man's tale felt sketchy to him, but Kalki sounded so innocent that he was probably telling the truth or what he believed to be the truth. You should go to Bordeaux. It's the last human stronghold in the region and the army evacuated survivors to it. Bordeaux, a map of France appeared in Kalki's hands. He must have stored it in his inventory. This city in the northwest. Basil checked the map and confirmed. Yes, that spot up the Garonne River. It's a 2 hours drive if nothing dangerous attacks you on the road. If you're willing to wait, the army should send a squad to recover petrified people in nearby daks. They can escort you to safety. Why drive when you can soar through the skies? Garud scoffed and showed his mighty wings. No foe can reach us above the clouds. If you need food or drink, I've got some extra meat and water, Basil proposed. I know of an empty water station nearby or a full city if you need a roof and heating. Basil neglected to mention his home for several reasons. Although Kalki sounded somewhat friendly, he remained a stranger. The system wouldn't reveal his classes either, which put Basil on edge. Even if Kalki didn't cause trouble, revealing the house's location might backfire on him later. Boss, didn't you say we needed food for the winter? Bugsy asked. Why are you giving it away? Because I believe in hospitality. Basil simply couldn't close his door to a fellow human in need when they crossed his path. He had learned that from the old man. One day we might rely on the kindness of strangers. That, and Kalki appeared trustworthy for a reason Basil couldn't put his finger on. The Indian radiated candidness and earnest friendliness. Basil considered himself a pretty good judge of character, and nothing in Kalki's behavior seemed fake. If anything, he reminded Basil of an innocent child lost in the world, the kind who would play a concert for monsters he encountered along the road. Yet another reason not to invite him in the house, he might reveal its location to others out of naivete. My troop has food, but I would gladly rest in a dwelling. Kalki joined his hands and gave Basil a deep bow. I will return your kindness. You could start by telling me which tamer perks you unlocked, Basil said, half as a test and half to feed his curiosity. He would give Kalki the wide berth if he lied about his abilities. Not knowing what perks levels will bring causes me many headaches. I can never tell what's the best class to invest in. I face the same problem, Kalki replied with a grin. I will not pretend I know everything about the class, but I will gladly share what I learned. As it turned out, Kalki had taken 13 levels in Tamer. He did not lie about the perks that they shared, which reassured Basil. According to Kalki, level 9 unlocked a unique technique healing all monsters in the Tamer's party. Level 13 strengthened it further by granting them temporary immunity to ailments. But it was level 11 that interested Basil the most. You can teleport back to your lair at will, Basil asked, his eyes wide open. I could if I kept one, Kalki replied with a warm grin. We stay on the road all the time. I mostly use the perk's secondary feature, which lets me summon my friends to my position. His bird chuckled, like that time with the bugs. Almost got him before Shesha and I arrived. Yes, well, Kalki coughed. I do seem to attract trouble. The level 11 Tamer perk wasn't all that useful for a nomad, but for a sedentary man like Basil, it was potentially invaluable. He never dared to forage beyond the marsh for fear of leaving his house abandoned for days. With that power, Basil could potentially drive away to a distant region at dawn, scavenge supplies all day long, and teleport back home for the night. Honestly, I was half expecting a perk forcing 2 tamers into a monster battle for money, Basil mused. Like Pokémon. A battle. The joke proposal horrified Kalki. Why? Friends don't fight each other, and certainly not for money. Gold brings neither happiness nor peace. Basil heard Shellgirl choke at his words, but they made him appreciate Kalki more. Now I remember why I was so interested in new age stuff once, though he looks like the real deal rather than a closet marketer. His charisma must be through the roof too. Hey, Dragon Slayer. The orc family approached Basil with the matriarch taking the lead. Shellgirl says you're looking to buy food for the winter. Dragon Slayer. It sounded better than Goblin Eater. Got some to trade. Basil asked, we've got extra firebore ham, thunderbird legs, and unicorn steak. From Orkmum's offer, Basil could reasonably assess that her family were dedicated carnivores. We'll exchange them for healing potions and brawny powder. Brawny powder, Basil asked. Shellgirl, what did you tell them? You mean protein powder? Yeah, brawny powder, Orkmum pointed at her daughter. The runt is too scrawny to hunt well. I'm not, her daughter mumbled. I want to go home and regain my classes. Do you have access to classes? Basil asked with a frown. Their behavior and family dynamics made more sense now. The orc family had crossed over into Earth the same way Megabug and Vassy did, but as far as he knew, monsters couldn't take player classes. We did, Orsine gritted her teeth. When we crossed over, we lost them all. All my busted mercenary perks vanished. This place is junk, no swearing in public. Orkmum slapped her daughter in the back of the head, although not hard enough to throw her to the ground again. Kalki winced at the sight, though Basil shrugged. He'd seen worse parental discipline. Our class levels transformed into monster ones, lost some perks and gained new ones. It was a trade-off. Robbery, her daughter mumbled. For me, it was robbery. Yeah, and the pointy ear that attacked me used an archer-only perk, her husband grumbled. Damn double standards. Does it mean I could gain classes like the boss if I crossed into another world? Bugsy asked. I want to cast spells too. The system immediately tried to limit a wizard centipede's limitless potential. Bug racist, Basil said. Humanocentrist. Wait, did Dismaker Labs intentionally exclude all non-humans from becoming players? How could that fit with the orcs' tale of elves with classes? Can you tell me more about these elves? Basil asked the orcs. I might hunt them down myself, to eat them. Orkdead asked, you should. Elves eat so much grass and fruits, their flesh is full of vitamins. Iron too, Orkmum added. They kinda taste like spinach too. Basil almost asked for elf cooking tips before realizing it leaned in a bit too close to cannibalism. He had to draw a line somewhere. Bugsy, who didn't share his moral quandaries, salivated at the thought of eating elves. Great, we could cook them with the rooster Mr. Plato strangled. It would cheer him up. By the way, gotta ask. Orkmum leaned in to whisper in Basil's ear. How do they taste? Goblins. Good, but better with potatoes and pepper sauce, Basil replied with a conspiratorial tone. I suggest stuffing them with apples before sending them to the oven. Nice tip. Never dared to eat a goblin, but I don't want to die without trying. Not that I would eat a neighbor. The orc matriarch glanced at Cafimel and Benoit with barely restrained hunger. Such a shame. In the end, no goblin was sacrificed on the altar of culinary curiosity. Basil traded the unicorn steaks for a few healing potions, exchanged non-questionable cooking tips with the orcs, and refused an expensive offer for his kidney from the autopsy gremlin. According to Orkdead, the elves attacked him while he was hunting thunderbirds in the west. From his description, he had walked a good 4 hours west, all the way to the marshes of Orcs and beyond. The area where the ambush took place sounded a lot like an old reptilarium Basil once visited. He wondered what happened to its scaled inhabitants after the apocalypse. Did they escape, die, or mutate into monsters? Whatever the case, Orkdead indicated many bird monsters nested in the Orcs' marshes. Basil could both investigate his new neighbors and potentially tame an avian monster to breed with the hens all at once. As the meeting came to an end, only a small matter remained to settle. Basil, this is Levendu. Shellgirl introduced Basil to the skeleton merchant. Levendu, this is Basil. He was super duper interested in your boss multiversal business. Our master below created us with the unique ability to travel between our assigned universe and his shop, the skeleton explained. Ghostly candle lights appeared in his empty eye sockets. Basil wondered if he could snuff them out with his breath. We're low level enough that few level barriers trouble us. Which implied most worlds had won. I'm looking for information about incursions and how worlds fit together, Basil explained. Perhaps I could exchange letters with your superior. You could do better than that, the skeleton replied. Anyone with a voucher also counts as a possession when I use my perk, so he can transport us directly to his boss, Shellgirl summed up. Neat, huh? That way you can ask your questions directly at the top, with potentially no way to come back, Basil pointed out. He wasn't enthusiastic about the proposal at all. No offense to your patron, but he could welcome us with an ambush for all I know. Understandable, the skeleton replied, taking it in stride. I'll take him up on his offer of a temporary world transfer, Vassy said. I need specific grimoires for Samhain in this. Walter Ty apparently has them in stock. I'll test the waters for you, handsome. If I return, it's a safe proposal. And if you don't, Basil asked with a smile, I'll avenge your death. Nothing so dramatic, though you're welcome to try, she replied with a smile. I would be thankful if you could burn the books under my bed, though. Some pages would make a priest go blind. Deal. Vassy didn't come back the next morning. Instead, the day's visitors were zombies. It had become a ritual lately. Shambling corpses walked out of the woods in the morning, with flesh rotting off their bones and eyes falling out of their heads. They came by the dozen, cried out for brains, and tried to break into the garden. The first to climb over the fence took a fireball to the face for his trouble. Burn them all. Rosemarie fired a handgun round in the air to rally the troops. The garden's vegetables rose to welcome the invaders with fire and fury. Kill them again. For the queen. The vegetables roared as they charged into battle. Onion Spider trapped zombies with webs and allowed Demon Tomato to blast them with fireballs. Strawboogie Berry danced to buff Bean Ninja as he beheaded undead with his trusty cleaver knife. Ghosty Pumpkin, their leader, coordinated their attacks, and Rosemarie healed the wounded with pollen. Basil watched the epic garden battle from the safety of his lawn chair, with Bugsy and Plato sleeping at his side. They wouldn't gain any experience from killing the weak undead, and the vegetables had the situation well in hand. Besides, House Garden was responsible for the zombie incursion. To strengthen the vegetables with an extra tamer perk, Basil had temporarily added them to his party. Unfortunately, Ghosty Pumpkin's hidden ability turned out to be the aptly named Ghost Magnet. Weak undead flocked to the vegetable's location like moths to a flame. Even the house's camouflage couldn't prevent zombies from finding their way into it. Basil had strongly considered cooking the pumpkin to avoid a security breach, but Rosemarie had begged for the vegetable's life. She had grown maternally fond of her garden charges. Basil couldn't refuse anything to his sweet carnivorous plant and decided to make the best out of the situation. His new levels had given him extra lair points to spend on reinforcing the house. By purchasing X Boostai and Loot Boostai, Basil increased the rate at which his allies gained experience and treasures within 1 hectare of the house. By the time the vegetables cleared the garden, they had gained enough experience to reach level 7 and gathered a treasure trove of golden teeth. Basil didn't have the heart to join in the battle anyway. He worried for Vassie. The witch had vanished alongside the skeletal merchant to meet his superior and hadn't returned yet. No matter Shellgirl's promises that everything would be fine, Basil was starting to regret not joining Vassie on her trip. He hoped his caution wouldn't cost her her life. What can I do about it anyway? The skeleton merchant took Vassie away to another world entirely, and Basil had no way of tracking them down. I'll have to wait. Basil would hunt for roosters and investigate the elves today. That would keep his mind busy. I wonder where they come from, Bugsy said. The zombies. There can't be so many dead humans buried in the marsh. You would be wrong, Basil replied. Renee told me he saw criminals dumping a corpse in the baths once. I assume others took a dirt nap in muddy waters. Basil did wonder whether the zombies rose from their graves because of Ghosty Pumpkin's perk or if it simply gave them the motivation to move around. He needed to check, hypothetically. Devious idea crossed Basil's mind. Do you think we would gain experience from raising our dead enemies from the dead and then killing them all over again? Wouldn't that be cruel, boss? Bugsy asked. I'm willing to try it with birds. Plato squirmed on the ground like an addict in despairing need of his fix. I need to hunt feathered game. I've tried lizards, toads, even moths, but none of them give me as much satisfaction as mice and birds. You should join Birdaholic Anonymous, Basil quipped. Rosemarie approached him with her vegetable troop and displayed their spoils. Mister, we brought fertilizer. Rosemarie proudly presented Basil with a zombie's head. We can grow seeds in the brain. She was mindful of the environment. We'll compost them first and then plant new turnips, Basil promised. With his new gardener levels, his Jardin secret should divide the growth period by 4. Thus it should take 10 to 13 days to make a new harvest before Halloween. I'm proud of you. He petted Rosemarie on the head, making her wriggle in pleasure. The vegetables sang their glory. All hail King Basil and Queen Rosemarie, lords of the garden. Since when did they learn to speak? Plato asked. Rosemarie and I taught them, Bugsy explained with pride. Basil noticed he hadn't shown jealousy at his owner showing affection to Rosemarie. The battle with Steam Slime had made the Centimagma more confident, more secure in his place as an esteemed member of the household. One day I will teach the rabbits to speak back too. Basil suddenly wondered how many cows begged for life before ending up on supermarket shelves. Plato had shown that animals were self-aware from the start, even if humans couldn't understand them. Basil had no qualms about eating sentient species, but it made him feel slightly guilty. The problem with lair benefits was that they only applied to Basil's party members. He had to register House Gardens members into his own party for the battle's duration, then kick them out and add his old allies back again. It was such a chore. I'll pass, Basil replied. He expelled House Gardens members and then proceeded to add his former party members back into his group. All right, people, pack your things. After I compost the corpses and plant the turnips, we'll travel east to hunt for elves. Finally, Plato bolted to his feet. Some action. Can I come, mister? Rosemarie pleaded. I'm 1 level away from metamorphosis. When I evolve, I will eat everyone except my friends and steal all the world's cakes. Sure, sweetie, Basil replied. I wonder what choice for metamorphosis will present to you. Plato squinted at his owner. You can choose between metamorphoses. With my new tamer perk, yes you can. The cat sat on the grass with a curious look on his face. What choices would have been available to me? Does it matter, Mr. Plato? Bugsy asked. You are awesome as a Kate Sith. Bugsy shrugged. I don't want to dwell on what could have been. I would rather move on. System, I know you can't show me the paths my monsters can take until they've reached the right level, Basil said. But what about discarded paths? Can you tell me what Plato could have become instead of a Kate Sith? Bakniko Beast Fairy. Envoy of Bastet Beast Angel. Smilika Beast. Basil paused upon seeing the last one. Oh, Basil, why aren't you saying anything? Plato tensed up. Basil, can metamorphosis paths eventually reconverge? Basil asked, trying to keep a straight face. Basil, why are you giving me a sad look? Plato wagged his tail, his eyes full of concern. Basil. Plato, Basil gathered his breath. Promise me you won't take it badly. His cat's eyes widened in horror. He had guessed the truth. I will never become a Smilodon, Plato whispered. I blew my chance. Basil briefly considered lying to spare his friend's feelings, but Plato knew him too well. He would know. I'm sorry, Plato, he apologized. If I'd known, I would have assigned more levels to Tamer earlier. Plato didn't answer. He didn't admonish Basil for his poor foresight or reassure his owner that he would get over it. He simply sat on the grass with a soulless gaze. Mr. Plato, are you all right? Bugsy asked with concern. Healing pollen. Rosemarine showered Plato with healing powder, but she couldn't cure emotional damage. Plato, it's okay, Basil tried to cheer him up. You will always be my dwarf panther. His cat rose up and walked away without a word. Plato, where are you going? Basil asked, suddenly worried. Plato. To hang myself in the garage, his cat shouted back. To make you feel guilty. What? Basil jumped out of his lawn chair. You wouldn't dare. Plato looked over his shoulder with a sad kitten look, the kind that would make even a sociopath cry. Won't you feel sorry for poor me? Basil hesitated. Yes, but... Good. When Plato smirked deviously, Basil knew he had fallen into his trap. Then Imad, do it. Plato, you dick. Basil ran after him. Plato attempted to leap away, but his owner caught him by the back of the neck and lifted him above the ground. The cat struggled fruitlessly against the iron grip. You have 7 lives left anyway. Hanging yourself won't be enough. Then I will cut open my veins and my ghost will haunt the bathroom. My wandering soul shall torment you for centuries. Crocodile tears formed in Plato's eyes. 7 lives aren't worth living without a pair of saber teeth. What a drama queen. Basil squinted at his cat, who did his best to look like a suicidal teenager. It's all about making me feel sorry for not picking up tamer levels earlier. Don't cry, Rosemarine whispered in concern. You will grow big too one day, big enough to cast down the stars. Why, yes, she's right. Bugsy nodded many times in quick succession. Look at me, Mr. Plato. I'm sure you will evolve into something even greater than a Smilodon with more levels. Like a Centicat. You can't possibly believe in his little play, Basil protested. If he wanted to kill himself, he would have sliced his own neck with his claws. See. Plato waved his tail in his owner's direction. I'm already dead in his mind. Don't make me throw you into the river, Basil warned Plato. And what's wrong with being a fairy cat? You might evolve into something stronger than a Smilodon. Cat's gaze lit up with a flame in it. Basil, do you think I can transform into a lion at least? A giant lion with fire for a mane. Basil sincerely doubted it, but he knew better than to say it to his cat's face. If we end up losing the house, we should start a circus. He would make us good money. I dunno, Basil replied, which was the truth. He had no way to tell what a Kate Sith might transform into. Maybe. His lackluster answer calmed Plato. The cat wiped away his fake tears. All right, I'll endure, for the mane. God save us if he does transform into a lion, Basil thought as he lightly dropped his cat on the grass. He would never shut up about it. Wind blew over the house and a giant shadow flew above the group's head. Basil immediately summoned his halberd in alarm and his monsters prepared for battle. A giant white bird landed on the grass in front of them, holding a golden snake in his talons and carrying a man on his back. Namaste, friends. Kalki gracefully leaped from Garud's back and politely bowed before Basil's group. I hope I did not interrupt anything. Who is this guy? Plato asked. The vegetables, Rosemarine included, hissed threateningly at the newcomers. Shesha imitated them with her 3 heads, ready to defend her tamer at the first sign of trouble. How did you find my house? Basil asked, his teeth clenching in annoyance. It's camouflaged. Dude, you have a field full of crops surrounded by woods and marshes, Garud said. Pretty easy to see from above. Stealthy feature, my ass. Basil had spent 3 lair points for a useless protection. I want a refund, even if they don't perform as advertised. Basil snarled. Did you forget to include consumer protection in your system package? I'll sue you. I swear I'll strangle the customer service if I ever find them. Basil sighed. It's fine, guys, he's a friend. Did I do something wrong? Kalki looked at Basil with concern. I can leave right now if you prefer. I wanted to say goodbye before leaving for Bordeaux, but I did not want to intrude. No, it's all right. I'm just annoyed with the system. Basil stored his halberd back in his inventory. You didn't interrupt anything. Do you want a cup of coffee or tea? You are very kind, but I must refuse. We have a long road ahead of us. Kalki noticed Plato glaring at his bird and smiled. Is something the matter? Nothing, the cat lied. He wants to challenge me, Garud guessed. Mighty Bird expanded his wings in defiance and overshadowed the much smaller cat. Try and regret it. Don't tempt me, you big chicken. Plato showed his fangs. I can take you. Garud opened his beak to strike, but his tamer didn't let the situation escalate into a fight. Kalki walked between the two would-be combatants and locked eyes with Plato. What? The cat asked and shifted on his legs. The man's gaze clearly made him uncomfortable. You are a hurt soul, Kalki said. I can see it in your eyes. You don't have to fight and kill other people to prove your worth to your friends. They already love you. Plato stared at Kalki with a dumbfounded expression. He didn't react as the stranger kindly patted him on the head. You have gathered many true friends, Basil, Kalki said. I pray you treasure them as they do you. What is wrong with this man? Basil couldn't put his finger on it. Something about Kalki felt unnatural, almost otherworldly. Maybe he is. I can check right now. Certainly, Kalki replied. Basil led him into the garage. The car-sized hollow machine taken from Steam Slime rested in the back alongside supplies. What a peculiar device. How does it work? Like this. Basil inserted a cubic gem into the hollow machine slot and recharged it with his fuel technology perk. Steam poured out of its pipes and the central mirror lit up. The pictures of over 80 symbols of various complexity appeared on the latter's surface. From what I gathered, each symbol is associated with a key from the board. Alas, Steam Slime continued to mess with Basil from beyond the grave. The snail dragon had sealed the hollow machine with the most powerful defense of all. A password lock, a puzzle, Kalki asked with an innocent grin. How interesting. How annoying you mean, Basil replied. Do you recognize the symbols? I do not. Kalki shook his head. They mean nothing to me. Well, it was worth a shot. If anything, Basil was relieved to hear that Kalki had seemingly nothing to do with the Unity. I hoped that this machine could jog your memory. Basil raised an eyebrow. I did. My companions and I slept in the water station that you recommended to us, Kalki explained. The place felt familiar to me. You were in my dreams too. Your dreams? Basil frowned. I'm certain we've never met before. I don't think so either, yet I dreamed of you all the same. I saw you fight a monstrous bug in a cave of stone before facing a tower of steel that breathed light and magic. Kalki nodded to himself, a thoughtful expression on his face. A device more complex than your machine, and that felt familiar to me. Basil observed Kalki in silence as his mind processed the man's words. How did he? A possible explanation quickly came to mind. Are you a psychic? Basil asked. A telepath. I cannot read your mind if that's what you're asking, Kalki replied with a chuckle. From your answer, I assume my dreams mean something to you. They do. How could this man dream about events he hadn't witnessed himself? And if he found the dungeon's server familiar, do the words Dismaker Labs and Neurotower mean anything to you? Kalki's eyes lit up with surprise and hope. Yes, they do. I've heard them before, I'm sure of it. Where? Basil probed for information. Where did you hear these words? Did the system tell them to you? No, Kalki put a hand on his forehead. I can't remember. These words echo in my mind, but they lack meaning. What are they? The people who destroyed the world and the tools they used to do the deed. If Kalki was related to them, do you think seeing that tower would help you remember? Maybe yes, I think so. Kalki bowed before Basil. Please, my friend, can you bring me to it? I damaged the tower of your dreams beyond repair, Basil explained, raising a hand before Kalki lost hope. A friend called Neria Elisalda took the parts to Bordeaux. I can ask her to show them to you. You're welcome, Basil replied. He wondered if that meeting would yield interesting results. I'll write down her barracks address. Kalki nodded in gratitude and snapped his fingers. A blue conch shell materialized in his hand, its surface covered in symbols and scriptures Basil did not recognize. Here, Kalki said as he handed it over to Basil. A gift for you. A conch shell? Basil asked. It felt strangely light in his hand. What is it for? I engraved it myself. It has no particular properties, but it makes for a nice instrument. Kalki smiled kindly. I wanted to give it to you as a token of friendship and gratitude, a souvenir that our paths once crossed. That's very kind of you. Basil blushed in embarrassment. He never knew how to respond with gifts. I don't know what to say. Then say nothing, Kalki replied with a chuckle. I feel much anger and distrust coming from you. I hope music will help soothe your pain. Pain, Basil snorted. I don't feel pain. You helped me find a roof, but I cannot help but notice that you did not invite me under yours. You were afraid of me. He was perceptive. It's a tough world, Basil said. He stood by his decision, though he felt a little ashamed now. I couldn't risk my party's safety if you turned out to be a thief and a crook. I understand. We live in an age of distrust. Yet I feel this is not the only reason why you remained wary of me. When Kalki locked eyes with Basil, it felt like the man was peering into his soul. You've been disappointed by others in the past, and it marked you like hot iron. Trust is not a gift to you, but a sword without a hilt. You don't remember how to wield it without hurting yourself. You don't know what you're speaking of, Basil lied, both to Kalki and to himself. The man's words rattled him on a deep, personal level. Perhaps, Kalki agreed. He had understood that he was walking in a minefield. At least this is how it feels to me. What I mean to say is honesty is sometimes betrayed, but distrust is poison to the soul. He glanced at the conch shell gift. I want this gift to remind you that kindness is always rewarded, whether in this life or the next. What comes around goes around. Basil couldn't help but smirk. You really are a hippie, Kalki laughed. A good day to you, Basil. 5 minutes later, Basil watched his guest fly away on his mount's back. His team stood with him outside in the garden as they watched Kalki's party disappear through the clouds in Bordeaux's direction. He's a strange one, Bugsy noted. Plato nodded warily. He smells like a flower. First time I met a human like that. Like me? Rosmarine asked. Not like you. He smells like that flower. Plato glanced at Basil. Yo dog, remember the plant Rene tried to eat when he was in his Chinese medicine phase? The time he almost choked to death, the lotus, Basil asked. He remembered that day clearly. Rene had become so desperate to fend off cancer he started to buy into miracle cures. A lotus, yes. Plato looked at the skies. That guy stinks of lotus. A system notification appeared in front of Basil. Basil almost choked at the sight. Level 50, a very high level for a seemingly trivial task. That settled it for Basil. There was more to Kalki than met the eyes.